Yichun, a 17-year-old football prodigy, found himself bafflingly sidelined at the national U17 training camp. The team leader, Wang Bo, refused to give this Manchester United Academy star a chance to play, citing lack of discipline. But beneath Wang Bo's words lay a hidden agenda. Yichun, you're 17 now. You should understand the rules, Wang Bo said with a hint of arrogance. Yichun raised an eyebrow and bluntly asked, "What rules?" Wang Bo responded leisurely, with a touch of disdain, "If you don't know, then forget it. This is your first call up to the U17 national team, so just train with the squad. You won't be playing in this match." Yichun felt a surge of anger and questioned, "What? Are you saying that no matter how well I train, I won't get to play?" Wang Bo's lips curled into a smug smile. "You'll play when you understand the rules," he said arrogantly. Yichun pressed on, "Is that your decision, or the head coach's?" Wang Bo sneered, "Of course, it's our decision. You spent quite a bit to go to Manchester United, didn't you? Why are you so stingy now that you're with the national team?" Yichun gritted his teeth and retorted, "I earned that contract through my skills. I didn't pay for it." Wang Bo chuckled dismissively, "Oh, through skills. Do you really think your skills alone got you a contract at Manchester United? They're just interested in the Chinese market behind you, just like they were with Dong Fenghua." Yichun, seething with rage, demanded, "Let me ask you one more time. Do I have to pay to get a chance to play?" Wang Bo picked up his teacup and coldly replied, "Yes, that's what it means. You can leave now." Yichun, clenching his fists, turned and said, "Fine. They'll go back to Manchester right now." Wang Bo suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, "If you leave now, they'll expel you from the team and you'll never be called up again. Remember, this is the national team. My rules are the rules." Yichun, unafraid, walked out of the training base without looking back, leaving behind a resolute statement, "Expel me then. I don't care to stay in a team like this." At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed in Yichun's mind. "Ding, for refusing the unreasonable demands of the national team leader, you have been awarded an S-level skill card. Long-range shot guarantee." Yichun was stunned. It was the first time the system had given him a reward. He tentatively asked, "Explain?" The system responded, "With the long-range shot guarantee card, every fifth shot from outside the penalty area will result in a goal. This effect can only activate once per match." Yichun gasped. This meant that as long as he kept attempting long shots, every fifth one would be a guaranteed goal. This skill was almost too good to be true. However, Yichun didn't celebrate too soon. He knew that if his team was weak, he might not even get 5 shots in a match. He asked, "Does getting this skill card boost my personal attributes as well?" The system immediately replied, "Ding, upon acquiring an S-level skill, the system will raise related attributes to the minimum required level." Yichun quickly checked his attribute panel and was astonished to see his shooting had increased from 57 to 75, and his shot power from 58 to 80. The boost was impressive, a total of 40 attribute points. Yichun sighed deeply and booked a flight back to Manchester. Sitting in the taxi, he pondered his situation. He had only 1 year left on his apprenticeship contract with Manchester United's youth team. Without an outstanding performance, he wouldn't be able to stay. Just then, the system issued a new task. Ding, initial task issued. The host must earn Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's trust in a training match to secure a spot in the U18 team for the new season. Success will be rewarded with a bronze chest, while failure will result in a random deduction of 5 attribute points. This task, I'm really going to need some luck. Yichun could have pretended he never returned and taken a flight back to Manchester that very night. However, the national football team had no intention of letting him off the hook. Soon, an official announcement appeared on the national team's website, directly targeting Yichun. He was accused of not following the instructions of the team leader and coaches, refusing to participate in team training, and verbally abusing team leader Wang Bo. The penalty was clear-cut expulsion from the team and a lifetime ban from any U17 national team events, effective immediately. Following this, Wang Bo, the U17 national team leader, posted a stern statement on his personal Weibo. He expressed his disappointment in Yichun, questioning whether Yichun thought he could act recklessly because of his association with Manchester United's youth academy, and emphasized that the U17 national team did not welcome such uncooperative players. The two announcements caused a storm online, with countless netizens condemning Yichun. His previously opened Weibo account became the target of furious comments, with his daily training updates flooded with anger. Those who once encouraged him quickly turned against him, accusing him of failing to even secure a spot in U18 matches and letting everyone down. Fortunately, Yichun was abroad and not paying attention to domestic social media. Otherwise, given his mental fortitude, he might have crumbled under the pressure. After a nap on the plane, he arrived in Manchester. Without adjusting to the time difference, he headed straight to the training ground. After all, his biological clock was still on England time, and he hadn't had the chance to adapt to China's time zone before hastily returning and then flying back. When Yichun appeared at the training ground, many of his teammates were surprised to see him. The team's starting forward, Sam Byrne, was the first to mock him, saying, "Well, if it isn't Yi, our Chinese prodigy, did you get kicked out of the team?" Byrne had always been jealous of Yi Chun being called up to the national team and often ridiculed him, thinking Yi Chun's selection was purely due to a lack of players in China. He couldn't believe someone who couldn't even get a game for Manchester United's U18s could play for his country. Yi Chun coldly retorted, "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Byrne smugly responded, "I knew it. I always said you weren't good enough." As the main forward for the U18s, he had been resentful about not being called up, and seeing Yi Chun, a substitute, play international matches made him even more uncomfortable. Yi Chun did not get angry. To him, someone like Byrne, who wouldn't even make it in the Premier League in the future, wasn't worth his anger. At this moment, Januzaj approached and whispered to Yi Chun, "Yi, don't mind him. He's just a bully who picks on the weak. He wouldn't dare mess with you if the captain were here." Yi Chun recalled his memories of this world, knowing that Januzaj and the current captain, Michael Keane, were his friends. Unfortunately, Keane recently fractured his collarbone and would be out for 2 months. Just then, Solskjaer appeared on the sidelines, holding a notebook and announced, "Guys, gather around. Today, we're having an intra-squad match. The players I call out will get their jerseys from Coach Chris." He then read out the lineup for the main A team, which naturally didn't include Yi Chun. The remaining players were automatically assigned to the B team. Turning to Januzaj, Yi Chun smiled and asked, "Adnan, want some assist stats?" He knew that in the B team, Januzaj might be the only one passing him the ball, so he spoke with a hint of flattery. Januzaj, wary, said, "Don't try to trick me this time. You won't fool me again." Evidently, the naive Januzaj had been deceived by Yi Chun before. Yi Chun blinked and earnestly said, "Hey, this time I'm serious. Pass me the ball, and you'll see how easy it is to get assists. I've learned some special moves in China, trust me." Half believing, Januzaj asked, "Really? It's not some Chinese kung fu, is it?" But he relented, "All right, fine. I'll pass you the ball." The training match was divided into 2 halves, each lasting 30 minutes. As Solskjaer watched the players on the field, he was troubled by the upcoming match against their top rival, Liverpool U18. He was particularly worried about Liverpool superstar, Sterling, a young player praised as the English Messi, known for his speed and impact, who had scored 8 goals and made 4 assists in 7 matches, topping both the scoring and assist charts. Solskjaer understood the well-structured football system in England, with clear distinctions at every level. He had to carefully consider how to tackle such a formidable opponent. Apart from the world-renowned Premier League, the English football system also includes the Championship, League One, League Two, and various other lower divisions. Each team has a reserve team and various youth teams, and at the beginning of each season, the FA asks if they will participate in their respective leagues. Besides the leagues, there are also different levels of cup competitions, such as the U18 FA Youth Cup that Manchester United's U18 team is about to participate in. Youth team matches are less frequent, with a maximum of 4 and a minimum of 2 games per month, aiming to develop young players and promote the healthy growth of the leagues. On the training ground, the players have already taken their positions. Team A is wearing red vests, symbolizing the starting lineup, while Team B is in blue vests as the substitutes. Byrne looked at Yi Chun with disdain and mocked, "Chinese boy, take a good look at the skills of the team's main striker. With your useless skills, you dare to play as a forward? You'd be better off selling DVDs so you don't starve." This remark stems from a time when many East Asians in East London made a living by selling DVDs, making DVD a derogatory term for Asians. Yi Chun slightly raised the corner of his mouth in contempt but chose to remain silent. He thought to himself, there's no point in arguing with someone who won't even make it to the Premier League. Seeing Yi Chun's silence, Byrne became even more brazen. "I heard you Chinese are good at enduring insults without talking back." "Well, that's right, trash doesn't get to talk." A cold glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Say that again. Insult me if you want, but don't insult Chinese people." Byrne, still arrogant, replied, "Listen carefully. All you Chinese are trash." Yi Chun clenched his fists, and Januzaj quickly ran over to intervene. "Yi, calm down, he's trying to provoke you." Byrne continued to taunt, "What are you angry? If you have the guts, beat me in the game. If you win, I'll call you dad." Yi Chun calmly replied, "All right, but if you lose, you have to say 3 times that Chinese people are my dads." Byrne sneered, "And if you lose?" Yi Chun responded, "You name it." Byrne mockingly said, "If you lose, you have to shout 3 times, Chinese people are trash." Yi Chun shook his head. "No, if I lose, it only means I'm trash. It has nothing to do with others." Finally, they agreed that if Yi Chun lost, he would shout 3 times, "Irish people are my dads." Byrne turned to Pearson and boasted, "Pearson, you heard it, right? He's the one who wants to bet with me. I'm not bullying him." Pearson glanced at Yi Chun contemptuously. "I think this is more like self-humiliation than a bet." Ignoring Pearson, Yi Chun said to Byrne, "Let's see who scores more goals, okay?" Byrne confidently replied, "You said it." Suddenly, the system issued a random task. Score more goals than Byrne in this match. Success would reward a bronze chest, failure would deduct 5 shooting attribute points. Yichen raised an eyebrow, realizing that this match was not just about pride, but also his attribute points. Coach Chris, acting as the temporary referee, blew the whistle to start the match. On the sidelines, Solskjaer opened his notebook, silently deciding that only those who performed well in this training match would have a chance to play in the upcoming U18 FA Youth Cup match against Liverpool at Old Trafford. As the match began, Team A, being the main lineup, took the initiative, but Team B's defense was well organized. At the 5:32 mark of the first half, Byrne's shot was blocked, and Januzic gained possession on the right side. He dribbled forward but was stopped by Grimshaw. At this moment, Yi Chun, who had dropped back, shouted, "I'm here." Januzic immediately passed the ball sideways, and Yi Chun found himself in an open space. He glanced at the goalkeeper's position and took a decisive shot. Boom! The ball rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball. Solskjaer, who had been jotting down notes on Byrne's hasty play, looked up and saw this scene, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. When did Yi Chun learn to strike such beautiful long shots? As Ole Gunnar Solskjaer watched from the sidelines, he knew Yi Chun's strengths and weaknesses inside out. Yi Chun had speed and explosive power, decent technical skills, but his shots often lacked force. But this long-range shot. On the field, Yi Chun had just unleashed a stunning long-range effort. The ball soared through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the goal. Solskjaer's eyes widened in surprise. The power and accuracy were perfect. What was even more impressive was Yi Chun's timing, exploiting a gap in the defense perfectly. The two center-backs had failed to mark him closely, and the goalkeeper was positioned slightly forward. This was the moment of transition after a blocked shot, and the young player's lack of focus gave Yi Chun the opportunity. Solskjaer nodded to himself. The kid really had something special to seize such fleeting chances. As Yi Chun struck the ball, Januzic instinctively covered his head. What a waste of a good opportunity with such a wild shot, he cursed silently. If I trust you again. However, all eyes were glued to the speeding ball. Jonathan, the goalkeeper, saw it coming and thought this was his moment to shine. He dived quickly, hands outstretched like a predator. But just as he was about to make contact, the ball dipped slightly. Jonathan panicked as the ball slipped under his armpit. With a crisp swish, it hit the inside of the net. Yi Chun stood frozen. Honestly, he just wanted to test his newly acquired 80-point shot power. This 25-meter strike had hit the sweet spot with the top of his foot, and the key was the upward flick at the moment of contact, causing the ball to dip. If Jonathan had chosen to deflect the ball out for a corner, he might have averted the crisis. But in his eagerness to impress the head coach, he was caught off guard. Before Yi Chun could fully grasp what had happened, Januzic rushed over and jumped on him, shouting, "I love you. I knew I should believe in you." It dawned on Yi Chun had scored. This was his first goal since joining Manchester United's U18 team, over 300 days since his last goal in a U16 match. B-team teammates quickly realized what had happened and swarmed Yi Chun, hugging him tightly. The joy of the goal was infectious. In the midst of the celebration, Burns stood on the outskirts, clenching his fist with a scowl. "Chinese trash, you think one goal means you've won? I'm getting serious now," he fumed internally. Far away, Jonathan punched the ground in frustration, his eyes blazing. "That kid got lucky. Celebrate all you want. This will be your only celebration this game." Lost in the cheers, Yi Chun didn't notice the change in his consciousness. His long-range shot counter reset from 15 to 0.5, and the entire icon turned gray. His guaranteed successful long-range shot card had expired. But this didn't mean he lost his scoring ability. The greatest benefit of this level skill card was the boost in stats and confidence. With confidence, he could perform even better. Although B-team was mostly made up of substitutes, being noticed by a club like Manchester United meant every player had exceptional talent. Take Januzic, for instance. He was the only one among the youth who had played for Manchester United's first team and scored. Although his career didn't pan out as expected, he was a significant discovery during Moyes' era and later joined the national team, playing alongside world-class stars like De Bruyne, Hazard, and Lukaku. As the game resumed, team players, awakened by that goal, became more serious. Yi Chun didn't rest on his laurels either, actively falling back to defend. Despite not being particularly strong, his height of over 180 centimeters made him a valuable defensive asset in the youth team. On the sidelines, Solskjaer frowned. What's he doing? I never assigned him any defensive duties. How can we counterattack if he's defending? He carefully observed the field and noticed Januzic's position closer to the center. Could this be Yi Chun's doing? Solskjaer recalled seeing Yi Chun talking to Januzic earlier, but he was too far away to hear what was said. For this match, he intentionally didn't set up any tactics, wanting to see how the players would perform on the spot. Solskjaer was well aware of Liverpool's strength and Sterling's ability to disrupt any game plan. At this moment, The player's on-field decision-making was crucial. Suddenly, a strategy to break the opposition flashed in Solskjaer's mind. Modern football's fast pace and Barcelona's total football philosophy had become mainstream. Yetching's fallback had effectively eased the defensive pressure, but it raised a question. How should Manchester United counterattack? The answer quickly came from Januzic. At the 14:24 mark, Team A intensified their offensive efforts after being scored on by Team B. However, the frustration of not breaking through started to show. Pearson cut inside and shot decisively, but the ball was punched out of the penalty area by Team B's goalkeeper. At that moment, Yetching dashed forward and instinctively booted the ball to the right side. Everyone thought it was just a routine clearance, and even Team A's defenders casually jogged towards the ball's landing spot. But one person had anticipated Yetching's intention: Januzic. Although he mostly played as a left winger in the first team, he primarily played on the right in the youth team. Yetching's long pass was tailor-made for him. Time was of the essence. Any hesitation from Yetching could have resulted in a turnover in a dangerous area, leading to disaster. Solskjaer on the sidelines was stunned. While on the field, Yetching had already started a full-speed sprint, showcasing his speed like a high-powered sports car. Januzic deftly controlled the ball and, facing the onrushing Grimshaw, executed a smooth Pashango, leaving the defender behind. The two center-backs, realizing the danger too late, hurried back to defend. But Yetching was already sprinting down the left flank, and Januzic, leveraging his speed, caught up with the ball. Instead of going for the byline, he crossed the ball while running at full speed. The pass was highly threatening, perfectly placed between the center-backs and the goalkeeper. The ball's speed meant that any rash attempt to clear it could result in an own goal. Luke and McGuinness hesitated, and goalkeeper Jonathan dared not rush out, helplessly watching the ball glide past them. As the ball crossed the two center-backs and neared the far post, a blue figure suddenly burst into view. Yetching lunged, stretching his foot towards the ball. Thud. Yetching's toe made precise contact with the ball, producing a muffled sound. Besides the strength skill card awarded by the system, what Yetching prides himself on the most is his football icon from watching thousands of matches. In the moment he passed the ball to Januzic, he had already pinpointed the key to scoring. Yetching astutely realized that if he chose to make a run between the two center-backs, he would likely be easily intercepted by the burly Luke and McGuinness, losing his chance to shoot. So, he decisively opted to run to the back post. This decision was spot on, as both Luke and McGuinness's attention was entirely on Januzic, completely overlooking Yetching's rapid advance. Not just the defenders, almost everyone on the field had their eyes on Januzic, everyone except Solskjaer, the former striker, who paid more attention to Yetching. To him, Yetching's movement was perfect. However, he quickly judged that the ball was played too far forward, and Yetching might not reach it. In a split second, Yetching stretched out his foot and managed to touch the ball. The ball's direction changed sharply and darted into the goal like an arrow. Jonathan, the goalkeeper, didn't even have time to react before the ball was in the net. Jonathan got up from the ground, furiously shouting at the two center-backs, "How did you lose your man?" Luke was speechless, while McGuinness retorted, "The flank was breached. What could we do?" Their buck passing only made Jonathan angrier. He glared at Yetching, though secretly relieved he didn't lash out at him directly. Meanwhile, Yetching had already picked himself up off the ground and was running excitedly towards Januzic. The rest of the B team swarmed in to celebrate this significant goal. As the substitute team, leading the A team by 2 goals in an intra-squad match was unprecedented. Yetching enthusiastically hugged Januzic, exclaiming, "Great pass, Adnan." Januzic grinned, "Your goal was awesome. We make a great team." Teammates chimed in, "Fantastic. You've scored twice. That run was perfect." However, back in midfield, Burns' face was grim. He thought to himself, "Yetching's performance is indeed impressive today. But so what? When I give my all, I can definitely surpass him. Don't forget, I'm the main striker for Manchester United U18. At the same time, Solskjaer was jotting down notes in his book. Yetching, excellent positioning and long shot ability. He even drew a little star next to it, clearly indicating Yetching had caught his eye. As Yetching and the B team players returned to the center circle, they couldn't help but notice Burns' dark expression. Yetching teased, "Hey, looks like you need to step up your game." Burns squinted and replied, "The one who laughs last, laughs best." Yetching shot back, "Well said. I'll remember that." The match resumed, and Yetching changed his strategy, sticking to Burn like glue. Whether Burn had the ball or not, Yetching was always close by. This infuriated Burn. "Are you crazy? I haven't even touched the ball. Why are you marking me?" Yetching calmly replied, "How I play is my business. Am I breaking any rules?" As the attacking core of the A team, Burns' teammates were used to sending long balls his way, leveraging his height and heading ability. But Yetching's tight marking made it difficult for the A team to pass effectively, stalling their offense. Throughout the first half, the A team couldn't score, while the B team successfully held onto their 2-goal lead. During halftime, the A team huddled together for a quick tactical discussion. In contrast, the B team was in high spirits, everyone smiling. As substitutes, they never expected to lead the A team by 2 goals at halftime. It felt like a dream. Yichin clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Hey, guys, listen up. Byrne told me earlier. The one who laughs last, laughs best. Do you think he's right? His teammates burst into laughter and agreed. Of course he's right. Yi is the real winner. From a distance, Byrne's eyes burned with anger hearing this. Yichin signaled for quiet again, speaking seriously. Although we're leading by 2 goals now, the A team is indeed stronger. The second half will be the real test. Januzaj curiously asked. So what should we do? Yichin responded with a question. Have you ever watched a Real Madrid versus Barcelona match? The players immediately nodded in agreement. Real Madrid is a star-studded powerhouse, and their coach Mourinho is a world-class tactician. This analogy instantly helped them grasp the essence of the strategy. Yichin continued, every player on Real Madrid is world-class, but when they face Barcelona, they still go all out on defense. Now, let's treat Team A as Barca and hold the line for the last 30 minutes. Tyler Blackett frowned and said, but relying solely on defense might be tough to endure, right? Yichin smiled. Did you forget how we scored our second goal? Solid defense combined with counterattacks, that's Mourinho's tactic, and it's our Team B's winning formula today. Pointing to Januzaj, he said, his speed is among the best in the youth team, making him a lethal weapon for counterattacks. My speed isn't bad either. I can be a sharp blade in our counterattacks too, Yichin emphasized, but remember, our primary task is to defend with all our might and waste time. If we last these 30 minutes, the victory is ours. The second half began quickly. Team A indeed adjusted their tactics, abandoning ground penetration for aerial bombardment. This is the most traditional English football and the most commonly used tactic in the championship. Berne, standing at 183 centimeters, might not be remarkable in the first team, but in the youth team, he's a dominant aerial presence. His high-speed combination with Pearson became Team A's offensive weapon. Just 7 minutes into the second half, Berne used his excellent heading skills to breach Team B's goal. His impact was so strong that it knocked down Yichin, who was defending. After the goal, Berne didn't celebrate but looked down at Yichin, sneering, go back to your China. Trash belongs in the garbage heap. Yichin looked up at Berne, a sarcastic smile on his face. I scored 2, you only got 1. Who's the trash here? Berne was momentarily speechless, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face. He had intended to humiliate his opponent, but ended up being the one embarrassed instead. Yichin ignored Bernie's taunt and quickly stood up. Clapping his hands, he shouted loudly, come on, guys, keep your spirits up. We're still in the lead. Yes, we're up by 1 goal. Stay focused. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reigniting his teammates' fighting spirit. Everyone straightened up, their eyes filled with determination. Although Team A had pulled 1 back, Team B still led 21. Yichin knew Bernie's Gami was trying to provoke him into losing his cool, but Bernie had clearly underestimated Yichin's mental strength. Scoring 2 goals in the first half with counterattacks and long shots had an element of luck, but breaking through Team A's defense again would require 2 strategies, set pieces or waiting for the opponents to tire out. Team A, eager to equalize, launched relentless attacks, frequently sprinting and crossing. This high-energy play was exhausting. Yichin's mind flashed back to the 2012 Chelsea versus Barcelona match, where Barca's fatigue allowed Torres to score a famous goal. Given the disparity in strength, a reckless attack would only disrupt their formation. Yichin decisively called Januzaj over and whispered, Adnan, we need to waste as much time as possible. Take the ball to the sidelines and wait for them to foul. Januzaj hesitated. Isn't it too early to start wasting time? Yichin firmly replied, trust me, it's our only way to beat Team A. Januzaj nodded, having gained trust in Yichin after his 2 goals. On the sidelines, Solskjaer watched with a look of admiration. He couldn't help but remark, indeed, Chinese football is progressing so quickly because they use their brains. This kid is a natural leader. As the game resumed, Banks passed the ball to Yichin. Unexpectedly, Yichin didn't push forward but retreated to his own half. Bernie immediately pressed forward, but Yichin had already passed the ball to left-back Taylor. The ball moved from the left to the right and soon was back at Yichin's feet. Without realizing it, Yichin had become the playmaker for Team B. As Bernie approached again, Yichin sent a long pass to Januzaj on the right wing. At 16, Januzaj was slender but exceptionally skilled and adept at dribbling. Yichin chose him precisely for his ability to waste time. As long as they could keep the ball in Team A's half, victory would tilt in Team B's favor. Januzaj controlled the ball with his chest, skillfully keeping it close with his foot. Grimshaw rushed at him, especially focused after his first half mistake. Facing the aggressive defense, Januzaj executed a beautiful step-over, but his opponent wasn't fooled and blocked his path. Pass it to me, Yichin called out, running to support. Januzaj made a diagonal pass to Yichin and then quickly moved forward, Just as Yi Chun had instructed, always move forward when there's a chance. Yi Chun seized the moment and delivered a perfect through ball. A flawless 1-2 play. Solskjaer couldn't help but exclaim, "This match just got interesting." The ball flew accurately towards Januzaj, who outran Grimshaw and got to it first, only to surprisingly stop in the corner. Everyone in the stadium was stunned. Team A's players looked at each other, puzzled as to why Januzaj didn't cut inside for a shot or cross. The answer was simple. Januzaj lacked confidence in his shooting ability. As a typical winger, Januzaj excelled in speed, crossing, and technical skills, but his finishing was average. He didn't know his exact shooting stats, but they definitely weren't as high as Yi Chun's 75. As everyone was puzzled, the bypassed Grimshaw quickly recovered and attempted a tackle with his foot. But Januzaj skillfully shielded the ball with his back and eventually kicked it out of bounds. Team B earned a valuable corner kick opportunity. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, realizing another scoring chance had arrived. He knew that a weaker team facing a stronger one must capitalize on every set-piece opportunity. Yi Chun immediately directed his teammates to press forward, while assigning 2 fullbacks and a defensive midfielder to stay back to prevent a counterattack. Yi Chun hurried to the corner area and whispered some tactical instructions to Januzaj before running towards the opponent's penalty area. Team A had already set up their defensive formation, with even forward Byrne tracking Yi Chun's similarly tall teammate, Declan Daly. As the referee blew the whistle, Januzaj glanced around the penalty area and kicked the ball. The football curved perfectly towards the near post. Most players crowded the middle, but Yi Chun sprinted to the near post the moment Januzaj touched the ball, a pre-agreed tactic. However, as Yi Chun reached the near post, the opposing midfielder Tom had already cleared the ball. Team B earned another corner kick, and Yi Chun was knocked to the ground. With his current physical condition, competing in the Premier League, or even La Liga, would be difficult. But Yi Chun quickly got back up, handed the ball to Januzaj, and set up a new tactic. This time, Yi Chun didn't go to the near post but waited on the edge of the penalty area for an opportunity. Although he had lost the advantage of his strength skill card, long-range shots had become his most potent weapon. Considering his disadvantage in aerial duels in the box, he decided to take his chances from the outside. Januzaj took the corner again, and the ball curved beautifully once more. His delivery was indeed precise, which was why he often took corners after being promoted to the first team. Yi Chun anticipated the ball's trajectory and, without letting it touch the ground, struck the bottom of the ball with a powerful kick. The ball flew straight towards the top right corner of the goal. Roseville rushed to block, but Yi Chun's movement was quicker. Goalkeeper Jonathan dived to save it, but his fingertips only grazed the ball. The ball brushed the net as it went in, making a crisp sound, reminiscent of a basketball swishing through the hoop. The players gasped in astonishment, unable to believe such a stunning volley came from Yi Chun of China. Despite knowing Yi Chun's abilities well, his performance still amazed them. Even though he had already scored twice, many thought it was due to luck. But now, Yi Chun's hat-trick forced everyone to re-evaluate his talent. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed girl with a stunning figure appeared on the sidelines. She wore a red Manchester United jersey and white shorts with the number 7, accentuating her fair legs. The girl excitedly shouted, "Wow, that was an amazing goal." Solskjaer turned around at the sound, a kind smile on his face. "Lena, what brings you here?" Curious, Lena asked. "This Yi from China seems to have gotten better. That volley was incredible." Solskjaer chuckled. "Maybe it's just luck. He's been here for over a year and has never scored such a beautiful long-range shot." Lena realized, "I see, wait. Isn't the red team full of starters? How are they losing 31? Am I seeing this right?" Solskjaer explained, "Today's match is indeed special. The guy who just scored, Yi, completed a hat-trick. It's unbelievable." He had already decided to include Yi Chun in the squad for the match against Liverpool. If push comes to shove, he might need to rely on Yi Chun's luck. The power of stereotypes is truly astonishing. At Carrington Training Ground, Yi Chun's remarkable performance elicited drastically different reactions. If he were a newcomer on trial, such a display would undoubtedly crown him as a prodigious striker. However, having been here for over a year, Yi Chun struggled to shake off the preconceived notions about him: decent speed, average skills, poor finishing. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer stood on the sidelines, frowning slightly. He recalled a private conversation with the manager. The real reason for signing Yi Chun wasn't his football skills, but to tap into the Chinese market. Dong Fengzhu's failure had made Manchester United wary of Chinese players, but the success of other top clubs in Asia had made them feel the competitive pressure. How to maintain an edge in Asia, especially in populous China? The answer was simple: by their players. However, the issue of work permits posed a significant hurdle. The youth academy became a workaround for this problem. After all, players under 21 could represent Manchester United even without being officially registered. Yi Chun's speed and explosiveness did show some potential, which was one reason he was kept on. More importantly, even if Yi Chun wasn't retained in the end, selling him back to a Chinese domestic club could still turn a profit. This clever calculation was a testament to the shrewdness of the American owners. On the training pitch, Yichen had just completed a hat trick. He excitedly raised 3 fingers and ran to the corner flag to embrace Adnan Januzaj. All 3 goals stemmed from their seamless cooperation. Januzaj grinned and said, "You were amazing today. If you keep this up, you'll definitely get a formal contract with Manchester United." Yichen smiled, but he had other plans in mind. He understood that establishing himself at a world-class club like Manchester United was no easy feat. The forward position alone featured stars like Rooney, Owen, Berbatov, Hernandez, and Welbeck. Even with Ferguson's preference for a 2-striker formation, opportunities would still be scarce. Yichen pondered that, as a 17-year-old rookie, he would most likely be loaned out. He recalled Kevin De Bruyne's early career and had already formulated a plan. This year, Manchester United was likely to finish second on goal difference, and Ferguson would probably bring in Van Persie from Arsenal. Competing for playing time against world-class forwards seemed unrealistic under these circumstances. More importantly, Yichen worried that his body might not yet be up to the physical demands of the Premier League. His previous live's career-ending injury made him particularly cautious. As a time traveler, Yichen believed he should first go to other leagues to level up before considering a return to a top-tier league like the Premier League. He thought of Pogba and De Bruyne's developmental paths and felt that would be the best route for him. After all, the Premier League's emphasis on physicality might not suit a technical player like him, whereas leagues like La Liga would be more conducive to his growth. As the training match resumed, the dynamics on the field shifted. The B-team players defended more resolutely, never imagining they could lead the A-team by 2 goals. In contrast, the A-team players grew increasingly anxious. With the next match against Liverpool looming, poor performance could mean losing their spots. However, as time ticked away, the A-team still couldn't find a way to score. Solskjaer's eyes were constantly following Yichen's movements. Every run, every judgment of the ball's landing, made the coach furrow his brows. It didn't seem like luck, but rather a player suddenly understanding the game. As Chris blew the whistle, the match ended. Team B erupted in cheers. "Yeah, we won. We really beat Team A." The players celebrated excitedly, and Yichen immediately found the assist hero, Januzaj. "Adnan, I wasn't lying to you this time, was I?" Yichen said with a smile. Januzaj also smiled, glancing towards the coach's bench. "I wonder if the boss will put us in the squad for the Liverpool match?" Yichen then remembered the big game 3 days later. Manchester United U18 would face Liverpool U18 at Old Trafford. Even though it was a youth team match, it would be broadcast live and attract thousands of fans to the stadium. But for now, Yichen turned his attention to Byrne. He walked over slowly and provocatively asked, "Admit it." Byrne gritted his teeth. "You just got lucky." Pearson chimed in, "Yeah, long shots are all about luck." Yichen sneered, "Cut the crap, you lost. It's time to keep your promise." Byrne abruptly stood up, glaring, "Don't push me too far." The surrounding teammates tried to mediate. Let it go. We're all teammates." However, Yichen's gaze remained cold. Januzaj suddenly shouted, "All of you shut up. You weren't like this when you lost." Byrne clenched his fists, barely holding back. But Manchester United had a strict rule: fighting was absolutely forbidden. Yichen taunted, "Is this what an Irishman is? Those who use the sword against me will get the sword in return." Byrne finally lowered his head, reluctantly saying, "Chinese people are my dad." Yichen pretended not to hear. "Say it again." "I can't hear you." Byrne had no choice but to repeat it. Yichen's smile grew even brighter. "Good boy." The feeling was truly exhilarating. Yichen was taught to be lenient and to take a step back for a broader perspective. However, he quickly realized that without strength, such an attitude would be seen as weakness. This is especially true in competitive sports, where the rule of the strongest prevails. Yichen understood that only by continuously improving his skills could he hold his ground in the ruthless world of football. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a random task. Task completion rating, S-level. Reward, an upgrade. Congratulations to the host for receiving a silver chest. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Yichen's face. The system was undoubtedly a crucial asset for his growth. However, he knew that relying solely on the system was not enough. Fully committing to training was equally crucial for rapid development. Yichen thought to himself, if he could truly grow quickly, joining Manchester United's first team wouldn't be out of reach. After all, he possessed the guaranteed long-range goal card. "Open the silver chest for me," Yichen silently commanded. The system immediately responded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level skill card. Divine dribbling? As the system prompt sounded, a wealth of information about divine dribbling and its techniques flooded Yichen's mind. The core of this skill was rapid direction changes to outmaneuver opponents, similar to Messi's famous move that left Boateng stumbling in a Champions League match. Often referred to as ankle-breaking dribbling, Yichen visualized numerous real-game scenarios and specific instructions on when to use this technique. He knew that to truly master this skill, he would need to practice it relentlessly in upcoming training sessions and matches. With anticipation, Yichen opened his attribute panel. As expected, he saw significant improvements in 3 attributes. His attacking ability soared to 73, dribbling increased from 75 to 80, and body balance rose from 61 to 75. These changes boosted his overall ability to 67. Yichen was secretly delighted. Based on his understanding of the Premier League, as long as his overall ability reached 70 or above, playing as a substitute for some relegation-threatened teams wouldn't be a problem. If he could reach 80, he might even have a chance to join Manchester United's first team. System, open the bronze chest for me as well, Yichen continued to request. The system responded, ding, congratulations to the host for receiving random attribute boosts. Jumping 2, defense 3. Hearing this result, Yichen's smile twitched slightly. As a forward, an increase in defense seemed somewhat wasteful. But on second thought, modern football emphasizes both offense and defense, so this boost wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just as Yichen was immersed in the changes brought by the system, Solskjaer's voice interrupted his thoughts. Everyone, gather around? The players quickly got up from the ground and formed 2 lines. Solskjaer's daughter sat on a bench in the back, intently watching match replays on her iPad, particularly focusing on Yichen's performance. Solskjaer's expression was stern, and his tone was filled with disappointment. I'm very disappointed with the internal training match just now, especially with Team A. How many times have I told you? The more you're behind, the calmer you need to be. But what did you do? All Team A members, run 5 extra laps. The players immediately groaned, but Solskjaer's face grew even darker. 10 laps? Seeing the rare severity in their coach, everyone fell silent. Solskjaer continued, in 2 days, we have a match against Liverpool U18 at Old Trafford. Do you think you can beat Liverpool with your current performance? Tomorrow is the last day of training before I announce the squad for the Liverpool match. Make the most of it. Now, back to training. Even though the match had ended, today's training was far from over. Yichen and his teammates continued their intense practice, making final preparations for the upcoming crucial match. The players of Team A were running laps, while Team B focused on passing, dribbling, and shooting drills. On the sidelines, Yichen suddenly called out to the departing Januzic. Hey, Adnan, can you help me practice my dribbling? Yichen asked with a grin. Januzic raised an eyebrow, looking a bit puzzled. But I'm not good at defending. Yichen secretly chuckled to himself. He had specifically chosen Januzic because of his weak defense. He wanted to build some confidence by practicing against an easier opponent before challenging the real defensive experts. But instead of voicing his thoughts, he humbly replied, I'm not great at dribbling either, so I'll practice my dribbling, and you can work on your defense. You know, modern wingers also need to track back and defend. Although Januzic felt something was off, he reluctantly agreed. The training session officially began. Yichen sprinted forward with the ball, and Januzic quickly moved to meet him. Just as they were about to collide, Yichen suddenly slowed down, prompting Januzic to also reduce his speed and adopt a defensive stance. In that split second, Yichen sharply cut the ball to the left and accelerated like lightning, leaving Januzic in the dust. The subtle change in rhythm caught Januzic off guard, and by the time he realized he needed to turn around, Yichen had already broken free. Januzic stopped, his face full of disbelief. Is this what you call not being good at dribbling? Yichen chuckled, skillfully controlling the ball with his feet. How is that? Not bad, right? He was secretly pleased, realizing that his God's cut move didn't need any more practice. It was already second nature to him. Unwilling to admit defeat, Januzic shouted, again. Yichen raised an eyebrow and charged forward with the ball once more. This time, he chose to break to the right. Januzic hurried to turn but lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. From a distance, Lena had been watching the scene unfold. Seeing Januzic fall, she couldn't help but laugh. This Chinese player's performance intrigued her. It was rare to see someone execute such dribbling techniques so smoothly. Ignoring all else, Januzic's competitive spirit was ignited by being outmaneuvered. Again. As they continued, Yichen repeatedly attempted to dribble past, while Januzic constantly adapted his defensive tactics. Although he still got beaten at times, he managed to stop Yichen's directional changes more frequently. Both players' skills subtly improved through their persistent practice. All of this was observed by Solskjaer from the sidelines. He silently nodded to himself, thinking, these 2 youngsters, they're pretty good. The next day at Manchester United's Carrington training ground, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer stood before the players, his expression stern and his eyes sharp. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone held their breath, waiting for the coach to announce the starting lineup and substitutes for the Youth FA Cup match tomorrow. Now, I will announce tomorrow's starting lineup. Step forward when you hear your name. Solskjaer's voice echoed across the silent training ground. Goalkeeper, Liam. Jonathan's face fell instantly, the image of being outplayed by Yi Chen yesterday flashing in his mind. Left back Taylor, center backs McGinty and Wilkinson. Right back Masachi. Wilkinson clenched his fists in excitement and let out a quiet cheer. Just yesterday, he was in the B team, but today he had pushed out Luke and made it into the starting lineup. The fullback positions had also seen changes. Midfielders. Left winger Jack Barmby, central midfielders Daly and Jack Rudge, right winger Januzic. Daly, being the strongest player on the youth team, naturally secured a starting spot. However, last game's central midfielders Rothwell and Tom had lost their starting positions, and Liam was also replaced on the right wing. Januzic, with a smug smile, knew his hat-trick of assists yesterday had earned him this valuable starting opportunity. As he stepped forward, he couldn't resist winking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart raced. His hat-trick yesterday was the result of his utmost effort. If he didn't make the starting lineup, he could only leave it to fate. After all, the lineup was the coach's decision. Solskjaer glanced at Yi Chen and continued. Forwards. Left forward Pearson. Right forward Byrne. A murmur of surprise spread through the team. Yi Chen had performed so well, yet he wasn't in the starting lineup? Many turned to see his reaction, expecting anger. Byrne, full of himself, sneered as he passed Yi Chen. Now you know who the coach favors, don't you, little loser? However, Yi Chen's calm demeanor surprised everyone. He firmly believed that true talent would eventually shine through, and that his chance would come. Solskjaer went on to announce the substitutes. There are only 5 substitute spots. Step forward when you hear your name. Substitute goalkeeper, Jonathan. Jonathan reluctantly stepped out, cursing Yi Chen under his breath. Luke. Kiliano. Tom. With 3 names called, only 1 spot remained. The Manchester United U18 squad had 25 players. Yi Chen's breathing grew rapid. This wasn't just about the match. It was about another important mission. Could his hat-trick really not impress Solskjaer? If that was the case, perhaps it was time to consider leaving Manchester United. Just as Yi Chen's mind began to wander, Solskjaer's voice rang out again. The 5th player. Yi Chen. Yi Chen clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. His journey with Manchester United was finally about to begin. A system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and making it into the roster. Task completion rating. A. You have received a bronze chest. With the starting 11 and the 5 substitutes in place, Solskjaer addressed the remaining young players. Although you didn't make the roster, you can all go to Old Trafford to watch the game. I hope you will learn from observing the match and work your way into the roster soon. Many players showed disappointment on their faces. While there were plenty of youth team matches, playing against Liverpool was special. Everyone longed to represent Manchester United in this match. After all, not every youth game was held at Old Trafford, and playing there meant enthusiastic fans and TV coverage. Alright, let's move on to the tactical session and practice for the next match, Solskjaer announced, signaling the start of preparations. As a substitute, Yi Chen also had the chance to listen to the A-team's tactical briefing. Solskjaer's strategy, inspired by Ferguson, involved a 442 formation, focusing on wing play and crosses, with midfielders pushing forward for long shots. He also laid out several targeted tactics, such as instructing Jack Rudge to shadow Sterling throughout the game. The day flew by. That night, Yi Chen dreamed of wearing the Manchester United jersey and scoring a stunning volley at Old Trafford. But when the alarm clock rang, he realized it was just a dream. The match was scheduled for 11 a.m. For this match, Sky Sports has brought in commentators Jamie Carragher and Paul Scholes. In the commentary box at Old Trafford, the 2 football legends sit side by side, but the atmosphere is tense. Scholes, the legendary Manchester United midfielder, has just started his commentary career, still showing some signs of a rookie. On the other hand, Liverpool's celebrated defender Carragher is a seasoned pro at Sky Sports, handling everything with ease. Even before the match starts, Carragher can't resist making jibes. He turns to Scholes, a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey, Paul, you know what? While United's first team is pretty good, in the U18 league, Liverpool is the best. Scholes nods slightly, a knowing look on his face. Of course, I know that. You're top of the table, right? You've got that kid Sterling, don't you? Carragher's eyes light up. Seems like you've done your homework. His tone suddenly grows confident. But remember, even though this is Old Trafford, we're here to win. As soon as these provocative words leave his mouth, the entire stadium erupts. Before Scholes can respond, the United fans unleash a deafening chorus of boos. The stands at Old Trafford become a sea of red, fans glaring as if to silently warn. This is the theater of dreams, not a place for you to show off. Undeterred by the hostile atmosphere, Carragher's smile only grows brighter. I know many fans here are upset. How about we make a bet? Scholes raises an eyebrow, a hint of caution in his voice. What kind of bet? A sly look flashes in Carragher's eyes. Let's bet on the outcome of this match. The loser has to wear the other team's jersey while hosting the next broadcast. Do you dare? This wager undoubtedly challenges the legend's pride. Wearing the rival's jersey on air is practically a gamble with their reputations. However, Carragher is brimming with confidence, given Liverpool's U18 team tops Group 8, leading second place United by 4 points. More importantly, they have the ace up their sleeve, the new Messi of England, Sterling. Hearing the bet, the United fans in the stands become even more animated. Do it, Paul. Don't back down, Paul. Beat Liverpool. The shouts grow louder, making it seem like the stadium will explode. In this charged atmosphere, Scholes grits his teeth, a determined look in his eyes. You're on. This is the theater of dreams, not your playground. Carragher smirks. Heh. Today you'll witness the power of England's new Messi. Scholes suddenly thinks of a crucial question. What if it's a draw? Carragher's eyes twinkle with cunning. A draw doesn't count. I'm not that dumb. Scholes realizes he might have walked into Carragher's trap. Renowned for his intelligence on the pitch, he sometimes appears a bit naive in real life. Up against Carragher's silver tongue, he's clearly at a disadvantage. All he can do now is silently pray. Come on, lads of Manchester United, don't let me down. Yichin stepped into the Old Trafford locker room for the first time, feeling the air thick with tension and anticipation. Although they only had the right to use the space without the privilege of hanging their jerseys, just standing in this legendary room was exhilarating. Solskjaer was seriously outlining tactics, his furrowed brow hiding deeper worries. Just before the match, the team manager approached Solskjaer with an uncompromising order. Under no circumstances should Yichin play. The reason stemmed from Yichin's notorious reputation in China for refusing to train, leading to fans flooding Manchester United's official Instagram with demands for his release. David Gill quickly had the PR department investigate, and the findings shocked him. The internet was rife with videos of angry fans burning jerseys and boycotting Manchester United matches. This was a severe blow to the club, which had hoped to expand its market in China through Yichin. Early that morning, David Gill handed Solskjaer a termination letter, demanding the immediate cancellation of Yichin's contract. Solskjaer tried to plead for Yichin, mentioning his recent outstanding performance in the U18 team. However, when David Gill compared him to Pogba, Solskjaer had to admit the significant gap. Gill retorted, if a genius like Pogba can't represent Manchester United, how can he? Solskjaer was left speechless and had to comply. Meanwhile, completely unaware of all this, Yichin was intensely focused on the tactical briefing, afraid to miss any detail. After all, this would be his first official match. Solskjaer led the substitutes onto the field first, standing in the home team area. The starting players waited in the tunnel to enter with the referee. Old Trafford was packed, with over 10,000 Manchester United fans and 2,000 to 3,000 Liverpool supporters. The match hadn't even started, but the song, You'll Never Walk Alone, already echoed through the stadium. Not to be outdone, Manchester United fans chanted, Glory, Glory Man United in response. Despite being a U18 match, the fierce rivalry of the Northwest Derby was palpable. In the stands, David Gill looked grim. Yichin's selection for the U17 national team should have been a cause for celebration, but the situation had escalated so drastically. He recalled the U16 youth team coach repeatedly advising against renewing Yichin's contract, which he had consistently ignored. Now, he had to rectify his mistake. David Gill took out his phone and quickly contacted the head of PR, instructing them to hold a press conference and announce the contract termination on the official website. This unilateral termination would compensate Yichin with $2,000, showcasing the club's resolve. Years later, in an interview, David Gill tearfully recalled this decision, saying, I am the sinner of Manchester United. If we hadn't terminated Yichin's contract back then, maybe Manchester United wouldn't have struggled for so long. Yichin had already grown into a player capable of single-handedly challenging an entire team. At that moment, Yichin was still sitting on the bench, grinning foolishly. Hey, what are you smiling at? A clear female voice called from behind. Yichin turned around to see a stunningly beautiful face, one that could be considered exceptional even in Europe. Lena? Yichin recognized the coach's beloved daughter, whom he had met a few times before. Hey, check this out. Lena handed him her phone. Yichin clicked play. The video showed 3 brilliant moments. Yichin's early shot before 2 defenders could block him, the ball dipping sharply near the goal. A swift run to the far post after a pass from Januzic, with Yichin just tipping the ball with his toe. And finally, a volley from a Januzic corner. The highlight reel, set to a pulsating soundtrack, was electrifying. How did you get this footage? Yichin asked in surprise. Of course, I got it from my dad, Lena said with a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. She continued, how's my editing? Pretty good, right? I posted this video in our class group, and now everyone is asking about you. Hearing this, Yichin blushed slightly and said shyly, thank you. Could you send me the video? Lena's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sure, but you'll have to treat me to dinner. As she spoke, a ray of sunlight fell on her face, highlighting her delicate features. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, is she the lead in some Western drama? She's stunning. He glanced at Solskjaer in the distance and thought, thank goodness she doesn't look like him. She wouldn't be this beautiful. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you, Lena said, a bit annoyed, snapping Yi Chun out of his thoughts. Yi Chun quickly nodded. No problem. If we win this match, there will be a bonus. I'll treat you to dinner after the game. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lena's eyes. You better do your best then. Liverpool isn't easy to beat. Yi Chun smiled confidently. Don't worry, with me on the team, nothing can go wrong. His voice brimmed with confidence when talking about football. After all, he believed he was destined for greatness. This time, it was Lena's turn to be stunned. She suddenly recalled the girls in their class saying, it's rare to see such a handsome guy among Asian boys. Looking at Yi Chun's confident demeanor, she had to admit, the assessment was spot on. At that moment, the players from both teams took to the field. Commentators Carragher and Scholes began introducing the lineups. Yi Chun's gaze fell on a young player from Liverpool, Sterling. Often called the happy boy, Sterling appeared even younger and shorter. Yi Chun thought, I wonder if he's still as happy now. In the world of football, a unique ranking list has caught people's attention. This list doesn't focus on goals or assists, but rather tracks the number of missed golden opportunities, times when players squander perfect scoring chances. Unsurprisingly, Sterling tops this list. Whether at Liverpool or Manchester City, Sterling has an almost magical way of turning his teammates' brilliant passes into missed opportunities. It's as if scoring is taboo for him. This kind of joy often leaves his coaches in despair. However, Sterling is not without his merits. Apart from his fatal flaw in finishing, his dribbling skills are exceptional. His speed is lightning fast, his explosiveness is remarkable, and his positioning is nothing short of artistic. He always manages to create threats that terrify opponents. Despite being only 16 years old, Sterling has been unstoppable in the U18 arena, showcasing extraordinary potential. The match started with high tension on the field. Just 2 minutes in, an overly excited Januzic received a yellow card for a reckless tackle. This nearly sparked a physical altercation between the players, but the referee intervened in time to separate the two sides. These young players, though still youthful, are well-versed in the rivalry culture, feeling that not fighting would betray this historic enmity. Solskjaer was shouting from the sidelines, trying to calm his players' tempers. At 11 minutes and 24 seconds, Sterling showed his incredible individual ability on the left wing. He easily dodged Jack Rudge, and then unleashed a curling shot that hit the post with a resounding thud. Manchester United fans gasped, almost seeing the net bulge. In the commentary box, Carragher exclaimed with pride, I have to say, Sterling's change of direction was pure art. Scholes remained silent, waiting for the young Manchester United players to deliver something worth cheering for. At 14 minutes and 28 seconds, Manchester United finally got a good counterattack opportunity. Midfielder Daly passed the ball to forward Byrne. Remembering Yi Chun's brilliant falling leaf shot from the same spot yesterday, Byrne attempted a shot, but sent the ball soaring high. Scholes couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, what kind of shot was that? Carragher seized the moment to tease, Paul, is this the level of United's youth strikers? They look like U8 kids playing. Scholes, not one to back down, retorted, don't worry, I talked to Ole last night. He said we've got a very talented forward. Carragher curiously asked, could it be that short guy with white hair? Of course not, Scholes explained. Ole said he's from Huaxia. Huaxia? Carragher looked incredulous. Are you sure you're not talking about their porcelain and tea? Do they even play football? Scholes scanned the roster and responded. He's on the list, named Chen Yi. Carragher persisted. Come on, Paul. If he's that good, why isn't he starting? Scholes was momentarily speechless. Just then, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Liverpool midfielder Emre can sent a long pass to the left wing, finding Sterling. With a deft touch, Sterling controlled the ball, eliciting gasps from the crowd with his exquisite technique. Manchester United U18 right-back Masachi immediately moved to intercept, but Sterling showed no fear. He dribbled forward, and just as he was about to collide with Masachi, he made a fluid change of direction, effortlessly leaving the defender behind. Masachi stood there like a statue, unable to react. Center-back Wilkinson hurried to cover, but it was too late. Before he could make a move, Sterling unleashed a powerful shot. The ball curved beautifully towards the top corner of the net. Goalkeeper Liam dived, but couldn't even touch the ball with his fingertips. With a swish, the net was torn. Sterling ran toward the Liverpool fan section, celebrating loudly. 0-1. Manchester United was trailing at home. Liverpool fans erupted, their cheers deafening. Carragher couldn't help but shout, ooh. Sterling's shot was magnificent. Liam had no chance. Even Scholes had to admit, that was a flawless sequence from dribbling to shooting. Sterling's skill level is clearly above the U18 players. Solskjaer, frowning, immediately ordered, Adnan, you need to mark Sterling closely. Januzaj responded, got it, boss. Surprisingly, perhaps due to special training with Yichun, Januzaj's defensive performance was exceptionally good. Having received an early yellow card, he didn't dare to tackle rashly and instead cleverly blocked Sterling's inside cut. When Sterling opted for the outside route, Masachi was there to provide timely support. Under this double-team defense, Sterling's threat diminished significantly, as if he had lost his edge. Januzaj's face lit up with a confident smile, his eyes occasionally glancing over at the bench. He had just successfully defended against Sterling, using a sudden stopantern technique that he had painstakingly practiced with Yichun. The first half flew by in 45 minutes, and the scoreboard showed Manchester United trailing by 1 goal as they headed into halftime. Yichun eagerly approached Solskjaer, his voice full of anticipation as he asked, boss, will I get a chance to play in the second half? Solskjaer looked at Yichun, words forming on his lips but then stopping abruptly. This scene brought back memories from over 20 years ago, when he had asked his own coach the same question. Go warm up. Solskjaer pointed to the field, giving a concise directive. Without a second thought, Yichun sprinted toward Old Trafford's pitch, not even pausing to enter the locker room. The U18 match, with limited commercial value, still had the broadcast cameras fixed on the field. After running 2 laps around the pitch, Yichun began practicing his shooting. Joining him in the warm-up were Kiliano and Tom, indicating that Solskjaer was not satisfied with the attacking performance in the first half and might make substitutions at the start of the second half. On the other side, Liverpool's players were chatting and laughing, as if victory was already within their grasp. Just then, Yichun heard a system notification in his ear. Ding, match task issued. Score a goal or provide an assist in the upcoming game. Success will be rewarded with a bronze chest. Failure will result in a random deduction of 5 points. Hearing this, Yichun felt a surge of determination, knowing his chance to play was imminent. However, he was unaware of the immense resolve Solskjaer had mustered to make this decision. The second half began with Solskjaer emerging from the locker room to announce a substitution. Yichun took off his training vest, revealing the number 16 on his back, a number he favored, coinciding with his birthday. His true favorite, however, was number 7, as Beckham was his introduction to Manchester United. Yichun was not a fan of the team itself but a follower of Beckham, even spending a fortune in his previous life to collect Beckham's jerseys from different eras. As Yichun stepped onto the pitch, David Gill's face turned ashen in the stands. Internally, he raged at Solskjaer's decision, believing that a player like Yichun, who lacked national pride, would tarnish Manchester United's international reputation. Though he couldn't change the fact that Yichun was already on the field, David Gill adjusted his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes, and resolved to kick Yichun out after the match. The game resumed with Yichun partnering with Byrne. However, as Byrne passed by, he muttered under his breath, I'm not passing to you, yellow monkey. Yichun frowned but did not respond, focusing on his defense. Liverpool kicked off, and Sterling immediately started dribbling. Yichun noticed that while Sterling was highly skilled, he was too independent and often missed better opportunities for his teammates. When Sterling attempted a breakthrough, Yichun and Dali coordinated seamlessly, successfully slowing Liverpool's offensive pace. The first threatening attack of the second half came from Manchester United. Byrne dropped back to receive the ball, ignoring Yichun's call and passing it to Januzaj on the right wing. Januzaj, facing the defense, cleverly angled a pass to Yichun, who had found an open space. Yichun took the shot without hesitation, the ball streaking like lightning towards the bottom right corner. Minale's dive was in vain as the ball struck the post heavily and was hurriedly cleared by a Liverpool defender. Scholes was thrilled by the impressive shot, while Carragher begrudgingly acknowledged Yichun's skill. He analyzed, that dark-haired kid definitely has some talent, but a miss is a miss. Liverpool still leads. Manchester United earned a corner kick. Januzaj and Yichun exchanged a knowing glance, reminiscent of their training ground drills. While other players crowded the penalty area, Yichun waited outside. Januzaj feigned aiming for his teammates in the box, but precisely delivered the ball to the edge of the area. Just outside the penalty area, Yichun suddenly accelerated, meeting the soaring soccer ball with a powerful volley. His movements were fluid and precise, as if he had planned it all along. The Manchester United players held their breath, eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. On the sidelines, Solskjaer sprang to his feet, a mix of surprise and recognition flashing in his eyes. She had seen this shot before on the training ground. Yichun's foot struck the bottom of the ball with pinpoint accuracy, sending it rocketing toward the top left corner of the goal. Welling, partially obscured by his teammates, reacted a split second too late as the ball whistled into the penalty area. Thud. The ball struck the goalpost with a sharp, resonant sound. This time, luck was on Yichun's side. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and dropped straight down, landing solidly over the goal line. Liverpool's players rushed to clear it, but the referee had already seen it clearly and decisively blew his whistle, signaling a valid goal and pointing to the center circle. Yichun sprinted across the field, His face lit up with the joy of victory. However, in the stands, David Gill frowned. The long-range shot was impressive, but he shook his head, his entrenched beliefs taking hold. No matter how talented, Yi Chen was still just a promising rookie, insignificant compared to Manchester United's reputation. He recalled how the prodigious Dong Fangzhou had failed to make his mark at United, and doubted that Yi Chen, who had achieved little in 2 years of training at the club, would fare any better. On the field, Yi Chen embraced Januzaj tightly. Yi, I'll pass to you more often. Let's make it to the first team together. Januzaj shouted excitedly. Yes, let's make it to the first team. Yi Chen responded, equally fired up. Little did Yi Chen know that just minutes before his goal, Manchester United's official website had released a shocking announcement. Official statement. Due to recent incidents involving Manchester United apprentice player Yi Chen refusing to train with the China U17 national team and subsequently being expelled, resulting in extremely negative consequences for Manchester United, the club has decided to terminate Yi Chen's apprentice contract effective immediately. Ironically, Yi Chen was being released even before the match had indeed a unique case in football history. As he fought valiantly for the team, fate had already taken a dramatic turn, leaving behind a poignant and bittersweet ending. Yi Chen had no idea about any of this. After celebrating his goal, he quickly ran back to the center circle, ready to resume play. However, the fans in the stands were in a commotion. Almost simultaneously, their phones lit up with notifications that made everyone's eyes widen. Yi Chen? Chinese player? Contract terminated? The fans' gazes darted between Yi Chen on the field and the Y on his back, their faces filled with disbelief. No way. When did China produce such an amazing player? Questions and exclamations rippled through the crowd. But the game wouldn't stop for the audience's shock. The referee's whistle blew, and a determined Liverpool launched a fierce counterattack. Even though Manchester United U18 and Liverpool U18 were ranked second and first respectively, showing equal strength, Liverpool was clearly unwilling to fall behind. Sterling became the focal point of Liverpool's counterattack. Despite being heavily marked by Manchester United players, his threat remained undeniable. The Liverpool youth team coach instructed midfielder Hachi to support Sterling, instantly giving him more room to maneuver. Seeing this, Solskjaer immediately adjusted his tactics. He instructed right-back Masachi to employ fouling tactics to contain Sterling. However, after 2 consecutive fouls, Masachi received a yellow card warning. Solskjaer had to change his strategy, assigning Burn to mark Sterling closely, move he learned from Yi Chen. Januzaj already had a yellow card and couldn't take more risks. Yi Chen, having just come on and full of energy, needed to preserve his counterattacking abilities. Thus, the arduous task fell to Burn. At 67 minutes and 22 seconds, Sterling accelerated and broke away from Burn. As Sterling was about to break through, Burn, in desperation, slid in and tripped him. The referee unhesitatingly blew the whistle for a foul and handed Burn a yellow card. Solskjaer quickly made a substitution, bringing on Kyrgiakos from the bench to replace Burn. During the substitution break, Yi Chen quickly checked his skill status, long shot 25. He realized that his previous volley was executed on the edge of the box and didn't trigger the skill card. He needed just 2 more long shot opportunities to activate the level long shot goal card. However, at this moment, Manchester United didn't have possession, leaving Yi Chen no chance to shoot. Time was ticking away, and the tension on the field was escalating. Repeatedly fouled, Sterling was visibly furious. At 78 minutes and 24 seconds, he once again drove into the box. Masachi, wary of his yellow card, didn't dare to challenge rashly, giving Sterling room to operate. Sterling feinted a shot and deftly sidestepped Masachi. Seeing Sterling free, McGinney slid in decisively. But Sterling dodged again, evading the tackle. Bang! Sterling fired a powerful shot from close range, leaving goalkeeper Liam helpless. Beep! The referee's whistle confirmed the goal. Sterling ran to the goalpost and made a shushing gesture, clearly a response to the noisy Manchester United fans. This action immediately angered the supporters, with some even throwing water bottles at Sterling. Fortunately, Sterling reacted quickly and dodged the incoming bottle. In the commentary box, Carragher was animated. Paul, looks like you'll have to stream in fishnet stockings next time. Oh, can't wait for tomorrow's game. Scholl's face turned pale at the comment. With the score now tied, Manchester United players dejectedly returned to the center circle to restart the game. Yi Chen turned to Kyrgiakos and said, "Pass me the ball if you get the chance." Kyrgiakos nodded firmly. Having witnessed Yi Chen's hat-trick, he had immense confidence in Yi Chen's shooting ability. The game resumed, and Kyrgiakos passed the ball to Yi Chen, then quickly moved forward. But Yi Chen didn't rush. He passed the ball back to midfield core Daly. In this critical moment, Yi Chen knew he couldn't go it alone and had to trust his teammates. Daly received the ball calmly and distributed it to the left flank. While Januzaj on the right had been active today, Barmby on the left had been quiet. Now with the ball at his feet, Barmby immediately drove forward. Manchester United pushed their lines up. At this point, Losing by 1 goal or 2 made little difference. However, as soon as Barmby started his run, an opposing player slid in and sent the ball out of bounds. Only defender Taylor was allowed to take the throw-in, but Manchester United pushed their line forward. As the match entered its final stages, Manchester United began to press aggressively. Yichin seized the opportunity, taking 2 decisive shots, both of which were blocked by the opponents. The other team had figured out his tendency for long-range shots and effectively shut him down. At 89 minutes and 24 seconds, Yichin received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, preparing for his 5th long shot. If this one went in, it would seal the game. Just as he lifted his leg, the opposing center-back, Reagan, suddenly charged forward, sticking his foot in the shooting path. Thinking quickly, Yichin softened his initially powerful swing and gently nudged the ball with the outside of his foot to the right. The onrushing Januzic didn't hesitate, taking a direct shot. Facing such a powerful strike, the goalkeeper, Weir Lin, was rooted to the spot, helpless. After scoring, Januzic ran excitedly to the corner flag, making a shushing gesture towards the Liverpool fans. Yichin beamed with joy, hugging Januzic tightly. However, the Liverpool fans erupted in mockery. "Yellow-skinned monkey, you've been released from the team. Haha, go back to your China. This is not a place for Chinese people." Yichin frowned, puzzled. What were they saying? Meanwhile, in the commentary box, Scholes praised enthusiastically. "What a beautiful combination. Ye's vision is outstanding, and Januzic's shot was perfect. Liverpool has Sterling, but we have Yi and Januzic. United's kids, you are the best." However, Carragher suddenly burst into laughter. He pulled out his phone and showed Scholes the latest news. He is no longer with Manchester United. The latest update says that Manchester United's U18 academy player Yi has been unilaterally released by the club. He is no longer part of Manchester United. This news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the commentary box. The camera quickly focused on David Gill, but he remained silent. On the field, Yi Chun stood stunned, bewildered. He was confused. Wasn't he a Manchester United academy player? How could he be released out of the blue? He had planned to make his mark at Manchester United, but now, it seemed he had nowhere to go. Yi Chin's heart was filled with doubt and anxiety, unsure of how to face this sudden turn of events. Januzic patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, concerned. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yi Chen forced a smile, his voice a bit hoarse. "I'm fine. Let's just finish this match." Deep down, Yi Chen felt a pang of sorrow, almost bringing him to tears. But he knew that in this harsh world, tears were meaningless. Only by proving his strength could he survive in such a hostile environment. The tactics of the national team made Yi Chen sick to his stomach, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Although he didn't know why Manchester United had suddenly terminated his contract, he was sure that the national team had something to do with it. However, Yi Chen believed that this wasn't his loss, but a huge mistake on Manchester United's part. With his system, he was destined to become a legendary footballer, and he never doubted that for a moment. Just then, a black player passed by Yi Chen and mocked, "Hey, you look like a stray dog." Another voice chimed in, "He's not a dog, he's a monkey. So what if you scored and assisted? Manchester United doesn't want you anymore. Hey, why don't you come to Liverpool? We'll get you some dog food." The taunts grew increasingly offensive. Yi Chen remained silent, but his eyes burned with anger. While Manchester United's termination was infuriating, the behavior of these Liverpool players was even more disgusting. Dolly and Kiliano approached to check on him, but Yi Chen just shook his head and answered briefly, "Don't ask me. I don't know what's going on either." Everyone looked at Yi Chen, but he suddenly clapped his hands and reminded them, "Don't just stand there. The match isn't over." The team snapped back to reality and refocused on the game. Januzic patted Yi Chen on the back, encouraging him, "Let's go." Yi Chen responded firmly, "No more cheering. Just pass me the ball." Since he couldn't stay, he was determined to give his all in this match to show Manchester United what he was truly capable of. He wanted everyone to understand that leaving Manchester United wasn't his loss but theirs. The game resumed, and the ball was passed to Sterling. This time, Sterling didn't go it alone but worked with his teammates. Through patient build-up, Sterling got a shot at goal. However, due to his exhausted state, the shot was weak and lacked power. Goalkeeper Liam easily caught the ball and, seeing Yi Chen signaling ahead, wasted no time and kicked the ball forward. The pass was slightly off target, but fortunately landed within Januzic's control. Januzic successfully controlled the ball, and Liverpool's players immediately fell back to defend. At this point, only 2 Liverpool U18 center-backs, Reagan and Sama, stood between Januzic and Yi Chen. Many players were already exhausted, including Januzic, whose pace had noticeably slowed down as defenders closed in. Yi Chen quickly assessed the situation and shouted, "Adnan, pass me the ball." Januzic didn't hesitate and passed the ball right away. In his mind, passing to Yi Chen was as good as an assist. Yi Chen received the ball and also slowed down. Reagan was closing in while Sama kept an eye on Jen usage. Seeing Yichun slow down, Reagan slightly relaxed. In that moment, Yichun suddenly accelerated and used the outside of his foot to feint left. As Reagan shifted his weight to the left, Yichun quickly pushed the ball to the right with his toe. Reagan couldn't adjust his balance in time and fell heavily to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Commentator Carragher exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! What did I just see? That was divine dribbling. You just floored our Liverpool U18 captain, Reagan." But Yichun's performance wasn't over yet. Seeing Reagan fall, Sama became wary. He ignored Januzaj on the flank and charged directly at Yichun. Just as Yichun slipped past Reagan, he keenly glanced at the goalkeeper's position. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He nudged the ball forward, then made a short sprint, swinging his right foot hard. Boom! The soccer ball soared, tracing a beautiful arc. Carragher's exclamation was abruptly cut off, as if something had stuck in his throat. He watched in disbelief. Yichun was attempting a lob shot from midfield. Oh my God! Does he think he's Beckham? Carragher was about to joke, but then he noticed the goalkeeper, Welling, was too far forward. Welling seemed to realize the danger too, his steps becoming frantic. "Crap," Carragher muttered, his eyes glued to the flying ball. Newcomer commentator Scholes was completely stunned, his mind blank. What had he just witnessed? Yichun had pulled off a stunning lob shot, right after faking out Reagan with a questionable move at midfield. The ball flew towards the goal with precision. My goodness, what a talent Manchester United missed out on, Scholes exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. The atmosphere in the stadium erupted instantly. Yichun, empowered by his long-shot prowess, took the shot without hesitation. Although he was unsure of the maximum range, he wanted to try, just like Beckham did back in the day. The ball soared across half the field, heading straight for the goal. Welling was caught off guard, becoming a mere backdrop. By the time he saw the ball flying towards him, it was too late. Even as he desperately backpedaled, he couldn't match the ball's speed. Just as he leaped to punch it away, the ball had already nestled into the net. The stadium fell silent for a split second, with players standing in shock. Then, a tidal wave of cheers swept through Old Trafford, threatening to blow the roof off. Amid the wild celebrations, the camera caught sight of Yichun. He didn't run wildly but spread his arms calmly, looking towards where David Gill was seated. David Gill's face turned ashen, and after a moment, he stood up angrily and left. No one knew his thoughts, but he understood one thing. It was all the fault of the Chinese Football Association. If it weren't for their pressuring emails, he wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. This wasn't just any player with average talent. This was a genius on par with Beckham. Xiaopeng is an international student at the University of Manchester. Living in this football-enthused city, he couldn't help but catch the fever and become an ardent Manchester United fan. Today, he decided to watch an U18 match between Manchester United and Liverpool. Despite it being just a youth team match, the stadium was filled with like-minded fans. As a member of the Manchester United supporters coaching group, Xiaopeng paid special attention to the development of these young talents. He thought to himself, if a few more prodigies like Pogba emerge, United could save a lot on transfer fees. However, while browsing the squad list, a familiar name caught his eye. Yichun. Xiaopeng was stunned, thinking, wasn't he supposed to report to the national team? With this question in mind, he opened a chat group back home to get some answers. The chat group exploded with outrage. Angry messages flooded in, along with several reposted articles criticizing Yichun, a player who couldn't even make it into Manchester United's U18 squad, yet dared to act like a star. Some even said that not only was his footballing ability lacking, but his character was also poor. As someone who knew Yichun's situation in the Manchester United youth team, the group members were extremely disappointed with him. However, Xiaopeng posted the latest squad list from Manchester United's official website. The group fell silent. Everyone realized this was a significant development. Yichun had made it into the squad, and for such a crucial match. The match was being broadcast by a local Manchester TV station. Fans back home had to use VPNs or rely on others to stream it. Soon, someone found a live stream link, and despite being an unpaid effort, it garnered a lot of attention. In the first half, Liverpool's Sterling stole the show. However, when Yichun came on in the second half, the game took a dramatic turn. The fans' attitude towards Yichun began to warm up, akin to a budding romance. The turning point came with a brilliant corner kick play. Januzaj's pinpoint cross found Yichun, who volleyed it in with a stunning strike that ignited the fans' passion. With just that one shot, countless Manchester United fans fell in love with the young talent. Later, Yichun showcased his composure with a feint shot that turned into an assist, highlighting his potential for future development. In the most complex situations, he didn't blindly shoot like some brainless forwards, but made the smartest choice. This version of Yichun was truly captivating. However, what really drove everyone wild was Yichun's breathtaking dribble and spectacular long-range lob. Xiaopeng was moved to tears, and countless fans watching the live stream were deep in thought. They couldn't believe that this player, displaying such raw talent on the field, had been labeled by the Chinese Football Association as untalented, mediocre, and not worth expecting. Soon, the highlights of this thrilling match were uploaded online. The roller coaster scoreline and the dramatic ending with Yichen's long-range lob left everyone exhilarated. Even the Football Association staff were stunned when they saw the video. However, the team leader quickly voiced his opinion, claiming that the match was full of coincidences and that such a long-range lob was more about luck. This statement immediately sparked a strong reaction from netizens who couldn't understand such an ignorant view on football. As the final whistle blew, before any teammates could approach, Liverpool's Sterling was the first to run to Yichen. "Hey, buddy, want to play for Liverpool? Team up with me," Sterling invited with a smile. Yichen hesitated for a moment before politely declining. "No, thanks." He thought to himself, he couldn't afford to waste 3 years. He had expected to appear on the field as a Manchester United youth player, but he hadn't anticipated this outcome. Sterling wasn't discouraged and suggested, "Then let's swap jerseys. You were fantastic, see you on the pitch in the future," he said, taking off his shirt. However, Yichen shook his head. "Sorry, this is my last Manchester United jersey. I want to keep it." Sterling was a bit disappointed but still said, "All right, but if you ever want to come to Liverpool, remember to reach out. Our doors are always open for you. Get lost." Before Sterling could finish, Adnan pushed him away. Januzic earnestly told Yichen, "Don't listen to him. We're not going anywhere." Killian added, "Yeah, stay. The team needs you." Seeing this, Sterling said no more and turned to leave. Although Liverpool lost the match, his performance was still outstanding. Yichen was contemplating his next move, finding a suitable team to hone his skills and prepare for a return to Liverpool's first team. While the U18 matches had some level of competition, they were still quite different from official league games. As for future encounters with Yichen, it could only be hoped that they would meet again at the pinnacle of their careers. After the match, Manchester United fans lingered reluctantly by the sidelines. Yichen, however, quickly ran to Solskjaer with a serious expression and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Solskjaer sighed and gestured, "Let's talk in the locker room. Your situation is a bit complex." Once inside the locker room, Solskjaer locked the door and said sternly, "Kid, this decision surprised me too, but the team manager has informed Mayo are no longer a part of Manchester United." Yichen raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "So soon? Doesn't termination need the FA's approval?" Shaking his head, Solskjaer explained, "This is a unilateral termination by the club. You will receive this month's salary of €90 and a severance payment of €2,000. Pausing, he then asked, "Kid, do you still want to keep playing?" "Of course," Yichen replied without hesitation. Solskjaer continued, "My hometown team, Molde in Norway, has invited me to coach. I hope you can join my team." Yichen silently said no to himself and then politely declined, "Sorry, boss, I want to stay in one of the top 5 leagues." Solskjaer suggested, "How about I talk to Sir Alex and get you a new contract?" Yichen shook his head, "No need," he thought. Since Manchester United was willing to pay €2,000 to terminate his contract, why should he stay? A broken heart is like shattered glass, hard to mend. Understanding Yichen's feelings, Solskjaer asked, "By the way, are you interested in the Bundesliga? I have a good friend who is an assistant coach at a Bundesliga team. You know it's tough to get a work permit in England." Yichen's eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course I'm interested. Having a connection could indeed save a lot of trouble. At least he wouldn't have to contact clubs on his own." Klopp and Buvac were hailed as a golden duo, parting ways in 2018 after 17 years of working together. Although the reasons for their separation remain unknown, they significantly contributed to Liverpool's rise. As the architect of the gegenpressing strategy, Buvac is often seen as the mastermind behind this tactic, given that he was more experienced than Klopp at the time. After participating in the U18 match, Yichen quickly showered and left the Carrington base, skipping lunch. A light drizzle started at Old Trafford, as if mourning his departure. Just as he stepped out of the base, a cute Volkswagen Beetle pulled up in front of him. "Hey, over here," came a familiar voice from the car. It was Solskjaer's eldest daughter, Lena. "What are you doing here?" Yichen asked, surprised. Lena smiled and invited him into the car. "I'm here to take you to the airport and see you off." Although Yichen initially wanted to refuse, he eventually got into the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat heavy, as both realized this might be their last meeting. "Do I look good?" Lena suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Yichen candidly replied, "Of course you do. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be your boyfriend in the future." Lena responded with a meaningful tone, "Could that lucky person be you?" Yichen shook his head with a wry smile. "If I were staying in Manchester, maybe there would be a chance, but now I have to leave." Lena reassured him, "I believe you'll succeed in Germany." "I believe in myself too," Yichen said, clenching his fist. "I will come back one day as an opponent." "Will you hate Manchester United then?" Lena asked cautiously. Yichen admitted, of course I will. Playing for Manchester United has always been my goal, but I was cast aside before I could prove myself. Lena stopped the car and looked at Yichun seriously. Yi, have you heard the saying? Leaving is for a better return. This reminded Yichun of Pogba's journey. Although he wasn't familiar with Pogba in this world, the system's presence filled Yichun with confidence for the future. Meanwhile, in the head coach's office at Borussia Dortmund in Germany, Klopp was rubbing his temples and said, it's dinner time now. Can't we look at it later? I promise you won't regret watching this. Buvac said confidently, then hit the play button. Klopp put his glasses back on and focused on the screen. The footage showed a group of young players in training gear engaged in a team practice. Which team's training session is this? Klopp asked curiously. Manchester United U18. Buvac responded. Their youth academy is truly enviable. Klopp nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the rapidly changing scenes. From the off-ball movement of a dark-haired boy to his series of impressive goals, every detail captured Klopp's attention. Who is that dark-haired boy? I need his information, Klopp asked eagerly. Buvac remained calm. Don't rush, keep watching. Klopp swallowed, his eyes scanning the screen. Isn't that the little guy Sterling? I remember him. He's fast, technically skilled, a remarkable English talent. Buvac nodded in confirmation but quickly steered the conversation back on track. But what we need to focus on is this Chinese kid. Chinese kid? He's Chinese. Klopp was surprised. I have vivid memories of Yang. He was an excellent forward. Yang Chen, the former Frankfurt striker. Buvac added, yes, and this kid is also a forward. As he finished speaking, the video showed Yi Chun receiving a corner kick from Januzic and volleying it into the net. Wow. Klopp's eyes widened. This isn't a fluke. His judgment of the ball's trajectory and his shooting technique are top-notch. Buvac smiled. That's not all. Sure enough, the next highlight followed. Yi Chun made a deceptive move, pretending to shoot but actually passing, setting up Januzic for a goal. Excellent judgment, a clear mind. These are the strongest traits of Asian players. Klopp praised, giving a thumbs up. Buvac's smile widened. There's more. Don't rush. When the video showed Yi Chun's long-range lob from midfield, Klopp couldn't contain himself any longer and jumped up. What's this kid's name? I need all his details now. I need him to lead my attack. Klopp was anxious. As last season's league champions, the team was now in 11th place after 6 matches, with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses, totaling only 7 points. Meanwhile, direct rivals Bayern had 5 wins and 1 loss, sitting atop the standings. Worse still, star player Lucas Barrios was out for 2 months, leaving the forward position desperately thin. Buvac glanced at his watch. He should be arriving at the airport in an hour. I promised a friend I'd pick him up. Klopp grabbed his coat immediately. Let's go. We'll go together. Aren't you going to eat? Buvac asked, smiling at Klopp's urgency. At a time like this, who cares about food? Klopp gritted his teeth. I wasn't even this anxious on my wedding night with my wife. Yi Chun sat in his seat, completely unaware of what was happening in Dortmund. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly entered the system space. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for scoring 2 goals and 1 assist in the Manchester United U18 match. Task completion rating. SS level. Rewards doubled. Another notification followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden chest. Yi Chun's eyes widened in surprise. There's an SS rating beyond S? He eagerly called out in his mind. Open the golden chest for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-level skill card. Iron Man. Yi Chun's heart raced. So, a golden chest could yield an S-level skill card. He couldn't help but wonder what surprises a diamond chest might hold. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Chun opened his personal attributes page. When he saw the glaring 88 under stamina, he was stunned. His stamina had skyrocketed from 68 to 88. This was the power of an S-level card? Not only that, but his injury resistance had also increased from 1 to 3. For those familiar with Pro Evolution Soccer, 1 indicates the most prone to injury, while 3 means the least. This must be the true meaning of Iron Man. This skill was a timely blessing. Dortmund was currently implementing a high-intensity pressing tactic, which would be mere theory without strong stamina. This also explained why Klopp was so keen on promoting young players. The plane landed smoothly, and Yi Chun grabbed his luggage and walked out of the airport. Solskjaer had sent him a photo of assistant coach Buvac beforehand, but the preparation seemed unnecessary. As soon as he exited the terminal, he saw Jurgen Klopp himself, wearing a cap. Are you Yi? Klopp beamed, shaking Yi Chun's hand enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Jurgen Klopp, the head coach of Dortmund. Yi Chun was taken aback by Klopp's enthusiasm but quickly responded with a friendly smile. Hello, Mr. Klopp. I'm Yi Chun. You can just call me Yi. Buvac also spoke up. I'm Ol's good friend. He must have mentioned me to you, right? Of course. Hello, Mr. Buvak. Yi Chen replied politely. You Chinese people are so polite, Buvak said with a smile. Let's go. I'll take you to grab something to eat before we head to the training base. Klopp couldn't wait to start asking questions. Yi, how old are you? How tall are you? I just turned 17, and I'm 181 centimeters tall. Besides forward, what other positions can you play? Klopp's questions came one after another, showcasing his passion for football. Yi Chen realized that he not only had to adapt to life here, but also start learning German. Fortunately, he had a good foundation in English. Despite having a personal introduction, the formal procedures had to be followed. Klopp arranged for Yi Chen to undergo a physical examination for the senior team, not the youth team. Yi Chen's overall ability was just at 70, which should be enough to establish himself in the Bundesliga. Jurgen, the test results are out. Take a look. Buvak handed the report to Klopp. Klopp carefully reviewed it and found that Yi Chen's ball control and dribbling were excellent, and his speed and explosiveness were also impressive. But what surprised him the most was the stamina rating, which was marked as exceptional. How could someone with such good performance be released by Manchester United? Do their management even understand football? Klopp asked, puzzled. Buvak chuckled and handed Klopp another tablet. Take a look at the news I compiled last night, all about Yi. It turned out that Yi Chen's performance in the Manchester United U18 match had caused a sensation online. Many fans were calling him the next Beckham. But when they found out Yi Chen had been released, they were furious, flooding Manchester United's official website with angry comments. Manchester United quickly held a press conference to explain the situation. The Chinese Football Association had asked the club to punish Yi Chen, and the negative public opinion in China had affected Manchester United's reputation there. Combined with Yi Chen's training reports over the past 2 years, the club had decided to release him. However, no one had expected Yi Chen to perform so brilliantly in the U18 match. David Gill admitted that his decision was a bit hasty, but he didn't regret it. He even privately advised Solskjaer to leave Manchester United, given that he had already told Solskjaer not to let Yi Chen play before the match. In the end, the blame was shifted to the Chinese Football Association. With no other target for their anger, the furious fans started scrutinizing the Chinese men's national team's performance in major competitions and launched a barrage of criticisms. The dismissal of such a talented player is unbelievable. No wonder the Chinese national football team never achieves anything. Online comments flooded in like a tidal wave. As the video spread, the tide of public opinion began to shift. The discussion in the country became more intense and complex, no longer just attacking Yi Chen unilaterally. In Klopp's office, he and Buvak were reviewing these public opinion reports. A slight smile appeared on Klopp's face. So, should we thank the Chinese Football Association? He said with a hint of sarcasm. Buvak also smiled and then asked, what kind of contract are you planning for Yi? Klopp's expression turned serious. No rush. Let's see how he performs in training first. He knew well that Dortmund's wage budget was nearly exhausted. After winning the Bundesliga title last year, all the players had their contracts renewed, and with various bonuses, the club's finances were stretched thin. Buvak nodded and then left the office, blowing the whistle to gather the team. The players on the training ground stopped their activities and ran towards the coaching staff. Dortmund's squad was star-studded. There was Mario Götze, who scored the winning goal in the 2014 World Cup, Shinji Kagawa, the Asian star who transferred to Manchester United after being named Bundesliga MVP, and the world-class striker Robert Lewandowski, famous for scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes. Although Lewandowski's performance last season was somewhat lackluster, with 15 starts in 33 matches, yielding only 8 goals and 1 assist, he was barely a qualified substitute. Klopp stood in front of the players, his gaze sweeping over each familiar face before finally resting on Yi Chen. Let me introduce a new teammate, he said. This is Yi from China. Yi, why don't you introduce yourself? Yi Chen stepped forward, smiling. Hello everyone. My name is Yi, and I play as a forward. I hope we can become teammates. He knew well that in this highly competitive environment, actions spoke louder than words. Only by scoring goals could he earn the right to speak and gain respect. Otherwise, no amount of eloquent speech would matter. The intra-squad training match officially kicked off. On the field, 2 9-player teams, wearing yellow and red vests respectively, were ready for a 30-minute half each. Yi Chen, clad in a yellow vest, was teamed up with Shinji Kagawa, Ilkay Gundogan, and Ivan Perisic. This attacking lineup of Borussia Dortmund was impressive and might be the key to breaking Bayern's dominance. Before the match, the players in yellow huddled up. The 32-year-old captain, Kell, said in a deep voice, everyone knows the significance of this match. If he is in an open position, get the ball to him immediately, understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. Shinji Kagawa added in English, Yi, tell us about your strengths. It will help us get the ball to you effectively. Yi Chen smiled and replied, I have 3 main strengths: good stamina, accurate long shots, and speed. Kell placed his hand in the center of the circle, and the other players followed suit. Guys, even though it's just a training match, what's our goal? Victory. They all shouted in unison. That's right. Give it your all. Let's go. The players yelled together, and Yichun felt his blood pumping with excitement. As the game began, Yichun quickly realized the intensity of Dortmund's training. The player's serious attitude made him understand why the team was rising in the Bundesliga. The high-intensity, fast-paced match kept Yichun fully focused as he adapted to the game. On the sidelines, Klopp was watching Yichun closely. He needed players who could adapt to the tactics immediately. If Yichun couldn't showcase his qualities, he might be relegated to the second team to adapt. At that moment, Yichun executed a brilliant shot. From 24 meters out on the left side of the penalty area, he received a cross from Shinji Kagawa and seized a small angle. The ball curved beautifully towards the far post. The 32-year-old goalkeeper Weidenfeller made a desperate dive, his fingertips grazing the ball, but it ultimately brushed the post and went out of bounds. Red team's Sven Binder cheered for Weidenfeller's stunning save, while the yellow team praised Yichun's shot. Shinji Kagawa gave a thumbs up. Nice shot. Thanks. Yichun responded calmly. Although slightly distant towards Kagawa, he maintained basic courtesy. The match continued, and Yichun gradually adapted to the team's rhythm, actively engaging in immediate pressing. His stamina advantage was fully displayed, as he led the charge every time the ball was passed to the red team's backfield. His teammates followed suit, showcasing the typical rabid dog tactic. The red team was equally unyielding, with quick turnovers in possession. The first goal came from the red team's Lewandowski, who broke through substitute goalkeeper Langerak's defenses with a low shot. But Yichun's goal quickly followed. At 24 minutes and 28 seconds into the first half, he received a through ball from Shinji Kagawa inside the penalty area and calmly slotted it past Weidenfeller. After scoring, Yichun high-fived the approaching Kagawa in celebration. The first half ended in an 11 draw. During the break, the players gathered to discuss tactics. Kel taught Yichun about positioning and the opponent's habits, while Klopp jotted down notes. Buvac asked, "Can he stay?" Klopp nodded. "Absolutely. I'm considering what kind of salary to offer him to keep him at Dortmund. His last contract was an apprentice deal," Buvac reminded. "I know, but his talent deserves a weekly salary in the thousands of euros," Klopp replied. Buvac quietly suggested, "The first contract shouldn't be too high, or it will complicate future renewals, but if we offer too little, he'll be easily poached. We must show our sincerity," Klopp said in a serious tone, his brow furrowed, indicating the importance he placed on the matter. Even though it was only half a game, Klopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that while outsiders watched for entertainment, insiders looked for skill. Yichun's performance revealed to him a player with limitless potential. Firstly, Yichun's adaptability was astounding. In just a few minutes, he fully integrated into the game's rhythm. What delighted Klopp even more was Yichun's intense desire to press and his excellent pressing skills. For Klopp, who advocates high pressing, this was an unexpected joy. Secondly, Yichun's positioning and shooting technique left a deep impression on Klopp. Although Shinji Kagawa's passes were sharp and precise, without Yichun's clever positioning, those passes wouldn't have turned into threats. Against the ironclad central defense of Hummels and Subotic, who helped Borussia Dortmund win the Bundesliga last season, Yichun managed to find gaps repeatedly, which amazed Klopp. What impressed Klopp the most was Yichun's final push shot, calm, precise, and displaying a killer instinct. This goal not only showcased Yichun's technique, but also his mental fortitude in critical moments. Klopp also noticed that after half an hour of high-intensity play, Yichun was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. To simulate a real match environment, Klopp had specifically instructed the players to maintain their match attitude and pace. Not only did Yichun keep up, but he also seemed to handle it effortlessly, as if he had an extra gear. Most importantly, Yichun was only 17 years old. Klopp couldn't help but envision Yichun's future growth. Perhaps this young man would develop into an even more talented player than Götze. Years ago, Klopp had watched some Chinese films, and he knew that the key to dealing with Chinese people was sincerity. Use genuine feelings to exchange for genuine feelings. This phrase echoed in his mind. So, he decided to offer Yichun a generous salary to show the club's sincerity. As for the exact figure, Klopp planned to decide after watching Yichun's performance in the second half. After adapting to the first half, what kind of energy would Yichun unleash in the second half? Klopp wondered with anticipation, his eyes filled with expectation and curiosity. The second half of the match started quickly. After the first half, Yichun and his teammates showed much better coordination, and his movements became more agile. Shinji Kagawa demonstrated his keen ability to anticipate his teammates' runs, making Yichun's situation more complex. Due to his outstanding performance, the opposing defenders started to focus on marking him, making it harder for him to get the ball. However, this did not deter Yichun. He chose to roam outside the penalty area rather than directly charging in, showcasing a style distinctly different from Lewandowski's. At 35:24, Perisic broke through Owamoyola on the left wing and passed the ball to Yichun's feet. Yichun quickly dribbled into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Subotic, He cleverly feinted a shot and pulled the ball back, stepping towards the sender. Subotic wasn't fooled, but Yichen immediately backheeled the ball to the oncoming Perisic. Perisic seized the opportunity and blasted the ball into the near corner. The ball hit the net with a crisp sound, and the yellow team took a 21 lead over the red team. Perisic excitedly jumped onto Yichen, and they praised each other's brilliant play. After a brief celebration, the game resumed. At 43:38, Yichen received a pass from Shinji Kagawa and took a long shot without hesitation, but Hummels blocked it with a diving interception. Although Yichen felt a bit regretful, seeing his long shot skill bar reach 45, his disappointment quickly faded. A corner kick opportunity arose, and Yichen signaled to Shinji Kagawa for the ball. Without hesitation, Kagawa passed it to Yichen. Yichen received the ball, turned, and dribbled to the top of the penalty arc facing the charging Owamoyola. He deftly pushed the ball a step to the outside, evading the tackle. Then, Yichen fired a powerful long shot, the ball rocketing towards the top left corner of the goal. Despite Weidenfeller's quick reaction, he was a step too slow. The ball brushed the top corner and hit the net with a crisp sound. The crowd erupted, and Yichen's teammates swarmed to celebrate his spectacular goal. On the sidelines, Coach Klopp decisively called over substitute Lagerlof to prepare for a change. Buvac jokingly remarked that Klopp couldn't wait and said he would contact the manager while Klopp took Yichen for a shower. Klopp hurriedly left, and Buvac sent a congratulatory message to Solskjaer. As Yichen ran off the field, Buvac beamed and told him to go shower and get ready to sign. Overjoyed, Yichen rushed into the locker room. 10 minutes later, in Klopp's office, club chairman Watzke questioned the high salary for a 17-year-old Chinese player. Klopp stood firm in his decision, urging Watzke to quickly handle the registration and paperwork. As a championship-winning coach, Klopp spoke with confidence. Klopp furrowed his brow, pondering Watzke's proposal carefully. He recalled the special treatment Götze had received back then and couldn't help but hesitate. But I think you should really think this through. Klopp began slowly. After all, among our young players, only Götze received such treatment. Trust me, he will be even better than Götze. Watzke was taken aback and stared at Klopp in disbelief. Are you crazy? Are you sure you're talking about Mario Götze? Klopp's expression was resolute, his brows tightly knit. Trust me, just like you did when you invited me to join. Watzke took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. All right, I hope he won't let you down. He won't, Klopp said firmly, then recalled a saying. Remember this Chinese proverb. A hero is not judged by his origins. It's a line from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This saying had always stuck with Klopp. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Klopp called out, "Come in." Buvac entered the office with Yichen. Watzke immediately turned his gaze to the young man, scrutinizing him. Besides his handsome appearance, Watzke couldn't immediately see what was special about this young man. Klopp stood up and made a gesture. "Come, sit here." The four of them took their seats around the desk. Klopp continued, "Do you need to contact your agent or guardian? After all, this is a big decision in your life." Yichen replied confidently, "No need. I can handle it myself." "All right then, take a look at the contract." Klopp handed the contract to Yichen. "If you have any concerns, feel free to bring them up." Yichen carefully read through the contract. When he saw the weekly salary, he was taken aback. 20,000 euros per week. At the current exchange rate of 1 to 9, that was equivalent to 180,000 yuan. This figure left Yichen feeling a bit incredulous. However, Yichen didn't rush to express his feelings and continued reading. The contract term was 4 years, and there were various bonuses: 3,000 euros for each appearance, 5,000 euros for each goal, 2,000 euros for each assist, and 3,000 euros for each win. Dortmund was indeed a big club. One could earn an additional tens of thousands of euros from just one match. Finally, Yichen noticed a clause in the contract, a release fee of 50 million euros. This number made Yichen secretly marvel. Do they really think that highly of me? However, if a team were willing to pay such a high transfer fee for him, it would indeed be worth considering. After all, even Shinji Kagawa's transfer fee to Manchester United after winning the Bundesliga MVP was only around £17 million, or roughly 25 million euros. Although the contract was already quite generous, Yichen still had a few requests he wanted to make. He took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Mr. Klopp was about to speak when Watzke cut him off sharply. "Kid from China? Don't push your luck. This deal is already great, and you're still not satisfied?" Klopp frowned and turned to Yichen, asking, "Is there something you're not happy with?" Yichen replied earnestly, "No, I'm very satisfied with the contract. However, I'd like to add a few clauses." "Go on." Klopp gestured for him to continue. Yichen began to list his demands. Firstly, goal bonuses. What kind of rewards will there be for scoring 15, 20, or even 30 goals? Additionally, what about winning the Golden Boot, the Bundesliga title, or the Champions League? And I'd like my salary to increase by 10 each year. Watzke's eyebrows knitted together, his tone questioning, "Kid, Do you even know what you're talking about? Do you think Dortmund has a shot at the title this year? Whether it's the Bundesliga or the Champions League, it's not within our reach. Yichen responded unfazed. The Champions League might be a stretch this year, but the league title is still possible. After all, it's only been 6 rounds. Anything can happen. Do you even understand football? Watzke retorted. Klopp, however, smiled and asked, what do you think is appropriate? Yichen detailed his expectations, for a combined total of goals and assists, 50,000 for 15, 125,000 for 20, 125,000 for 30, 125,000 for 40, and 125,000 for 50. Winning the Champions League would be 1 million, and winning the league would be 800,000. My yearly salary should increase by 10. Listening to Yichen's confident demands, Klopp inwardly regretted his generosity. He realized that Yichen was as cunning as a fox. However, if Yichen didn't perform well, these clauses would be meaningless. But if he did meet these targets, Klopp was willing to pay the bonuses. Anything else? Klopp asked. Yichen continued, of course. 300,000 for making the Bundesliga team of the season, 500,000 for making the Champions League team of the season, 500,000 for the Champions League Golden Boot, and 500,000 for the Golden Boy Award. Watzke couldn't help but laugh. He found the kid amusing, as if these honors were that easy to achieve. He teased. Why not make the Golden Boy Award 5 million while you're at it? Yichen's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to Klopp. You heard him, Mr. Klopp. That's Mr. Watzke's exact words. Klopp shook his head. Let's make it 1 million. But remember, the Golden Boy is no easy feat. No problem, just put it in writing, Yichen replied calmly. After half an hour of negotiation, a 3-page contract was finalized. Yichen's confidence impressed Klopp even more. He liked players who were self-assured and had personality, as long as they had the skills to back it up. Yichen's base salary was set at 1 million euros, but if he met all the additional clauses, his total earnings could exceed 5 million euros. The three men looked at Yichen as if watching a show, but Yichen didn't mind. He was eager to prove them wrong with his performance. At 3 p.m., Klopp brought Yichen to the press conference hall. Only 5 or 6 reporters were present, but one beautiful Chinese female journalist with black hair and eyes immediately caught Yichen's attention. He smiled at her, but she seemed not to notice. The press officer began with a smile. Welcome to Dortmund. Today's press conference is to introduce our new signing, a 17-year-old talent from China. The room buzzed with chatter. A press conference for a 17-year-old? What's Klopp up to now? He looks familiar. The reporters started talking amongst themselves. However, off stage, Li Xinran immediately recognized Yichen. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this the same Yichen who had been expelled from the national team and released by Manchester United? What was he doing in Dortmund? What had happened in between? Just as she was mulling over these questions, a confident smile appeared on Klopp's face. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room filled with reporters, and announced loudly, "Let me proudly introduce to everyone our latest signing at Borussia Dortmund, a genius forward." Yichen slowly rose and stood beside Klopp. Klopp continued, "His name is Yichen. He's 17 years old, a former Manchester United youth player, and he's from China. Just yesterday, he passed our trial and signed a 4-year professional contract with our first team." The room erupted in excitement. Reporters began to whisper and discuss among themselves. "Oh, he's the next Beckham from Manchester United. Is he the wonder kid who scored from the halfway line? Unbelievable. Dortmund has a sharp eye, signing him so quickly." Suddenly, one reporter raised a question. "Wait a minute, Mr. Klopp. Are you sure he's joining the first team and not the U18 or the reserves?" With a smile, Klopp nodded firmly. "You heard correctly. In fact, Dortmund has already registered him as a first-team player. More importantly, he will be included in the squad for our upcoming match against Mainz." This statement left all the reporters stunned. Mainz was Klopp's former club, the team he had led into the Bundesliga. Now, he needed to secure 3 points against them to avoid falling further behind Bayern. The reporters quickly regained their composure and raised their hands to ask questions. Is he really going to play right after signing? Does Mr. Klopp have that much confidence in his abilities? From what I know, Chinese players generally aren't that strong. Did you sign him because of the Chinese market? Faced with the barrage of questions, Klopp raised his hands to calm the room. There aren't many of you here today, so let's answer them one by one. Let's start with the third question. A blonde, blue-eyed, curvaceous female reporter stood up. She was from the German football newspaper and got straight to the point. Did you sign him for the Chinese market? Klopp smiled and turned his gaze to Li Xinran. You must be the specially invited Chinese journalist, right? Li Xinran stood up and responded fluently in German. Yes, Mr. Klopp, hello? This exchange made the other reporters suddenly realize something. They exchanged glances, as if they had found the answer. No wonder they signed Yichen. It's because of the Chinese market? Yeah, it's confirmed. Several reporters already had headlines forming in their minds. Dortmund signs Chinese player for 4 years to tap into Chinese market. Dortmund signs Chinese player? No. They're eyeing the Chinese market. Dortmund's first step in expanding into the Far East. Signing a Chinese player. As for who this Chinese player actually was, to them, it didn't seem to matter much. Klopp's face broke into a confident smile. He turned to the Chinese journalist, Li Xinran, in the audience, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Miss Li, isn't it true? Yi Chen's contract with Manchester United was terminated because the Chinese U17 national team expelled him, causing reputational damage to the club. This means Yi Chen's reputation in China is quite poor, and signing him wouldn't help in expanding our market there. Li Xinran nodded slightly, her expression complex. That's correct. After all, Yi Chen has been expelled by the Football Association, which stated that he would no longer be called up to any level of the national team. Klopp nodded in satisfaction and thanked Li Xinran, signaling that she could sit down. This exchange left the German journalists puzzled, and they began to question Klopp's true motive for signing Yi Chen. Some murmured about that spectacular midfield lob, seemingly reassessing Yi Chen's abilities. Klopp continued, "Today, we specifically invited journalists from China so that Yi Chen can clarify this matter to his home country's media and bring this good news to Dortmund's Chinese fans." Li Xinran was taken aback. She sensed there might be more to the story, and she signaled to the cameraman behind her to make sure the camera was focused on Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. "I am willing to take legal responsibility for what I'm about to say." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "I want to make it clear that although I've spent several years abroad, I still love my country. That's why, when the U17 national team first called me back to play, I took leave from my club and returned to China immediately." Passion filled Yi Chen's voice. "Like any player who gets to represent their country, I was full of anticipation for my first national team journey. But things didn't go as I expected." His expression turned stern. "When I joined the U17 team, I didn't even get to meet the head coach before I was kicked out." "Why? Isn't the first thing to adjust to the time zone and then start training?" Yi Chen paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. "I rested in my assigned room for a bit, then I was called to the team leader's office. He explicitly told me that the right to play in matches wasn't based on training performance, but on understanding the rules." A confused look crossed the face of a black journalist in the audience, prompting Yi Chen to explain, "The rules here mean money," he said without paying. "I shouldn't expect to play." As he spoke, Yi Chen took out his phone. "You can record the following conversation." When the recording played, the entire room fell silent. Although most German journalists couldn't understand the content, Li Xinran's breathing became noticeably rapid as she realized she might be about to scoop a story that could shake the entire football world. After the recording ended, Yi Chen smiled with relief. "Honestly, I'm not sad about leaving such a national team, but I didn't expect it to affect me so profoundly, even costing me my place at Manchester United. But perhaps it's for the best, as it brought me to Borussia Dortmund. From now on, I will fight for Dortmund." Klopp also smiled. "Thank you to the Chinese Football Association and Manchester United. Thank you for giving me my very own Ronaldo." A journalist immediately followed up. "Ronaldo? Are you saying Yi Chen will become Dortmund's Cristiano Ronaldo?" Klopp shook his head firmly. "No, not CR7 or Ronaldinho, but the original Ronaldo. The one who could do anything." The room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was eager to know what kind of extraordinary talent Yi Chen had shown during his trial to earn such high praise from Klopp, comparing him to the legendary phenomenon. Yi Chen thought to himself that he had always had the evidence, but never the right opportunity to reveal it. Now, he could finally speak up for himself. As for the uproar this would cause back home and how the Football Association would respond, he no longer cared. For Yi Chen, he was just someone who truly loved football. He hoped the sport could remain pure, untainted by money and power. He recalled the future of Robert Lewandowski, who, despite winning the hearts of many fans and being named the best player in the world, saw his popularity plummet due to a few untimely comments. To be honest, if this issue hadn't had such a significant impact on his career, he might never have chosen to speak out. But now, he had no other choice. Now, Yi Chen has finally cleared his name. However, he has no time to celebrate this hard-earned victory. In 3 days, Dortmund will face Mainz, and he has only 3 days to integrate with the team. Yi Chen knows that he must give his all in every training session, making every second count to blend in with the team. Coach Klopp has publicly announced that Yi Chen will be included in the squad for the Mainz match. This undoubtedly puts tremendous pressure and motivation on the young player. Whether he will get to play is still uncertain. Clenching his fist, Yi Chen is determined to prove himself with his skills. After the press conference, reporter Li Xinran hoped to arrange an exclusive interview with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen politely declined her request. "Sorry, I have to get back to training immediately," he said, striding swiftly towards the training field. Li Xinran watched his departing figure and could only sigh helplessly. Back at the office, Li Xinran immediately threw herself into her intense work. She knew the importance of timeliness in news reporting. Even the best news would lose its value if the optimal release time was missed. However, when she submitted her meticulously organized first-hand information to her boss, she received an unexpected directive. Under no circumstances was the content of the press conference to be published. Li Shinran frowned and asked in confusion, "Why? This is exclusive news." Her boss explained sternly, "If this news spreads domestically, the first to suffer won't be the national team, but our sports weekly." Meanwhile, the editor-in-chief in China also received related news. Instead of making it public immediately, he first informed the Football Association staff. Naturally, the association wanted to cover up the truth. But in this age of highly developed information networks, how could the truth be so easily hidden? Ironically, it was precisely because of Sports Weekly's secrecy that they missed the perfect opportunity for an exclusive report. Soon, a subtitled video of the live interview began to go viral on major forums. Manchester United, Real Madrid, Dortmund, AC Milan forums. More and more netizens participated in sharing it, and people suddenly realized they had been kept in the dark all along. Yi Chen's Weibo account exploded, with the comment section flooded with apologies. Simultaneously, the official Weibo of the Football Association was bombarded with angry comments, nearly overwhelmed by the furious messages. National U17 team leader Wang Bo was urgently summoned to a meeting room. The high-level officials of the Football Association were holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to punish Wang Bo. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense, and Wang Bo sat uneasily, awaiting the impending judgment. However, Yi Chun had already put all these disturbances behind him. He was fully immersed in training, with sweat soaking through his jersey. "My current ability level is only at 70, there's still a lot of room for improvement," Yi Chun silently reminded himself. "I must work twice as hard." Gritting his teeth, he continued to throw himself into the high-intensity training. Mainz was Klopp's home club, where he spent 12 years of his professional career. Unfortunately, during that time, Mainz remained in the second division of the Bundesliga, which meant Klopp never played in the top tier. Nonetheless, Klopp showcased extraordinary talent as a coach. Later, Bayern Munich showed interest in Klopp, but he ultimately chose Borussia Dortmund. However, the new season seemed challenging for Dortmund. In the fifth round, Mainz suffered a crushing 40 defeat to Hoffenheim, severely impacting their goal difference, although they still had one more goal than Dortmund. Meanwhile, Dortmund faced a three-match winless streak. A 0-0 draw against strong opponents Bayer Leverkusen, followed by 12 losses to Hertha Berlin and Hannover 96. Notably, Hannover 96 was a mid-table team, while Hertha Berlin was fighting relegation. Such results brought immense pressure on Klopp. After all, Dortmund were the champions last season, and this performance was clearly unsatisfactory to the fans. Therefore, the upcoming matches were crucial for Dortmund. They had to secure victories. The media were generally pessimistic about Dortmund's prospects. Barrios' injuries significantly weakened their attacking strength, leaving the team reliant on a backup forward who scored only 8 goals last season. The day before the match, Klopp announced the starting lineup and substitutes at Dortmund's training ground. Yi Chun was delighted to be included in the substitutes. Despite having a Champions League match midweek, Dortmund still fielded their full-strength squad, continuing with their usual 4,231 formation. Meanwhile, the domestic football scene was in an uproar over a report on the disciplinary notice for U17 national team manager Wang Bo. Yi Chen's leaked recording dealt a devastating blow to the reputation of the Football Association, especially the phrase "my rules are the rules," which became a viral catchphrase online. The disciplinary outcome showed that Wang Bo was expelled from the U17 national team, banned from football-related work domestically for a year, and fined 50,000 yuan. However, this punishment seemed far too lenient to the public. People questioned whether such a penalty was sufficient for someone who corrupted young national players, abused power, and accepted bribes. Adding to the dissatisfaction, the Football Association appeared eager to close the matter without further investigation. This incident thrust Yi Chun into the public eye. As the fourth Chinese player to join the Bundesliga after Yang Chun, Xiao Jiayi, and Hao Junmin, Yi Chen's signing brought hope to many fans disappointed with Chinese football, especially after Hao Junmin's contract with Schalke 04 was terminated. Yi Chun became the only Chinese player currently playing in the Bundesliga. CCTV5 was particularly excited, as they held the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga. During the press conference announcing Yi Chen's signing with Dortmund, Klopp had already stated that Yi Chun would be included in the squad, prompting CCTV5 to schedule a live broadcast of the match. The network even featured Yi Chen's photo on their homepage with the headline, "Chinese talent Yi Chun set for Dortmund debut." However, Yi Chun himself was unaware of all this attention. The match was scheduled to start at 3:30 p.m. German time, which corresponded to 9:30 p.m. in China, a convenient time for domestic fans to watch. On the morning of the match, the team had a light recovery session. Klopp approached Yi Chun, warmly putting an arm around his shoulder and asked, "Yi, how are you feeling? Ready to play today?" Yi Chun replied confidently, "Absolutely, I feel great." He was filled with anticipation, eager to play his first official match. Klopp nodded, saying, be ready to step in. Dortmund needs your firepower. I'll make the most of the opportunity, Yi Chen said, clenching his fist with determination. After an early lunch, the team took the bus to Mainz. The pre-match press conference had already taken place the previous evening, attended by Klopp and Captain Kell. When asked if Yi Chen would make his official debut, Klopp responded that every player on the roster had a chance to play, and people should wait and see. Chinese journalist Li Xinran was also present, asking whether Yi Chen was capable of competing in the Bundesliga. Klopp's face lit up with a confident smile as he firmly believed that Yi Chen's talent would shine in any league. I'm sure he'll prove it very soon, Klopp stated emphatically. When asked if Yi Chen could coexist with Shinji Kagawa, Klopp looked puzzled. They're both professional players, he explained. Historical issues won't affect their performance on the pitch. As the team bus rolled into the stadium grounds, Yi Chen felt the intense atmosphere of the Bundesliga for the first time. Among the sea of fans were die-hard Dortmund supporters who had traveled at their own expense to cheer for the team. Sitting next to Yi Chen, Gotze closely observed his reaction. Yi, your hands are shaking, Gotze said softly. Are you nervous? He tried to lighten the mood with a smile, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder. Relax, I was a nervous wreck before my first official match too. I even lost sleep the night before and almost missed the team meeting the next day. However, Yi Chen's response caught Gotze off guard. I'm not nervous, I'm excited, Yi Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I finally get to play in an official match. Hearing this, Gotze couldn't help but cover his forehead. This guy is really something else, he thought. Is he a glutton for punishment, or what? The match officially started at 3:30 p.m. local time. However, as soon as Klopp emerged from the tunnel, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Despite having left Mainz, the fans still deeply remembered his contributions to the team. This heartwarming scene moved Yi Chen, making him daydream about whether he would receive such a warm welcome if he ever returned to Dortmund. He then laughed at himself, hadn't even played a single match for Dortmund yet. So why think so far ahead? Was he naturally a dreamer? With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chen followed Klopp and the other substitutes to the bench. Suddenly, a clear voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Yi Chen. He turned to see Lena standing in the Mainz fan section, her bright yellow jersey standing out in the sea of red. Lena? What are you doing here? Yi Chen asked in disbelief. Lena beamed. Of course, I'm here to watch your debut match. Good luck. I will. I'll call you later. Yi Chen made a phone gesture, and Lena nodded enthusiastically. Yi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Klopp urged from ahead. Kuba put his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder and teased. Yi, is that your girlfriend? She's really pretty. Yi Chen shook his head. No, she's just a friend. As soon as he said it, he was taken aback. It was his first friend in this new world. The match began with Dortmund in a 4,231 formation. Shinji Kagawa was the playmaker, with Perisic on the left, Gotze on the right, and Lewandowski as the lone striker. The double pivot consisted of Captain Kell and Gundogan. Although Kell wasn't as famous, his solid defense and strong influence made him indispensable to the team. From the start, both sides fiercely contested the midfield. Kagawa became the main target, getting fouled 4 times in the first 10 minutes. Mainz players took turns fouling him but cleverly avoided yellow cards. At 14:24, Dortmund had their best chance. Sabotic passed to Piszczek, who found Perisic. Perisic cut inside and passed to an open Kagawa, who took a shot from outside the box. Unfortunately, it hit the post, giving Mainz fans a scare. At 32:24, Mainz seized the opportunity to take the lead. Soto broke past low and delivered a low cross. Nikolai Meiler, arriving late, struck the ball into the net. Weidenfeller couldn't react to the speed of the shot. The crowd erupted, nearly lifting the roof with their cheers. Klopp was furious on the sidelines, yelling at Low. Although right back was Dortmund's weakest link, Klopp couldn't tolerate Low being beaten so easily. On the field, Low looked frustrated, knowing he struggled against fast and skillful players. After taking the lead, Mainz slowed the pace and focused on the midfield. Although Kagawa was in the attacking midfield position, he played more like a second striker and faced special attention today. Lewandowski also struggled to make an impact as Prospect consistently intercepted Kagawa's through balls. The first half ended with Mainz leading 10. Klopp headed to the locker room early, signaling his dissatisfaction with the team's performance. Yi Chen noticed the players seemed off, perhaps due to the hot weather. At 3:30 p.m. in September, the temperature had already reached 30 degrees Celsius, posing a significant challenge to their stamina. But they scored, so the weather can't be an excuse. The key is how to take the lead. Yi Chen had just stood up from the bench when the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Match task triggered. Lead the Yellow Bees to a comeback. Successful completion will reward a silver chest. Failure will result in the loss of a random skill. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately felt a surge of tension. He currently had only 3 skills, 2 of which were class. Failing to turn the game around and losing any skill would be a significant loss. Can I refuse the task? Yichen muttered softly. The system responded coldly. Refusing the task will automatically count as a failure, and a skill will be deducted immediately. Fine, you win. Yichen gritted his teeth, though he was merely joking with the system. As a player eager for victory, he would give his all to help the team win, even without the task. Although Yichen was a time traveler, he didn't remember the outcome of every match, especially since he didn't often watch Dortmund's games. That particular match against Bayern ended in a 12 loss for Dortmund, but at this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was the game in front of him. Yichen took a deep breath, reminding himself to focus on the present. Each match must be played one at a time, and each goal must be scored one by one. As the players gradually filed into the locker room, Klopp had already set up the pieces representing the players on the board. His first words went straight to the point. Robert Lewandowski, you'll rest for the second half and prepare for the midweek Champions League game. You'll replace Lewandowski in the second half. Any issues? No problem. Yichen responded loudly, feeling his blood boil instantly. He couldn't help but think how perfect it would be if there were a background music track like in an anime when the protagonist makes an entrance. However, his shout startled both his teammates and Klopp. Klopp frowned and said, "Keep it down. Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Yichen awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly apologized. Sorry, I got too excited." As the second half whistle blew, the changes in Borussia Dortmund's lineup immediately caught the attention of fans and commentators alike. In the commentary box, Huang Jinxiang and Su Yang perked up with excitement. Huang Jinxiang eagerly informed the viewers, Dortmund has made a midfield substitution. The 17-year-old prodigy Yichen is making his debut for Dortmund. He quickly listed the records Yichen had set. The fourth Chinese player to officially play in the Bundesliga, the first Chinese player to play for Dortmund, the youngest Chinese player in the top 5 European leagues, and the second youngest player ever to debut for Dortmund. Huang Jinxiang added that if Yichen could score in his debut, he would become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to do so. However, he tempered his expectations, noting that just getting on the field was already a significant achievement, and that it was unrealistic to expect too much. Mainz's head coach Glasner was taken aback by Klopp's decision. He pondered the capabilities of this 17-year-old, while also questioning whether he was feeling anxious simply because he was up against Klopp. Glasner quickly adjusted his tactics, calling over centre-back Fathy and instructing him to pay close attention to Yichen's movements and not give him any shooting opportunities. The game resumed with Yichen passing the ball to Shinji Kagawa before making an immediate forward run. Kagawa, controlling the ball, slowed the pace. Dortmund's second-half strategy had shifted to focusing on the left flank. After a few passes, the ball found its way to Perisic. Perisic advanced down the wing, evading Mainz's right-back Bungert. Center-back Posbeck had no choice but to cover. At this moment, Yichen positioned himself just outside the penalty area. Perisic glanced up and passed the ball to Yichen, then made a decisive forward run, betting on Yichen's football intelligence. In a critical moment, Mainz's other center-back Fathy charged out of the box, attempting to block Yichen's shooting angle. With a fierce look, Fathy clearly intended to teach the young player a lesson. However, Yichen remained composed, swiftly poking the ball back and skillfully sidestepping Fathy's tackle. Fathy reached out to grab Yichen, but caught nothing but air. Yichen's pass was like a sharp scalpel, slicing through Mainz's defense. Perisic's eyes lit up with surprise, realizing his bet had paid off. Without time to admire Yichen's pass, he surged into the box, facing goalkeeper Heinz Müller-Union. Posbeck chased desperately from behind, but it was too late. Confronted by the advancing Heinz Müller, Perisic remained unfazed and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The soccer ball skimmed across the ground towards the goal. Müller was in peak form today. As Perisic took the shot, Müller quickly extended his foot. The ball's direction changed, heading towards the center. Müller lunged and managed to deflect it. Mainz fans breathed a sigh of relief, only to gasp in horror the next second. Yichen had stealthily slipped into the penalty area. Instead of tangling with Fatty, he decisively charged towards the goal. Although Müller had deflected Perisic's shot, the ball hadn't gone far. Yichen seized the opportunity and, facing an open goal, confidently tapped it in. Bang! The ball, spinning fiercely, sailed into the net. Yichen chose to place the shot rather than strike it hard, skillfully avoiding the common mistake forwards make during follow-ups. Goal! The stadium DJ screamed excitedly. The scorer is Dortmund's 17-year-and-5-day-old prodigy. He has set the record for the youngest player to score on his Bundesliga debut. His positioning was simply perfect. Yi. Dortmund fans chanted his name loudly. Instinctively, Yichen started to run towards the corner flag after scoring, but remembering that Lena was watching from the stands, he turned and ran towards her direction. "I scored!" he shouted excitedly, pumping his fist. However, he forgot that Lena, wearing a Dortmund jersey, was seated in the home team's fan section, and he was now facing a sea of Mainz supporters. "Get out of here, you Chinese. Go back to China." The Mainz fans were furious, flipping him off and even throwing water bottles and shoes at him. Yichen quickly dodged, and his teammates pulled him away just in time. Perisic put his arm around Yichen's neck, half-jokingly saying, "Kid, do you have a death wish celebrating in front of them?" But that follow-up shot was brilliant. Meanwhile, the TV commentator exclaimed passionately, "It's in! It's in! It's in!" Yichen has become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to score on his debut. He holds this great record alone. He is our pride from China. Huang Jinxiang was in tears at this moment. He had been waiting for this for so long. Reflecting on how Juanmin's initial move to the Bundesliga, fans were full of hope, thinking it would mark the beginning of a new chapter. However, reality was harsh. How Juanmin only appeared in insignificant matches, with no assists or goals to his name. After all, his competitors were the formidable Farfan and Rakitic. With Magatha's departure and the appointment of new coach Ralf Rangnick, how Juanmin's situation worsened. He completely lost his chance to play and could only sit on the bench, waiting for his contract to expire. Yet, there was still a whole year left on his contract. Helpless, he chose to terminate his contract early and return to China. Thus, in the vast landscape of the top 5 European leagues, the presence of Chinese players almost vanished, leaving only Yichen and Manchester United's U18 team. But was Yichen truly the pride of Chinese football? Quite the opposite. He became a disgrace, a huge disappointment. This talented young player didn't focus on improving his skills, but instead became a pawn for Manchester United to open up the Chinese market. Initially, the media paid attention to Yichen's training, but as time went on, even that attention disappeared. His news lost its value. It's no wonder, as in 2 years, he hadn't participated in a single youth team match. For Chinese fans, this was undoubtedly a great shame. At this moment, Yichen was suddenly called up to the U17 national team. Fans rekindled their hope, as he was the only Chinese player in the top 5 leagues. Everyone wanted to see the true level of a young player trained at Manchester United. Shockingly, Yichen was expelled from the national team before playing a single match, for refusing to train with the team and behaving arrogantly. This was unacceptable for the traditionally humble Chinese people. What followed was a fierce wave of online abuse. Yichen's former classmates came forward to reveal his unsavory behavior. The truth became hard to verify. Keyboard warriors vented their negative emotions recklessly, and Yichen became a public enemy. Even those who usually didn't care about football couldn't resist cursing him. Some fans even sarcastically said that Yichen's only purpose was to shield the Football Association from criticism. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Yichen reappeared. At a press conference announcing his signing with Borussia Dortmund, the long-suffering young man finally revealed the truth. People were awakened to the fact that Yichen was innocent. Those who had cursed him the harshest quickly changed their stance, now directing their anger at the Football Association. "I owe Yichen an apology" even became a top trending topic. Throughout all this, Yichen never responded to the incident. At that time, he had just joined Borussia Dortmund and had much to adapt to. He had to fully commit to training while also learning German, leaving him no time to deal with online opinions, let alone news from home. After all, as an orphan, he didn't even have an agent. Despite this, Yichen gained some popularity in China. Renowned football host Zhang Jun posted a video about Yichen on Weibo. In the video, Zhang Jun said, "A 17-year-old boy chasing his football dream, wandering alone in a foreign land. When he was called up to the national team on his birthday, he thought it was the best gift from heaven, only to encounter the shocking corruption of the Football Association not paying him and not allowing him to play. This stubborn boy decided to fight against the dark forces, only to be misunderstood by countless fans as a deserter. Returning to his club with scars, he spent his birthday alone in a foreign land, without friends, without family, with even his dreams on the verge of collapse. But he wasn't defeated by difficulties. In a formal match for Manchester United U18, the long-silent Yichen exploded. He volleyed a corner kick into the net without stopping the ball, calmly distributed the ball to assist teammates, and finally ended the match with a midfield lob reminiscent of Beckham. He could have been covered in glory, making Chinese fans proud and overshadowing the English stars. But fate played a huge joke on him. Before the match ended, he was released by the team. For a 17-year-old, this was nothing short of a disaster. However, just when everyone thought he would be crushed, lost, or even give up on his dreams, that stubborn boy stood up again. He didn't give a passionate speech. He only presented irrefutable evidence. Perhaps Wang Bo never imagined that a casual conversation would be recorded by the other party and become key evidence. The once disappeared boy, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, reappeared before the world. This time, he had become a professional player for the Bundesliga champions, Borussia Dortmund. A young Chinese boy securing a 4-year contract worth €4 million annually. Was this even conceivable before? This boy is none other than today's protagonist, Yichen. After 10 years of relentless hard work, his moment to showcase his talent has finally arrived. No one knows the hardships he endured, but his unwavering determination and extraordinary mental strength are evident. Facing doubts, mockery, insults, and misunderstandings, Yichen never gave in, standing resilient like an unyielding warrior. And this brave soul is just a 17-year-old boy. Jianjun, with a passionate tone, narrated Yichen's story and ended with a deep bow, urging everyone to support this 17-year-old chasing his dreams. Having lived abroad himself, Jianjun understands the difficulties Chinese people face in foreign lands and deeply empathizes with the struggles Yichen has gone through. Although the incident of his dismissal was regrettable, it inadvertently boosted Yichen's fame and drew more attention from Chinese people to the sport of football. Especially some young women, who usually had little interest in football, decided to watch Saturday's match because of Yichen. Before the match began, the audience was worried whether Klopp's pre-match statements were just hype and whether Yichen could adapt to the high intensity of the Bundesliga. However, Yichen dispelled all doubts with a brilliant goal, sending a clear message to the audience. Enjoy the game, leave the rest to me. At the start of the second half, Yichen seized an opportunity and scored again, marking his first goal for Dortmund and setting a record as the youngest player to score on his debut in Bundesliga history. When Huang Jinxiang excitedly announced this historic moment, countless spectators were overjoyed. On the field, Yichen quickly regained his composure, focusing on how to turn the game around. He knew that both scrade and agrade skills were invaluable to him at this moment. Yichen had anticipated the mindset of players like Fatty, who simply wanted to bully the newcomer. But Yichen wasn't planning to give him that chance. After Mainz resumed play, they tried to slow down the pace to stabilize the situation. However, Dortmund players started pressing high across the pitch. Mainz, despite being somewhat prepared, spread out their formation to utilize the field's width. But they were not Barcelona, and their passing game was not as refined, especially against the fresh and energetic Yichen. At 64:21, when the ball was passed back to Fatty, Yichen suddenly accelerated towards him. Fatty, seemingly calm, passed the ball back to the goalkeeper, but the pass was a bit slow. In a panic, goalkeeper Mahler cleared the ball with a powerful kick, almost intercepted by Yichen. The ball crossed the halfway line and landed in the center circle. Kell accurately judged the drop point, leaping high to head the ball to Gundogan. With the ball at his feet, Dortmund's counterattack quickly unfolded. Gundogan calmly assessed the situation and delivered a precise through ball to Perisic. Perisic sprinted down to the byline and looked up, only to find no one in the middle to cross to. He had to stop and look for Shinji Kagawa. Yichen didn't rush to the middle because he knew his slight build wouldn't give him an advantage in aerial or ground duels. Instead, he positioned himself to receive the ball outside the box. Shinji Kagawa had already moved into position to support. As he received the ball and started dribbling horizontally, Yichen pretended to run outside the box, but suddenly changed direction and dashed into the penalty area. Kagawa, as if reading his mind, immediately delivered a precise through ball. The ball swiftly bypassed Posbeck and landed perfectly at Yichen's feet. Without slowing down, Yichen faced the onrushing goalkeeper Mahler, who had come off his line to narrow the shooting angle. In a split-second decision, Yichen made his move. With a delicate flick of his toe, the ball arced gracefully over Mahler and slowly bounced towards the goal. This elegant chip shot was a masterpiece of finesse and precision. This time, after scoring, Yichen didn't roar in celebration but ran to the corner flag, leaping high and waving his fingers. Suddenly, he spun around, landing firmly on both feet, and performed his signature celebration. The stadium echoed with the resounding chant of "Shoo." In the TV studio, Huang Jinxiang's voice grew more urgent, as if trying to convey his excitement to every viewer. A brilliant run. Yichen's sudden cutback left Fatty and Posbeck a step behind. He's in the box, and the ball lands perfectly at his feet. The goalkeeper charges out. Yichen shoots it's in. It's in. It's in. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed it's in 4 times, his voice rising with each repetition. Yichen has scored his second goal of the match. What a spectacular goal. He couldn't help but reflect. I must apologize to Yichen. Before the second half started, I was worried he couldn't handle such an intense game, but just 20 minutes into the half, he's already scored twice. This is the hope of Chinese football. His co-commentator Su Yang joined in enthusiastically. Yichen is truly outstanding. I heard he didn't even get a chance to play in the youth team before, which must have been Manchester United's problem, not his. I guarantee, with positioning like that, he could easily find a place at Barcelona. Huang Jinxiang asked with a smile. What makes his positioning so impressive? Please explain to our viewers, Coach Su. Su Yang analyzed in detail. Many viewers might think this goal was simple, but it was actually very clever. First, when Kagawa had the ball, Yichen made a retreating move to avoid being offside. Then, the chemistry between them was evident. Just a glance was enough to sync up. Kagawa's pass was quick to pierce through center-backs like Posbeck, and Yichen timed his run perfectly. The most brilliant part was Yichen's finish. With just 0.5 seconds to decide, he chose a confident chip shot. This goal is as impressive as a Panenka penalty, combining intelligence, composure, and skill. Su Yang genuinely admired. In just 20 minutes, I've become a fan of Yi Chun. I hope he continues to shine in his career. Huang Jinxiang agreed. Who wouldn't be? But honestly, Yi Chun's performance today is far better than Lewandowski's. Kagawa made a similar through ball in the first half, but Lewandowski was either offside or slow to react. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Lewandowski is indeed off his game today, but giving him a rest makes sense with the Champions League match coming up midweek. Huang Jinxiang added. According to the records, the last time a Chinese player scored twice in a Bundesliga match was Yang Chun in 2000. And now, 17-year-old Yi Chun has achieved this in his debut. Speaking of which, I just had a bold idea. Su Yang exchanged a knowing glance with him, and they both smiled. Let's focus on the game for now. At the Opel Arena, Yi Chun's goal once again ignited the passion of the Dortmund fans. Even the Mainz supporters had to admit that Yi Chun's performance was nothing short of genius. Suddenly, the Mainz team anthem echoed throughout the stadium, and the home fans sang Rot und Weiss to cheer on their team. Meanwhile, Kagawa and other teammates ran over to congratulate Yi Chun. Kagawa gave him a thumbs up. Hey man, that celebration move was really cool. Gatsa asked curiously. Did you come up with that celebration yourself? It was awesome. Perisic laughed. But it's still not as impressive as your goal. By the way, Yi, what does shu mean? Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that Cristiano Ronaldo might not have used this celebration move in this world yet. He remembered loving to watch Ronaldo play, but couldn't recall exactly when the move first appeared. Judging by his teammates' reactions, it hadn't yet. A flicker of worry crossed Yi Chun's mind. This celebration might have unintentionally become an original What About Ronaldo? It was the first time he found himself copying someone else's celebration, even if it was unintentional. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. In the world of football, a one-goal lead is never safe. At this scoreline, the opposition will definitely still feel they have a chance. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with determination. He was eager to score 2 more goals. Shinji Kagawa, smiling, praised him. Yi, your positioning is fantastic. I think we should try to coordinate more. Yi Chun responded quietly, of course, but next, they definitely won't let me take the ball comfortably in the box. I want to try some long shots. But you missed 2 shots earlier, Kagawa said, slightly worried. I was just finding my rhythm. Yi Chun retorted stubbornly. Kagawa sighed. All right. Just keep positioning yourself well, and I'll get the ball to you as soon as I can. He thought to himself. Considering Yi Chun had already assisted him once, he could afford to pass him the ball a few more times. As the game resumed, Mainz became noticeably more anxious. Losing in the league meant 0 points, so they went all out in the next 25 minutes. However, by the 70th minute, Klopp made a substitution, bringing on Moritz Leitner for Shinji Kagawa. This change was clearly to strengthen the defense and secure the victory. Klopp also had the upcoming Champions League match in mind. He wasn't willing to give up on it and wanted to at least make it to the round of 16. As time passed, the tension grew. Mainz's attacks increasingly threatened Dortmund's defense. In the 75th minute, the exhausted Ilkay Gundogan was substituted for center-back Felipe Santana. Dortmund adopted a 541 defensive formation, leaving Yi Chun alone up front. Seeing Dortmund's deep defense, Mainz intensified their offensive efforts. At 88 minutes and 21 seconds, a shot from Mainz was headed out of the box by center-back Subotic. Götze controlled the ball with his chest and made a long pass, sending the ball to Yi Chun. Yi Chun sprinted forward with the ball, while Perisic quickly advanced on the left. It was a Tuntuo situation in the front. When Fathy rushed towards him, Yi Chun deliberately slowed down, causing Prospect to move closer to Perisic. At the moment Fathy slowed down, Yi Chun suddenly accelerated, feinting a pass with his left foot. Fathy instinctively stretched his leg to block, but Yi Chun used the outside of his foot to cut the ball, sending it flying to the right. Fathy tried to turn but lost his balance and fell heavily. Yi Chun found himself in the clear, with ample space to sprint and adjust for a shot. However, just as he was about to speed up, he stumbled and fell to the ground. It turned out that Fathy, who had been knocked down, had tripped him. The referee quickly blew the whistle and ran to the spot of the foul. Fathy hurriedly explained, "Referee, there were other defenders behind me. A yellow card should be enough." But the referee was unmoved and pulled out a red card, awarding Dortmund a free kick from 35 meters out. Fathy erupted in anger, insisting he hadn't fouled and accusing Yi Chun of diving. He tried to grab the fallen Yi Chun, but Götze intervened in time. Götze stood between Yi Chun and Fathy as players from both teams gathered around. Once the situation calmed down, Yi Chun got up and walked towards Götze. "Mario, can I take this free kick?" Götze was a bit surprised but agreed, "Sure. We have 2 spots, you decide how to take it." Yi Chun made an okay gesture, contemplating. "I wonder if a free kick counts as a long shot? 35 meters is quite a distance, and the angle isn't ideal." Fatty, who had been sent off, didn't head straight to the locker room. Instead, He sat down in front of a TV in the player's tunnel, eyes glued to the live broadcast. Even if he had the chance to make the decision again, he would still choose the same course of action without hesitation. In that critical moment, if Yi Chen had successfully broken through, the two-known situation up front could have very likely resulted in another goal against them. More importantly, Fatty knew he might end up being the backdrop for that goal, a humiliating moment that would stain his career. So, he chose to take the risk and commit the foul. Glassener didn't blame Fatty for his decision. He understood that under those circumstances, committing the foul was indeed the wisest choice. On the field, Yi Chen stood over the ball, his deep gaze locked onto the distant goal. The distance was indeed far, but not insurmountable. Memories of Carlos scoring a 35-meter free kick against the Huaxia team in the World Cup and Ronaldinho's lob over England's keeper Seaman flashed through his mind. Yi Chen knew that only a powerful strike could produce a miracle at this moment. He carefully adjusted the ball's position, aligning the valve with the lower central part of the ball, its hardest point, capable of generating the highest speed. The wall was set, with Hummels, Subotic, and Perisic lurking at the far post, while fullbacks Kraslovic and Piszczek were on the perimeter, ready to thwart any counterattacks. The commentator began his narration. 89 minutes in, Dortmund has a free-kick opportunity from 35 meters out. This distance is almost impossible to score from unless Yi Chen transforms into Carlos. However, Götze has given Yi the chance to take it, indicating he trusts Yi's passing ability. The referee's whistle blew, and all eyes focused on Yi Chen. He took a deep breath, locking eyes with Heinz Müller in goal, determination shining in his gaze. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. I must complete a hat-trick on my debut. Yi Chen started his run-up, channeling all his power into his right leg. His foot snapped forward like a whip, striking the ball's bottom fiercely. The ball soared into the air, wobbling unpredictably left and right. Mainz fans were indifferent, thinking the distance was too far to score. However, Müller in goal was drenched in sweat, the ball's erratic path making it hard to read. Just as the commentator was about to sigh, "What a pity," the ball suddenly dipped sharply. Müller backpedaled and leapt to save. But the ball's bizarre trajectory made it impossible to judge. The ball dipped under his hand and into the net. The stadium erupted instantly, the commentator's words cut short and replaced by deafening screams, "Goal!" Fans clutched their heads in disbelief, eyes wide open. They had just witnessed a miracle. What seemed destined for the stands had made a magical descent. The commentator could only exclaim, "What a goal!" as no other words could describe such a strike. Yi Chen could no longer contain his passion after scoring. He ripped off his shirt, revealing his chiseled physique, and roared towards the Dortmund fans. In this moment, he finally released all his pent-up emotions. Though he didn't actively follow online commentary, the doubting voices inevitably reached his ears. Even in Dortmund, not everyone welcomed him, as his arrival threatened the playing time of other forwards. But now, none of that mattered. Yi Chen's long-contained energy exploded in this moment. Dortmund fans in the stands shouted themselves hoarse, and countless viewers at home leaped in excitement, collectively witnessing this incredible goal. However, the most excited people in the room were the commentators, Huang Jinxiang and Su Yang. When Yi Chen's bizarre free kick curved in an unbelievable arc, slicing through the defense and straight into the net, the entire commentary booth erupted. "It's in! It's in! It's in!" Huang Jinxiang shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Su Yang beside him. That free kick? It was just incredible. My goodness, how did he even do that? Su Yang was equally stunned. He furrowed his brows, trying to come up with a plausible explanation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "This is what they call a power miracle, right?" But the trajectory was just too weird. Especially that sudden dip right in front of the goal. It's nearly impossible for the goalkeeper to stop that. Su Yang's confusion was understandable. The term knuckleball was only coined in 2012 by Gazzetta dello Sport, and Cristiano Ronaldo referred to his own knuckleball as a tomahawk. But at this moment, those technical terms didn't matter. Huang Jinxiang, his voice trembling with excitement, continued, "Let's congratulate Yi Chen for becoming the first player in Bundesliga history to score a hat-trick on their debut. Yi Chen is born to break records." The camera then cut to the field, where Yi Chen was celebrating with a stylish move, flaunting his well-trained physique. Although the main referee was clearly impressed by the spectacular goal, he still smiled and handed Yi Chen a yellow card, adhering to his duties. This match would undoubtedly go down in history, memorable not just for the referee and the fans, but for everyone watching. Such an extraordinary free kick is a rare sight indeed. However, not everyone could share in the joy of victory. The camera mercilessly captured Fatty, pacing near the tunnel, reluctant to return to the locker room. He stood there, hands on his head, filled with regret. "I should have let the kid take the shot himself," he muttered. "This is so embarrassing." The outcome of the match was sealed. Thanks to Yi Chen's hat-trick, Borussia Dortmund pulled off an astonishing comeback in the second half, defeating Mainz 31 on their home ground. After the match, Yichun was unsurprisingly named the MVP. A stunning blonde reporter approached him for a brief interview. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Bundesliga history to score a hat-trick on your debut. You've made history in the Bundesliga. Congratulations, she said enthusiastically. Yichun's face lit up with surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? I'm that awesome? I wonder if the record-breaking system will give me some extra rewards? Can't wait to find out. This was Yichun's first official Bundesliga match. On the field, his once proud speed seemed unremarkable here. Especially compared to the black players, his speed advantage vanished, as if crushed into dust. Moreover, his physical confrontation ability appeared inadequate. As a forward, Yichun had to face the opponent's central defenders, all of whom were physically formidable. In this aspect, Yichun felt immense pressure once again. However, Yichun was not without his strengths. His excellent game-reading ability and agile positioning, combined with a precise long shot, allowed him to score a hat-trick in this match. Despite this, Yichun did not become complacent. He knew that his impressive performance was largely due to the opponent's unfamiliarity with him. He sensed that by the end of tonight's game, his name would be widely recognized in the Bundesliga. The sudden attention made Yichun a bit uneasy. He clearly understood that if he couldn't maintain his outstanding performance, his teammates might stop creating scoring opportunities for him. Just as Yichun was lost in these thoughts, a reporter interrupted him, asking for his thoughts on China U17's loss to Jordan. Yichun shook his head and declined to discuss the topic, hoping to continue talking about the just concluded match. The reporter then asked, "You scored a beautiful free kick in the final moments, reminiscent of Ronaldo's knuckleball. Have you given this move a catchy name?" Yichun shook his head again, indicating he hadn't thought of one yet. "Who did you learn your free kicks from?" The reporter continued. "Mostly by observing Ronaldo, Pirlo, and Juninho," Yichun replied. "I think I've picked up quite a bit." At that moment, Kagawa suddenly rushed over, lifted Yichun in a bear hug, and shouted to the camera, "You're my god." This unexpected gesture made Yichun a bit embarrassed, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. The interview continued. The beautiful host, with a bright smile, asked, "After scoring a hat-trick today, do you have anything to say to Manchester United?" Half jokingly, Yichun responded, "You used to ignore me. Now you'll find me out of your league." The host's smile grew even brighter as she congratulated Yichun on becoming the MVP of the day and expressed her hope to interview him again in the future. Just as Yichun was about to leave, the host handed him a business card. Yichun thought to himself, maybe she genuinely just wants to conduct an interview, much like how TV show bosses just want to learn a foreign language. After the interview, Dortmund's players went to the away fans section to thank them for their support. Then, everyone returned to the locker room. Yichun immediately took out his phone to contact Lena. "Lena, where are you now?" Yichun asked. "I'm in the parking lot, but I can't leave just yet. There are too many cars here," Lena replied helplessly. In Europe, the car rental industry is very developed, and everything can be arranged with just a phone. Lena had flown to Germany and then drove herself to the stadium. Although it was still early, she had planned to go back that night. Yichun went straight to Klopp to request leave. Before he could speak, Kuba interrupted. "Boss, his girlfriend came to watch the game. We saw her when we entered. She's a very pretty girl." Yichun blushed and quickly explained, "She's not my girlfriend. We're just good friends." "Yes, good friends." Kuba chimed in, and the other teammates joined in the teasing. Klopp appeared understanding, having been young once himself. He walked over to Yichun and said, "I'll give you 2 days off. Report back to the team in 2 days. No need, just having a meal with her will be enough," Yichun quickly explained. "Ha ha ha, you Chinese are really shy." Klopp laughed. Despite this, Yichun parted ways with the team after showering. Clearly, Dortmund had won today, and Klopp was in a good mood. For the hero of the comeback, he was naturally lenient. Yichun could rest because he didn't need to play in the Champions League, but the other players weren't so fortunate. They had to attend recovery training the next day, while the coaching staff had to analyze their next opponent, Marseille. In this Champions League draw, Dortmund was placed in the group of death. Their 3 group stage opponents were Arsenal, Marseille, and Olympiacos. The first group match was Dortmund at home against Arsenal, where they managed to equalize in the 88th minute thanks to Perisic's solo effort after falling behind in the first half at Signal Iduna Park. The second match would be an away game against Marseille, requiring the team to arrive in France a day early to acclimate. This is a standard arrangement for Champions League matches, rather than playing immediately after disembarking from the plane. The coaching staff would send someone to inspect the stadium in advance, and as the head coach, Klopp would also attend the pre-match press conference. This was part of the basic pre-match preparation routine. After parting ways with the team, Yichun slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the stadium. From a distance, he spotted the rented Mercedes convertible, with the stunning Lena standing beside it. The scene was the epitome of Beauty and the Beast. "Hey Lena, Yichen waved enthusiastically. Lena immediately got out of the car to greet him. Is it okay for you to leave the team like this? Lena asked with concern, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yichen confidently shook his head. Of course it's fine. I got permission from Klopp. Lena's face lit up with a charming smile. Come on, let me treat you to something delicious. No way, this time it's on me. Yichun quickly responded. All right, Lena said with a playful wink. You're a professional player now, aren't you? I heard your weekly salary is up to 20,000 euros. She asked, clearly intrigued. That's right, Yichun replied proudly. But that's not all. There's goal bonuses, win bonuses, and even appearance bonuses. He counted on his fingers as he spoke. Negotiating with Klopp had paid off. Just from this match alone, his bonuses were close to 20,000 euros. After all, scoring 3 goals was no small feat. How about we go for steak? I looked up some reviews online, and they seem great. Lena suggested. Yichun readily agreed. You pick the place and I'll cover the bill. Lena teased. It's only been a few days, and you're already acting like a big shot? A guy can't always let the girl pay when they go out, right? Yichun replied with pride. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, why did you come all the way here to watch my game? Lena fastened her seatbelt and turned to him seriously. This is your first official match. Of course, I had to be here. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan. As she spoke, she flashed a radiant smile. Yichun realized he had underestimated Lena's beauty. She was stunning, and being so close to her made his heart race. An overwhelming impulse surged within him, and Yichun could no longer hold back. To hell with it, I'll kiss her now, he thought to himself, leaning in to kiss Lena on the lips. Yichun slowly approached Lena, his heart racing. Lena paused for a moment, then took a half step back, warily asking, Yi, what are you doing? Yichun's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still as inexperienced in love as a young boy. He stammered, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself because you're so beautiful. Lena raised an eyebrow and retorted, do you act like this with other female fans too? Yichun quickly shook his head and said helplessly, of course not. Besides, what other female fans are there but you? Lena widened her eyes in disbelief. No way. You're so handsome and great at soccer. When you scored today, I saw the girls from Dortmund staring at you, even shouting they wanted to have your babies. Yichun raised an eyebrow, catching the key point. Wait, what did you just say? You admit I'm handsome, don't you? He explained. Actually, the soccer world isn't short of good-looking guys, but only those who play well get noticed. Here, strength is respected. Lena pouted. I'm not jealous of you. Yichun grinned. I get it. When girls say they're not jealous, they actually are. Lena suddenly changed her tone, her cheeks turning red, her heart beating faster. Do you like it when I'm jealous? Yichun realized she was asking about his feelings, and without hesitation, he nodded. I like you. Whether you're jealous or not, I like you. Lena's smile was radiant as she playfully asked, do you think I like you? Yichun hesitated. I guess so. Lena glared at him. You really are a little dummy. She shifted the topic. Sit tight. We're leaving. Yichun muttered under his breath. Little? I'm not little. What did you say? Lena asked. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go eat. Yichun quickly changed the subject, worried he might upset Lena by being too eager. At the restaurant, Lena opened up, asking Yichun about his romantic history and career plans. Yichun answered honestly and in detail. Lena also shared her own plans, mentioning she might study in Germany since her family was moving to Norway. Yichun felt a bit confused but got the gist of it. He blinked and asked, are you saying you'll be my girlfriend? Lena, amused by his expression, nodded gently. Yes? Yes. Yichun jumped up from his seat in excitement, drawing annoyed looks from other diners. He quickly apologized but couldn't contain his joy he finally had a girlfriend. As Yichun and Lena enjoyed their dinner, news of the Bundesliga had already gone viral online. Meet the most impressive rookie in Bundesliga history. Dortmund's new signing, Yichun, scores a hat-trick in his debut. This news exploded like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire football world. Yichun, the young player once rejected by Manchester United, stunned everyone with a hat-trick in his first game for Borussia Dortmund. After the match, he confidently told reporters, Manchester United didn't appreciate me before, but now they'll wish they had. This remark quickly became the headline of major sports news outlets. Germany's Bild boldly featured a photo of Yichun celebrating shirtless on their cover, drawing widespread attention. The Bundesliga match between Mainz and Dortmund in the 6th round became the stage for Yichun's meteoric rise to fame. Titles like Best Newcomer and Genius Striker started pouring in, and his popularity soared back home. However, in this age of the internet, controversy followed. After Manchester United released Yichun, fans were divided into 2 camps. One regretting the decision, believing he had already shown his potential in the U18 team, and the other supporting the club's judgment, thinking Yichun wasn't up to the mark. Many Manchester United fans watched the match with mixed feelings. In the first half, they mocked the Bundesliga as inferior to the Premier League, but by the second half, they were left speechless. Each of Yichun's 3 goals was a marvel. His third goal, a bizarre 35-meter free kick, even sparked scientific discussions among physics students, blending football with science perfectly. A popular video soon surfaced online, juxtaposing Yichun's 3 goals with Wayne Rooney's debut hat-trick. Viewers were astonished to find that Yichun's performance was on par with Rooney's legendary display. Some even compared Yichun to Cristiano Ronaldo and David Beckham. His third free kick bore a striking resemblance to Ronaldo's knuckleball, while his earlier midfield lob evoked memories of Beckham's iconic goals. Manchester United fans were plunged into confusion and regret. Could Yichun be the perfect blend of Rooney, Ronaldo, and Beckham? This regret quickly turned into anger. After all, Yichun was a product of Manchester United's academy, now shining for Dortmund, and he joined them for free. This felt like a slap in the face for Manchester United, making them bitterly regret their decision. They don't realize that comparing Yichun, a newcomer, to world-class strikers is already a form of success. However, both domestic and international fans tend to favor the past over the present. After some comparisons, it seems Yichun falls short. First, let's compare Yichun's midfield lob shot to Beckham's. Although the distance is similar, Beckham's was more challenging. It was performed in a Premier League match and against a professional goalkeeper. These 2 factors alone make a clear distinction. As for comparing him to Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldo's free-kick goal for Manchester United was from 40 meters, while Yichun's was only 35 meters. In summary, it seems Yichun doesn't measure up, but he doesn't mind at all. By the time they finished dinner, it was already past 9 in the evening, making it impossible to return to England. Yichun suggested that Lena stay in a hotel for the night and return the next day. The suggestion was accepted, and it was too late for Yichun to return to Dortmund, so they ended up staying in the same hotel. Yichun walked to the front desk and asked if there were 2 rooms available. "Yes, sir," the receptionist replied. Yichun turned around and, pretending to be regretful, said to Lena, "There's only 1 room left. What should we do?" Lena was skeptical and went to check herself. "Is there really only 1 room left?" The receptionist shook her head. "Of course not. We have plenty of vacant rooms." However, when Lena returned to Yichun, she said, "Looks like we'll have to take 1 room." They booked a twin-bed business room. Back in the room, Lena suggested taking a shower first. Yichun had already showered and changed after the match, so he lay on the bed to rest. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. "Hey, time to wake up." Lena leaned over the bed, smiling. Yichun opened his bleary eyes. "Lena, are you done with your shower?" Lena laughed. "What do you mean done with my shower? It's already 9 in the morning." "What?" Yichun sat up abruptly, finally fully awake. The sunlight streaming through the window indicated it was indeed morning. He regretted thinking that if he had known, he wouldn't have rested. Maybe he wouldn't still be a virgin. Awkward, too awkward. "Are you going back to the team today?" Lena asked. "Didn't I say yesterday that the coach gave me 2 days off? Then let me accompany you to buy some clothes." Lena smiled sweetly. "From now on, you'll be a star, so you need to dress properly." "I'm fine with anything." "That's not okay." Lena shook her head. "If you dress poorly, it will affect how my friends see me. After all, you're my boyfriend." Yichun usually didn't care much about his attire, mainly because he didn't have the money before. Now that he had the money, he indeed needed to buy some decent clothes. He remembered the suits Real Madrid players wore during the Champions League final. Now that was stylish. He didn't even have a formal suit, although he didn't need one at the moment. Since Lena had classes the next day, she returned to Manchester in the afternoon, while Yichun went back to his team. Interestingly, while shopping, he was recognized by fans multiple times, including 2 Mainz fans. After all, news about him had spread throughout Germany. That's the charm of football. When parting with Lena, Yichun finally shared his first kiss. It was the first time he saw Lena's shy expression, a moment that would be etched in his memory forever. As for the feeling of the kiss, it was like eating jelly, sweet and filled with the fragrance of love. Back at the club, Yichun immediately claimed his task reward. The system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading Dortmund to a comeback victory over Mainz. Task rating: SS level. Reward doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a diamond chest. Yichun gasped. This was his first diamond chest, the highest level of reward from the system. Could it be a response to his inner desires? Although the Bundesliga match made Yichun an overnight sensation, he was aware of his shortcomings: slow speed, lack of explosive power, and poor physical condition. If opposing coaches started studying him, the future could be troublesome. He might even find it difficult to get a shot on goal. Does anyone seriously think you can score whenever you want in football? Yichun stood on the pitch, watching the opposing defender shadow him closely, pondering silently. That defender was like a persistent shadow, sticking to Yichun and denying him any chance to touch the ball. Faced with this predicament, Yichen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He silently communicated with the system in his mind. Activate the diamond chest. The system's voice promptly responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Poacher. Poacher? Yichen's eyes widened as the meaning of this skill flashed through his mind. In the world of football, a poacher is synonymous with a top-tier striker. Yichen recalled the finest poachers from his previous life. The Polish striker Lewandowski, the French prodigy Mbappé, and the Norwegian sensation Haaland. Yichen thought to himself, a poacher isn't literally a thief. It's a term for aggressive forwards adept at breaking through the opponent's last line of defense. These players exhibit a fierce attacking drive, always finding ways to get close to the opponent's goal, their desire to score burning like a raging fire. They also excel at exploiting offside traps to create unknown opportunities, seemingly able to predict the position of the offside line. To become a true poacher, a player must possess sharp instincts, agile movement, excellent spatial awareness, and remarkable speed. Eager to see the impact of this S-level skill, Yichen quickly opened his personal attribute sheet. The first thing that caught his eye was the surge in his attacking ability, skyrocketing from 70 to 80. This attacking ability essentially reflected Yichen's positional awareness, indicating that he would be much more clear-headed in actual play, with a significant improvement in his off-the-ball movement. Next, Yichen was thrilled to find that his speed and explosiveness had both reached an astonishing 85. Previously, his speed was only 76, and his explosiveness was 78. While this speed might not yet dominate the Premier League, it would certainly place him among the top ranks in the Bundesliga. However, the benefits of the poacher skill didn't stop there. Yichen continued to examine his attribute sheet carefully, anticipating more delightful changes. Undoubtedly, this skill upgrade is an epic boost for Yichen. It significantly enhances his overall abilities. Speed, explosiveness, and shooting accuracy skyrocketed from 75 to 80, crossing the threshold of an exceptional player. His body balance reached 80, and his ball control improved to 72. This S-grade skill card instantly raised Yichen's attributes by 6 points. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yichen jumped up from his chair, quietly marveling at the system's generosity this time. However, the system calmly reminded him. To earn even better rewards, he needed to train and compete even harder. Yichen immediately grasped the system's hint extra training could also improve his attributes. Without hesitation, he changed into his jersey and cleats, deciding to start training right away. Although his overall strength had already surpassed the 75 mark, Yichen aspired to reach 80 or even higher as soon as possible. After all, with his current level, he was just an average player in the Bundesliga. When Yichen arrived at the training ground, his teammates were preparing for the upcoming second round of the Champions League. Coach Klopp, surprised to see Yichen fully geared up, asked, "Why are you back? Didn't I give you 2 days off?" Yichen replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm back to train. Only by constantly improving can I get more playing opportunities." Klopp nodded in agreement, but also reminded him to balance work and rest. Yichen then joined the team's training. The system timely prompted Yichen whether to activate the training assist mode. Yichen gladly accepted, and soon, his training targets for the day appeared in his mind. 10 laps, 1,000 passes, 300 shots, 100 free kick practices, and a total training duration of 3 hours. Yichen did not complain about the heavy training load. He knew that top players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi reached such heights through countless rigorous training sessions. In contrast, those who indulged in nightlife and neglected their training, even if they had talents comparable to Ronaldo and Messi, ultimately faded away. Adriano and Ronaldinho are the most typical examples. To achieve a longer professional career, Yichen decided to start planning now. First, he planned to hire a professional nutritionist to create a suitable diet plan for him. Secondly, although he had system assistance, he was still considering whether to get a personal coach. Besides physical training, Yichen also took time to learn German. While he was fully engrossed in his training, the Borussia Dortmund team had already departed for France to face Marseille in the second round of the Champions League. Marseille is a formidable team in Ligue 1, finishing as runners-up last season. However, their performance this season has been underwhelming, with only 1 win and 3 draws in 7 matches, dropping to the 15th position. In contrast, with Yichen's outstanding performance in the last game, Dortmund had risen to 8th place in the league. Therefore, the general consensus was that Dortmund had a better chance of winning this match. Football doesn't always reward the team that looks good on paper. At the pre-match press conference, Klopp struck a humble tone, praising Marseille as a strong team that, despite their current struggles, would eventually return to title contention. However, it was clear to everyone that Dortmund were determined to win this match. The game was intense from the start. Marseille players seemed intent on venting their league frustrations on the Champions League stage. Within just 20 minutes, Ayew received a brilliant pass from Remy and scored against Dortmund. Dortmund's players fought back fiercely, trying everything from headers to long shots and close-range strikes, but each attempt was heroically saved by goalkeeper Mandanda. As the match progressed, Mandanda's performance became even more spectacular. He was like an impenetrable wall, thwarting Dortmund's every attack. In the end, Marseille triumphed over Dortmund with a resounding 30 victory. In the post-match ratings, Mandanda stood out with an astonishing score of 9.5, far surpassing Aya's 8.9 for his 2 goals and Remy's 9.3 for his goal and assist. For context, an 8 for a goalkeeper is rare. A 9.5 is virtually unheard of. In stark contrast was Dortmund striker Lewandowski's dismal performance. The Polish forward ran tirelessly throughout the match and even had 2 clear chances, but failed to convert either. It seemed as if he had left his scoring touchback in Dortmund, prompting fans to reminisce about Barrios' sharpness. Some even speculated whether Yi Chun could have saved the team if he had played. On the sidelines, Klopp's expression grew increasingly grim, his brows furrowed. At the post-match press conference, journalists bombarded him with sharp questions. One asked pointedly, with Lewandowski's form dipping due to continuous play, will you consider starting Yi Chun in the midweek match? Klopp's eyebrows knitted together briefly before he replied sternly, in my team, there are no guaranteed starters. Whoever is in the best form will start. Although his answer was watertight, it was clear that Klopp had originally planned to rely heavily on Lewandowski this season. However, today's missed opportunities had undoubtedly left the coach disappointed. Deciding the next starting lineup had become a challenging issue. With only 2 days between the Champions League match and the 8th round of the Bundesliga, where Dortmund would host Augsburg, Klopp needed to make the best decision in limited time to ensure the team got back on the winning track. On September 29th, Borussia Dortmund suffered a crushing defeat in their away Champions League match. Just 2 days later, on October 1st, the National Day, the team had to face Augsburg at home. However, it wasn't just the first team that faced setbacks. The U-17 squad also lost 2 consecutive matches to weaker neighboring countries, which was hard for the fans to accept. The U-17's performance drew harsh criticism domestically. Fans connected the dots between the team's current situation and the insider information previously revealed by Yi Chun, concluding that talented players were being expelled while those who bought their way into the team were merely loafing around on the field. Meanwhile, the Chinese Super League was in full swing. The national team, primarily composed of Guangzhou Evergrande players, was showing strong form and was set to face the UAE on October 6th during the National Day holiday. These disturbances did not affect Yi Chun. His focus was entirely on the next match. As a player, his main concern was whether he would be in the starting lineup. He understood that if Klopp didn't put him in the starting 11, it meant he still wasn't good enough and needed to keep working hard. At Dortmund's training ground, the atmosphere was somber due to the recent loss. Kagawa and Gatsa, who usually joked around with Yi Chun, were unusually quiet. Yi Chun didn't say much either, fully immersing himself in the training. In addition to completing the tasks set by the coach, he also tackled extra training programs assigned by the system. He noticed that the number of these tasks varied, seemingly adjusted in real time according to his physical condition. Despite the high training intensity, Yi Chun did not feel discomfort. This was thanks to his fitness attribute of 88, which gave him excellent recovery ability and endurance for continuous training. However, since there was a league match the next day, today's training was mainly focused on recovery, and the squad for the next day's match was to be announced. On the sidelines, Klopp was discussing tactics with his assistant, Buvac. Do you think he can partner with Lewandowski? Klopp asked, frowning. You're planning to use 2 forwards in the next match? Buvac asked curiously. Yes, and a more attacking 424 formation, Klopp explained. Lewandowski can be the focal point up front, with he playing behind him as a shadow striker. Ready to strike? Why not use Kagawa? We substituted him early in the last game, Buvac suggested. Klopp replied seriously, we're competing on 3 fronts this season. We can't always rely on Kagawa alone. As the head coach, I have to think long-term. Buvac responded solemnly, but if we lose this game, we really won't have a chance to compete for the title. The situation is already not looking good. Besides, at the start of the match, everyone is full of energy, and Ye's speed advantage might not be as effective. It might be better to let the teams tire each other out and bring him on around the 60th minute. It's also a way to protect him. Klopp pondered for a moment. All right, let's have Kagawa play the first half and see how it goes. Buvac hesitated for a moment. If you're worried about Kagawa's physical condition, I think putting Kuba on is also a good option. This way, Kagawa can rest, and Yi can be protected. Buvac was a thorough pragmatist, with victory as his sole pursuit. Although Yi Chun was recommended by his friend Leo and had performed well in his debut, he believed that starting a 17-year-old was too soon. He should start from the bench. Klopp also worried that Yi Chun was too young, and promoting him too quickly could backfire. Moreover, after his brilliant performance in the last match, other teams would surely study him closely. If he started, he might struggle to replicate his previous performance, which could damage his newly built confidence. After weighing the options, Klopp finally accepted Buvac's suggestion. All right, everyone gather around. I'm going to announce the starting and substitute lineups for tomorrow. Klopp blew his whistle. The players quickly lined up in 2 rows. Tomorrow's starting goalkeeper will still be Weidenfeller. The vice-captain calmly raised his hand. As the main goalkeeper, he would only be replaced in unimportant matches. Piszczek, is your fitness okay? Klopp asked. No problem, boss. Then the back four will be Lowe, Hummels, Santana, and Piszczek. Subotic and Grosskreutz, who had performed poorly in the last match, were rotated out. The four players nodded in acknowledgement. The double midfield will be Sven Binder and Gundogan. Yes. Got it. Finally, it was time for the forwards. Yichen straightened up, eagerly looking at Klopp. Next to him, Lewandowski glanced at Yichen with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Despite Yichen's outstanding performance in the last league match, Klopp still didn't include him in the starting lineup. The coach's reasoning was simple. Every game at this stage is crucial, leaving no room for error. In such critical moments, the reliability of seasoned veterans is undeniable. When Klopp announced the starting lineup, Yichen listened intently. The left winger was Perisic, the right winger was Götze, and the two forwards were Lewandowski and Klopp paused, his gaze sweeping over the expectant Yichen before finally landing on Kuba. Kuba, boss, I won't let you down, Kuba exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. As a substitute, he was eager for the chance to start and hoped to impress Klopp with his performance to secure a starting position. Moreover, he and Lewandowski were both Polish internationals, making their coordination even more seamless. Klopp nodded and continued announcing the substitutes. Langerak, Subotic, Yichen. Hearing his name, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't make the starting lineup, at least he was on the roster, which was better than those who didn't make the squad at all. However, he quickly realized he was being too impatient. After all, expecting to start after just one match was indeed a bit hasty. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a main task: to start in a first-team match for Dortmund within a month. Success would be rewarded with a golden chest, while failure would result in a random deduction of 10 personal attributes. Yichen's eyes lit up. Although it might be difficult to start in the first match, as long as he played more games and showed outstanding performance, the opportunity to start would come soon. He was full of confidence. Given that Dortmund was competing on 3 fronts, there would surely be chances. Thinking about the reward being a golden chest, which could mean acquiring its level skill, Yichen became even more excited. He resolved to work harder and seize every opportunity. With Barrios injured and Lewandowski's position not entirely secure, this was his best chance. Yichen thought it would be best to secure a starting position before Barrios returned. Just like the saying goes, take the road less traveled and let others find no path to follow. On the night of September 30th, Yichen lay in his dormitory bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his slightly weary face. On the eve of National Day, the homesickness that was once just a poetic sentiment now surged in his heart. He closed his eyes, and scenes of past holidays flashed through his mind. It was a sunny National Day when young Yichen followed his parents to a bustling mall. His parents bought him a small national flag and stickers, which he excitedly stuck on his face. As the family sat down to rest, a TV crew was interviewing children about their future career aspirations. Yichen vividly remembered that while other kids wanted to be scientists, doctors, teachers, or police officers, he blurted out, "I want to play football and become a professional player." This dream stemmed from his father, who was a football enthusiast. The warmth of these memories sharply contrasted with his current reality. Yichen's parents had passed away in an accident, and he had lost contact with relatives and friends. This tragic past explained why he quickly accepted Lena's affection, seeing her as the first person he could truly open up to. Just then, the silence was broken by the ringing of his phone. Seeing the caller ID, a warm smile unconsciously spread across Yichen's face. The next day, the match went on as scheduled. At 3:30 p.m., Iduna Signal Park Stadium was already buzzing with excitement. This UEFA 5-star stadium, the largest in Germany, could hold 80,654 spectators, surpassing Manchester United's Old Trafford by several thousand. However, what was truly astonishing was its occupancy rate, always at 99, with last season averaging 80,500 attendees per game, the highest in Europe. The fans here were fiercely passionate, with over 1 million attendees every year for 16 consecutive years, setting a Guinness World Record. Hours before the match, the streets were already crowded. Fans in yellow jerseys sang and danced, holding hot dogs and beers, singing Dortmund's anthem as they headed to the stadium. As players, Yichen and his teammates didn't train at the home stadium regularly. They only took the bus there on match days. Sitting on the bus, Yichen felt the fans' fervor for the first time. Outside the window was a sea of yellow, with many holding posters of star players, particularly those of Kagawa, which stood out. As Dortmund's midfield core, Kagawa's outstanding performance had earned him the title of the future Asian number 1. Often compared to Manchester United's Park Ji-sung, Götze, sitting next to Yichen, smiled and said, "Yi, how do you like our fans? After the game, I'll take you to a bar for a drink. The girls there are even more enthusiastic." He added a wink for emphasis. Yichen quickly declined. No need. I already have a girlfriend. Gotza shrugged. Come on. It's the 21st century. A girlfriend is a girlfriend, and a drink is a drink. They don't conflict. Yichen frowned slightly, thinking Gotza seemed a bit sleazy. He shook his head. I need to focus on fighting for a starting spot on the team. Maybe some other time. Gotza, in a knowing tone, advised, you're new to the team. Starting as a substitute is fine. Once you get used to the pace of the Bundesliga, you'll get your chance. I played as a substitute for half a season when I first started. Yichun was surprised, not expecting a talent like Gotza to have been a substitute. Nonetheless, he insisted. I'm only 17. I can't get into a bar without a guardian. Gotza suddenly remembered this and showed a look of regret. Oh right, that's a bummer. Well, I'll just have to enjoy the beauties by myself. Yichun turned to look out the window, contemplating when he might get a chance to play tonight. Being a substitute was tough, but he resolved that, with or without that mysterious mission, he would become a key player for the team as soon as possible. As the bus slowly pulled into the stadium, the players disembarked one by one. Captain Kell was the first to step out, followed by Weidenfeller. Yichun took a deep breath, ready to face his first official match with Borussia Dortmund. As soon as the fans waiting at the entrance saw the players, they started screaming. The crowd erupted with shouts. Kyle, I'm your fan. Kagawa, over here. Super Mario, sign an autograph for me. Lewandowski, here, here. The players, faced with the enthusiastic crowd, didn't leave immediately. Each one signed a few autographs before heading to the locker room. Yichun had just stepped out of the car, planning to head straight to the locker room since he had just joined the team and didn't expect to have any fans yet. However, as soon as he stepped out, he heard several girls excitedly shouting in Chinese. Yichun, it's Yichun. Yichun, please sign an autograph for us. Yichun paused for a moment, then walked over to the group of girls, curiously asking, are you my fans? I've only played one match. The girls nodded eagerly. One of them, blushing, said, you're so handsome. I mean, your playing is so handsome. We love watching you play. Can you sign an autograph for us? They looked at Yichun expectantly. Of course. Yichun took the pin, noticing one girl holding a jersey with the number 16 on it. He was surprised. You already have a jersey with my number? You're an official player, of course, there are jerseys with your number. But there were only a few, and we bought them all. Another girl responded excitedly. At that moment, a curvy girl shyly tugged at her white shirt and asked, they were sold out when I got there. Can you sign my shirt? Yichun was momentarily speechless, his eyes widening. Yi, let's go. Gotza called from behind, breaking the awkward moment. Coming. Yichun snapped back to reality, handed the pin back to the girl, and waved goodbye. Although it was his first autograph in this lifetime, he remained calm, as he had once had fans in his previous life. As he walked away, he heard the girls cheering behind him. Yichun, good luck. We'll always support you. Yichun, your Chinese fans support you. Yichun, go for it. Yichun smiled. The feeling of being liked lifted his spirits. Entering the home team's locker room, Yichun immediately saw his locker. Hanging inside was a number 16 Dortmund home jersey, with the simple letters YE printed below the number. Yichun smiled, took down the jersey, and thought to himself, this afternoon, I'll make sure all the fans at Westfalenstadion remember you. In the locker room, Klopp was intensely explaining tactics, and the players were listening attentively. After finishing his explanation, Klopp asked, did everyone understand? Yes, we did. The players responded in unison. Klopp nodded with satisfaction and said firmly, remember, tonight I only want a victory. Got it, boss. One player shouted excitedly, this is Westfalenstadion. We won't let them leave unscathed. Klopp nodded again, his eyes sweeping over each player. Get ready and head out. Don't keep them waiting too long. With that, he led the way out of the locker room, followed by the substitute players. In the players' tunnel, Yichun was suddenly bumped by a black player. The man turned around and glared at Yichun menacingly, his voice low and threatening. Watch your legs, kid. It was a taunt from Sanko. Yichun knew well that such targeting was inevitable until his skills were recognized. He calmly met Sanko's gaze and replied evenly, bring it on. Sanko was infuriated by Yichun's attitude, his teeth grinding in anger. He thought to himself, what makes this guy so arrogant? Just because of a hat-trick in the last game? What's there to be proud of? If it were me, never mind, I'm a defender. I can't compare goals with a forward. Today, I just need to make sure he doesn't score. Yichun stepped out of the tunnel and was immediately struck by the electrifying atmosphere of the stadium. The match hadn't even started, yet the fans were already setting off fireworks, making the entire field feel ablaze. The south stand of Westfalenstadion was particularly notable, with 25,000 standing Dortmund diehard fans forming the foundation of Europe's most intimidating home ground. As Klopp appeared, the fans chanted his name. They had nothing but respect and admiration for the coach who had led a young Borussia Dortmund to the pinnacle of the Bundesliga. Yichun had chosen to join Dortmund largely because of Klopp's coaching style and philosophy on player development. When the match began, Augsburg adopted a defensive counterattack strategy, with nearly the entire team focused on defense. Yichun sat on the bench, carefully observing the game and recalling Klopp's pre-match adviso learned from Lewandowski's positioning. However, faced with Augsburg's tight defense, Dortmund's players tried long shots, crosses, corners, and various attacking methods, all to little effect. Breaking through a packed defense was indeed a world-class challenge. But now, all they can do is wait for the opponent to make a mistake. Lewandowski runs tirelessly on the pitch, sweat soaking through his jersey. Each of his shots is powerful, yet they all miss the target. It's not just a matter of physical fitness, it's also the psychological pressure. Under the spotlight of European giants, every minor mistake is magnified, making this environment unsuitable for the growth of young players. In the 23rd minute, the game's dynamics suddenly change. Lewandowski moves to the left to receive the ball, and Perisic delivers a precise through pass. Lewandowski sprints like an arrow, but Augsburg's left back Marcel de Jong gets there first, executing a fierce slide tackle to clear the ball out of bounds. Both players collide due to momentum, crashing heavily to the ground. Lewandowski's face contorts in pain as he clutches his leg. De Jong also writhes on the ground, groaning in agony. The medical team rushes onto the field, and Klopp anxiously signals to the bench, indicating for Yichun to warm up. Yichun stands up, somewhat surprised, wondering if this is part of the system's plan. After asking the system in his mind and receiving a negative response, he can't help but feel a thrill at the potential opportunity to play. Augsburg makes the first adjustment, substituting Tobias Werner for De Jong. Lewandowski struggles to stand, signaling that he doesn't need to be substituted, but he is clearly limping. Although Yichun is eager to get on the field, he sincerely hopes Lewandowski doesn't push himself too hard and worsen his injury. He wants to earn his spot through fair competition, not by taking advantage of an injury. On the TV broadcast, commentators Jian Jun and Huang Jianxiang are fervently discussing the situation on the field. They notice Lewandowski's poor condition and analyze Dortmund's forward line's precarious situation with concern. At this moment, Lewandowski finally sits down on the ground and signals for a substitution. The fourth official raises the substitution board. Number 16, Yichun, replaces number 9, Lewandowski. Jian Jun's excited voice echoes across the nation through the broadcast. The moment countless viewers have been waiting for is finally here. Let's see if this young talent can rise to the occasion and lead Dortmund to victory. Yichun takes a deep breath and waits for Lewandowski to be helped off the field before stepping onto the Westfalenstadion pitch. It's his home debut, and he silently vows to give it his all, leaving nothing in reserve. Wow, he's so handsome. Is he the new player we've just signed? On the field, a strikingly handsome young player walked forward, causing a stir among the spectators. Female fans couldn't help but scream, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In contrast, the male fans looked worried. Even Lewandowski, a national team starter, couldn't score. Now we're relying on a 17-year-old. It's going to be even harder to get a goal, a male fan muttered under his breath. Amidst the crowd, one figure stood out, a lovely young woman. As she saw Yichun take the field, her face lit up with a sweet smile. Go for it, Chun. Lena clasped her hands to her chest, quietly cheering him on. She had planned this as a little surprise for Yichun, not telling him she would be there to watch the game. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in China, countless fans were buzzing with excitement over Yichun's appearance. Many who didn't usually follow the Bundesliga were glued to their TVs, eager to see Yichun in action. Before the match, the internet was rife with skepticism about Yichun. Some said he would be the next Hao Junmin, making the squad but rarely getting any playing time, merely a water boy. Even after his hat-trick in the previous game, detractors continued to criticize him from all angles. However, one fact was undeniable. The last Bundesliga match between Mainz and Dortmund saw a 0.5 spike in viewership thanks to Yichun's presence. This was exceptionally rare on a national platform, where many TV programs couldn't even achieve a 0.5 rating. Recognizing Yichun's drawing power, the match organizers had invited the famous commentator Jian Jun to provide live commentary. Dear viewers, let me introduce this new face to you. Jian Jun's voice echoed nationwide through the broadcast. Yichun is a newly signed player for Dortmund, hailing from China's youth system. He joined Dortmund on a free transfer from Manchester United's academy. In his debut against Mainz, he came off the bench and scored 3 goals in half a match, becoming the first player in Bundesliga history to achieve a hat-trick on his debut. At 17 years and 5 days old, he also set the record for the youngest scorer in Bundesliga history. With Lewandowski injured, this young talent is stepping up. Let's see if Yichun can break through Augsburg's tight defense. From what I know, Yichun has an excellent free kick and long-range shot, perfect for cracking a packed defense. Perhaps that's why Klopp chose Yichun over Shinji Kagawa. As Yichun stepped onto the field, A system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Mission issued. Lead the team to victory in this match and either score a goal or make an assist. Successful completion will reward a bronze chest. Failure will deduct 5 random attribute points. Yichen raised an eyebrow, thinking, just a bronze chest for a win? I guess the rewards scale with the opponent's difficulty. That makes sense. If I got a diamond chest for beating a relegation team, I'd be unstoppable in half a season. At 31:24, the match resumed. Low threw in a sideline ball, which Perisic received. Yichun moved into position to support. Perisic made a deceptive feint, causing the right-back Vienna to shift his weight. Seizing the moment, Perisic cut inside smoothly and elegantly. Yichun didn't stand idle to admire his teammate's skill. He immediately advanced. As Perisic charged into the box, center-back Brack moved to intercept. Meanwhile, midfielder Brinkman stuck close to Yichun. Boom. Perisic didn't give the defenders a chance to close in, taking a shot. The ball deflected off Brack, not going out of bounds but heading towards Yichun. Yichun and Brinkman both lunged for the ball. This was when Yichun's S-level skill card, Poacher, demonstrated its explosive power and speed. He reached the ball a split second before Brinkman, nudging it to the left. As Yichun prepared to control the ball further, Brinkman slid in, aiming to clear it. Yichun reacted swiftly, shielding the ball. The next second, the ball was kicked out of bounds, and Yichun was sent sprawling to the ground. Beep. The referee blew his whistle without hesitation, pointing directly to the penalty spot. The crowd erupted into cheers. Yichun sat on the ground, rubbing his ankle. He thought, these guys are ruthless, targeting spots without shin guards. Good thing I have the Iron Man attribute. Otherwise, this foul could have easily caused an injury. In the commentary box, Jian Jun exclaimed excitedly, the referee has pointed to the penalty spot. This young player has just come on and already earned Dortmund a penalty with his speed. Huang Jianxiang's voice resonated from the commentary booth. Let's take another look at that foul. On the big screen, the slow-motion replay clearly showed the entire sequence. Yichun and Brinkman both started at the same time, but Yichun's reaction, speed, and explosiveness were evidently superior. That's definitely a foul, Huang Jianxiang stated decisively. The slow-motion replay makes it clear. The opponent didn't even touch the ball. With the penalty kick confirmed, a new question emerged. Who would take this crucial penalty? Yichun was eager, but taking a penalty isn't decided by willingness alone. Traditionally, with Lewandowski and Kagawa absent, the responsibility would fall to the midfield core, Gundogan, as the third choice. At that moment, Klopp's booming voice was heard from the sidelines. Let you take the penalty. This directive stunned all the players on the field. Though puzzled, they complied with the coach's decision. Klopp's choice was actually quite strategic. First, Yichun had earned the penalty himself, making him a fitting candidate to take it. Secondly, Yichun's calm composure in the previous match had left a strong impression on the coach. Lastly, as a newcomer, Yichun had never taken a penalty in an official match, which could be an advantage since the opponent couldn't anticipate his style. Of course, Klopp was taking a significant risk. If Yichun scored, it would be a cause for celebration. If he missed, the media's criticism would be relentless. In reality, Klopp had another motive. He wanted to see how many goals Yichun could score if given the chance early in the season. Yichun had been confident during his signing, and the club had set generous bonuses for each goal level. Initially, Klopp thought Yichun would need at least 2 years to reach these bonuses, but the youngster had already netted a hat-trick on his debut, earning everyone's respect. The league had already progressed through 7 rounds, and Yichun, with 3 goals, was now ranked 13th on the scoring chart. Remarkably, the number of goals others took several matches to accumulate, Yichun had achieved in just 1 game. As both teams' players retreated outside the penalty area, only Yichun and the opposing goalkeeper, Simon Jench, remained inside. Jench, seeing Yichun place the ball, walked up and taunted, "Kid, you should go home and drink milk. Football isn't a game for little boys." Yichun ignored this common psychological tactic and calmly looked at the referee. The referee decisively signaled Jench to step back. Yichun took 2 steps back, striking a pose reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo. As the referee's whistle blew, the entire Westfalen Stadion fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 80,000 spectators held their breath, all eyes fixed on Yichun. In this moment of intense focus, Yichun could even hear his own heartbeat. He wasn't just the center of attention. He was the key figure carrying the hopes of all Dortmund fans. Facing Simon Yankovic at the goal, Yichun's mind went blank. He knew how crucial this kick was, not only for the present moment but for his future chances to take penalty shots. Taking a deep breath, Yichun began his rune-up. At the exact moment his foot was about to make contact with the ball, Yichun unleashed a powerful strike without hesitation. Boom! The football shot out like a tiger unleashed from its cage, transforming into a blazing fireball aimed directly at the goal. Simon Yankovic reacted a split second too late. As he dove, the ball grazed his fingertips and rocketed into the net. Goal! The stadium DJ's roar instantly electrified the atmosphere at Westfalenstadion. The fans' cheers were deafening, as if they were about to tear the roof off. Scored by Chun Yi, the DJ's elongated shout was echoed by the entire crowd, chanting Yi Chen's name. Yi Chen, exhilarated, mimicked Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic celebration, leaping high and turning around with a shout of "Shoo!" Dortmund players rushed to surround him, celebrating ecstatically. Despite the overwhelming noise, Yi Chen couldn't hear his teammates' compliments, but the joy of the moment was enough. On the sidelines, Klopp pumped his fist in celebration. This goal was crucial for Dortmund. As Yi Chen walked back to the center circle, he pointed to the name on his back, as if to say, "Remember this name." Meanwhile, viewers at home heard the passionate commentary from Huang Jianxiang on Channel 5. It's in, it's in, it's in. Yi Chen scores his first goal at Westfalenstadion. This penalty kick was perfect in both angle and speed. Although Yankovic guessed the right direction, he was powerless. Congratulations to Yi Chen. This is the beginning of his legendary story. Next to him, Zhang Jun couldn't help but marvel. Such strong mental fortitude. Yi Chen showed no fear at the 12-yard mark. This shot was impeccable, displaying confidence and composure beyond his years. Finally, Zhang Jun couldn't suppress his long-held question. Doesn't a player of this caliber deserve to join the national team? In the stands, Lena was flushed with excitement, clenching her fists to cheer for Yi Chen. However, in the locker room, Lewandowski, who had just finished treatment, stared intently at the screen. Although his injury was minor, and he would be back in a few days, the team scored as soon as he went off. Did this mean Yi Chen was better than him? As a current substitute, Lewandowski couldn't help but overthink. The match resumed with just over 10 minutes left in the first half. Augsburg, not content to go into the locker room trailing, focused on a strategy of crossing from the wings. However, Dortmund's tall center-backs, Santana and Hummels, repeatedly neutralized the threats. Santana, in particular, was precise in his positioning, intercepting the ball multiple times, though his passing out of defense was somewhat lacking. Yi Chen didn't remain idle either. Although defending wasn't a forward's primary duty, he pressed the opposition whenever the ball was in their half, preventing them from making easy passes. This drew taunts from Sanko. "Kid, do you even know how to play? You're just wasting your energy." Yi Chen's pressing did put pressure on the opponents, forcing them to make hurried passes. Soon, Dortmund regained possession. Midfielder Gundogan shielded the ball from Bellinghausen and passed it to Sven Bender. Dortmund immediately launched a counterattack. With the ball at his feet, Sven Bender had three options: the rapidly advancing Perisic on the left, the equally fast Götze on the right, and Kuba and Yi Chen up front. However, Yi Chen was closely marked by Sanko at that moment. Without any hesitation, Sven Bender passed the ball directly to the right wing. Götze sprinted like an arrow from a bow, quickly gaining a step ahead of the pursuing Moeller. His explosive burst of speed made it seem like he had a miniature motor in his legs, carving a beautiful arc across the field. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Kuba were making powerful runs down the middle. Yi Chen's speed was clearly superior, as he cleverly positioned himself on the right side of Sanko, creating an excellent attacking line with Götze. Although Perisic was on the left, Werner's tight marking prevented him from being an ideal passing option. In full stride, Götze delivered a perfect cross from a 45-degree angle without hesitation. The ball drew a graceful curve in the air, heading straight for the near post. At that moment, Yi Chen, like a bolt of lightning, charged into the penalty area. Using his exceptional positional sense and explosiveness, he muscled ahead of Sanko, securing the passing lane. Realizing the impending danger, Sanko desperately tugged at Yi Chen's jersey, trying to impede his progress. Yi Chen's shirt was stretched out of shape, but he paid no mind to the obvious foul. In a split second, Yi Chen extended his right foot and unleashed a powerful volley, striking the ball fiercely towards the near corner of the goal before it even touched the ground. Despite anticipating the move and reacting promptly, goalkeeper Yanchi was caught off guard by the sheer speed and suddenness of Yi Chen's shot. The ball flew like an arrow, brushing past Yanchi's fingertips and nestling into the top corner of the net. The entire play was fluid and breathtaking. With this spectacular goal, Yi Chen not only opened the door to victory for his team but also demonstrated the critical importance of a forward's relentless pressing. This goal epitomized his intelligence, speed, and bravery, serving as a textbook example of forward play. The moment the ball hit the net, Dortmund fans erupted into thunderous cheers once again. The stands turned into a sea of yellow as fans jumped in unison, waving scarves and flags. On the sidelines, Coach Klopp clenched his fists and pumped the air, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This goal was not only satisfying but also a reward for Yi Chen's relentless effort. Everyone had seen how his jersey was almost torn apart by the opponents. Yi Chen's outstanding performance owed much to his S-level skill, poacher. This skill not only enhanced his physical attributes, boosting his explosiveness and speed, but more importantly, it optimized his positioning awareness. When the ball was sent to the right wing, Yi Chen's mind quickly assessed the situation. There were only two scoring opportunities. One was the gap between Sanko and Brack, but Sanko could likely intercept it. The other was the near post, a position easier to receive a pass and where Yichin usually positioned himself during training. Gotsa chose to pass to the near post, based on his understanding of his teammates' habits. After scoring, Yichin quickly got up from the ground, spread his arms, and rushed toward Gotsa in the corner area. The two hugged tightly, vividly showcasing the chemistry and cooperation between excellent teammates. Yichin chose to join Dortmund instead of a weaker team to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to hold onto the ball. Although Dortmund isn't a top-tier giant, the team's strength is solid, and having won the league title last season, they are on the rise. Most importantly, Dortmund still has the ambition and potential to make a push for European glory. However, with the current squad, competing on three fronts seems unrealistic. Yichin clearly remembered the team's less than ideal performance in the Champions League this year. Yet, he secretly hoped that his addition might bring even a slight change to the team. So fast. Really, so fast. Commentator Huang Jianxiang couldn't help but exclaim. He detailed how Yichin and Sanko almost started simultaneously, but Yichin cleverly positioned himself, forcing Sanko to foul. Facing an easy opportunity to earn a penalty, Yichin instead chose a decisive volley. Yichin is simply amazing. Another commentator, Zhang Jun, said with a trembling voice, I declare, from today on, I am a fan of Yichin. How can you not love such a player? This feeling was different from commentating on players from other countries, perhaps because Yichin is a Chinese player, making it more relatable. Zhang Jun's words undoubtedly echoed the sentiments of countless fans. Yichin demonstrated top-level striker instincts with this goal. Despite his young age and not fully developed physique, his sharpness in front of the goal was already at an elite level. Coming off the bench to score twice, Yichin once again proved his incredible scoring efficiency to the fans. Whether he secures a starting position or not, such goal-scoring performances felt fantastic. Especially when the entire stadium chanted his name in unison, Yichin felt a thrilling excitement coursing through his body. The match continued. The last 3 minutes of the first half were relatively uneventful, with Augsburg attempting a few attacks, but to no avail. Ultimately, Dortmund went into halftime with a 20 lead. With the next match leading into the international break, Klopp didn't need to worry much about the players' stamina. Unless any special circumstances arose, he wouldn't make substitutions lightly. When the final whistle blew, Klopp didn't immediately head back to the locker room but instead high-fived each player as they came off the field before joining them in the tunnel. Despite only playing for about 20 minutes, Yichin was still greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the fans as he walked through the players' tunnel, eager to shake his hand. Yichin graciously accepted the fans' enthusiasm, shaking hands with them one by one before heading into the locker room. Your performance was truly amazing, Klopp said, wrapping an arm around Yichin's shoulder as he entered the tunnel. Yichin beamed. Scoring feels great. Absolutely. Klopp gave him a thumbs up. You're now in the top 10 of the scoring charts. Keep it up and help Dortmund win the Golden Boot this season. Okay? Sure, but you'll have to let me play, Yichin candidly replied. You think you deserve a starting spot at 17? Boss, I believe age isn't an issue. After all, Ronaldo won the Ballon d'Or at 20. You don't really see yourself as the next Ronaldo, do you? I don't want to. But didn't you say that yourself? Yichin replied with a wink and a smile. It was true. Klopp had made that comment in a previous press conference, thanking Manchester United. In the locker room, the team's masters immediately began working on the players. Although Yichin didn't need a massage, he grabbed a couple of bananas to replenish his energy. These were nutrients that the body could quickly absorb, and players usually consumed them during halftime. Meanwhile, Klopp continued to explain the tactical adjustments for the second half. Before the second half began, Klopp gave the players a detailed tactical briefing. He instructed the team to tighten their formation while encouraging the fullbacks to be more daring in their offensive support. Bender, don't push too high up. Cover the flanks if necessary, Klopp specifically reminded. Klopp's tactical arrangements are always meticulous, with each player's positioning and attacking approach following a set pattern. In this strategy, Yichin played the forward role. Klopp was full of praise for Yichin's performance, especially his second goal. Most strikers would have given up when pulled like that, but Yichin thought to kick the ball, Klopp commented. This shows he has the potential to become a top-tier forward. Klopp also mentioned the referee's decisions. The referee already awarded one penalty. Even if there's a foul the second time, he would consider the impact and not easily call another penalty, he explained. Yichin didn't feel much about this. He was more worried about being accused of diving by the fans. He recalled how a young Ronaldo was criticized for frequent diving, and even when he stopped, referees and fans still watched him closely. Yichin didn't want the same fate, especially since penalties are relatively easy scoring opportunities. The 15-minute halftime break flew by. The players stepped back onto the pitch, with Dortmund fans singing the team anthem to cheer them on. Yichin had only one thought: score more goals. He set a small goal for himself: get a hat-trick first. As the referee's whistle blew, the second half officially began. Augsburg adjusted their formation from 42-31 to 442 and brought on a tall striker, aiming for long balls and aerial duels. This adjustment quickly paid off. At 48-24, Augsburg earned a corner kick. Centre-back Sanko leaped high and headed the ball into the net. However, just as Sanko was about to celebrate, the referee blew the whistle. The fans were momentarily stunned, not understanding why the goal was disallowed. The referee made a pushing gesture, indicating Sanko committed an offensive foul. The big screen replay showed that Sanko indeed pushed Hummels while contesting the header, causing Hummels to lose control of his position. The score remained 20, and Dortmund narrowly escaped. But Klopp was already displeased with his players' performance. He made a gesture to push forward, clearly unhappy that the newly crowned champions were allowing the promoted team to create chances. Klopp's frustration was almost palpable. He expected the team to quickly adjust and regain control of the match's rhythm. Klopp's fury ignited the players' fighting spirit. At 63-55, Dortmund finally breached Augsburg's defense once again. Piszczek threw in from the left sideline, with Kuba receiving and quickly passing it back. Piszczek then delivered a pinpoint-long pass, the ball tracing a beautiful arc towards the far post. Götze deftly controlled it, nudging it forward almost as soon as it touched the ground, followed by a powerful volley. The ball rocketed into the net, the goalkeeper barely had time to react. 30. Götze celebrated with a passionate knee slide, and Yichun rushed over to embrace him tightly. With the score settled, both teams began rotating their lineups. Augsburg subbed in Klavan for the underperforming Bayer, while Dortmund replaced the exhausted Gundogan with De Silva. The pace of the game noticeably slowed, but Yichun remained full of vigor, persistently attempting long-range shots. Götze couldn't help but tease, "If you hadn't already scored too, I'd think you left your shooting boots at home." Yichun thought to himself, this is just a build-up for a guaranteed long-shot goal, but he casually responded, "Just trying to find my rhythm." By the 75th minute, the atmosphere in the stadium had shifted towards celebration. Commentators Jan Jun and Huang Jianxiang discussed the upcoming international break, but they noted Yichun's relentless effort. Jan Jun remarked, "This is still a Bundesliga match after all. Scoring is never easy." At 85-24, Dortmund launched another attack. Goalkeeper Simon Ginch sent a long ball out, which Piszczek headed to De Silva, who passed it to Sven Bender in the middle. Bender unexpectedly dribbled forward, charging towards the 30-meter mark. Klavan moved in to intercept, leaving Yichun an opportunity to drop back and receive the ball. Bellinghausen scrambled to defend, but it was too late. Yichun adjusted with a light touch before unleashing a thunderous shot. The ball flew like a cannonball towards the goal. Ginch dived to save, but the ball struck the underside of the crossbar and deflected into the net. After scoring, Yichun didn't celebrate wildly. He simply raised his arms, gazing around at the cheering fans, like a king surveying his Westphalian domain. This goal was like a bombshell, instantly setting off an explosion of cheers throughout the Westphalian stadium. The fans, already ecstatic with the 3 goals, erupted in an instant. Yichun's name echoed like thunder throughout the stadium. The crowd chanted in unison, "Yichun! Yichun! Yichun!" Even Coach Klopp couldn't help but applaud. 2 matches, 6 goals. Behind these astonishing stats is a 17-year-old boy, and he came off the bench. At this moment, the stadium DJ went completely wild, and the commentators on the domestic sports channel were equally frenzied. Huang Jianxiang shouted excitedly, "What a screamer!" Yichun completed his hat-trick with a screamer just before the final whistle. "Such a goal is simply unbelievable." Zhang Jun passionately echoed, "Never underestimate a forward's desire to score." Yichun's last-minute goal is the best reward for his relentless running in the second half. He then quoted a famous saying, "A golden carp is not meant to stay in a pond. Once it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon." Yichun's shot just now was indeed as powerful as a dragon. Huang Jianxiang couldn't help but marvel. After the goal, Yichun was once again surrounded by his teammates. In contrast, the visiting players could only hang their heads in disappointment, and Augsburg's head coach Lukai sighed deeply. Before the match, Lukai had analyzed Yichun, thinking his physical attributes were average but noting his proficiency in long shots and set pieces. However, after this match, Lukai realized how far off his judgment had been. Yichun's speed and explosiveness completely redefined what average physical attributes meant. Lukai thought to himself, if this is considered average, how should other players measure up? It's not that we didn't try hard enough. The opponent is simply too strong. Especially this kid from China, mysterious and powerful. The match concluded with the referee's final whistle. On the sidelines, the head coaches of both teams shook hands amicably. Borussia Dortmund's Jurgen Klopp and Augsburg's Markus Weinzierl exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting admiration for the thrilling game. "Congratulations on acquiring such a talented striker," Weinzierl said sincerely, his gaze unintentionally drifting to Yichun, who was celebrating with his teammates. Klopp shook his head with a grin, Hey, we didn't win just because of ya. Wine Zero, not one to back down, retorted with a determined look. I'm telling you, if that kid ya were on my team, today's victory would have been ours. Klopp burst into laughter. A talent like him surely belongs with the black and yellows. After the match, the players followed tradition by heading to the south stand to thank the fans. As Yetchin appeared with his team, the stands erupted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The synchronized chanting and excited screams filled the air. Ah yeah? You're so handsome. Yeah, you're my hero. At Westfalen Stadion, it's customary for the DJ to interact with the players after each goal. Today, the DJ's voice was almost drowned out by the thunderous cheers. There was no doubt that Yetchin's performance had made him the star of the show. After thanking the fans, Yetchin was interviewed by a TV station. This time, the interviewer was a young man in a suit, unlike the previous female host. Congratulations on your second hat-trick. That's quite an achievement. Do you have anything to say to the fans? The interviewer asked directly. With a smile on his face, Yetchin responded, I'm really happy to play for such a great team, and am grateful to the fans who cheer for me. I promise to score more goals and help the team win every possible title. The interviewer continued, with 6 goals, you're now 5th on the top scorer list. Have you thought about going for the Golden Boot this season? Am I already 5th? Yetchin looked a bit surprised, then answered seriously, the Golden Boot is a dream for every striker, and I definitely want to go for it. But right now, I'm just a substitute, so it's tough to aim for the Golden Boot without enough playing time. Do you think you're ready to start in the first 11? The interviewer probed further. Yetchin shrugged. That's up to the coach. It's not my decision. But whenever I get the chance to play, I'll give it my all. For the final question, the interviewer asked, do you think you're better than Lewandowski? Yetchin laughed, showing his high emotional intelligence. At the moment, Lewandowski is definitely better. He's someone I look up to, but I believe that with hard work, I can also become a world-class striker. Indeed, Lewandowski's current skills were slightly superior, but the gap wasn't insurmountable. More importantly, Yetchin had a unique advantage with his system, which provided rewards that could significantly boost his abilities. For instance, the S-level poacher skill card he received before the match greatly enhanced his physical attributes and game intelligence, evident in his positioning and decision-making during the game. After the interview, Yetchin returned to the locker room and checked his phone for messages. Several unread notifications popped up, including a few beautiful photos. Is this your friend? Yeah, she's really pretty. Kagawa asked curiously, peeking over. Yetchin proudly announced, she's my girlfriend now. That was quick. Kagawa exclaimed. It had to be, Yetchin explained with a smile. She's so beautiful. If I didn't act fast, someone else would have snatched her up. Kagawa mused. I meant she acted quickly with your stellar performances. You'll definitely have lots of admirers in the future. Yetchin paused, realizing that Lena might be worried about other girls trying to win him over. He laughed and dialed Lena's number. Lena, when did you get to Dortmund? Around 1 in the afternoon. Your match today was amazing. Lena praised. Thank you. Did you rent a car? Yetchin asked. Of course, but renting is too expensive. I'm thinking of buying a car here in Germany. Lena replied. Let's talk when we meet. Find a spot in our parking lot and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Yetchin hurriedly walked towards the parking lot, his mind replaying the recently concluded match. The team was approaching the international break, with a friendly match scheduled on the 6th. Yetchin calculated that 12 of Dortmund's first-team players would leave to join their national teams, while the rest would get a 2-day break and wouldn't need to return until the 4th. Changing into casual clothes, Yetchin parted ways with his teammates. Outside the stadium, a large group of fans still gathered. Yetchin put on a mask and skillfully blended into the crowd. As he walked, he listened to the enthusiastic discussions around him, secretly pleased that he hadn't been recognized. In no time, Yetchin spotted Lena, who had been waiting for a while. Even after just a few days of not seeing her, she seemed even more enchanting. Yetchin couldn't help but marvel at the magic of love. Lena was wearing a jersey today, which gave her a unique charm in Yetchin's eyes. Hey baby. Lena waved excitedly at Yetchin. The vintage Ferrari she had rented was particularly eye-catching, and Yetchin mused about how old Gunnar Solskjaer must have earned quite well back in the day. As he settled into the passenger seat, Yetchin curiously asked, didn't you say you had a class tomorrow afternoon and couldn't make it today? What changed? Lena proudly replied, I just wanted to watch you play. Is that a problem? Yetchin laughed. Of course not. So, do you still have to attend your class tomorrow afternoon? Absolutely, so I plan to head back tonight. Lena nodded. No way. Yetchin quickly objected, already making plans for the evening. Lena teased. Why not? You don't want to book a room again, do you? Yetchin raised an eyebrow. Don't you? Lena's face turned bright red as she stammered. I do. But I just want to be with you. Nothing unhealthy. Yetchin flashed a brilliant smile. If you haven't thought about it, why emphasize it? Isn't that like a thief crying, stop thief? Lena's face reddened even more, and she hastily changed the subject. Enough about that. Do you have any restaurant recommendations? As the two flirted in the car, they didn't notice someone in the corner snapping photos continuously, the sound of the camera clicking incessantly. Tonight's match started at 9:30 p.m. on National Day. By the time the game ended, the clock hadn't struck midnight yet, but countless fans were already in a frenzy. They were rapidly tapping their phone screens to order takeout while flocking to the Dortmund forum, posting like mad. I've become a fan of Yichon. From today on, I support Dortmund. I used to be a Manchester United fan, but now I'm switching to Dortmund. 6 goals in 2 games. Yichon is a god of war. Yichon isn't just skilled, he's incredibly handsome. I'm going to be his #1 fan. Posts sprouted up like mushrooms after a rain, with content varying wildly. Some declared themselves new fans of Dortmund and Yichon, while others posted technical analyses. However, the most popular posts were ones discussing what kind of girls like Yichon, highlighting the inseparable connection between football and beauty. Meanwhile, the Manchester United forum was also buzzing due to the team's 20 victory over Norwich, but there were still plenty of discussions about Yichon. After all, Yichon was once a Manchester United youth player. Many self-proclaimed, spiritual shareholders of the forum criticized the club's general manager, blaming his decisive actions for causing Manchester United to miss out on this Chinese talent. The excitement at home was just the beginning, as German sports media's attention on Yichon skyrocketed once again. During the post-match press conference, reporters bombarded Coach Liu with questions. Do you still think Yichon doesn't need special treatment? This question left Coach Liu flustered, but he quickly adjusted his stance. I admit I underestimated him, but if given another chance, I'm confident I can contain him. Coach Liu then pulled out his phone and sent a message in front of the reporters. What am I doing? He said with mock seriousness. I'm telling my friend Klaus to focus on marking Yichon in the next match. His words amused the reporters since Germans rarely joke around. At Dortmund's press conference, Coach Klopp was asked if he would consider starting Yichon. He answered succinctly, my team always plays those in the best form. Even key players like Shinji Kagawa will rest if they're not in top condition, as we saw in this match. When asked to compare Yichon and Lewandowski, Klopp smiled and said, at the moment, Ye's performance is outstanding, but as a coach, I trust the experience of Lewandowski more. However, the headlines written by reporters twisted Klopp's words. Klopp, Yi is too young. Dreaming of the golden boot is foolish. Klopp, despite the hat-trick, I trust Lewandowski more. Klopp, Lewandowski is the starter. He isn't worthy yet. Such sensationalism isn't just a specialty of domestic media. Foreign media are equally adept. Yichon's fame spread not only in China and Germany but even reached Manchester. During the post-match press conference at Old Trafford, Sir Alex Ferguson was also asked about Yichon. Sir Ferguson sat at the press conference, facing a group of eager reporters. One reporter suddenly asked, Sir Ferguson, are you aware that the team recently terminated a player named Yi? I've seen his highlights, and that midfield lob was simply stunning. A faint smile appeared on Ferguson's face as he calmly responded. Just then, another reporter interjected urgently. In the just concluded match between Dortmund and Augsburg, he came off the bench and scored a hat-trick. And in the previous away game against Mainz, he also came off the bench and scored another hat-trick in just 45 minutes. Do you feel it's a pity that such a talented player was released? Ferguson's expression turned to surprise, his brows furrowing slightly. Really? I've seen that kid's training videos. He seemed average. I didn't expect him to dominate in the Bundesliga. Is the Bundesliga that weak? Can any of our surplus academy players score 6 goals in 2 games? He paused and then continued, if you were still in Manchester United's U18 team, would you be willing to promote him to the first team to give him a try? After a moment of silence, Ferguson slowly shook his head. He doesn't have what it takes to make it at Manchester United. After all, we already have Welbeck. He added, Welbeck is a forward promoted from United's academy and is currently a substitute in the first team. In the youth team, whether in training or matches, Welbeck was far superior to Yi. The room erupted in surprise at Ferguson's firm stance. Despite the shock, everyone seemed to understand his position. After all, Ferguson had always been like this, and his comment was also a way to protect his old friend, David Gill. It was David Gill who had made the decision to release Yi. A reporter pressed on, Yi mentioned in an interview that Manchester United used to be indifferent to him, but in the future, they wouldn't be able to afford him. Do you think there's any chance he might return to Manchester United? Ferguson's face turned serious, his brows knitting tightly. Did he really say that? The reporter nodded and quickly pulled out his phone to play the video of Yi making the statement. Ferguson slammed the table, his face darkening, and spoke firmly. As long as I'm here, Manchester United's doors will always be closed to Yi. The reporters exchanged glances, not expecting the situation to escalate this far. Someone whispered, they say it's satisfying to reject someone, but chasing them back is a nightmare. Ferguson never thought he'd find himself in such a situation. A single remark by Ferguson has caused a huge stir in European football. At this moment, Yichon remains completely unaware. leisurely enjoying his time off after the match. Borussia Dortmund's game starts at 9:30, while Manchester United's begins at 10. This half-hour gap has made the entire story even more mysterious. After dinner, Yi-chun and Lena, both wearing masks, took a stroll around the city. Fortunately, no one recognized the rising star. When they grew tired, they checked into a luxurious suite. Unlike the standard business room from last time, this suite was more spacious, though it still only had one large bed. Learning from his previous experience, Yi-chun turned on the TV while Lena was taking a shower, intending to catch up on the latest sports news. However, instead of seeing any praise for himself, he saw Ferguson's controversial remarks. Yi-chun was speechless, thinking, I was the one who got released and abandoned. So how is this suddenly my fault? Despite this, Yi-chun didn't dwell on it too much. He understood that the world of football is survival of the fittest. As long as he remained strong, Ferguson would eventually take back his words. Moreover, with both Borussia Dortmund and Manchester United being top 4 teams in their leagues, a Champions League encounter was just a matter of time. As Yi-chun's thoughts raced, the bathroom door clicked open. Lena emerged wrapped in a towel, looking as radiant as a lotus in water. In that instant, all thoughts of football vanished from Yi-chun's mind, leaving only Lena's image. This time, he decided to give it his all. The next morning, Yi-chun saw Lena off at the airport and then returned to the team. Due to national team duties and a rest day, the training ground was unusually quiet. However, as soon as Yi-chun arrived, Klopp called him into the office. Is the girl you were with Leo's daughter? Klopp asked, giving Yi-chun a peculiar look. Yi-chun was taken aback. How did you know? I think there's no one in football who doesn't know by now, Klopp replied, throwing a few newspapers onto the desk. Yi-chun glanced down and saw that the front pages of 7 or 8 newspapers were all about him and Lena. From their meeting in the parking lot after the match to their city stroll and hotel stay, everything had been captured by paparazzi. With 6 goals in 2 consecutive games, Yi-chun had become the focus of German football. Naturally, his private life became a hot topic for the media. What was initially a minor gossip story was propelled to new heights by Ferguson's remarks. Adding to the intrigue were Yi-chun's Chinese heritage and Lena's identity as Solskjaer's daughter, making the news explode in the football world. Upon learning of the news, Klopp immediately called Yi-chun in to get to the bottom of the situation. Yi-chun stood in Klopp's office, looking slightly embarrassed. Klopp gazed at the young player with a tone that was gentle but firm. We don't interfere with your love life, but remember, you are a professional athlete. No matter what happens, it shouldn't affect your training and match performance. Understood? Yi-chun nodded solemnly. Don't worry, coach. I know my limits. Klopp pondered for a moment before continuing. Buvak mentioned you're looking for a place to stay? Planning to move out of the dorm? Yes, Yi-chun explained. Now that I have a girlfriend, living at the training ground isn't very convenient. After a brief pause, Klopp suddenly suggested, how about this? I happen to have a house for rent, very close to the training ground, just a 10-minute walk. If you're interested, I can show it to you. Yi-chun's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. Wait, did you say a house? That's right. I only buy large villas, Klopp replied calmly. Yi-chun took a sharp breath. Wow, that's extravagant. The rent won't be too expensive, right? Klopp smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it won't be a problem for you. Come on, I'll take you to see your new home. Originally, Yi-chun was preparing for training, but he followed Klopp out. He didn't know that Klopp had been waiting specifically for him. As a head coach, Klopp not only cared about the players' performance on the field, but also their living conditions. After all, a stable life is the foundation for good performance. On the way to the house, Klopp's mind wandered to the recent fixtures. After 2 rounds of the Champions League, the team had only earned 1 point, ranking 3rd in their group, which was not promising. In the league, Dortmund had climbed back to 6th place, narrowing the gap with the top-ranked Bayern to 6 points, thanks to Yi-chun's 2 hat-tricks. Klopp fell into deep thought. Does the team have the capacity to compete on 3 fronts like Bayern? At the beginning of the season, the board's goal was to advance to the knockout stage of the Champions League while also contending in the league and the German Cup. The only good news was that their upcoming German Cup opponent, Dynamo Dresden, was relatively weak. In Klopp's plan, Yi-chun was set to start in the German Cup match. But before that, the team would face league challenges against Werder Bremen and Cologne, and the weakest team in their Champions League group, Olympiacos. If Yi-chun could continue his magical form, even superstars like Lewandowski, Messi, and Ronaldo might have to make way for him. After all, even they rarely score hat-tricks in every game. The public buzzed with speculation, but Yi-chun had already left the training ground and arrived at Klopp's home. Standing in front of the villa, he couldn't help but recall Klopp's love story with Ola. In the early 2000s, while coaching at Mainz, Klopp met Ola, who was working as a waitress in a bar where the team was celebrating. At the time, Ola was studying education and had no interest in football, not even knowing who Klopp was. Yet, just 3 days later, they moved in together. Klopp's passion for football gradually influenced Ola, and she even published 2 books related to the sport. In 2005, They tied the knot and have been happily married ever since. Now, with his substantial financial resources, Klopp had purchased 2 villas, both as an investment and because he could afford it. Yichen looked around, admiring the upscale neighborhood. Although renting in Germany is relatively cheap, money was no longer an issue for him. He prioritized comfort and proximity to the training ground. Walking to the back of the villa, Yichen saw a vast lawn with 2 small goals, resembling a mini football field. It was clear that Klopp had put a lot of effort into creating this football-friendly environment, something Yichen envied. After careful consideration, Yichen decided to rent the villa. He began planning to buy the necessary appliances and learn how to make healthy recipes. Having been given a second chance at life, he was determined to start with the small things to prepare for a longer career. Once everything was set, Yichen lay on the bed and started communicating with the system. "System, I'd like to claim my reward," he said excitedly. The system immediately responded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task. You have earned a silver chest." "Silver chest?" Yichen smiled. "Open the chest." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a devil training experience card," the system announced. Yichen was taken aback. "System, are you sure this is a reward?" The system explained. "Completing the tasks within the devil training will earn you 10 free points. These points can be added to any attribute without limitation." Yichen took a deep breath, considering the value of this reward. If he could boost his speed or explosive power to 95, it would be an incredible improvement. "How long does the devil training last?" Yichen asked. The system replied, "The first experience card lasts for 10 days, but regular devil training lasts for a month." Yichen calculated the dates and realized that the training would end just before the next match. He made up his mind. "For 10 free points, I'll give it my all." Activate the devil training card. The system warned. Reminder: once activated, it cannot be forcibly terminated. If interrupted, 10 random attribute points will be deducted. "Do you wish to proceed?" Without hesitation, Yichen answered, "Activate." Ding! The devil training experience card is now activated, the system announced. Ding! Initial task: a 15-kilometer night run. Yichen took a deep breath, changed into his workout gear, and started his night run. Although there were no typical street food stalls like in China, the fresh night air and quiet streets offered a unique experience. After completing the 15 kilometers and returning home, Yichen did some stretches and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, he was surprised to find that his body felt perfectly fine. Could the system have enhanced my recovery while I was resting? He wondered. At dawn, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! A new day has begun. Please wash up and run to the Dortmund training base. Yichen quickly got up, full of energy, ready to face the new challenges. Despite the grueling nature of the devil training, he believed it was the key to becoming stronger. With this determination, Yichen embarked on another day of hard work. Yichen saw through the system's intentions immediately. The 10-day intensive training was not without reason. This is a society where hard work pays off. As the English saying goes, no pain, no gain, you reap what you sow. To improve his skills, he must put in the effort. Dortmund's training facilities are top-notch, boasting 5 natural grass fields and 3 artificial ones with underfloor heating. Naturally, the first team uses the best fields. The team will have a pre-match training session this afternoon, local time, to prepare for the match on the 15th. The coach will schedule training sessions for each player, including those without national team duties. As a first-team player, Yichen usually trains for only 1 to 2 hours a day, with the rest of his time devoted to opponent analysis and tactical studies. However, the system's rigorous training program for him will break this norm. When Yichen jogged to the training ground, the waiting media immediately surrounded him. Faced with interview requests from outlets like Germany's Bild, Yichen declined politely. "I need to get to training, catch you later." At that moment, a familiar Chinese voice called out, "Mr. Yichen, can I have a minute?" Yichen stopped and turned to see Li Xinran, a reporter from Titan Sports Weekly. Yichen quickly sized up Li Xinran. Her short hair, delicate features, and clear eyes, along with her fresh aura, made her undeniably attractive. Her professional attire highlighted her graceful figure, adding a subtle allure. "My name is Li Xinran, but you can call me Xiao Li," she said with a sweet smile. "1 minute, right? Go ahead." Yichen nodded calmly. Li Xinran quickly turned on her recorder and began. "Ferguson said that the door to Manchester United is forever closed to you. How do you feel about that?" "That's not my loss. It's Manchester United's," Yichen replied with a composed expression. Although starting for Manchester United was once his predecessor's lifelong dream, it no longer mattered to the current Yichen. He recalled the days of hard work at Manchester United without any opportunities and the swift termination by the club after being expelled from the national team. But now, with the football god system, he no longer cared about those things. Aloof's publicly questioned who you are in an interview. "Do you have any response to that?" Li Xinran continued. "Who is this Aloof's you're talking about?" Yichen asked, genuinely curious. Li Shinran explained. He's the head coach of your next opponent, Werder Bremen. You don't know him? Of course not. Yi Chen shrugged, then added. But I'll make sure he remembers who I am. Li Shinran realized that Yi Chen was new and not familiar with the opposing coach, but she was surprised by the confidence in his words. Can you predict the outcome of the match against Werder Bremen? Li Shinran pressed on. Dortmund will win, hands down, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Time's up, I need to train now, he said, waving as he left. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Li Shinran was intrigued. This 17-year-old not only had good looks and exceptional skills but also a unique mindset. In their brief interaction, she found her usually calm heart pounding. Damn charm, Li Shinran muttered to herself. No matter how much buzz there is outside, Yi Chen has no time to pay attention. His life now seems confined to the training ground. Every day before dawn, Yi Chen is already at the training ground, sweating profusely. When night falls, he is still running until he is exhausted. His dedication soon caught the attention of his teammates. Some admired him, while others questioned his motives. Coach Klopp noticed as well and even personally approached Yi Chen, advising earnestly, "You're only 17, don't rush things." Yi Chen nodded politely, but internally he was resolute. If I don't work hard to get stronger, what if injuries strike? However, not everyone understood Yi Chen's intentions. Some teammates who didn't know him well speculated that he was just trying to grab attention and climb over others. Yi Chen merely smiled calmly when he heard these rumors, thinking, time will prove them wrong. Meanwhile, the national football team was also attracting widespread attention. On October 6th, the Bird's Nest Stadium was packed with 90,000 spectators who witnessed China's 21 victory over the UAE in a friendly match. After the game, fans praised the players' performance and had high regards for head coach Camacho. All eyes were now on the upcoming World Cup qualifiers against Iraq. The match, scheduled for October 11th, was crucial. If China lost, their chances of advancing would be reduced to a mere theoretical possibility. Yet, all this commotion seemed irrelevant to Yi Chen. He was so immersed in his training that Klopp decided to remove his name from the friendly match against Hugin. Despite this, the team struggled to a 21 win. With the main players absent, scoring became a significant issue. But these were not Yi Chen's concerns at the moment. Yi Chen's focus was solely on those 10 free attribute points. After several days of intense training, he was thrilled to find that his recovery ability had significantly improved. He also noticed a previously overlooked detail. His match points were steadily increasing. Victory earned 10 points, goals 10 points, and assists 5 points. Including previous U18 matches and 2 hat-tricks, Yi Chen now had a total of 115 points. These points could be exchanged for various useful items in the system shop. From speed potions to burst potions, stamina potions to recovery potions, everything was available. There were also essential football gear like boots, socks, and shin guards. These low-level potions cost 100 points per bottle and had immediate effects. For instance, a stamina potion could instantly boost stamina by 30, making it a game-changer in extra time. What's more, these potions were harmless and undetectable. Besides the shop system, Yi Chen also discovered the existence of a reputation system. Although it didn't seem to have any practical use at the moment, it did allow him to see his hardcore fanbase. Surprisingly, Yi Chen already had 342,418 hardcore fans. This astronomical number for a newcomer was likely due to him being the only Chinese player in the top 5 leagues, combined with his good looks and excellent skills. Time flew by as Yi Chen poured all his energy into intense training. He had little time to spend with his girlfriend, Lena. At one point, Lena even suspected Yi Chen of losing interest in her and made a surprise visit. But when she saw Yi Chen lying exhausted on the ground like a dog, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She decided to reward him in her own way, a private concert with singing and dancing, exhausting herself in the process. At the same time, Yi Chen's presence in the media was causing quite a stir. He responded boldly to Ferguson's comments, saying that leaving Manchester United was not his loss but theirs. He also challenged Werder Bremen's head coach, vowing to make himself unforgettable. His exclusive interview with journalist Li Shinran became a headline on major websites, sparking widespread discussion online. Many Manchester United fans felt conflicted upon seeing these statements. Some thought Yi Chen was too stubborn, especially since he had been released from the club. But then again, as a youth academy player, he was indeed the victim. So they decided not to criticize him further. Instead, Yi Chen's fans felt even more sympathetic towards him, hoping that he would one day make Manchester United regret their decision, turning the tables to become someone they could no longer reach. During this period, Yi Chen and Li Shinran managed their relationship well. They would occasionally greet each other when they met outside, gradually becoming familiar. This relationship greatly benefited Li Shinran's career, elevating her status at Sports Weekly and resulting in a salary increase. Out of gratitude, Li Shinran wanted to treat Yi Chen to a meal, but he politely declined. Li Shinran, with her high IQ and EQ, keenly picked up on Yi Chen's hints and maintained their friendship boundaries with a mutual understanding. Time flew by, and on October 11th, the highly anticipated national soccer team's match kicked off at the Bird's Nest Stadium. As night fell, the stadium was packed to its 90,000 seat capacity, with the crowd's enthusiasm nearly setting the place ablaze. However, the result was heartbreaking. The national team lost 0-1 to Iraq. Yunus's first half goal was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhao Shiri's image of pounding the ground in frustration after the match left countless fans heartbroken. This defeat exposed a critical weakness of the Chinese men's soccer team, a lack of a top-notch striker. While Gao Lin's performance on the wing was commendable, he always seemed to fall short at crucial moments. Public opinion erupted, with calls for Yi Chun to join the senior national team reaching a fever pitch. Second only to the trending topic, national team loses to Iraq, utterly humiliating. However, this decision was not solely in Camacho's hands. It required approval from the Football Association. Yi Chun appeared indifferent to the uproar until Li Xinran mentioned it. Only then did he realize that the Chinese men's soccer team had only a theoretical chance of advancing. Yi Chun sighed deeply, understanding that the root of the national team's problems went far beyond a few players. It was the entire system that was rotten. He believed he was neither the first nor the last genius to be sidelined for not playing by the rules. Time marched on, and Yi Chun's grueling training continued. Initially, his teammates thought he was just putting on a show for Klopp, but after 10 consecutive days, everyone was convinced. Some even started to push themselves to keep up with Yi Chun, but they quickly gave up, consoling themselves that his extreme training methods were not suitable for everyone. This intense training not only honed Yi Chun's physical abilities, but also tempered his mind. He became more calm and composed, truly understanding the adage, no pain, no gain. His efforts were rewarded, with subtle yet tangible improvements in his personal attributes. Some increased by 1 point, others by 2. Klopp observed all this and began to entertain new ideas. He decided to give this hardworking young man more playing time and even seriously considered whether Yi Chun should replace Lewandowski in the starting lineup. On the evening of October 13th, after completing a grueling 20-kilometer run, an exhausted Yi Chun finally returned home. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the devil training. Ding! The devil training has been rated S-level, triggering an extra reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 15 free attribute points. Yi Chun clenched his fists in excitement and couldn't help but jump for joy. 15 freely allocable attribute points meant he was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. P.S. Remember to leave a 5-star review and support with your love. Free novels rely on this to survive. Yi Chun carefully examined his attribute panel. The most striking figures listed prominently: attack 80, dribbling 80, shooting 80, speed 85, explosiveness 85, balance 80, stamina 88. His eyes moved across the numbers as he pondered how to allocate his newly acquired attribute points. After some deliberation, Yi Chun made a decisive choice. System: increase my speed to 99. Immediately, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations! Your speed has increased to 99. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chun realized he still had 1 attribute point left. Add the remaining point to stamina, he instructed. The system responded again. Ding! Congratulations! Your stamina has increased to 89. This week of intense training had made Yi Chun deeply appreciate the importance of stamina, especially its impact on recovery. Every morning, he woke up feeling full of energy. With this latest boost, Yi Chun's overall ability score reached 78, just 2 points shy of the 80 mark. For a 17-year-old player, such stats were extraordinary, fitting his role as a chosen prodigy. With attribute allocation complete, Yi Chun opened the system shop. He noticed he had 115 points, enough to purchase some basic potions. However, his attention was drawn to a pair of shoes that could enhance his attributes. System: if my speed is 99, will wearing the shoes with 5 speed boost it to 104? Yi Chun asked curiously. The system promptly replied, kind reminder. 99 is the maximum speed a human can achieve. No method can further increase it. However, these shoes can provide a 5 boost to your explosiveness. Weighing his options, Yi Chun decided it was still a worthy investment. Alright, I'll start saving points for the shoes, he resolved, preparing for the upcoming match against Werder Bremen. After a quick shower, Yi Chun lay on his bed and sent a video call request to Lena. She answered promptly, her voice filled with concern. Honey, is training over? Yi Chun nodded. Today was the last day of special training. I'm exhausted. Lena looked worried. It's only been a week, and you've already lost weight. Yi Chun chuckled. I may look thinner, but I'm stronger now. Lena's cheeks flushed as she whispered, you were already strong. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback before catching her implication. He teased. Did it hurt for too long last time? Lena pouted. You're so shameless. My friends teased me because of you. You're like a bull, never knowing when to be gentle. Yi Chun quickly apologized. I'll be more careful next time. By the way, when are you coming to Germany for your studies? Traveling back and forth must be tiring. Lena's blush deepened. When I get to Germany, you won't be every day, will you? Yichen clarified immediately. Of course not. I'm a professional athlete. I need to stay in top shape for matches. Lena sighed in relief, then added, I just need to finalize some paperwork, and then I can go to Dortmund Business School. Yichen asked eagerly, will you be there for the away game on the 15th? Lena shook her head. Probably not. I need to go to school to get some documents. Seeing Yichen's disappointed expression, Lena suddenly laughed. Gotcha. Look at this. She held her phone closer to the camera, showing a flight ticket. Yichen's excitement was palpable. You already bought a ticket to Bremen? Lena smiled sweetly. Of course, and my paperwork is done. I just need to report to Dortmund Business School on Monday. Yichen was touched by her thoughtfulness. Lena, thank you for being so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Lena winked. Score a goal, of course. Yichen clenched his fist, determined. All right, I promise I'll score in the match against Werder Bremen. With 2 days left until the game, Yichen was determined to be in peak condition. During the next day's training, Klopp arranged an intra-squad match to assess the players' form. The training session at Dortmund has ended, but the situation is far from optimistic. The players who had participated in international matches looked utterly exhausted, a classic case of what is commonly known as the FIFA virus. Coach Klopp stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed as he watched the field. He knew well that during the World Cup qualifiers, he had no right to prevent players from representing their countries. After all, the World Cup, held every 4 years, is the pinnacle of football glory, far surpassing club honors. In stark contrast to his teammates, Yichen remained in top form. Especially with Lewandowski's mediocre performance, Yichen's energy was even more noticeable. Klopp's gaze swept across the field and finally settled on Yichen. Number 16 was darting around the pitch, seemingly tireless. From the bench, Klopp looked down at the player list, his frown deepening. Shinji Kagawa, due to 2 consecutive high-intensity matches and the added issue of jet lag, couldn't even participate in this training session and was clearly out for the next game. Although the European players didn't have to deal with time zone changes, their physical condition was still a concern. Klopp fell into deep thought about his lineup. After a moment, he made a decision. He placed Yichen's number 16 in the starting lineup, pairing him with number 9, Lewandowski. The midfield would feature Sven Bender, Gundogan, and Götze. For the defense, Klopp opted for a 5-man backline, clearly choosing a 532 formation, aiming to solidify the defense and strike on the counter. Given it was an away game, a conservative strategy was understandable. At that moment, Watzke walked over. Klopp seized the opportunity to ask Buvac. Perfect timing, Jelko, do you think he can start? Buvac looked surprised. Ye in the starting lineup? Haven't you been following the recent news? What news? Klopp asked, curious. The interviews with Werder Bremen's defenders. Buvac explained. Klopp's interest was piqued. What happened? Show me those interviews. Buvac quickly tapped on the tablet, and a few articles about Yichen appeared on the screen. Klopp leaned in to read, a look of surprise and contemplation crossing his face. The story traces back to the post-match interview after Manchester United's game against Norwich. Ferguson's remarks caused a stir in the football world. He said, I've seen that kid's training videos, and they were pretty average. I didn't expect him to dominate in the Bundesliga. Are the opponents in the Bundesliga really that weak? Can any of our surplus youth players score 6 goals in 2 games? These words were like a bomb, instantly turning Yichen into the enemy of the entire Bundesliga. The Premier League has long been considered the most competitive league, and it now undeniably holds the top spot. Although Bundesliga fans are aware that their league is not as strong as the Premier League, it doesn't mean they would tolerate a youth player running rampant. The media quickly seized on this topic and ran with it. Reporters swarmed to Werder Bremen, asking players for their thoughts. Star center-back Naldo said through gritted teeth, the Bundesliga is not a place where any youth player can do as they please. I will show him what impenetrable defense looks like. Known as the Butcher, Socrates Papastathopoulos was even more blunt. Watch his legs, he said, making a bloodthirsty tongue-licking gesture. The team's star player, current German international Marco Marin, was more arrogant. I will crush Dortmund with my goals. As for Yi, honestly, he's not even on my radar. A reporter reminded him, but you both have scored 6 goals and are tied for 5th on the top scorers list. Marin coldly replied, is that so? It won't be tied after the next game. With that, he turned and walked away. As a German international, Marin indeed had the right to be proud. Interestingly, he and Yichen are similar types of players, both known for their speed and long-range shots. Klopp, flipping through these news reports, couldn't help but sigh, as expected. Old foxes are the wheeliest. Buvac curiously asked, what do you mean by that? Klopp explained in a serious tone. Ferguson's words were deliberately designed to shift the focus onto Yichen, making him the enemy of all German teams and fans. Indeed, tactical minds are always scheming. Buvac suddenly understood. If Yichen weren't our Dortmund player, we would probably also be keeping a close eye on him. Klopp nodded in agreement but then frowned. But if we don't play Yi Chun, who else can we field? Buvac suggested, Perisic. Although his form isn't as good as Yez, he's still a viable option. Klopp sighed. We'll have to go with him then. You should lay low for a while. Playing Yi Chun now would undoubtedly be sending him to the guillotine. Players, when agitated, might resort to actions that could harm Yi Chun. Moreover, Werder Bremen is no weak team. After 8 matches, they have 5 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, ranking second in the league, just 3 points behind the top team Bayern. Undoubtedly, they will be a formidable opponent. Everyone, gather around. Time to announce the starting lineup. Klopp shouted, while replacing Yi Chun's name with number 14, Perisic. The players gathered around. Götze hooked his arm around Yi Chun's neck, smiling, "You are in great form. Several of our guys are exhausted. Your starting opportunity is coming." Yi Chun responded with a smile, "Thanks for the encouragement." He recalled his outstanding performance in today's training match, 2 goals and an assist to Götze. What thrilled him the most was the exhilarating feeling of speed, effortlessly outpacing everyone else. Götze continued to encourage him, "You'll be fine. Your skills are way above average youth level." Clearly, he had also seen those news reports. Yi Chun, however, looked puzzled. He had been busy with intense training these past few days and hadn't had time to follow the news. Lena, aware of the negative reports, had chosen not to tell him to protect him. Klopp began announcing the starting lineup. The goalkeeper is still Weidenfeller. The 5 defenders are Grosskreutz, Chris Lowe, Subotic, Hummels, and Owamoyola. The named players acknowledged. The main players remained calm, while the substitute Owamoyola looked particularly excited. For a substitute, every starting opportunity means more exposure, directly impacting their income and future development. The 3 midfielders are Götze, Gundogan, and Sven Bender. The 3 raised their hands in unison. Finally, the 2 forwards are Lewandowski and Perisic. Klopp concluded decisively. In the crowd, Yi Chun's face showed a hint of disappointment. He didn't understand why he couldn't start, especially given his excellent form and performance in the training match. Ultimately, Yi Chun attributed it to a matter of trust. Who would have thought the next match would be against Werder Bremen? They're the second-place team in the league. Yi Chun sighed inwardly. If it were a team fighting relegation, he might have had a chance to start. But against such strong opponents, the coach understandably prefers to trust the regular players. Yi Chun glanced over the substitute list. Langerak, Kell, Leitner, Kuba, Kagawa, Santana, and himself. Nothing surprising here, even Kagawa, who hadn't shown up for training, was included. There would be a recovery training session in the morning, and in the afternoon, they would head to the stadium to prepare for the match. The intense clash would kick off at 7:30 p.m. Upon hearing he was listed as a substitute, Yi Chun quickly adjusted his mindset. Even though the team training had ended for the day, he didn't plan to leave just yet. He decided to practice his shooting, as the progress bar for his shooting skills was just a fraction away from leveling up. "Yi, don't overdo it today. We have a match tomorrow." Götze walked over, reminding him with concern. Yi Chun replied with a smile, "No worries, I'm not starting anyway. Besides, a good night's sleep and it'll be as good as new." Götze gave him a thumbs up but still cautioned, "Just make sure to rest properly and don't get injured." Yi Chun picked up a ball and headed to the shooting area to begin his practice. He meticulously worked on the power and angle of each shot, contemplating which part of the goal to aim for from different positions. These details required repeated practice to master. From a distance, Klopp watched Yi Chun's extra training and sighed. He understood Yi Chun's eagerness to start, but he was more worried about him getting injured from overtraining. There were too many instances of talented players whose careers were derailed by injuries, and Klopp would not let that happen to Yi Chun. Despite his concerns, a fire burned within Klopp. A fire he intended to unleash on Werder Bremen in the match. Second place in the league? So what? I'm the reigning champion, he roared internally. Marco Marin? Huh? I'm coming for you. Fans familiar with Klopp knew he was fiercely protective of his players. As they faced the upcoming formidable opponent, he was ready to give it his all. Since the match is tomorrow night, the tactical analysis class will only be held tomorrow morning. Yi Chun sat in the locker room, flipping through the player profiles of Werder Bremen. His gaze lingered on the photo of Marco Marin, Bremen's star winger who had performed exceptionally well this season, scoring 6 of the team's 16 goals and providing 3 assists, tying with Yi Chun for 5th place on the top scorer list. Due to alphabetical order, Marin's name appeared before Yi Chun's. Closing the files, Yi Chun leaned back in his chair. This would be his second away game, and the atmosphere of German football intrigued him. Compared to England, the passion here seemed less aggressive, though he had yet to experience the Ruhr Derby. A set of statistics flashed through his mind. Germany had 7 million registered football players, while China had fewer than 50,000. The disparity was striking. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Yi Chun stood up to head to the field for warm-ups. As soon as he stepped into Weser Stadium, a barrage of insults greeted him. Not far away, A group of Bremen fans held up a massive banner with a large red cross over Yichen's photo, and below it, in English it read, "Rejects from the Premier League are not welcome in the Bundesliga either." Yichen glanced at it expressionlessly and continued his warm-up routine. Kagawa jogged over to him and said softly, Don't mind them. I faced the same thing when I first arrived. They're not very friendly to Asians." "Thanks, I'm fine," Yichen replied calmly, his eyes scanning the stands. He knew Lena had arrived early, wearing a Dortmund jersey. With her ponytail, she must have looked vibrant and youthful. Unfortunately, finding her in the crowd was nearly impossible. He could only gaze in a general direction based on his instincts. After the warm-up, the players returned to the locker room. Klopp reiterated the tactical points. Maren is fast and technically skilled. Keep your distance. If he breaks through, foul him, but be smart about it. Don't get a yellow card too early. Got it, boss. The players responded in unison. Klopp continued, "We had a rough start to the season, but we've found our form now. Look at the standings. If we win today, we'll be back in the top 4. So, I have only one demand: win. Understood?" "Understood, boss." The players were fired up. Klopp nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Let's go out there and show them what we're made of." The players filed out, with Yichen following the other substitutes and Klopp at the back. As soon as they entered the players' tunnel, the Bremen team's attention turned to them. "Hey, that guy's here," someone shouted. Naldo stepped forward and blocked Yichen, saying menacingly, "Remember me, kid? As long as I'm here, you won't score." The Brazilian international's defense was renowned in the Bundesliga, and many Premier League clubs coveted him, but he remained loyal to Bremen. "We're not Augsburg. You won't score today. We'll show you why the flowers are so red," Naldo threatened. Marco Marin chimed in coldly, "Why are you even talking to him? He might not even get to play." "Yeah, he's just a sub." The other players laughed, feigning realization. Facing the taunts, Yichen simply looked at Naldo and said calmly, "I hope your skills match your mouth." Just as the Bremen players were about to continue their jeers, Dortmund captain Kell intervened. "Enough. If you're men, prove it on the pitch. All this trash talk makes you sound like women." This remark instantly angered the Bremen players. "We're second in the league right now, and you're only 6th. What's there to be cocky about?" Kell retorted coolly, "We are the Bundesliga champions. We've scored 16 goals, and you've only got 13. What's the bragging about?" Kell repeated, "We are the Bundesliga champions." The Bremen players exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily silenced. Yichen had already left the tunnel and taken his seat on the bench. The match officially began. Werder Bremen was in top form today, moving the ball effortlessly and coordinating seamlessly. Marin's several breakthroughs left Dortmund's defense scrambling. At 14 minutes and 42 seconds, Marin made a breakthrough on the left wing. Owamoyola quickly secured his position, standing like a towering statue. Hummels on the right shifted slightly closer, ready to cover any gaps. This defensive duo was well prepared for Marin's breakthrough attempts. As Marin received the ball, his eyes were sharply focused on the baseline. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, he threw Owamoyola off balance. Just when everyone thought he would go for the baseline, Marin deftly cut inside, creating an open space. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Hummels leaped, his fingertips barely grazing the ball. However, this slight touch only redirected the ball towards the near post. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller felt a chill as he realized it was too late to save. The ball hit the net, and Werder Bremen fans erupted in celebration. Dortmund players showed their frustration. Hummels stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in dismay. He had tried his best, but luck was on Marin's side. Klopp's pre-match strategy seemed to have failed. Marin's brilliant goal showcased his Bundesliga star quality and demonstrated Werder Bremen's second-place league standing. Overjoyed, Marin sprinted towards the corner flag, signaling 7 and 4 with his hands, flaunting his 7 goals that placed him 4th on the scoring chart. As he returned to the center circle, he made a 6 gesture towards Dortmund's bench, silently taunting Yichen, who was ranked 6th. Before Yichen could react, Kagawa couldn't hold back. When you get on the field, make sure to put him in his place." Yichen nodded firmly. "Got it?" He thought to himself. To bring him down, first let him rise. Let him score if he must. No matter how strong he is, he's just a breeze against the mountain. Werder Bremen didn't ease up after scoring. Instead, they took even more control of the game. This closely relates to the recent form of both teams. As the Bundesliga champions, most of Dortmund's players are key figures in their national teams, while Werder Bremen's players are mostly substitutes. Even an international player like Naldo only got 20 minutes of playing time as a substitute. Marin only played in the first match and didn't even make an appearance in the second game. This is due to the abundance of talent on Germany's left flank, with Podolski occupying that position in the last match. The game continued, and Dortmund barely managed to stabilize their footing, but the number of yellow cards they received increased noticeably. Marin, the goal scorer, became the primary target of tight marking. Gotza received a yellow card for a tackle from behind, and Subotic also got booked for pulling Marin down. However, Marin was in top form, seemingly unstoppable. At 43 minutes and 24 seconds, Marin delivered a precise cross from a 45-degree angle, and Rosenberg rose high at the far post to head the ball into the net. Werder Bremen led Dortmund 20. The crowd erupted once again, with Marin's name echoing throughout the stadium. Rosenberg celebrated with a knee slide, knowing this goal was crucial for securing his starting position, especially with the talented striker Arnautovic waiting in the wings. The 3,000 Dortmund fans who traveled with the team fell silent. They could see their team was trying, but the toll of the FIFA virus on their stamina was evident. Suddenly, someone started chanting, "Yi, Yi," and soon the fans were calling for their super sub man who scored 6 goals in 2 matches. The chant of 3,000 sounded like 30,000. On the sidelines, Klopp pondered, his gaze shifting between Yi Chun and Kagawa. Gundogan's performance had been lackluster, with several turnovers leading to counterattacks. But could Kagawa's stamina hold up for half a match? The first half ended with the whistle. Yi Chun looked serious, fully aware of the dire situation but confident that his entry could change the game. Perisic was visibly exhausted, and Lewandowski couldn't carry the attack alone. Yi Chun had a plan. Add a player who could control the midfield and another with the speed and skill to break through the defense. Clearly, he and Kagawa were the best choices. As the players headed back to the locker room, Yi Chun overheard the away fans' insults. Relying on 2 Asian monkeys, you won't win anything this season. Man United rejects should leave the Bundesliga. Anger boiled within him, but he had no outlet. Klopp slammed the locker room door shut and began berating the players for their performance. He called out Gundogan, Perisic, and Owamoyela by name, questioning if they still wanted to win the game. The players responded in unison, yes. Klopp picked up the tactics board and suddenly turned to Yi Chun. Yi, are you afraid of them? Yi Chun looked puzzled. Why would I be afraid of them? Klopp explained. They said before the game they would break your leg. As he spoke, Buvac showed some related news. Yi Chun laughed. Boss, you're not going to bench me because of that, are you? Klopp raised an eyebrow. I'm just trying to protect you. Yi Chun sighed. Boss, if I'm afraid of getting hurt, why am I playing football? Besides, I'm aiming for the Bundesliga Golden Boot. How can I get it if you don't let me play? Klopp was still a bit worried, knowing Yi Chun was still quite young. Who could have guessed that one remark from Ferguson would stir up such public outrage? The atmosphere on the pitch instantly became tense, with many players eager to teach Yi Chun a lesson. In this tense moment, Perisic suddenly spoke up, Boss, I'm not in my best form today. Maybe let Yi take the field. Although they were direct competitors, Perisic preferred not to see the team lose. Hearing this, Yi Chun immediately stepped forward. Boss, thank you for your protection. But since I've chosen the path of professional football, I must have the courage to face everything. His tone suddenly became firm, and an unyielding light shone in his eyes. If he wants a fight, then a fight it is. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an unbeatable aura that sent chills down everyone's spines. Klopp was secretly amazed how could a 17-year-old kid have such presence. He couldn't help but think to himself, if only this kid were German, he could perfectly succeed close and lead Germany to a new era of glory. In no time, the 15-minute halftime break was over. Yi Chun stood on the sidelines, waiting for the referee's signal. When the whistle blew, he immediately charged onto the field. The first half of the match had been unusually dull, even leaving the commentators Huang Jianxiang and Zhang Jun sounding listless. This was understandable, as both teams had just finished national team duties and were fielding several substitute players, leading to less competitive play. However, when Yi Chun, wearing the number 16 jersey, appeared on the sidelines, the commentators were suddenly invigorated. Welcome back, viewers. We see that the young Chinese player, Yi Chun, is now on the field. Huang Jianxiang exclaimed excitedly. He's replacing the Croatian international Perisic. Yi Chun is finally on the pitch. It's like we've been waiting forever, Zhang Jun remarked. But with the team already 2 goals down, can Yi Chun turn things around on his own? Just as they finished speaking, the match resumed. Beep. With the whistles blow, Gotza passed the ball to Lewandowski. Dortmund's players surged towards Werder Bremen's half like a tidal wave. 5 players immediately pressed forward, while Werder Bremen's players quickly fell back to defend. After 2 touches, Lewandowski made a diagonal pass, sending the ball to Yi Chun on the left wing. As soon as Yi Chun touched the ball, a deafening chorus of boos erupted from the stands. This was the welcome prepared by Werder Bremen's fans. At that moment, Yi Chun seemed to be in a vacuum, completely oblivious to the noise around him. As he took control of the ball, energy erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. He was like a high-powered sports car, instantly shifting into high gear. Wolf sensed danger and tried to foul Yi Chun to stop him. But Yi Chun had already anticipated his move. He pushed the ball forward and twisted his body, easily evading Wolf's outstretched hand. The spectators, witnessing this, forgot to boo and gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. Was he really that fast? When Yichin touched the ball again, he had already penetrated the penalty area. Center back Naldo hurried to cover, but it was too late. Yichin was now facing goalkeeper Mielitz. Facing the goalkeeper, Yichin's body was as taut as a fully drawn bowstring. He assumed a shooting stance, like an archer aiming at his target. Boom. The shot was powerful and decisive. Standing in front of the goal, Mielitz suddenly turned his head, staring at the goal in disbelief. The white soccer ball was still spinning fiercely in the air, taking a full 3 seconds to land, a testament to the power of the shot. Defender Naldo stood frozen in place, eyes wide open. The stadium fell into a dead silence. How long had the game been underway? Just 5 seconds and 6 milliseconds into the second half. In those brief moments, the ball had already found the net. The silence lasted for 5 seconds before being shattered by the thunderous cheers of Dortmund fans. The hero of the goal, Yichin, made a shush gesture, as if to say, "Everybody shut up." He was met with a chorus of boos, but he didn't care at all. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Guangzhou, his wife was watching the Dortmund match, anxiously shouting, "Honey, hurry up. Yichin just got subbed in." "Lao Chow, picking up takeout," responded calmly. "The delivery guy is on his way up. Just wait a few seconds. It's fine." No sooner had he spoken than a scream echoed through the room. Lao Chow rushed in with the takeout, only to hear the commentator Huang Jianxiang's excited voice from the computer, "It's in, it's in, it's in, it's in." Just 5 seconds into the second half, Yichin has announced his triumphant return with a lightning-fast goal. "What a stunning shot," Zhang Jun added. "This goal is now the fastest second-half goal in Bundesliga history. Yichin is truly incredible. We were just questioning whether subbing him in would make a difference, and in less than 10 seconds, he proved that he was the right choice." Lao Chow was stunned and then said to his wife with a hint of grievance, "From now on, we need to order takeout before the match starts, or I'll go crazy." Live broadcasts are like breaking news. Replays just don't have the same excitement. His wife warned, "Watch your mouth. You're not getting into bed tonight." Lao Chow quickly pleaded for forgiveness. On the field, 3,000 away fans chanted Yichin's name, clashing with the boos from the home crowd. Some unruly fans began throwing objects onto the field, but thankfully, Lewandowski quickly pulled Yichin away. That goal was beautiful," Lewandowski exclaimed. Yichin smiled, caught them off guard. Gotze ran over to congratulate him. "Well done." Yichin responded with a simple "got it," leaving Gotze puzzled. The score was now 21, with Werder Bremen still in the lead. The team captain urged his teammates to stay focused, while aloof shouted instructions from the sidelines. The game resumed with Dortmund maintaining a 532 formation, making slight tactical adjustments. Lewandowski dropped back more to receive the ball, while Yichin stayed up front like a sharp dagger. 10 minutes later, Klopp signaled for Shinji Kagawa and Kel to start warming up. Yichin noticed that Lewandowski was struggling with his stamina and voluntarily switched positions to help in defense. Although he didn't make any direct tackles, his pressing disrupted the opponent's attacks. At 55:43, Schmitz advanced and crossed, and Pizarro's header was saved by Weidenfeller. At 57:24, Marin cut inside and passed to Rosenberg, whose curling shot narrowly missed the post, causing a collective sigh of relief. Just 10 minutes into his appearance, Yichin was already gasping for breath. He looked to the sidelines and saw Kagawa ready to come on. Bremen, as the second-place team in the league, was not to be underestimated. The inexperience of Gundogan and the midfield issues made it difficult for Dortmund to control possession. At the 61-minute mark, Gundogan was subbed off, and Shinji Kagawa entered the match. Yichin observed the substitution, thinking there would be no change in tactics. Shinji Kagawa quickly walked over to Grosskreutz and quietly instructed him to play as a left winger. At the same time, he waved to Gotze, signaling him to move to the right. The formation on the field shifted instantly to a 424, changing the strategy from central penetration to wing play. Klopp's swift and precise move caught the opponent off guard. On the sidelines, aloof stood with a furrowed brow, rapidly assessing the new situation on the field. However, the moment Shinji Kagawa stepped onto the pitch, the balance of the game began to tilt in Dortmund's favor. Didn't they say we can't achieve anything with two Asians?" Kagawa whispered to Yichin with determination in his voice. "Then let's prove them wrong." Yichin didn't respond with words. He simply gave a thumbs up, his eyes gleaming with resolve. At 65 minutes and 24 seconds, goalkeeper Mielitz launched a long kick toward the front, aiming for Pizarro. However, Hummels intercepted it first, heading the ball to Subotic. Subotic, quick on his feet, immediately passed it to Kagawa in midfield. Meanwhile, Yichin quickly moved back to support. As soon as Kagawa got the ball, he surged forward, while Yichin seamlessly delivered a precise through ball back to Kagawa. This beautiful 1-2 combination easily broke through Bargfried's defense. The commentator's voice was trembling with excitement. "Oh, Kagawa isn't dribbling further. He's crossing it directly. Lewandowski. Ghoul. With just a simple touch, the ball has found the back of Bremen's net. The score is tied at 22. The commentator was almost jumping with joy. This Dortmund attack was absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. From Ye's initial retreat, which created space for Kagawa, to Kagawa finding the open spot because he drew away the defenders. This was a perfectly fluid combination. Oh my god. I'm falling in love with this Dortmund team. These young lads are just incredible. The Dortmund fans in the stadium erupted in deafening cheers. However, in front of televisions far away in China, many fans fell silent. Someone sighed quietly, Kagawa is just too fierce. His level is way above the big shots in our sea cucumber team. If we meet them in a major tournament in the future, won't we just get crushed? The match has entered a fever pitch, with both head coaches making substitution adjustments. Werder Bremen's coach Alofs decisively replaced the underperforming Andre Wolf with Prodl. Additionally, the exhausted Bargfried was substituted by Ekasai. These changes bolstered the midfield and fullback positions, injecting new energy into the team. Alofs seemed quite satisfied with his tactical arrangements, as he maintained the same strategy. On the field, Yichin advanced with the ball, and the newly substituted Ekasai immediately pressed forward, aiming to prevent Yichun from taking a long shot. However, Yichun was swift. Before Ekasai could intercept, Yichin sidestepped and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The ball streaked towards the goal like lightning. Goalkeeper Melitz was fully concentrated and made a desperate leap. Just as the ball was about to hit the net, Melitz managed to tip it away. After landing, he added a stylish roll or two, showcasing his excellent form today. The commentator excitedly shouted, "Another brilliant long shot from Yi. What a save by Melitz. Dortmund gets a corner kick. Ye's long shots are pure power. I love the sheer force in every strike." However, just as the commentator finished speaking, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. The camera panned to Yichun, showing Ekasai fouling him after the shot. The referee awarded Dortmund a free kick, but Yichin's condition looked worrying. It turned out that after releasing the shot, Yichun, fully focused on the ball, was caught off guard and taken down hard by Ekasai. Ekasai seemed to be going for the ball, but ended up stomping on Yichin's foot with his cleated shoes. Yichun winced in pain, as the iron-studded sole had caught him off guard in a relaxed state post-shot. Ekasai quickly got up, feigning concern, saying, "Are you okay? I couldn't stop in time." However, the cold indifference in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Yichun, in too much pain to respond, clutched his foot and groaned. The big screen replayed the off-ball foul, and the commentator became agitated. "Oh my god, that was a premeditated foul. He definitely deserves a red card." However, the referee showed leniency, only giving Ekasai a yellow card. Ekasai protested, "Ref, I couldn't stop, and I pulled back my foot." The referee sternly warned, "Next time, it's a straight red." After the team doctor applied some Yunnan Baiyao spray and confirmed there was no ankle injury, Yichun managed to stand up. The excellent free-kick position was naturally taken by Shinji Kagawa, while Yichun returned to the field with the referee's permission. Unfortunately, the free-kick did not result in a goal. In the next 5 minutes, every time Yichun got the ball, at least 2 opponents aggressively double-teamed him with rough tactics. Yichun was repeatedly knocked to the ground but kept getting back up resiliently, like an unyielding tumbler. This scene moved many female fans back home to tears, feeling heartache for him. Yichun knew the opponents were trying to intimidate him, to make him hesitant to carry the ball. But Iron Man Yichun would never yield so easily. At 78 minutes and 24 seconds, Bremen defender Naldo sent a long pass to forward Pizarro. Dortmund's center-backs Hummels and Subotic both went for the header but failed to clear the ball. Rosenberg seized the opportunity and passed it diagonally to the charging Pizarro. Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller decisively left his goal, spreading his arms wide like a net towards Pizarro. However, the experienced Pizarro remained calm and deftly chipped the ball over the advancing Weidenfeller into the empty net. "Goal!" The commentator roared with passion. A mistake from Dortmund leads to this goal. A beautiful chip shot from Pizarro. Pizarro! 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 The Bremen fans erupted in celebration, as this late goal could very well be the decider. Standing at the front, Yichun sighed in frustration. He had already attempted 3 long shots since coming on. Originally, they had hoped for a long-range shot to seal the game, but it seems there's no chance now. Klopp's brows furrowed as he surveyed the situation on the field, then decisively made his final substitution. "Leitner, get ready to go in," he shouted. "Lewandowski, take a rest." The crowd in the stands erupted in astonishment. Substituting a forward for a midfielder at such a critical moment? What was Klopp thinking? In reality, this was a high-stakes gamble. Klopp was not only betting on tactics, but also testing Yichin's abilities. With Lewandowski off the field, the team's formation shifted instantly to a 42-31. placing Yi Chun as the lone striker. As the match resumed, the tension was palpable. Trailing, Dortmund launched a frenzied counterattack, while leading Bremen chose to hunker down in defense. This setup gave Yi Chen the perfect opportunity. If the opponents tightened their defense, he could take long-range shots without hesitation. At 84 minutes and 24 seconds, Yi Chen received the ball at the top of the penalty arc. Bundesliga's top center-back Naldo shadowed him closely, blocking his path to cut inside. Simultaneously, Papastathopoulos on the right was ready to pounce. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he seized a tiny opening and shot without hesitation. Thud. The ball struck Papastathopoulos' foot and deflected out of bounds. Corner kick. Dortmund has a corner kick opportunity, the commentator shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Naldo looked at Yi Chun smugly, a disdainful smile on his face. A Chinese player? I've analyzed your techniques thoroughly. You're destined to lose this match. However, Naldo's inner thoughts were far from relaxed. In the Bundesliga, his unknown defense was exceptional, capable of handling most forwards. Only a few required double-teaming Dutch international Huntelaar and Bayern's powerhouse Gomez, for example. But this 17-year-old kid in front of him, without double-teaming, his speed and dribbling were quite troublesome. Yi Chen smirked, glancing at his long-shot skill stats. 45-01. His smile widened as he turned to Shinji Kagawa and said, "Kagawa, can I take this corner?" He silently pondered. "I wonder if a corner counts as a long-range shot?" After obtaining the long-range shot guarantee card, Yi Chen felt limitless possibilities within him. He knew that as long as the ball was in the opponent's half, even a free kick could be considered a long-range shot. This confidence led him to score that stunning 35-meter free kick in the last match. Such a goal was hard to replicate, even for Yi Chen himself. At this moment, a bold idea flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Does a corner kick count as a long-range shot? Shinji Kagawa, hearing this, looked astonished. But if you take the corner, there won't be anyone to head the ball. You know how good my headers are, right? Yi Chen laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Rather than me going for a header, why not let me give this a try? Kagawa was still hesitant. After all, opportunities like this were rare in the critical final stages of a match. On the sidelines, Klopp frowned and shouted, "Yi, what are you up to?" Meanwhile, the Weser Stadium echoed with the Werder Bremen anthem, where Sind Werder Bremen. Fans were singing loudly, was für ein Jahr, were wearing Immerwalde, cheering their team on. If they could hold on for the last few minutes, victory would be theirs. The outcome of this high-stakes match was about to be decided, and both Bremen and Dortmund were formidable Bundesliga teams. Yi Chen's eyes scanned the heads moving in the penalty area, and he suddenly raised 4 fingers. Dortmund's players looked at each other in confusion. Corner kick strategies typically had 3 options: center, near post, and far post. What did this 4 mean? The referee ignored these details and blew the whistle. Yi Chen took a deep breath, knowing that a direct corner kick required exceptional technique. Although he didn't have the system's reward for Beckham's curve, his recent rigorous training had improved his curveball skill from 59 to 63 points. Yi Chen started his rune-up. Using the inner front part of his foot, he struck the ball precisely at the lower center. The ball spun towards the top right, tracing a breathtaking curve in the air. Jian Jun, the commentator on China's Sports Channel 5, was passionately narrating, "Look." Yi Chen actively asked Kagawa for the corner kick rights. It seems Kagawa was a bit reluctant to give it up, but he did in the end, showing that their relationship in the team is quite good. Dortmund's Hummels and Sabatic have moved up front. With the match nearing stoppage time, Dortmund must seize every attacking opportunity to equalize. Yi Chen showed a 4-finger sign. Let's see where he sends the ball. Wait. Suddenly, Jian Jun realized something was off, his voice filled with astonishment. This isn't a pass. It's a shot. My goodness, is this really a Chinese player making such a curve? Exclamations filled countless homes, and Huang Jianxiang's voice echoed. It's in, it's in, it's in. Our young Chinese player has scored an unbelievable goal directly from a corner to equalize the score. And he did it with a perfect curve. Jian Jun finally caught on, stunned. So he showed 4 fingers before the kick. Could it mean he's now 4th on the top scorers list? Fans in front of their TVs erupted. Just a moment ago, they were praising Kagawa's curveball prowess, but Yi Chen's curveball was even more impressive. The massive Weser Stadium fell into a brief silence, soon broken by the cheers of Dortmund fans. The scene turned into a carnival for Dortmund supporters. Bremen fans, on the other hand, were holding their heads in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Goalkeeper Mielitz stood frozen in front of the goal, staring incredulously at the ball bouncing in the net. He had assumed Yi Chen would aim for the center or far post, even considering the possibility of a pass. But who could have predicted that the ball would curve so perfectly by the time he reacted? It was too late. This wasn't due to Mielitz lacking focus or underestimating his opponent. On the contrary, he was extra vigilant because it was Yi Chen taking the corner. But who could have imagined that this young player would dare to go for a direct shot? Dortmund players rushed to Yichun in excitement. The goal scorer raised his hands, making 4 and 8 gestures. This celebration, originally Marin's signature move, was now a silent declaration by Yichun. 8 goals in 3 matches, ranking 4th on the top scorers list. Currently, Huntelaar leads the scoring chart with 10 goals. Gomez and Podolski are 2nd and 3rd with 9 goals each. But Yichun, with just 3 matches, has claimed the 4th spot. What an incredible efficiency! The 5th and 6th spots are held by Bremen players, Marin with 7 goals and Pizarro with 6. But they achieved these over 7, 8, or even 9 matches. Yichun, on the other hand, only needed 3 matches and the 3rd one isn't even over yet. Yichun's celebration made Marin's expression turn fierce from afar, a hint of unwillingness and jealousy flashing in his eyes. With less than 10 minutes left, including stoppage time, one more goal would be enough. Marlon gathered his players around him, his eyes burning with determination. Guys, Marlon's voice was low but firm. Are you really going to let this youth academy kid run rampant in the Bundesliga? I won't stand for it, and our fans won't either. His words hit home like a sledgehammer, resonating with every player. We still have time. Seize the opportunity and score another goal. Marlon clenched his fist, his gaze sweeping over each face. Come on, one more goal. The players shouted in unison, their fighting spirit ignited. Not far away, Yichun and his teammates were heading towards the center circle. He noticed the Bremen player's fierce determination and felt a stirring in his heart. He grabbed Kagawa. Kagawa, Yichun said in a low voice, the next 10 minutes will be tough, but I can't drop back to defend. If I do, they'll attack us relentlessly. Kagawa nodded in understanding. Just keep the pressure on them up front. If you get the ball, look for space and pass it there. Leave the rest to me. Yichun said decisively, his eyes shining with confidence. Do you still have the stamina? Kagawa asked. Of course, I came on in the second half. Yichun patted his chest. His stamina was close to 90, and he could run without any problem. Kagawa nodded. Got it, I know what to do. He understood that Yichun's speed was his greatest weapon now, and as the midfield commander, he had an accurate assessment of Yichun's pace. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. Bremen launched their final attack. At 89:24, Marlon cut in and passed back to the center. Rosenberg took a shot, and the ball grazed the post, narrowly missing. The fans held their breath. At 91:53, Pizarro seized a long shot opportunity and struck without hesitation. With only 3 minutes of stoppage time, every second was precious. Unfortunately, the shot was too straight and was caught securely by Weidenfeller. Weidenfeller instinctively wanted to waste time, as a point away was already a good result for Dortmund. But Kagawa was frantically waving up front, signaling for a quick release. Seeing this, Weidenfeller immediately got up and threw the ball accurately to the retreating Kagawa. Kagawa received the ball, turned, and without hesitation, launched it towards the left side of the front field. The ball sliced through the air, fast and sharp. As Kagawa retreated, Yichun had already taken off like an arrow from a bow. At the same time, Brazilian international Naldo also started his sprint. Go, go, go! The sidelines erupted in deafening cheers as the two speedsters engaged in a breathtaking race. How fast is Yichun? Post-match measurements revealed that he astonishingly reached a speed of 32 kilometers per hour. On the field, Kagawa followed Yichun's advice and kicked the ball towards an open area. The opposing left back had already pushed forward, and their left winger, Low, had dropped back to defend. Although the ball's landing spot was closer to Bernardo, Yichun, like an arrow released from a bow, sprinted out, leaving everyone in awe. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Yichun reached the ball in the blink of an eye. Bernardo followed closely, trying to block and buy time. However, Yichun deftly nudged the ball forward, sending it 3 or 4 meters ahead. Bernardo hurriedly turned to chase, only to see Yichun already running outside, bypassing his defense. It's well known that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Bernardo wasn't slow, but Yichun's outer lane maneuver was a stunning display of speed. The commentator was ecstatic, barely able to form words. Oh my, what did I just see? He is like a Bugatti Veyron on the field. Yichun passed the ball to himself 3 seconds later and quickly advanced with it. His dribbling skills, rated at 80, played a crucial role. Even at high speed, Yichun maintained precise control of the ball, charging into the penalty area with long strides. Goalkeeper Melitz was on high alert, immediately abandoning the goal to confront Yichun. He knew of Yichun's skillful chip shots and was particularly cautious. However, this concern made his approach hesitant. Yichun closed in on Melitz. The goalkeeper pounced decisively, and Yichun feigned a shot. Just as Melitz reached out to block, Yichun cleverly pulled the ball to the left, easily bypassing the goalkeeper. Facing an open goal, Yichun struck decisively. As the ball flew towards the net, Bernardo desperately threw himself in an attempt to clear it. However, the ball crossed the line just before he could intervene. and Bernardo slid into the goal along with it. Witnessing this, Yichun silently thanked himself for not hesitating, as a second's delay might have allowed a goal line clearance. Having scored a hat-trick, Yichun excitedly took off his jersey and held it high, standing before the Dortmund fans. His undershirt caught everyone's attention. A large red heart in the center, with I on the left and Lena on the right. Above the heart were the words, "Welcome to Dortmund." Yichun looked towards the stands, knowing that although he couldn't see Lena's exact location, this special message would surely reach her. Indeed, moments later, the big screen showed Lena in tears, covering her mouth in overwhelming emotion. Yi, yi, yi. The stadium erupted, with deafening cheers reverberating throughout. Dortmund fans were ecstatic, many moved to tears. At that moment, Yichun became a hero in Dortmund, winning the hearts of countless fans watching the game. On the sidelines, Klopp celebrated with his signature, Klopp 3 punches. Each punch was met with a unified cheer from the fans, pushing the stadium's atmosphere to its peak. Just minutes earlier, he had been questioning Yichun's decision to take the corner kick. But after that goal, he fell silent. With this stunning goal, Klopp's joy was finally unleashed. This kid has to start immediately. Klopp resolved, with such talent, not starting him would be a waste. However, Manchester United fans watching at home fell into silence. What had they witnessed today? A lightning-fast goal at the start of the second half, a corner kick goal near the end, and finally, this breathtaking sprint goal. Werder Bremen paid the price for their aggressive push in the final moments. But can you blame Bernardo? Can you blame Elitz? After all, they were just fighting for victory. This match was destined to become a classic, one talked about for years to come. Sports Channel 5. The commentator's voice cut through the airwaves, instantly spreading a sense of tension. On the field, time was running out as Kagawa quickly passed the ball forward. Yichun sprinted like an arrow released from a bow, but Naldo was closer to the ball. However, Yichun's speed was astonishing, and with an incredible burst of energy, he reached the ball first. Both players slowed down briefly, but then Yichun made a surprising poke at the ball and accelerated again. He performed an incredible outside overtake, leaving Naldo completely unable to keep up. Yichun charged into the penalty area, as if no one could stop him. He deftly dribbled past the goalkeeper and shot without hesitation. The ball hit the back of the net. That's the winner. Yichun, can you believe it? This is football. How can you not love football? Jean Jun shouted passionately. In the final minute, Dortmund clinched a dramatic victory over Werder Bremen. From the moment he got the ball, the tension was electric throughout the stadium. Huang Jianxiang was momentarily speechless, just a spectator. After Jean Jun finished, he finally spoke with a trembling voice. I can't believe it, a Chinese player. How can you not love a player like this? In the celebration, Yichun was swarmed by his teammates, piling on top of him like a human pyramid. Half a minute later, the crowd began to disperse. The referee blew his whistle to confirm the goal, but also gave Yichun a yellow card for celebrating by taking off his shirt. Yichun put his shirt back on as Dortmund fans sang the team anthem, waving flags in celebration of their last-minute victory. The game resumed, but Bremen had no energy left to counterattack and couldn't even get the ball past midfield. The final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Let's congratulate Dortmund on winning this epic battle, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Who would have thought before the game that it would be this intense? Bremen scored 3 goals with relentless attacks at home, but Dortmund's Yichun completed a hat-trick, leading the team to an incredible comeback. Yichun's final solo goal was already being hailed as the best goal of the Bundesliga round. Some fans even uploaded the goal to the FIFA website, hoping it could compete for the Puskas Award for the best goal of the year. In terms of both spectacle and technical prowess, the goal was exceptional. Of course, Yichun had other spectacular goals this season that could also contend for the Puskas Award, such as a bizarre 35-meter free kick and a long-range lob from midfield, each a classic in its own right. But those are stories for another time. With the referee's final whistle, the game officially ended. Dortmund's victory lifted them to 3rd place in the league, but they still trailed Bayern Munich by 6 points. At the moment the game ended, Yichun collapsed on the ground, exhaling deeply. Although he had only played half the match, he felt completely exhausted. So tired, he thought to himself, but his face beamed with the joy of victory. The young Chinese player, Yichun, sat in the locker room, still sweaty from the match. Suddenly, Marin approached with his own jersey in hand, an expectant look on his face. Yichun looked up at Marin, frowning slightly. Is this how you ask someone to swap jerseys? Marin was momentarily speechless and a bit embarrassed. I admit you're really good. Can we swap jerseys? No, Yichun replied bluntly. But Marin didn't give up. He sat down next to Yichun and whispered, I really respect your skills. The way I celebrated before was because the media misled me. You're not some worthless youth player. It's Manchester United's loss for letting a talent like you go. Yichun glanced at Marin, wondering if he was impressed by his performance. Marin continued to plead, please, I just want to swap jerseys with you. I believe you can become a top player like Beckenbauer or Gerdmüller. Hearing the names of these German football legends, Yichun softened a bit. All right then, since you're being so polite. But remember, never look down on Chinese people again. I won't, I promise. Marin said excitedly. Thank you. Yiga. Yichen's mouth twitched. Is this guy gay? He wondered. As he pondered Marin's future career, Yichen reminded himself that choices are sometimes more important than hard work. Just like Eden Hazard, who worked hard for years at Chelsea without winning the Champions League, but then easily won it at Real Madrid. While Yichen was lost in thought, Kagawa and Gatsa came over together. Gatsa smiled and said, Yi, time to get up and thank our lovely fans. Kagawa added, and yes, Lena is among them. Yichen's eyes lit up with a smile. By the way, with Lena here, do you think the boss will let me take a day off? Gatsa replied uncertainly. Maybe, but Klopp usually doesn't allow casual leave. The players went to the sidelines to bow and thank the fans. Despite Werder Bremen losing the match, the home fans stayed, embodying the essence of German football culture. Back in the locker room, Yichun contacted Lena but was worried about asking Klopp for leave. After showering and changing, he mustered the courage to approach Klopp, who was tidying up. Boss, Yichun stammered. Klopp looked up at him. Is Lena waiting outside again? You want to take leave? Yichun nodded sheepishly. She's in the parking lot. Go ahead, just be back the day after tomorrow. Klopp nodded. And avoid the paparazzi. Got it, thanks, boss. Yichun grabbed his bag and left the locker room excitedly, thinking, Lena, I'm coming. Gatsa and Kagawa exchanged glances, silently noting Klopp's favoritism towards Yichun. Wearing a mask, Yichun arrived at the parking lot where Lena was waiting. She gave him a warm hug. Chun, thank you for the goal. Yichun beamed. Welcome to Dortmund. Starting next week, we'll be together. So, where are we going now? Have you eaten? Lena asked. I had a hot dog. I rarely eat at night to keep in shape. That's not good. You need energy. Lena insisted. Let's go home first, and I'll make you something to eat. You can cook? Lena asked, surprised. You'll see. Yichun said mysteriously. They embarked on the 2-hour drive from Bremen to Dortmund, filled with anticipation as night fell. Of course, continuously renting a car is quite an expense. On the road, Lena suggested, tomorrow, while Yichun is resting, let's return this Porsche and get ourselves a runaround car. Yichun readily agreed. After all, with the goal bonuses from the 3 matches amounting to several thousand, buying a car was a piece of cake. As Yichun drove back to Dortmund, a frenzy erupted in the football world. 3 matches, 3 hat-tricks. Yichun had once again made Bundesliga history. What was even more astonishing was that he achieved this as a substitute, with a total playing time of just 149 minutes. This incredible scoring efficiency made him the envy of Europe. The media outlets were abuzz. Man United reject shines again in Germany. Dortmund's new star striker scores 9 goals in 3 games, making history. Homegrown talent? Yichun proves Man United wrong. Now out of their league. The most regrettable release in Man United's history, David Gill's decision to let Yichun go has cost the club dearly, with his market value now over 10 million. Far away in England, Ferguson was the first to watch Yichun's match highlights. His hands trembled slightly. David, what kind of genius did you let slip away? Ferguson muttered, filled with regret. This was precisely the kind of super striker he had been searching for. Ferguson's heart sank, nearly causing his blood pressure to spike. Despite this, he knew that what was done could not be undone. Ferguson realized he was in trouble, but he never shied away from challenges. After the match, both head coaches attended the post-match press conference. A reporter asked, Coach Alofs, did you receive a message from Coach Lushguy? Alofs nodded and replied, Yes, I did, and I responded. He told me this kid has first-class shooting and second-class speed. I just wanted to ask him, if Yichun's speed is second-class, then who counts as first-class? The audience erupted in laughter. The reporters had witnessed the spectacular match firsthand. Especially that breathtaking overtaking move at the end. It was simply stunning. Yichun's strength has been improving rapidly, like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Each match showcases his astounding progress. Lu Sukai realized that using advice from the last game to remind his friend was no longer sufficient. This significant transformation was undoubtedly the result of Yichun's grueling training regimen. On the other side, Klopp and Kyle attended the post-match press conference together. When asked by reporters whether Yichun would start in the next game, Klopp replied without hesitation, He is on fire. There's no reason not to let him start. When asked about his thoughts on Ferguson's comments, Klopp smiled, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Ferguson's achievements at Manchester United are undeniable, but his words aren't gospel. Yichun indeed came through the youth system and showed extraordinary talent while at Manchester United. That midfield lob still impresses me to this day. Honestly, I have to thank Manchester United. If they hadn't released him, How could we have acquired such a phenomenal striker? Klopp added. Yichen's transfer market value has now exceeded 10 million euros. But the key point is, you can't buy a player like him for just 10 million. These words were a strong rebuttal to Ferguson, carrying a slight air of pride. Ferguson quickly responded, I admit we misjudged Ye's talent, but I believe character is more important than skills. What use is a player who doesn't even want to play for his own country, no matter how good he is? This statement again thrust Yichen into the spotlight. Upon hearing it, Yichen thought to himself, people shouldn't comment without knowing the situation. It's like trying to calm someone down without understanding why they're upset. It only makes things worse. The situation with our national team can't be compared to other countries, but he chose to remain silent, as airing dirty laundry in public is never a good idea. Meanwhile, Lena had enrolled at the Dortmund Business School and would be staying at Yichen's villa over the weekends. She was quite pleased with the well-equipped and beautifully designed villa, especially the large lawn in the backyard, which provided an excellent training ground for Yichen. The only thing that made her a bit embarrassed was that Klopp lived next door. When Klopp's wife mentioned the house's poor soundproofing the next morning, Lena blushed. This scene made Klopp laugh and cry. Even in his 50s, his wife had kept him up all night. During some free time, Yichen received his match reward for playing against Werder Bremen. This was part of the system's main mission, with rewards given after each match. Given Werder Bremen's strong performance, the initial reward was a silver chest. However, Yichen's hat trick, leading the team to a comeback victory, upgraded the reward to a gold chest. Eagerly opening the chest, Yichen exclaimed, Body? Batistuta? Gabriel Batistuta? Although he had never seen Batistuta play live, he knew of the legendary player's long-shot highlights through videos, each shot thrilling to watch. The most astonishing was Batistuta's 124 km/h goal, which left the goalkeeper no time to react. Just as Yichen was about to check the attribute boost from this skill, the system suddenly prompted a skill fusion option. Almost without hesitation, Yichen chose to fuse the skills. Ding! Skill fusion complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the S-level skill. Super Cannon Shooter. This was Yichen's second S-level skill, and he couldn't contain his excitement. He quickly checked the skill description. Super Cannon Shooter. Long shot success rate 20 passive skill. Guaranteed long shot. Every third long shot will definitely score, can be activated once per match. This skill not only evolved but also added a 20 success rate for long shots as a passive effect. Taking a deep breath, Yichen opened his personal attribute panel. The sudden surge in his shooting attributes left Yichen ecstatic. His shooting ability had jumped to 85, and his shot power had skyrocketed to 90, a whopping 10-point increase. Not only that, but his curve shot technique had improved from 65 to 70. What thrilled Yichen the most was his set-piece ability, which had astonishingly risen from 65 to 75, granting him an incredible 30-point attribute boost. Batistuta, I love you! Yichen shouted excitedly, grabbing a football and dashing out into the yard. The yard quickly echoed with a series of rapid thuds, the sound of Yichen's relentless shooting. From a distance, Klopp watched Yichen's shooting technique and accuracy in awe, his jaw nearly dropping. This kid's long-range shooting seemed to have improved significantly again. Klopp couldn't help but marvel at Yichen's monstrous progress, which was visible to the naked eye. The team began preparations for the upcoming Champions League match. Klopp drove to the club at the first opportunity, only to find that Yichen had already arrived at the training ground ahead of everyone else. Yi, didn't I tell you today was a day off? Klopp asked curiously, seeing Yichen already drenched in sweat. Boss, I don't need a day off. Yichen replied bluntly. Having just received system rewards, he urgently needed to train to solidify his form, while also working to improve his weaker areas. Although several of his stats had reached impressive scores of over 90, there were still plenty of attributes in the 40s and 50s that needed enhancement. After all, he was determined to become a football legend. Watching the determined Yichen, Klopp couldn't help but reflect. With such talent and hard work, it's hard not to succeed. At that moment, Klopp suddenly started humming a song. Thank you for the warmth you've brought to every season. Borussia Dortmund's next match will be against the Greek powerhouse Olympiacos. While this team has achieved more in basketball than in football, it's worth noting that Marlon, who was previously defeated by Yichen, will join them in the future, which seems to indicate the trajectory of Marlon's career. Yichen is not particularly interested in this match. His focus is on the upcoming league games. During the post-match press conference, he learned that Klopp has confirmed he will start, with specific positions and tactics to be revealed in the final day's tactical session. Meanwhile, Dortmund's next opponent, FC Köln, is holding an intensive tactical meeting. The sole focus of the meeting is how to contain Yichen. His astonishing record of 9 goals in 3 matches has made him a priority for Köln's defense. At the Köln training base, head coach Solbakken and several tactical coaches are intently watching footage of Yichen's match against Werder Bremen, analyzing his movement and scoring moments in detail. My goodness, Manchester United actually released such a strong striker. What were their management thinking? one coach exclaimed. Ferguson said his training performance was average, but with that speed, he's already at a top European level. Another coach added. He's fast, but his explosiveness could still improve, Solbakken mused. Klopp has brought him on as a substitute in 3 consecutive matches. Could there be a fitness issue? The discussion quickly shifted to strategies for containing Yichun. Pollock suggested a double-team approach, while Schill preferred zonal marking. Solbakken interrupted their argument, reminding everyone not to lose their composure before the match even starts. Don't forget, we have Podolski, one coach noted. Podolski, nicknamed Prince Poldi, was a superstar forward whom Köln had repurchased from Bayern Munich for €10 million. In a match on March 6, 2010, he had scored a powerful free kick from 25 meters out, helping Köln secure a draw against Bayern at home. However, as they prepared for the upcoming match at the Westfalenstadion, the coaching staff still felt immense pressure. Solbakken sighed. This Dortmund team is truly formidable. Dealing with players like Kagawa, Götze, Perisic and Gundogan is already tough enough. And now they have the striking force of Yichun. As the discussion deepened, the Köln coaching staff found themselves increasingly troubled, pondering the challenges of the impending game. Solbakken spoke earnestly. All right, since there's still time before the match, let's go back and think about how to deal with Yi. The moment anyone comes up with a solution, share it immediately. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The coaches exchanged worried glances, each seeing the concern in the other's eyes. Solbakken couldn't help but curse David Gill inwardly. If it weren't for him terminating Yichun's contract, Yichun would be playing in the Premier League now, not causing trouble in the Bundesliga. Don't worry, Stale, we'll figure something out, one of the assistant coaches said confidently. Another coach chimed in. That's right, the Bundesliga isn't a place where a 17-year-old can run wild. Schill suddenly narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. How about, we have a player take him out? Solbakken immediately snapped. Schill, watch your words. Football is a sport, not a platform for violence. Schill, undeterred, smirked and continued. Our own players doing it might be inappropriate. But don't forget, we have a player from Japan. As far as I know, there's quite a bit of animosity between Japan and China. Solbakken's expression shifted from stern to contemplative. He asked thoughtfully, are you sure it can be done without anyone knowing? Schill lowered his voice and explained. Makino Tomoki hasn't been playing mainly because his defensive actions are too aggressive, and we worry about injuring our own players. Now, we just need him to mark Yi. With his rough defensive style, if he gets injured, there's nothing we can do, right? This was undoubtedly a cunning plan to use someone else to do their dirty work. However, Yichun was completely unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, Yichun was on the training ground, engaged in unknown defensive drills with Kagawa. As a player who believed in the philosophy of total football, he knew his defensive skills were lacking and was working extra hard to improve. Kagawa moved like lightning, as agile as a fish. His footwork was smooth and effortless, each change of direction leaving Yichun struggling to keep up. Yichun couldn't help but think, no wonder they say Japan is the Brazil of Asia. It's a well-deserved reputation. Dortmund's first team, led by Klopp, departed for Greece to face Olympiakos. With the team away, Yichun found himself with some rare free time and decided to take Lena to a car dealership. They arrived at the automotive sales district, where various brand dealerships lined the street. Yichun looked around and couldn't help but remark, I used to think the streets of Germany were filled with BMWs and Mercedes, but it turns out Volkswagen is the most common. Curious, Lena asked, which brand should we check out first? Just as Yichun was about to answer, Lena pointed to the Volvo showroom. I want to look there. Volvo? Yichun was a bit surprised. Don't you usually rent Mercedes and Porsches? Why are you interested in Volvo? Lena explained with a smile, because it's now owned by a Chinese company. Chinese products are top-notch, and so are the people. Yichun was taken aback for a moment, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. He quickly responded, Volvo was acquired by Geely that fast? Admiration shone in Lena's eyes. You even know that? You're amazing. Yichun smiled confidently and briefly explained the process of Geely acquiring Volvo. As they walked into the dealership, they quickly settled on a Volvo S90. To Yichun's surprise, Lena had already paid for the car in full while he wasn't paying attention. Her independence and thoughtfulness moved him deeply. After purchasing the car, a saleswoman of Chinese descent recognized Yichun, and they took a photo together. As they left the dealership, Yichun couldn't help but remark, having money feels great. Back home, the TV was broadcasting Dortmund's away match against Olympiakos in the Champions League. Lewandowski was in top form, scoring a hat-trick and leading the team to a 3-1 victory. Watching Lewandowski's brilliant performance on TV, Yichun felt the pressure. He silently thought, if you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. This match undoubtedly gave him more motivation and determination. Lewandowski showcased his world-class striker skills with an outstanding performance. Despite the pressure from Yichun, he didn't back down. Instead, he pushed himself even harder. Watching Lewandowski's ecstatic celebration after scoring, Yi Chun silently resolved to double his efforts. A strong opponent is like a shot of adrenaline, motivating him to keep moving forward. Lewandowski is in such good form. Aren't you worried about your starting position? Lena asked with concern. Yi Chun shook his head, his expression calm. That's not something I should worry about. I just need to focus on improving myself. He knew that tactical decisions were beyond his control. Even so, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Although Lewandowski had scored a hat-trick in the Champions League, it still paled in comparison to his own consecutive hat-tricks in 3 matches. If Klopp didn't start him in the next game, he would undoubtedly feel disappointed. The Champions League match was on the 19th evening, and the next league match was at 3:30 p.m. on the 22nd. The team only had 2 days of rest, and Lewandowski had played the full 90 minutes in this game. If Klopp still chose to start Lewandowski over him, Yi Chun would truly be puzzled. As Yi Chun was lost in thought, Lena interrupted him with a gentle kiss on the cheek. Don't think too much. You're amazing, and everything will be fine. It's getting late. Let's get some rest. Yi Chun turned off the TV, thinking about a passionate night, but Lena shook her head and refused. Not tonight. You need to save all your energy for the match against Cologne. Seeing Yi Chun's disappointed expression, Lena playfully smiled. Don't worry, after you finish the match against Cologne, I'll have a surprise for you. With that, she skipped barefoot into the side room. A smile crept onto Yi Chun's face. He silently reminded himself, young man, you must learn to restrain yourself. Otherwise, the next fallen football genius will be you. Just as Yi Chun was about to get up and rest, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The number of loyal fans has surpassed 1 million. You have received the primary aura, blessing of the fans. Yi Chun was taken aback. Primary aura? What is this? The fans' blessings increase status by 10, attributes by 5, and reduce injury tendency by 5. Is this a hero's aura? After reading the introduction, Yi Chun was stunned. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's creativity. This skill was simply game-changing. Even though status is intangible, players can clearly feel it. Yi Chun recalled the fatigue after the busy night before, where running, shooting, and skills all seemed lacking. Curious, he asked the system about the status levels. The system replied, status is divided into 10 levels: perfect, extraordinary, high, excellent, very good, good, average, slightly poor, very poor, and low. You can check your status before each match. In your last 3 games, your statuses were extraordinary, extraordinary, and excellent. Yi Chun suddenly understood why he felt off during the 3rd game in terms of running and long shots. If he had the fans' blessings, his status could have been elevated to high. However, he seemed to forget the grueling training 2 days before the match. Maintaining an excellent status was already quite an achievement. How many loyal fans do I need to reach the next intermediate level? Yi Chun continued to ask. 10 million. The system's answer made Yi Chun gasp. 10 million loyal fans is no small number, especially since the system's definition of loyal is unclear. But since the system activated the fan feature, it must have its standards. Yi Chun decided to focus on training and matches, using his skills to win over fans, and let everything else take its course. Following the match against Werder Bremen, Yi Chun once again became the headline on major websites. Scoring 9 goals in 3 games, he tied with Podolski and Bayern striker Gomez for 2nd place on the top scorers list. Both of them needed 8 and 9 matches, respectively, to achieve this. At the top of the scorers list was Schalke 04's forward Huntelaar. The Dutch striker had an extraordinary season, scoring 29 goals in 29 league matches, almost averaging a goal per game. In comparison, even with assists from Ribéry and Robben, Gomez had only scored 26 goals. Huntelaar not only became the strongest striker in the Bundesliga in 30 years, but also set the record for the most goals by a foreign player in a single season in Bundesliga history. However, Yi Chun's sudden rise made everything uncertain. Who would become the foreign player with the most goals in a single season? Only time would tell. Currently, no one was comparing Yi Chun to Huntelaar. Fans were more focused on the scoring battle between Yi Chun and Podolski, an Asian derby that had garnered widespread attention in China. In the Cologne team, there was a Japanese player named Tomoki Makino, who played as a defensive midfielder and center back. Although he had been with Cologne for a year, he only appeared 5 times last season and started only twice in 9 games this season. Each time he started, the team lost, especially a 0-5 defeat against Schalke 04, where Makino received a low score of 5.8. It's indeed challenging for Asian players to establish themselves in Europe. A slight mistake could lead to being benched or even terminated, whereas European players often get more chances even if they make errors. This underlying discrimination, though unspoken, is deeply ingrained. Therefore, successful cases like Shinji Kagawa are particularly precious. Yi Chun also gained popularity in Japan because of this. When a Japanese football forum launched a poll asking, "Who do you support more, Yi Chun or Tomoki Makino?" Yi Chun surprisingly garnered 23 of the votes. Although Yi Chen is not Japanese, Japanese fans inherently admire strong players. Moreover, Makino's performance in the Bundesliga was indeed lackluster. Yi Chen's seamless cooperation with Kagawa in Dortmund not only helped Kagawa with assists, but also frequently retreated to create space for him, earning the recognition of many Kagawa fans. However, in China, there were quite a few posts and news reports criticizing Yi Chen. This contrast highlighted the complex image Yi Chen had among fans in different countries. It felt as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Yi Chen's career seemed like a meticulously staged drama, with each act sparking intense debates and controversies. When Yi Chen was released by Manchester United, certain media outlets seized the opportunity to trumpet that he couldn't make it in Europe, asserting that a player like him had no place in the national team. However, the wheels of fate had not ceased to turn. The announcement of Dortmund signing him was like a resounding slap in the face to those who had rushed to judgment. Yet, the criticism did not vanish. It intensified. Some claimed that Dortmund's move was merely a ploy to tap into the Far East market, drawing parallels to Shinji Kagawa's commercial success. Others went so far as to slander that Yi Chen's inclusion in the squad was bought with money. On the eve of the match, self-proclaimed insightful commentators confidently declared that Yi Chen's inclusion in the squad was merely a formality and that he would never get playing time. However, reality once again shattered these predictions. Not only did Yi Chen come off the bench, but he also delivered a stunning hat-trick. This feat should have silenced his critics, but instead, they donned their tinted glasses and claimed that his success was due to weak Bundesliga opponents and strong teammates. Their comments revealed them as nothing more than pseudo-fans. Sir Alex Ferguson's remarks further fueled their narrative, as they claimed that if Yi Chen were truly talented, he should score against teams like Werder Bremen. Fate, it seems, loves dramatic twist. Yi Chen scored another hat-trick, igniting fervor among domestic fans. Meanwhile, the national team suffered a home defeat to Iraq at the Bird's Nest Stadium, highlighting Yi Chen's brilliance even more starkly. Despite a previous friendly win against the UAE, the national team struggled to score in official matches. More and more fans flocked to the Football Association's website, fervently calling for Yi Chen to be included in the national first team. Faced with overwhelming public opinion, the association had to respond. They claimed that to provide better development opportunities for overseas players, they wouldn't recall players under 18 from abroad. Adding a touch of irony, they urged fans to abandon their worship of foreign leagues, asserting that the Chinese Super League was flourishing and that domestic players were not inferior to those playing abroad. Finally, the association publicly stated that Yi Chen should focus on his club matches, emphasizing that he was just a substitute. This statement only added fuel to the fire, sparking even greater controversy. Yi Chen's remarkable 9 goals in 3 Bundesliga matches starkly contrasted with the association's downplaying remarks. However, this stance was difficult to directly refute. After all, in those 3 matches, Yi Chen did indeed come on as a substitute. This clever phrasing plunged the entire situation into a delicate stalemate, leaving people to wonder if things were really as simple as they appeared on the surface. Fans back home were absolutely ecstatic. The official website of the Football Association couldn't handle the surge of traffic and crashed instantly. Voices of frustration were everywhere. With this bunch of clueless people running the association, when will Chinese football ever rise? Some criticized the association for worshipping foreign things, but many more called for a reality check. It's a fact that Chinese football is lagging behind. European football is indeed at the top of the world right now. One fan passionately posted on a forum. A player who scores 9 goals in 3 matches in the top 5 leagues, and you say he's on par with domestic players? Is it us fans who don't understand football, or is it the Football Association? This sparked even more outrage, as fans' anger grew ever more intense. In the office of Tan Bing, the head of the Football Association's news department, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost palpable. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she turned to the U17 head coach, Liang Kailai, who was standing nearby. "What should we do now, brother-in-law?" she asked urgently. Liang Kailai remained calm and said nonchalantly, "Just let it cool down. It won't last long." Tan Bing was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Liang Kailai smirked. "I've checked Dortmund's schedule. They face Bayern in the 13th round and Schalke 04 in the 14th. After those 2 matches, his true ability will be revealed. Bayern and Schalke will definitely find a way to contain him, and by then, he'll be back to his original form." Tan Bing was still worried. "But that's half a month away." Liang Kailai was confident. "Don't worry. The national team will be playing Iraq away soon. As long as the first team wins, no one will mention Yi Chen anymore." Tan Bing asked timidly, what if the national team loses again?" Liang Kailai gave a mysterious smile. "Relax. The last loss was because, never mind, there are some things I can't tell you. Just trust me." Shortly after the Football Association released a statement, Borussia Dortmund announced their 18-man squad for the match against Cologne on their official website. To everyone's surprise, Robert Lewandowski, who scored a hat-trick in the last game, was not on the list. At the pre-match press conference, head coach Jurgen Klopp explained, Lewandowski performed exceptionally well in the last Champions League match, but the continuous high-intensity games have caused muscle soreness. To be safe, we've decided to give him a rest. Reporter Li Xinran seized the opportunity to ask directly, will Yi Chen start in the next match? Klopp smiled. Why not? Ms. Li, you can start looking forward to seeing your compatriot make his first start at Westfalenstadion. He won the hearts of all Dortmund fans with his 3 goals as a substitute in the last game. The Dortmund Fan Association even composed a song for Yi Chen, which quickly spread across various fan groups. Some diehard fans created a video montage of Yi Chen's 9 goals, set to the new song. The lyrics were simple and catchy. Hala hala Yi Chen. From China. Yi. Our beloved Chinese boy. Our unstoppable Yi. Meanwhile, Cologne's pre-match press conference also took place. When asked about their strategy against Yi Chen, head coach Stale Solbakken proudly replied, they have Yi, we have Tomoki. When asked if it would be an Asian derby, Solbakken shook his head. It's just a regular Bundesliga match. Don't forget, besides Yi, Dortmund also has Shinji Kagawa, another Asian player. After the press conferences, online discussions in China flared up again. The Football Association servers, just repaired, crashed once more under the heavy traffic. Comments flooded the internet. Are you sure it's now? He's starting after just 1 day. The slap in the face came like a tornado. Yi Chen is not a substitute. He was just a sub. But now he's starting. The server technicians at the Football Association had a rough day. However, the storm of public opinion was not over yet. Another explosive interview emerged. Cologne's Japanese player Tomoki Makino confidently stated after training, everyone knows he is a top scorer in the Bundesliga right now, but I have a knack for dealing with Chinese players. Every time I've faced the Chinese national team, we've won and kept a clean sheet. I'll show the coach my skills, and I'll be Ye's nightmare. Remember, even if he's like Sun Wukong, he can't escape my 5-finger mountain. This statement further stirred the emotions of Chinese fans. On Borussia Dortmund's fan forums, messages poured in, eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's powerful response in the upcoming match. Yi Chen, give it your all against that guy living the good life. This angry shout echoed through domestic forums, where netizens were fuming over Cologne player Makino Tomoki's remarks. Get this Tomoki, one user raged, his name is ridiculous, Makino Tomoki. Why not just call him Makino Dimwit? Is it your credit that Sakura country beat China? Another user sarcastically wrote, it's because China is weak, isn't it? The comment section was filled with support for Yi Chen. Enough said, as long as Yi Chen takes down this Tomoki, I'll become your biggest fan. However, this incident received little coverage overseas. Yi Chen had no time to pay attention to the commotion, focusing solely on his training. As he prepared to leave the training ground, reporter Li Xinran had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Despite it being late at night, she insisted on conducting a brief interview. Cologne player Makino Tomoki said in an interview that he would keep an eye on you. What do you think? Li Xinran asked directly. Yi Chen looked puzzled. Who is this Makino Tomoki? Aren't Cologne's main center-backs Ritter and Sereno? He recalled the tactical meeting held by Coach Klopp earlier that evening, where the opponent's starting lineup and tactical features were thoroughly discussed. Li Xinran was momentarily at a loss for words, then explained. He's a player from Sakura country. He claimed to have a special technique for dealing with Chinese players, and that he could freeze you during the game, regain the coach's trust, and secure a spot in Cologne's lineup, reaching the peak of his career. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I suggest he stop playing football and start writing novels instead. Li Xinran was also amused and asked with a smile, can you predict if you'll score in the match against Cologne? Yi Chen modestly replied, I've been in decent form lately, so at least 1 goal. But he thought to himself, as long as he could play and stay uninjured, a 10 baseline was guaranteed. His long-range shooting skill had evolved into a super cannon, ensuring a goal with every 3rd shot. All right, thank you for the interview, and good luck tomorrow. Li Xinran added with a sweet smile. By the way, all the fans back home are rooting for you to take down that Makino Tomoki living the good life. Give it your best. I will. You should head back too, and cheer for me tomorrow. Yi Chen waved goodbye and turned to leave the training ground. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Li Xinran's smile grew even brighter. She had been stationed at Dortmund for some time. Witnessing Yi Chen always arrive first and leave last, she couldn't help but sigh. If all Chinese players were like Yi Chen, how could we worry about not making it abroad? Sigh. October 22, 2011, at 2:30 p.m. The bus slowly came to a stop, and Dortmund's players filed out one by one, greeted by a sea of enthusiastic fans. The players smiled as they signed autographs and posed for photos, creating a lively scene. Yi Chen was stunned by what he saw as soon as he got off the bus. Not only were there fans from China, but also many German fans wearing jerseys with his name on them, eagerly asking for autographs and photos. The screams of female fans echoed around. Wow, he's so handsome. In the East, his looks would be considered godly. Oh my, I didn't know Eastern people could be this good looking. I'm totally in love with him. Yichen's appearance caused quite a stir. To be honest, Dortmund's team had quite a few good-looking players, but there weren't many that stood out. Hummels was considered handsome, but in a mature, rugged way. Yichen, on the other hand, was the fresh-faced pretty boy, reminiscent of a young David Beckham. His presence made many girls, who previously had no interest in football, fall in love with the sport, although they were likely more drawn to the intense atmosphere of hormones clashing. After briefly interacting with the fans, Yichen quickly walked into the players' tunnel. Götze came up to him, smiling, and asked, "Yi, how do you feel about starting today?" Yichen replied, "Don't worry about me. How's your stamina?" He knew Dortmund hadn't made many changes to the lineup and were using the same formation as the last match. In the previous game, Kagawa was substituted after 60 minutes, while Götze lasted until the 70th minute. Dortmund's strategy of high pressing and quick counterattacks was very demanding on the players' stamina. Götze had been playing 2 matches a week for a while, and now he was starting again, making it 3 matches in 1 week. Götze sighed and half-jokingly said, "You don't understand. The schedule's been so packed that I don't even have the energy to go to the bar. My girlfriend's been complaining that I'm too quick." "Yi, does Lena complain about you?" Yichen's mouth twitched, thinking the topic was too private, but he still answered, "She just tells me to be quick. As a man, I can't lose at such moments." "Impressive." Götze gave a thumbs up. "Tonight, move around a lot, and I'll get the ball to you whenever I can." "Okay." Yichen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the TV broadcast studio, commentators Huang Jianxiang and guest Zhang Jun were having an animated discussion. "I'm today's commentator, Huang Jianxiang, and beside me is my partner, Mr. Zhang Jun," Huang Jianxiang introduced. Zhang Jun beamed and said, "Good evening, everyone. I believe many fans, like me, are eagerly anticipating Yichen's performance. We've got Dortmund's starting lineup for today, and Yichen is making his first start as a forward in the Bundesliga. This marks the youngest starting debut for a Chinese player abroad. Let's remember this day because it signifies the beginning of a new era." Huang Jianxiang smiled and asked, "Isn't it a bit early to call it the start of a new era, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Jun confidently replied, "Not at all. Yichen has already established himself abroad, and his success will open doors for more Chinese players to pursue opportunities overseas. This is undoubtedly a new chapter for Chinese football." He shared an interesting statistic. Recently, Dortmund's official website conducted a poll. Yichen or 10 million euros. Option A was Yichen, and option B was 10 million euros. Out of 300,000 participants, only 20,000 chose option B. Clearly, Yichen's performance has won over Dortmund's discerning fans. Huang Jinxiang added, "From what I know, Dortmund fans have even composed a Yichen song, which shows how his influence is growing." Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, true talent speaks for itself. I believe as long as Yichen continues to score and showcase his skills, he is destined to become a superstar in the football world." Huang Jianxiang suddenly asked curiously, "Do you think Yichen could surpass Yao Ming's influence in sports?" Zhang Jun cautiously replied, "It's too early to say that. I think first he should firmly establish himself at Dortmund, and then progress step by step. Even if he doesn't surpass Yao Ming, matching his influence is possible." Huang Jinxiang nodded seriously. "True, the journey needs to be taken one step at a time. But I am just so excited. It's been so long since we've had an athlete of this caliber in China. I believe many fans share my sentiment. Yichen's outstanding performance in Europe makes them proud as Chinese. It's a sense of identity that runs in our blood." The TV screen switched to the players' tunnel. The referee and 2 assistant referees were already in position. The camera panned across the faces of the players, capturing the tense and expectant atmosphere. The players began to appear at the entrance of the tunnel, and the atmosphere in the stadium instantly became electric. Young Chinese talent Yichen was making his first home start for Borussia Dortmund, and his radiant appearance caught everyone's attention. Commentator Zhang Jun nodded in approval, while Huang Jianxiang added a pre-match anecdote. Cologne had assigned Japanese defender Tomoki Makino specifically to mark Yichen. Makino had boldly claimed before the match that he wouldn't give Yichen any chances to shoot. Huang Jianxiang couldn't help but mock. That's a big talk from him. Last game, even Brazil international Naldo couldn't contain Yichen. Isn't he afraid of biting off more than he can chew? Zhang Jun laughed and responded, "We'll see how it plays out on the field, but Yichen is definitely not easy to contain. My only concern is that Cologne's players might resort to rough tactics to stop him." As the players walked onto the field, every time a Dortmund player's name was announced, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. When the announcer called out, "Starting forward, our super striker, Chen," the audience roared in unison, "Yi Chen," with each wave of cheers louder than the last. On the sidelines, Cologne's head coach Stale Solbakken exchanged pleasantries with Dortmund's Jurgen Klopp. Solbakken smiled and said, "Jurgen, I've got a big surprise for you." Klopp flashed his trademark toothy grin, which had an intimidating edge to it. "Bring it on." We bumblebees aren't afraid of you. On the field, the players began to shake hands amicably. Podolsky grinned at Yichun and said, "Let's see who scores more goals today." Yichun calmly replied, "Bring it on, I'm not afraid." However, when Tomoki Makino shook hands with Yichun, he suddenly said in broken Chinese, "Hello, sick man of East Asia." Yichun's smile only grew brighter as he responded fluently in Japanese, "Hello, Hiroshima boy. There's a path to heaven, but you chose not to take it. Instead, you barged into hell with no way out." Yichun's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of frost in his eyes. "You'll regret what you just said." Makino Tomoki shrugged indifferently and turned away. His plan was simple. Provoke this young player, disrupt his rhythm, and affect his performance. But he underestimated Yichun's mental strength. On the field, both teams were in position. The referee glanced at his watch, waiting for the moment the game would start. Yichun scanned Cologne's lineup. Apart from Podolsky, the other players were unfamiliar. He knew Podolsky because of his later transfer to Arsenal. Thinking of Arsenal, Yichun couldn't help but recall Van Persie's story. The captain who once declared his loyalty to Arsenal ultimately left the club. The whistle blew, marking the official start of the 10th round of the Bundesliga. Cologne initiated the attack first. Yichun noticed Makino Tomoki keeping a close eye on him. Clearly, his task today was to mark Yichun. Yichun smirked inwardly. This Japanese player, who couldn't even secure a starting position in Cologne, was not worthy of being his opponent. Right from the start, Cologne showed their strength. Podolsky received a pass from Leinig and unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. Weidenfeller reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball to the ground before securing it. The shot earned applause from the visiting fans, but they didn't know this would be Cologne's only shot in the first 5 minutes. Weidenfeller didn't kick the ball long, but passed it to a teammate upfield. Before Yichun could touch the ball, Makino Tomoki was already on him like a shadow. Yichun remained calm, maintaining his rhythm. The ball moved quickly among Dortmund players, eventually reaching Götze on the wing. Yichun timed his run towards the box, but the pass was slightly too close to the goalkeeper and was collected by Rensing. Reflecting on Rensing's career, from Bayern's rising star to Cologne's undisputed number one, Yichun knew he was facing a formidable opponent today. At 4 minutes and 31 seconds into the game, Yichun had just received the ball when Makino Tomoki charged in hard. Yichun passed the ball to Götze but stumbled a few steps from the impact. "As long as I'm here, you won't get a shot on goal." Makino Tomoki snarled. Yichun didn't respond, but he steeled himself inwardly. The game continued with relentless attacks and defenses, with possession changing hands multiple times. Dortmund's 35-11 formation placed Yichun as the lone striker, with Klopp placing high hopes on him. Yichun resolved not to disappoint his coach. Eventually, the ball returned to Weidenfeller's feet. After Cologne players retreated to their defensive positions, he passed it to Hummels, who then sent it to Schmelzer on the left. The pace of the game gradually increased, with both sides fiercely competing, each attack met with equal resistance. Today, Schmelzer played like a winger, showcasing his agile dribbling and forward thrust. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Götze making a run into open space on the right flank. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise long ball. The power and angle of the pass were perfect, displaying Schmelzer's outstanding control. As soon as Götze received the ball, defender Gemmel was on him like a shadow. Facing tight defense, Götze decided against forcing a cross. He remembered clearly how the last cross had been effortlessly dealt with by goalkeeper Rensing. With no tall players in the box, a hasty cross would only waste the hard-earned attacking opportunity. At this critical moment, Götze noticed Kagawa sprinting towards him. Thinking quickly, he suddenly stopped and lofted the ball high. Despite his small stature and the close marking by Mateschitz, Kagawa showed no fear. He sprinted forward, and without waiting for the ball to land, leaped and flicked it with the back of his head in a beautiful looking back at the moon move. The ball flew behind him. Yichun had already anticipated this. As Kagawa jumped, Yichun took off like an arrow from a bow, moving with lightning speed towards the falling ball. At the same time, Makino Tomoki charged in like a hungry tiger. Yichun, with sharp eyes and quick reflexes, deftly controlled the ball with a light touch of his toe, then shifted it smoothly to his left. He quickly glanced at the goalkeeper's position, preparing to shoot. "Damn, this kid's going to shoot," Makino thought in alarm. Without hesitation, he went for a sliding tackle, aiming to stop Yichun at all costs, even if it meant causing him some pain. Yichun smirked inwardly, thinking, "What a fool. It's just a fake move." Seeing Makino on the ground, Yichun flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it into the air. He leaped lightly over Makino's body. In a panic, Makino raised his foot, exposing his studs, trying to block Yichun. By now, Yichun had reached the edge of the penalty area. Although the two central defenders were racing back, they needed more time to get there. If they couldn't stop this shot, with Yichun's skill, a goal was highly likely. Even though Makino tried his hardest, he couldn't touch Yichun. Yichun had anticipated it all. and wouldn't be caught off guard. As Yichen landed, he didn't pause for a moment. He swung his right leg and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. With a thunderous boom, the ball rocketed towards the goal. Sereno, rushing to block, could only swipe at thin air. Goalkeeper Rensing, sensing the danger, had already started moving as soon as Yichen began his kick. He dove like a tiger, but no reaction could match the speed of the ball. With a swish, the ball hit the top corner of the net, a stunning display of raw power and beauty on the football field. However, Yichen didn't celebrate immediately after scoring. He turned and bent down, locking eyes with the fallen Makino. With a meaningful smile, Yichen put his hand to his ear and taunted, "Come on, say what you just said again." Upon seeing Yichen's taunting gesture after scoring, Tomoki Makino's anger erupted instantly. He leaped off the ground and reached out to grab Yichen by the collar. "Do you think you're that good? I was just careless earlier," he snarled through gritted teeth. But Yichen was prepared. He deftly sidestepped and pushed Makino away. This scene immediately sparked a conflict between the two teams. Gatsa stormed forward and shoved Makino. "Are you here to play football or to fight?" Even Kagawa ran over, pointing at Makino's nose and scolding, "Makino, that was way too rough." Makino's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in Japanese at Kagawa, "Kagawa, we're on the same team." "He's Chinese." Kagawa frowned and replied sternly, "Football should be pure. Your actions were dangerous. And if you use such insulting language again, don't blame me for reporting it to the referee." The referee didn't understand Makino's Japanese. Otherwise, in Germany, racial slurs would be severely punished. At this moment, no teammate stood by Makino. He wasn't popular in the team, and his skills weren't recognized. For this goal, Makino's weak defense was at least half to blame. The referee quickly approached and showed Makino a yellow card, issuing a stern warning. That was a dangerous action. "Next time, you're out." Makino's eyes widened in disbelief as he argued, "But I didn't even touch him." The surrounding players looked at him with disdain. On the football field, you don't need to cause injury to receive a yellow card. The intent to harm is enough. In fact, for that move, a red card wouldn't have been too harsh. The referee showing a yellow card was already lenient. Yichen had no objections. He understood that the referee had his own standards for penalties. With Yichen's goal, the entire Westfalen stadium erupted. "Gualuul." The commentator's jubilant voice echoed throughout the stadium as the fans burst into a thunderous cheer. "Oh my God, what did I just see?" Ye's incredible long shot pierced through Linzing's goal. Last season's absolute goalkeeper had no answer to Ye's shot. "This is our unstoppable Yi," the commentator exclaimed excitedly. The stadium announcer began the customary interaction. "Tell me loudly, who scored the goal?" "Yi, Yi, Yi," the fans chanted in unison. "What's the name of the player who just scored?" "Yichen, Yichen, Yichen." Louder. Let's all shout the scorer's name together. "Yichen, Yichen, 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 Yichen." The Dortmund fans at Westfalen Stadion started a wave, a traditional celebration for every goal. On the field, Yichen beamed with a radiant smile. The feeling of scoring made his whole body tremble with excitement. Especially when he heard the fans chanting his name in unison, the thrill was indescribable. Thousands of miles away, in the CCTV Sports Channel studio, the commentators were equally ecstatic. After Huang Jianxiang's excited shout, Zhang Jun remarked, "That was absolutely thrilling." Yichen responded to Tomoki Makino in the most direct way. This goal was a head-to-head showdown between Yichen and Makino, and Yichen came out on top with his long shot. Huang Jianxiang nodded in agreement. What China lacks most now are players who dare to make moves and take shots. Unfortunately, the Football Association has issued a statement that they won't call up players under 18. Zhang Jun sighed, but on the flip side, it's actually a good thing. This year, Yichen can become even stronger. When he returns to the national team, it will be China's time to soar. I can't wait to see Yichen play for the country. Huang Jianxiang felt a surge of passion. I hope the U17 experience doesn't leave Yichen with any regrets. Zhang Jun said worriedly, but I always support Yichen. I've read the special report by Li Xinran, the Sports Weekly's correspondent in Germany. She said Yichen is the first to arrive, and the last to leave the Dortmund training ground. Such a player deserves my unwavering love. Huang Jianxiang nodded in agreement. All right, let's return to the pitch. After scoring, Yichen came back to his senses and glanced at his match status panel. Seeing that today's status was extraordinary, he couldn't help but smile. No wonder his shot felt so smooth and natural. This state is absolutely top-notch. Yichen felt the fervor of his fans, which significantly boosted his performance. In the system, a player's state level directly affects their ability to perform. When feeling down, they can only utilize 50 of their strength, while a high spirit can push it to 90. Extraordinary states reach 95, and a perfect state unleashes 100 of their potential. As soon as Cologne kicked off, they launched a swift attack, but it was decisively intercepted by Dortmund's Kell. Without hesitation, Kell passed the ball to Schmelzer on the left. This time, Schmelzer didn't rush forward but chose to pass back to stabilize the pace and adjust the team's state, maintaining firm control of the game. At 8 minutes and 35 seconds, Kagawa broke through along the wing and delivered a beautiful cutback pass aimed at the onrushing Yichen. However, the vigilant socialites cleared the ball out of bounds just in time, giving Dortmund a corner kick opportunity. Yichen didn't crowd into the congested penalty area but instead smartly roamed around the edge of the box. Kagawa and Gatsa understood his intentions perfectly. Although Gatsa's small stature wasn't suited for aerial duels, the penalty area already had tall players like Hummels, Subotic, and Kell. Gatsa cleverly ran towards the corner flag to receive the ball. Kagawa opted for a short pass to Gatsa instead of a traditional high ball. This was a meticulously planned set piece. Gatsa received the ball and, instead of crossing it immediately, sent the through ball to Yichun at the top of the box. Yichun had been ready for this moment, with Tomoki Makino's eyes fixed on him the entire time. As the ball flew towards Yichun, Makino charged towards him, convinced that Yichun was going to shoot. However, a cold, confident smile appeared on Yichun's face. Who said I was going to shoot? Yichun thought to himself. With his foot arched, he kicked the bottom of the ball hard. The ball rocketed towards the Goalno, towards the onrushing Tomoki Makino. Thud. The ball, traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour, smashed into Makino's eager face. This shot perfectly hit its mark, but not the goal, it was his opponent's face. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone a real person. Less than 10 minutes into the match, Masahiro Makino's rough behavior had already ignited Yichen's anger. Pulling, yanking, and sneaky kicks, Makino used every dirty trick in the book. Yichen silently vowed to get even, but the right moment hadn't come yet. When Makino charged at Yichun recklessly once again, Yichun decided to give his opponent a special gift. The soccer ball struck Makino squarely in the face, and Renichi quickly cleared it away. The crowd let out a collective sigh of disappointment, clearly impressed by Yichen's earlier long shot. That powerful and aesthetically pleasing strike had left a lasting impression, almost addictive in its beauty. Feigning disappointment, Yichen covered his head with his hands, while giving Gatsa a thumbs up in appreciation. Meanwhile, Makino, who had fallen to the ground, was momentarily dazed, seeing stars. His Cologne teammates quickly gathered around, offering encouragement and praise as they looked at his swollen and misshapen face. However, Makino could only hear a buzzing sound in his ears and had to shake his head vigorously to regain some clarity. With the help of his teammates, Makino tried to stand but collapsed heavily back to the ground. The Cologne team doctor rushed over to examine him, and after more than 2 minutes of assessment, Makino insisted he could continue playing. The doctor advised him to rest immediately if he felt any discomfort. Fortunately, the ball was relatively soft, and Makino had braced himself, avoiding a concussion. His teammates came forward to offer encouragement, praising his spectacular clearance. Makino beamed with a radiant smile, his confidence renewed. Even the team's core player, Podolski, came over to pat him on the back, further boosting Makino's fighting spirit. Watching Makino regain his resolve, Yichun was somewhat surprised by his opponent's resilience. He resolved to make Makino experience the painful contrast between praise and failure. Yichun knew that the feeling of putting in effort only to fall short in the end was the most excruciating. At that moment, his own fighting spirit was ignited. At 25 minutes and 22 seconds into the game, after nearly 20 minutes of relative calm, Dortmund launched another offensive. In the Huaxia Sports Channel 5 studio, commentator Huang Jianxiang was focused on the play-by-play. Weidenfeller kicks from the backfield, sending a long ball to Kell up front. Kell heads it to Yichun. Yichun received the ball without rushing to break through, instead observing his teammates' positioning. Kagawa and Gatsa were both actively moving, creating space for him. Suddenly, Yichun executed a dazzling roulette move, effortlessly bypassing Makino's defense. Makino had been on high alert, lowering his center of gravity and keeping a close eye on Yichun. He anticipated that Yichun would use his signature God's Touch, a move that had given Fathy a hard time. However, when Yichun suddenly accelerated, Makino's stance remained unshaken, clearly having seen through Yichun's intentions. Steady as a rock, Makino Tomoki was quite pleased with his performance. However, in that moment of confidence, Yichun unleashed a series of dazzling moves. He deftly shifted the ball from his right foot to his left, feinting a quick cut inside. Makino remained unfazed, confidently waiting for Yichun's next move. But in the blink of an eye, Yichun nudged the ball forward with his left foot and suddenly accelerated. The simple yet decisive move allowed him to burst past Makino in an instant. Makino stood there, dumbfounded, a thought flashing through his mind. This guy is playing dirty. He wasn't like this in the highlights. Makino stood like a statue, perfectly embodying the phrase, as still as a rock. Before he could react, Podolski, who had tracked back to defend, shouted, "Tomoki, what are you doing? Get back and defend." This yell snapped Makino back to reality, and he hurried to chase after Yi Chun, who had already gained a few strides ahead. At this moment, Yi Chun had plenty of options. Kagawa was on his left, and Gatsa on his right. He initially feigned a pass towards Kagawa, a move that successfully drew Sasha Reether slightly to the left. But Yi Chun's raised foot then gently lowered, revealing it was just a fake pass. Yi Chun nudged the ball a small step forward with his right foot, preparing to take a shot. No way you're shooting, Makino thought, rushing into the penalty area. Seeing Yi Chun about to shoot, Makino slid in for a tackle with full confidence. However, Yi Chun had been keeping an eye on his surroundings. He knew Makino wouldn't give up easily. Just as Makino slid in, Yi Chun's shooting motion turned into a feint, his right leg lowering to cradle the ball with the inside of his foot. Makino realized too late that he had been tricked, and he couldn't pull back his sliding tackle. Yi Chun took advantage of the situation, his right foot accidentally stepping on Makino's sliding leg. Whistle. The referee, having seen everything, quickly ran into the penalty area, pointing to the penalty spot. Simultaneously, he pulled out a red card, sending Makino off the field. Makino didn't argue, instead clutching his right foot in pain. He was bewildered. How did he end up getting hurt when he was the one tackling from behind? This was a classic case of backfiring. Cologne's medical team immediately came on to treat him. In the end, Makino limped off the field with the help of the medics. Surprisingly, none of the Cologne players came forward to console him. You despicable Chinese. Makino, with a bruised face, couldn't resist hurling an insult at Yi Chun. But this only drew more disdain from his teammates. After all, who likes a teammate who lacks skill and complains incessantly? As Makino left the field dejectedly, Yi Chun remained calm. He recalled an old saying, never argue with a fool, because you will never win against a fool. As Makino exited, the crowd erupted in boos. Yi Chun, who had won the penalty, also left the penalty area. Given his current standing in the team, he didn't think he had the right to take the penalty. But at that moment, Klopp's voice rang out. Let Yi take the penalty. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, thinking, huh? I think I've seen this episode before. Seeing Yi Chun walk away, Kagawa was already preparing to take the penalty. Just then, Klopp's instructions were conveyed to the field with lightning speed. It was clear that Klopp's move was to help Yi Chun climb the top scorer list. At this moment, Yi Chun and Huntelaar were tied at the top of the scorer list with 10 goals each. Schalke 04's match wouldn't start until 7 p.m., so if Yi Chun could score another goal, he would claim the top spot for himself. With a command from the coach, Yi Chun stepped out from the crowd. Shinji Kagawa patted him on the back, encouraging him, go for it. Yi Chun nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination. A one-goal lead is the most precarious scoreline. If they could extend the lead while having an extra player, the opponent's resistance would weaken significantly. Several of Dortmund's main players had played 3 matches in a week, pushing their physical limits, but Klopp had no choice but to keep them going. This is the Achilles heel of non-light teams. The gap in quality between the starters and the substitutes is too large. Although Dortmund won the Bundesliga last season, the disparity compared to true elite clubs remains vast. Which top club would continually sell its tactical core for money? Dortmund's ability to remain competitive despite yearly sales is largely due to its excellent youth training system. This stands in stark contrast to Ajax in the Eredivisie, which often falls into a slump after selling its core players. Back on the pitch, as Yi Chun stood at the penalty spot, the entire stadium fell silent. In the stands, the beautiful Lena looked worried, clasping her hands together and silently praying, God bless him. Meanwhile, in the CCTV 5 Sports studio, commentator Huang Jianxiang excitedly said, this penalty is crucial for Yi Chun and is of milestone significance for Chinese football. He continued, in the last match, Yi Chun became the Chinese player with the most goals in a single season in the top 5 leagues with 9 goals. After scoring a long-range goal in this match, he became the first Chinese player to be tied for the top scorer in the Bundesliga. I say I can score this penalty. He'll be the sole top scorer in the Bundesliga. This is something we never dared to dream of. Huang Jianxiang's voice trembled with excitement. Another commentator, Jian Jun, added, Yi Chun has placed the ball on the penalty spot, and he's ready. As the referee's whistle blew, Lenzing, the goalkeeper, looked relaxed as he watched Yi Chun. As a former Bayern Munich goalkeeper, Lenzing was no stranger to high-pressure situations. Yi Chun took his rune up without hesitation, aiming for the bottom left corner. Jian Jun's voice suddenly rose. The penalty is in. Congratulations to Yi Chun. He's done it. He has become the first Chinese player to be the sole top scorer in the Bundesliga. Goalkeeper Lenzing guessed the wrong direction. The slow-motion replay showed that Yi Chun made a subtle feint before shooting, which deceived the goalkeeper. Moreover, the shot was perfect in both speed and angle. Jian Jun clenched his fist and cheered, let's congratulate Yi Chun. He did it. At this moment, Westfalenstadion once again echoed with the song of Yi Chun. Huang Jianxiang, with tears in his eyes, said emotionally, how can this not move you? The former Manchester United castaway has quickly grown into the top scorer in the Bundesliga. I just want to ask Sir Alex Ferguson one question, do you regret it? This is not just Huang Jianxiang's question, but the cry in the hearts of all Yi Chen's fans. At this point, will you still stubbornly deny it? With this goal, Westfalen Stadion erupted once more, the cheers deafening. After scoring, Yi Chen ran towards the corner flag, raising his index finger to show his position as the top scorer. He executed a graceful spin and landed steadily. Before he could even let out his signature shoo, over 80,000 fans in the stadium erupted in unison, shouting, "Guurul." This penalty not only put Yi Chen at the top of the Bundesliga scoring chart, but also ignited the passion in the stadium. The fans spontaneously started singing the Song of Yi Chen, chanting, "Hara Hara Yi Chen." Yi Chen from Huaxia. The powerful chorus echoed throughout the stadium, giving Yi Chen goosebumps. In that moment, he vowed to keep winning for Dortmund, to lead the team to the pinnacle of Europe, and to repay these most fervent fans in the world. Just then, the system suddenly issued a random task: lead Dortmund to the top of Europe within 3 years. The rewards for success were substantial, but the penalties for failure were severe. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing the system's strict demands. Teammates rushed over to embrace Yi Chen in celebration. Meanwhile, Makino Tomoki, who had witnessed the entire scene from the tunnel, left dejectedly. He knew his future in the Bundesliga had become uncertain. 2 consecutive basic mistakes had doomed his prospects, and those arrogant Europeans would not give him another chance. Cologne made a tactical adjustment, substituting midfielder Buchtimann for forward Pesco. Coach Solbacken's face was grim, his anger barely contained. As the match resumed, Cologne, having conceded 2 goals and being 1 player down, resorted to parking the bus in front of their goal, emulating Mourinho's extreme defensive tactics. Cologne's players were demoralized, with only Podolski still running tirelessly. However, without support from his teammates, his efforts were in vain. Watching Yi Chen's performance, Podolski couldn't help but reminisce about his own early days and began to entertain thoughts of leaving. He envied Yi Chen, a teenager who joined the Bundesliga champions Dortmund at just 17, enjoying advantages he never had. A bold idea flashed through Podolski's mind. Could Yi Chen win the Bundesliga Golden Boot in his first season? Such an unprecedented achievement would indeed be worthy of being called the Yi Chen myth. Podolski couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and curiosity about the young man's future. When Cologne switched to a defensive stance, the game's entertainment value plummeted. On the sidelines, Klopp instructed Yi Chen to take more long shots, but with Cologne's 3 midfielders blocking the front and Podolski and Chihi falling back to defend, Yi Chen found himself with almost no opportunities to shoot. Clearly, Cologne had devised a specific strategy to counter Yi Chen's long-range shooting ability. This situation, however, only fueled Yi Chen's determination. He began attempting to dribble past defenders, but every time he got past one, another defender would swiftly move in to block his shooting angle. This demonstrated just how challenging it is to break through a densely packed defense. Meanwhile, Dortmund's fans were thoroughly enjoying the match. After all, their team was 2 goals ahead and continually pressing towards Cologne's goal. Realizing that solo efforts weren't enough to break through, Yi Chen actively sought to collaborate with Kagawa and Gatsa, but the entire first half ended without another goal. As the referee blew the whistle to signal halftime, Yi Chen, the standout player of the first half, received high fives from excited fans as he walked through the player tunnel. At the same time, far away in China, Dortmund's online forum was buzzing with activity, with posts popping up like mushrooms after the rain. How did Zhejiang dare to boast before the match with that level of skill? Yi Chen might be the smartest player on the field right now. Analysis of Yi Chen's first half goals. The first was sheer power, the second pure intelligence. Come check out what Yi Chen's female fans look like. Is Makino Zhejiang really that weak? Watch this video to have your mind blown. Some fans started admiring photos of female fans, while others watched highlight reels of Makino Zhejiang's defensive play. The video showcased a stark contrast to his performance on the field, making it hard to believe it was the same person. The comments section exploded. Is this really Zhejiang? He's so strong. Wow, turns out Zhejiang isn't weak. Yi Chen is just too strong. Without comparison, there's no harm. The Sea Cucumber team's forwards were completely shut down by him. Watching this video, I realized just how incredible Yi Chen is. I suspect this post is just a hype Yi Chen. Legendary post. Marking my spot. Selling videos. Add me on WeChat. The post quickly gained traction, attracting more and more attention. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room in Dortmund, the atmosphere was tense. Solbakken glared at Makino Zhejiang with a grim expression and demanded, "Is this how you repay my trust?" Makino Zhejiang hung his head in apology. "I'm sorry, boss." Solbakken sneered. "If apologies were useful, why would we need contracts? I'm officially informing you that starting today, you don't need to report to the first team anymore." Makino Zhejiang was terrified and quickly pleaded, "Please, boss, give me another chance." Solbakken gritted his teeth. "Who's going to give me another chance? With the situation beyond redemption, someone had to take the fall. Makino Zhejiang became the perfect scapegoat. Solbakken ordered his assistant coach, Polak, take him out to cool off, and make sure to contact the manager to arrange his departure from the team as soon as possible. Makino Zhejiang, desperate and kneeling on the ground, felt a burning hatred for Yi Chun. He swore to himself, "It's all Yi Chun's fault. If I ever meet you again, you'll pay for this." Fate had its way, and Yi Chun did encounter him again on the field in the future. By then, everything had changed. The temperature in the away locker room at Cologne had dropped to its lowest, in stark contrast to the buzzing atmosphere in Dortmund's camp. Jurgen Klopp's face beamed with a smile as he looked around at his excited players. "Great job, everyone." Klopp began praising his team, his eyes landing on Yi Chun. He gave a thumbs up. "Yi, your performance today was absolutely fantastic." Yi Chun smiled, "Thanks, boss." His voice carried a hint of exhaustion but was filled with satisfaction. Klopp's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Do you have the confidence to score another? That would be 4 consecutive hat-tricks." His tone was brimming with barely contained excitement. Clearly, having Yi Chun leading the charge, especially when the team needed to catch up most, with the main striker injured and the substitute forward exhausted, was a dream come true for any coach. Just as Yi Chun was about to respond, he suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding, random task issued. Score another goal in this match to complete a hat-trick. Success will reward you with 100 points. Failure will deduct 100 points. Yi Chun's mouth twitched involuntarily. He calculated silently. He only had 120 points, which he had painstakingly accumulated through 9 goals in 3 matches. He had planned to save up enough points to buy a good pair of cleats. Was the system targeting his points? Damn it! Yi Chun cursed internally. "Do you think I'll just give in like that?" Seeing Yi Chun hesitate, Klopp raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with some displeasure. "What's with the hesitation? Stop acting like a wimp." This scolding seemed to ignite Yi Chun's fighting spirit. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted loudly, "Of course I do. Watch me. I'll get that hat-trick today." The fire within Yi Chun was fully ignited. He swore to himself, the system must not think he couldn't score without his long shot skill. Those 100 points were as good as his. The second half has officially begun. Dortmund's tactics haven't changed much, but there is a determined and fierce look in Yi Chun's eyes. He knows he is Dortmund's sharpest offensive weapon, and the opponents will undoubtedly focus on defending against him. However, this is an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. If he can't break through their defense now, how will he face even stronger opponents in the future? Welcome back, sports fans, to Channel 5. Huang Jianxiang's voice echoed through the stadium. "I'm your commentator for today, Huang Jianxiang, and beside me is my co-commentator, Mr. Zhang Ju." After the halftime break, Huang Jianxiang's emotions had calmed down, while Zhang Jun wore a relaxed smile. The first half was thrilling and full of energy, especially the early minutes. However, in the latter part of the half, Cologne adopted a conservative defensive strategy, effectively stifling Dortmund's offensive rhythm. Despite this, Yi Chun still managed to score 2 brilliant goals, securing his spot at the top of the goal scorers list, 1 goal ahead of Huntelaar. The second half is about to start. Huang Jianxiang paused briefly. Will Yi Chun score again and complete his 4th hat-trick? "Let's wait and see," Zhang Jun remarked. "It's like a dream. A young player from China scoring in 4 consecutive Bundesliga matches, with 3 of those being hat-tricks, is simply unbelievable." He then reviewed the history of Chinese players abroad, mentioning Dong Fengshua's 39 goals in Europe and Yang Chen's 16 goals in the top 5 leagues. Although many of Dong Fengshua's goals were scored in the Belgian 2nd division, which is not on the same level as the Bundesliga, Dong Fengshua is now back in China recovering from an injury, while Yi Chun has scored 11 goals in just 4 appearances, already leaving a significant mark in Bundesliga history. After the halftime break, Cologne made some tactical adjustments. The 20 scoreline meant they still had a chance to turn the game around. For the sake of their home fans and the team's honor, they had to launch a counterattack. At 53 minutes and 24 seconds, Cologne's midfielder Lanig dribbled past the halfway line, trying to initiate an attack. But Dortmund's Kell and Sven Bender quickly closed in on him. Lanig hastily passed the ball to forward Podolski, but defender Subotic intercepted it and kicked it to the right flank, where Piszczek was waiting. Piszczek quickly passed the ball to Götze, and Dortmund's counterattack was on. Yi Chun, Kagawa, and Schmelzer on the far side made decisive forward runs. Götze advanced with the ball rapidly, and faced with Cologne's fullback Eichner's challenge, he delivered a precise through ball to Yi Chun. As Yi Chun received the ball, Kagawa's run sliced through Cologne's defense like a knife. Faced with such sharp coordination, Yi Chun accelerated and, as defender Sereno moved to intercept, he delivered a perfect through pass. The pass was spot on. Goalkeeper Rensing hesitated to come out, and Kagawa's positioning was perfect. Without hesitation, Kagawa shot, and the ball flew into the far corner of the net. Rensing angrily slammed the ground before jumping up and shouting at his teammates, "How did you guys make it to the professional level? Can't even block a passing lane?" his face twisted with rage. However, Portuguese center-back Sereno was not one to back down either. He retorted immediately, "If you're so great, why didn't you save it? Think you're the only one with a mouth?" This scene clearly demonstrated one of the reasons Cologne was facing relegation this season: a lack of unity within the team. Meanwhile, Westfalenstadion erupted once again. The goal scorer, Kagawa, wrapped his arm around Yichen's shoulder as they ran towards the south stand to celebrate with the fans. This gesture silently told everyone that half of this goal's credit belonged to Yichen. In fact, when Yichen received the ball, he had a chance to shoot, but the angle was too tight, and Kagawa was in a better position. If he had taken the shot blindly, it would have seemed selfish. Yichen is a player who likes to cooperate and is good at observing his teammates' movements, much like Benzema. Yichen still hadn't completed his hat-trick, silently urging himself on. To earn 100 points, he needed 10 victories, a daunting task. His eyes couldn't help but drift to the pair of Falcon sneakers in the system shop shoes that not only boosted player attributes, but also matched his striking style. The match continued. Cologne was crumbling like a defeated army, while Dortmund's offense flowed seamlessly. Coach Klopp started making tactical changes. Kuba subbed in for Shinji Kagawa, switching the formation to 352. Ilkay Gundogan, who had rested for most of the game, replaced Götze. This substitution clearly aimed to maintain midfield organization, as only Gundogan could fulfill that role from the bench. With Gundogan on the field, Dortmund's fourth goal came as expected. At 75:28, Yichen unleashed a powerful long-range shot aimed at the goal, its angle precise. However, goalkeeper Rensing made an extraordinary save, tipping the ball over the crossbar. Dortmund earned a corner kick. Gundogan's precise corner found Hummels in the box, who soared like a rocket, outjumping the defender by half a head, and headed the ball into the net before Rensing could react. The Westfalenstadion erupted. Yellow flares ignited in the south stand, turning the stadium into a sea of yellow. A 40 lead thrilled Dortmund fans, a kind of victory they hadn't seen in a long time. With about 20 minutes remaining, Klopp signaled for Moritz Leitner to warm up, planning to substitute Yichen at the 80-minute mark, allowing the 17-year-old to bask in the fans' applause for his 2 goals and 1 assist. However, as the game resumed, Yichen once again surged forward. Klopp and the fans were stunned. What was Yichen doing? Wasn't 40 enough? Suddenly, his teammates remembered Yichen's bold declaration in the locker room. "Just watch, I'm getting a hat-trick today." He hadn't given up on his goal. Captain Kell roared, "What are you all standing around for? Move it." Before he finished speaking, he had already charged ahead. This unity was what had led Dortmund to the championship last season. Now, everyone was willing to give their all for Yichen's hat-trick. Seeing his teammates' support, Yichen smiled gratefully. Whether or not he completed the hat-trick today, this match would be unforgettable. But he also knew that scoring another goal under tight defense would be exceedingly difficult. Cologne was clearly aware of Dortmund's intentions. The tireless Buchmann stepped up to mark Yichen, while other players crowded into his area. Their message was clear. Anyone else could score, but they would not let Yichen complete his hat-trick. The Cologne players were fighting for their team's honor, determined not to become the backdrop for Yichen's 4th consecutive hat-trick. If you ignore the score on the big screen and just watch the action on the field, you wouldn't believe this is a match with a 40 scoreline. Dortmund's players are sprinting and pressing as if they were the ones trailing. The fans in the stands are waving yellow and black flags, their deafening cheers transforming them into the team's 12th man. At this moment, everyone in Dortmund is united, determined to score another goal in the final moments of the match. However, Dortmund's relentless pressing ignited Cologne's fighting spirit. The Cologne players' eyes burned with defiance, knowing that giving up now would make them the laughingstock of the Bundesliga. For the honor of their team and their own pride, the Cologne players gritted their teeth, vowing to fight until the very end. The atmosphere on the field became instantly tense, with 21 players battling fiercely, the intensity surpassing even that of the opening minutes. At 78:35, Yichen was brought down hard from behind by an opposing defender as soon as he got the ball. The referee blew his whistle, awarding Dortmund a free kick from 38 meters out. Despite the opportunity, Yichen, known for his lack of long-range shooting prowess, didn't even consider taking the shot. At 79:12, Yichen dropped back to receive a pass, only to find his turning path tightly blocked. As he hesitated, Cologne's midfielder Lanig pounced like a phantom, stealing the ball. Dortmund's defender Sven Bender chased desperately and managed to kick the ball out of bounds, but the effort caused his calf muscle to cramp. At 81:24, Dortmund's manager Jurgen Klopp made his final substitution. The 19-year-old Moritz Leitner replaced the exhausted Sven Bender. Leitner, a recently promoted talent from the second team, had impressed Klopp with his technical skills and passing vision. Before he went on, Klopp gave him a clear instruction: find a way to get the ball to Yichen. Klopp was secretly calculating. These last 10 minutes presented a perfect experimental opportunity. With Shinji Kagawa absent, he wanted to see if Yichen could serve as the team's tactical core. In fact, Klopp preferred the 433 formation over the 42-31. In the 42-31, the attacking midfielder often couldn't handle too much defensive responsibility, leaving the team effectively a man down when they lost possession. This was why traditional attacking midfielders were gradually being phased out in future tactical systems. Therefore, Ichin's competitors were not just Lewandowski and Barrios, but also Kagawa, Perisic, and Gotza. A thought crossed Klopp's mind. If Ichin wasn't suitable as a lone striker, perhaps he could try him as a winger. After all, the 17-year-old Ichin had limitless potential, and Dortmund currently had only Perisic available for the left-wing position, with Grosskreutz and Lowe falling short in ability. At this moment, Dortmund's midfield trio was composed of Gundogan, Kell, and Leitner. Kell took on more defensive duties, dropping back to Binder's position, akin to Barcelona's Busquets. Gundogan was the central playmaker, akin to Xavi. Leitner was the supporting playmaker, akin to Iniesta. This setup meant that Ichin in front was akin to Messi's role. Although they were all lower-tier versions, it was undoubtedly an interesting experiment. In the final minutes of the match, Dortmund maintained firm control of the ball, but Ichin struggled to get any touches. Watching the struggling Ichin on the field, Klopp couldn't help but mock himself for expecting a 17-year-old to serve as the tactical core. He must be crazy. Despite knowing the experiment had a low chance of success, Klopp still harbored a sliver of hope. What if Ichin really was suitable? The on-field battle remained intense. Whenever Ichin got the ball, at least two Cologne players would converge on him. One would block him hidden, while the other waited for an opportunity to steal the ball. With his stamina waning, even turning to face the goal became difficult for Ichin. Cologne's coach Solbakken finally allowed himself a smile of satisfaction, pleased with his player's performance. Solbakken berated himself for not thinking of this strategy sooner. Although Ichin was fast, he could be neutralized by not allowing him to gain speed. Moreover, Ichin's relatively slight build made it hard for him to hold the ball with his back to the goal. Whenever Dortmund passed the ball to Ichin, Cologne's players would immediately close in, preventing him from turning around. If a player can't even face the goal hidden, how can he score? Ichin pondered as he watched the seconds tick away. On the sidelines, Solbakken suddenly became highly animated, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him near the goal." Ichin glanced at Solbakken and frowned. The exaggerated expressions and gestures made him think, "I never expected the joke to be on me." In these few minutes, Ichin found it exceptionally tough. The frequent fouls from the opponents made it hard for him to control the ball. Every touch felt like a struggle. But give up? No. As long as the game was still on, he would never give in. Klopp, watching Ichin's noticeably declining speed from the sidelines, felt a mix of emotions. A sigh of regret escaped his lips. "I was too impatient," he reflected. Ichin is only 17, and this is his first Bundesliga start. The fact that he's held on this long is a miracle, yet I expected him to be the core. Despite this, Klopp hadn't lost hope. He continued to clap from the sidelines, cheering on his players, because he saw that Ichin was still relentlessly moving, seeking every possible opportunity. At this moment, the ball was under Gundogan's control. He glanced at Ichin's position but decided against passing. With the coach's reminder, Cologne's defense had tightened. Originally, two players were marking Ichin. Now it was three. One blocking his turn from behind, one intercepting the passing lane in front, and another ready to provide backup. Ichin was now receiving superstar treatment, as if he were Ronaldo of Real Madrid or Messi of Barcelona. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Ichin's mind. What would Messi do? A bold idea formed in Ichin's mind. He looked at Leitner, who had the ball, and moved towards him, shouting, "Give me the ball." Leitner hesitated for a moment, but then passed the ball to Ichin. Ichin took the ball, facing the goal. Buchterman had already closed in, but Ichin had started his move. To everyone's astonishment, he dribbled towards the referee. The referee looked bewildered and at a loss. The commentator immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God. He is using a pick-and-roll tactic from basketball. The referee has become Ichin's screen." Ichin made a feint to the left, causing the referee to step back in fright. This step resulted in the referee colliding with Buchterman. Seizing the opportunity, Ichin broke to the right, successfully bypassing the first line of defense. However, the danger was not yet over. Mateschitz was rushing in from the right, and Sereno was blocking the way ahead. Without slowing down, Ichin, in a violin-like motion, flicked the ball to the right, narrowly avoiding Mateschitz's fierce slide tackle. Though Mateschitz's boot still grazed Ichin's heel, nearly causing him to fall, Ichin maintained control of the ball. Just as Sereno rushed in, Ichin deftly nudged the ball through Sereno's legs. Using his momentum, Ichin sidestepped Sereno, caught up with the ball, and charged into the penalty area. Goalkeeper Rensing decisively rushed out. "In the final moments, it always comes down to me," Rensing thought confidently, determination etched on his face. Yet, just as Rensing charged, Ichin flicked the ball with his toe. The ball arced gracefully over Rensing's head. By the time Rinsing realized the danger and tried to retreat, his momentum caused him to lose balance and crash heavily onto the turf. He could only watch helplessly as the ball descended elegantly and nestled into the net. The Westfalen Stadion fell into a brief silence, as if time had frozen. But the next moment, the stadium erupted like a volcano. Deafening cheers filled the air as fans celebrated the spectacular goal with wild abandon. Ghoul! The commentator's roar echoed throughout the stadium. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent, clutching his head with both hands and staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Yi, the young player who had been running for 90 minutes, pulled off an incredible feat in the final moments. He dribbled past 3 defenders and scored a stunning goal, marking his 4th of the match and his 4th career hat-trick. "This is divine intervention," the commentator screamed, his voice hoarse with excitement. The 80,000 spectators in the stadium erupted in cheers, including the away fans, who were equally astonished. They watched in awe, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Kuba, the closest player to the goal, stood frozen, eyes wide as he watched Yichen sprint towards the south stand. The goal showcased a perfect blend of intelligence, skill, and flawless shooting, leaving him speechless. All he could utter was, "Unbelievable." On the sidelines, Coach Klopp looked at Yichen celebrating in the corner with a mixture of disbelief and a smile creeping onto his face. On the opposite bench, Solbakken sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. Despite all his tactical planning and his players' best efforts, they seemed powerless against Yichen's brilliance. The Cologne players on the field were utterly exhausted. Matusczyk lay on the ground, unable to get up, Sereno's legs were trembling, and Butcherman was too tired to chase back, gasping for air. They had given their all, but Yichen's performance was simply unstoppable, like divine intervention. Just a minute earlier, the commentators in the Huaxia Sports Channel 5 studio were worried about Yichen. Huang Jianxiang and Zhang Jun were discussing how Yichen would cope with Cologne's tight defense. They believed that, as a 17-year-old, it was indeed challenging to deal with being double or triple teamed. However, as they were talking, Yichen dropped back to receive the ball again. He cleverly used the referee as a screen, executing a move reminiscent of a basketball pick-and-roll. The commentators were amazed. Yichen's mind is incredibly sharp. What followed left everyone in the stadium stunned. Yichen first used a brilliant violin dribble to evade Matuszczyk's tackle, then nutmegged Sereno with a beautiful move. Finally, facing the onrushing goalkeeper Rinsing, he deftly chipped the ball into the net. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, causing both commentators and spectators to leap from their seats in excitement. Just a minute earlier, they had been worried about Yichen, but now they had witnessed a goal that could only be described as miraculous. With this goal, Yichen proved his talent and showed everyone the magic of football. In the next moment, Yichen delivered a flawless performance with his feet. On the field, the young Chinese player darted through the opponents like a golden flash. Each of his movements was precise and graceful, as if he were performing an elaborate ballet on the green pitch. From the commentary booth, Huang Jianxiang passionately exclaimed, "I believe the fans are ecstatic in this moment. We no longer need to envy the fans of Argentina or Portugal, because we have our own Messi, our own Ronaldo." Yichen, Zhang Jun chimed in, "Fear not the lack of friends on your journey, for in the Bundesliga, who doesn't know you? From today onwards, no one in the Bundesliga will be unaware of Yichen. His name will echo through the football world, becoming a symbol like Yao Ming, ushering in a whole new era." Inside the Westfalen Stadion, the deafening chant of Yichen's song filled the air. Zhang Jun and Huang Jianxiang couldn't help but join in. "Hala hala Yichen, Yichen, from China, our beloved Yichen, our unstoppable Yichen." The song spread through countless homes via television, bringing tears to the eyes of many fans. This was the moment they had long awaited. China never lacked passionate fans, but for a long time, it lacked a spiritual pillar. Now, a 17-year-old boy in a yellow jersey was blazing through the Bundesliga like a sharp sword. Online, fans expressed their excitement. "Dortmund, a legend is born. From today, I am a diehard fan of Yichen. Tears in my eyes. I must see Yichen play live at least once in my life. Who wouldn't love Yichen? Argentina has Messi, Portugal has Ronaldo, England has Rooney, Brazil has Neymar, and we, China, have Yichen. From now on, I don't have to envy them anymore." Jean's commentary was truly electrifying. "Fear not the lack of friends on your journey, for in the Bundesliga, who doesn't know you? Let's see who dares to underestimate Yichen now." However, amid the cheers, there were also dissenting voices. "Wake up, didn't you see the FA's statement? Shocking. The genius striker with 4 hat-tricks was denied entry into the national team due to lack of ability." Yichen wrote a poetic masterpiece with his feet, but each of his goals today was like a resounding slap in the face of the Football Association. At this moment, Yichen didn't need to say a word, because the angry fans had already flocked to the FA's official website, expressing their dissatisfaction and protest through their actions. The president of the Football Association needs to apologize to me. Do you even understand football? An angry fan's outcry echoed across the internet. Soon, a torrent of vehement comments followed, filled with dissatisfaction towards the Football Association and support for Yichun. The website servers buckled under the weight of the massive influx of messages and eventually crashed. Meanwhile, inside Westfalenstadion, Yichun kissed the Dortmund crest, celebrating his victory. He knew this goal was the result of the entire team's effort, with his teammates' active movements creating the opportunity for him. While luck played a part, it was also a testament to their skill. Yichun made history with 4 consecutive hat-tricks. At this moment, he chose to bask in the joy of victory and savor the glory. Cheers erupted both on and off the field. His teammates swarmed around him, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. I knew you could do it. Kyle's face beamed with joy, his voice nearly drowned out by the surrounding noise. To Yichun's surprise, Gatsa, who had already been subbed off, sprinted 50 meters from the bench to hug him. Yi, you're amazing. I believe what you said before. Gatsa exclaimed excitedly. What did I say? Yichun was momentarily confused. Lena told you to hurry up. Gatsa shouted back. Yichun blushed instantly, quickening his pace back to the center circle, leaving Gatsa laughing heartily behind him. As the match entered its final stages, the 4th official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of added time. Both teams had lost their attacking drive, and the game ended quietly. With the referee's final whistle, Yichun raised his hands, celebrating his perfect debut. Not only did he lead the team to victory, but he also scored a hat-trick, achieving 3 milestones at once. Referee Zwayer handed the match ball to Yichun, smiling. Yi, your performance today was outstanding. I'm already a fan. It's my honor. Thank you, Mr. Zwayer. Yichun accepted the ball with a beaming smile. Keep it up, my son likes you too. Zwayer shook Yichun's hand before leaving, satisfied. This was the 4th match ball Yichun had earned. According to football tradition, a player who scores a hat-trick can take the match ball home. Yichun's home already displayed 3 footballs, each labeled with the opponent and score. Hey Yi, at this rate, you'll be able to open a football shop at home. Podolski approached, stripping off his shirt to reveal his signature 6-pack abs. Can I have the honor of swapping jerseys with you? Of course, Lucas. Yichun smiled as he took off his shirt, silently deciding to intensify his strength training. Podolski, looking a bit downcast, said, I wanted to compete with you in scoring, but you got 3, and I didn't get any. Yichun whispered a suggestion. Maybe you should consider switching teams. Cologne might be too small a stage for you. Podolski fell into deep thought. As a key striker for the German national team, he faced the dilemma of balancing club performance with his national team status. The Dortmund players bowed to the fans in the stands, who responded with another wave of enthusiastic cheers. Although the match has just ended, fans are already looking forward to the next game. Borussia Dortmund fans are currently basking in the joy of victory, but there is also a sense of anticipation. Tonight, Bayern Munich will play away against Hannover 96. If Bayern loses, Dortmund fans' happiness will undoubtedly soar. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard flashed 50. Dortmund's resounding victory raised their points to 19. Despite Bayern having 1 game in hand, they are only 3 points ahead of Dortmund. This situation makes the upcoming Bundesliga Round 13 match, where Dortmund will play away against Bayern, even more compelling. This match has essentially become an early championship showdown. As soon as the results came in, major German media outlets rushed to publish related reports. Eye-catching headlines dominated the front pages of major news websites. 4 consecutive hat-tricks, Huaxia Yi leads Dortmund back to 2nd place. A new king rises, Dortmund star Yi scores 12 goals in 4 games. Tops the scorer list. Who said Dortmund is out of the title race? After 10 Bundesliga rounds, Dortmund back to 2nd. Beware Bundesliga giants. The giant killer Dortmund is back. Comprehensive analysis of Dortmund's new star Yichun. How much did Manchester United lose? These sensational headlines grabbed the attention of countless fans, and more people started to follow Dortmund's new star striker. When people checked the Bundesliga top scorers list, they were surprised to see that the previously believed strongest foreign player, Huntelaar, had been replaced by an unfamiliar name at the top. Even the most authoritative German football magazines, Kicker and Sportbild, dedicated their front-page headlines to this 17-year-old from China. These 2 media outlets have a high reputation in European football, far surpassing tabloids like The Sun. Kicker's headline was particularly striking. Manchester United cast-off soars in Bundesliga. Dortmund finds a gem. As the oldest and most professional football magazine, Kicker provided a comprehensive analysis of Yichun from multiple angles. They not only explored Yichun's match performances and future potential, but also analyzed his skyrocketing market value and the potential for developing the Chinese market. After careful evaluation, Kicker gave a conservative estimate. Manchester United lost at least 1 Cristiano Ronaldo. In 2009, Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer from Manchester United to Real Madrid for a staggering €96 million shocked the football world. Today, while the young Chinese player Yi Chen might not yet command such a price, his potential and the massive market he represents are generating a lot of buzz. Just as Park Ji-sung made Manchester United the focal point for Korean fans and Shinji Kagawa brought attention to Borussia Dortmund in Japan, Yi Chen's arrival is bound to bring significant commercial value to his club. Reflecting on Manchester United's tours in Asia, they, along with Real Madrid, were the most popular teams in China. However, Dong Fongshua's signing completely shifted the dynamics, making Manchester United the unrivaled favorite in China. Although Dong Fongshua's transfer fee resulted in a financial loss for Manchester United, the brand impact he brought more than compensated for it. Now, Yi Chen's emergence should have been the perfect opportunity for Manchester United to solidify their dominance in Asia. Yet, in a short-sighted move, they unilaterally terminated his contract despite his outstanding performances. Based on Yi Chen's current form, while he may not reach Ronaldo's heights, becoming a star player in the Bundesliga seems imminent. This brings to mind NBA's Yao Ming, who, although never reaching Kobe Bryant's peak, still became a household name. The influence of Chinese athletes is undeniable, much like Yao Ming, who outshone superstars like LeBron James and Kobe Bryant in the All-Star voting in 2005 and 2006, becoming the only foreign player to top the votes. Yi Chen's consecutive hat-tricks in 4 games, totaling 12 goals, not only secured him the Bundesliga's top scorer title, but also made history in the Bundesliga. Although he did not break the world record of 16 goals in 4 games set by Japanese forward Masashi Nakayama in the 1998 J-League, Yi Chen's achievements have already shaken the Bundesliga. After the match, Klopp made an unprecedented move by inviting Yi Chen to join him at the press conference. Yi Chen, appearing for the first time, couldn't hide his nervousness, but the enthusiastic applause and cheers from the reporters helped him relax a bit. Klopp humorously remarked that Yi Chen had the right to answer the questions. A stunning female reporter was the first to ask, playfully inquiring if Yi Chen would be interested in someone like her. Yi Chen cleverly responded, "Right now, the only one I like is Lena. Sorry to other girls. But Lena will grow into a strong woman too." This earned applause from all the men in the room. Next, a black reporter asked Yi Chen about his feelings on scoring hat-tricks in 4 consecutive games. Yi Chen humbly thanked his coach, fans, and girlfriend for their support, expressing his hope to make more people fall in love with football and bring honor to the club. At that moment, an impeccably dressed Asian reporter raised his hand, ready to ask a question. The press officer mistook him for a Chinese national and was just about to add fuel to the harmonious atmosphere. However, the journalist who stood up began speaking in broken German. "I am Taro Tano, a reporter from Tokyo Sports newspaper in Japan." His voice carried a hint of pride. "I want to clarify something here. You've only set a Bundesliga record. The Guinness World Record for 4 consecutive hat-tricks is held by Mr. Masashi Nakayama from Japan." Taro Tano's words drew the attention of the other journalists present. He continued, "With the record of 4 hat-tricks and 16 goals, do you think Mr. Nakayama is greater than you?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, and a classic meme of the god of song popped into his mind. What did you say his name was? Nakayama Eat Shit, he thought. Is there really someone named Eat Shit? But he quickly shrugged it off. After all, even names like Zhejiang exist, so Nakayama Eat Shit doesn't seem too strange. He mocked silently, thinking that Japan had only scratched the surface of Chinese culture. Taro Tano immediately corrected him. "It's Mr. Masashi Nakayama." He excitedly elaborated on Nakayama's achievements. He scored 5 goals in his first J-League match, achieving the milestone of 5 goals in 1 game, and later had 2 matches with 4 goals each, culminating in 16 goals over 4 matches. "That's much harder than what you've done." Yi Chen displayed a puzzled expression and retorted, "Oh? Since when is the J-League more impressive than the Bundesliga?" The surrounding journalists caught on to the implications of the Japanese reporter's words and stared at him as if he were an idiot. Someone couldn't help but mock, "Hey, do you even know what you're talking about? Comparing a crappy J-League to our Bundesliga? What a narrow-minded fool. If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut." Despite the ridicule, Taro Tano's mental fortitude remained strong. He didn't back down. Instead, he raised his voice. "Whether you want to admit it or not, the Guinness World Record for 4 consecutive hat-tricks belongs to Japan. Our Mr. Nakayama, not Eat Shit, is the genius player who deserves to be remembered in football history." Yi Chen looked at the unyielding journalist in front of him and thought this guy must have been insulted quite a bit. He suddenly felt that the Chinese Football Association could use someone like him. Facing the proud Taro Tano, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and slowly said, "I guess 5 consecutive hat-tricks would be a bit more impressive than 4, right?" Taro Tano was stunned and asked in disbelief, "You think you can score hat-tricks in 5 consecutive matches? Do you think hat-tricks are that easy?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and he softly replied, "Yeah, right, while silently mocking. Remember, never argue with a fool. The difficulty of scoring 4 consecutive hat-tricks needs no elaboration. The fact that this record remains unbroken is proof enough. Even football legends like Maradona, Pelé, Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi have not achieved such a feat. It is this astonishing accomplishment that landed Yi Chen on the cover of the authoritative German sports magazine, Kicker. Yi Chen's ability to set this record is not only due to his personal skill, but also thanks to the assists from his Dortmund teammates. As a top-tier team in the Bundesliga, Dortmund's overall strength provided Yi Chen with excellent support. Moreover, aside from the relatively strong Werder Bremen, the other three opponents, Mainz, Augsburg, and Cologne, are considered weaker teams, which created favorable conditions for Yi Chen's performance. Looking back, the match against Werder Bremen was the most challenging. Facing the defense of Brazilian international Ronaldo, Yi Chen still managed to complete a hat-trick, showcasing his incredible talent. At the press conference, reporters were eager to ask questions. The moment Japanese reporter Taro Tano sat down, other journalists quickly raised their hands. Just then, one reporter brought up the latest news. Cologne officially announced the termination of their contract with Japanese defender Tomoki Makino. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He responded sharply, "It's unfortunate to hear that. For other teams' forwards, this might be sad news." His unexpected reply caused a stir among the attendees. Taro Tano clenched his fists and raised his hand again, but the press officer ignored him. Instead, they called on Li Shinran. Familiar to Klopp, Li Shinran seized the opportunity to ask a sensitive yet highly anticipated question. "If the national team calls you up, will you join? Do you have any grievances with the national team?" Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, but did not shy away. He candidly expressed his stance. "Firstly, I am proud to be Chinese. It's ingrained in my bones. Before I turned 17, I dreamed of being part of the national team, even if it was just to train, pick up balls, or hand out towels and water. But things are different now," he continued. "When football loses its purity, and even getting on the field requires knowing the rules, what's the point of going back? I know many fans want me to play for the national team, but it's not that I don't want to. It's that they don't value me." A hint of a cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. "Now, I don't care to associate with them either." Li Shinran, intimidated by Yi Chen's presence, pressed on, "Who do you mean by them?" "Of course, the entire football association." Yi Chen answered without hesitation. "Until the association undergoes complete reform, I won't get involved." Yi Chen's response shocked the reporters present. They began to discuss the current state of Chinese football, curious about the reason behind Yi Chen's expulsion from the U17 team. The room buzzed with commotion as journalists exchanged information, trying to uncover more details. At that moment, Yi Chen stood up slowly and turned to Klopp, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Boss, I'm heading back to the locker room." Klopp's face softened with a fatherly smile, his eyes filled with concern. "All right, you go ahead." He watched Yi Chen leave, a pang of sorrow welling up in his heart. This young man deserved to be surrounded by love, yet he was fighting alone in a foreign land. Klopp couldn't help but wonder, if it were him, could he endure such extreme loneliness? There was no answer to this question, as he could never truly understand the feeling of being rootless, like a drifting leaf. As Yi Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Klopp's expression suddenly turned serious. His sharp gaze shifted to Taro Yanagita, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "What's your name again?" "Never mind, it's not important. From now on, have someone else from Tokyo Sports attend the press conferences, and make sure no one disrespects you again." Taro Yanagita tried to argue, but Klopp silenced him with a firm slap on the table. "Do I need to explain myself to you? My rules are my rules." Klopp's roar echoed in the room, causing the Japanese reporters to fall silent in fear. Klopp rarely lost his temper like this, not even after a defeat. But now, Yi Chen had become his untouchable line, and anyone who dared to cross it would face his wrath. He turned to Li Shinran, his tone slightly softer. "Miss Li, I know you're a friend of Ye's, but I hope you'll refrain from asking him about the national team in the future." Li Shinran nodded quickly. "Okay, I understand." Klopp nodded in satisfaction and then changed the subject. "Honestly, if I were Low, I would personally invite you to join the national team. That way, I wouldn't have to choose between Gomez and Podolski." This statement dropped like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the room astonished. Did Klopp really believe that Yi Chen's skills surpassed those of Gomez and Podolski? As the crowd was left in confusion, Klopp's lips curled into a confident smile. "Don't doubt my words. Go ask Low if he wants Yi Chen on the German national team, and you'll have your answer." He paused, a sly glint in his eye. "Oh, and for the next match, Dortmund will do everything to help Yi set his personal Guinness World Record." After the press conference ended, Klopp quietly added, "P.S. Please give a thumbs up and a 5-star review. Writing isn't easy." And just to be clear, the protagonist hasn't joined the Chinese national team. After the post-match press conference, the journalists were beaming with satisfaction. Some were so eager to share the breaking news that they didn't even leave the venue. Headlines quickly exploded online. Yi It's not that I don't want to represent my country, they just don't appreciate me. How strong is China's national football team? Yi, who set records in the Bundesliga, didn't make the cut. Shocking. Makino Tsuyoshi leaves the Bundesliga, 17 forwards in tears. Klopp. Yi is better than Gomez and Podolski. Ask Low if you don't believe me. Yi-chun. 4 hat-tricks don't set a record? Then I'll make it 5. Yi-chun. I disdain to be associated with the Chinese Football Association. In just a few minutes, the press conference had unleashed a series of bombshells. However, as soon as Yi-chun returned to the locker room, uniformed officials escorted him away. Not just him, but the team's assistant coach, Buvak, was also taken. Coach Solbakken of Cologne has lodged a complaint with the committee alleging you used banned substances. So the officials need to conduct a urine test, Buvak explained as they walked. Yi-chun couldn't help but laugh. They can't accept defeat, can they? If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. It's just that. He suddenly recalled the stringent procedures of Bundesliga urine tests, especially the constant supervision during sample collection. Luckily, he was naturally gifted. Or he might have felt inferior in front of Europeans. Although this was just a routine urine test, common in major tournaments like the Euros and the World Cup, the news of Yi-chun being taken away spread quickly. While in the Bundesliga it was business as usual, the photos told a different story back home. Shocking. Yi-chun caught using banned substances, arrested by the German Football Association. The real reason behind Yi-chun's 12 goals in 4 matches. Photographic evidence. Still cheering for Yi-chun? Come see his true colors. These malicious reports instantly flooded the domestic internet, causing an uproar. Fans who were still exhilarated from Dortmund's match were suddenly stunned. Even the aggressive commentators on the Football Association's website were left bewildered. Meanwhile, in the Football Association's office building, a portly middle-aged man with a cigar in his hand wore a confident smile. See? Once I step in, the problem is solved. You're amazing as always, brother-in-law. This move is brilliant. Tanbing gave a thumbs up. But where did these photos come from? None of the newspapers had them yet. I sent Wang Bo to Germany. What? Why did Brother Bo go to Germany? To keep an eye on that kid Yi-chun, of course. Liang Kailai squinted, his tone malicious. If he makes things difficult for me, I won't let him have it easy either. Having no friends back home, Yi-chun only learned about this an hour later from Li Xinran. Li Xinran had already informed the headquarters about the urine test, but there was no response or report from home. This made her feel uneasy, especially with the negative online sentiment towards Yi-chun. I knew Chinese players couldn't be that good. Wow. No wonder he's so strong. It's because of drugs. Even the Medicine King would bow to him. Speaking of Medicine King, it has to be Chuang Zhan. I can't believe I was a fan of a drug user. I'm returning my Dortmund jersey. Many people started spreading the narrative, but there were also die-hard supporters of Yi-chun. Come on, haven't you noticed that all these reports are from small tabloids? Not a single reputable sports paper has picked it up, blowing things out of proportion with baseless rumors. I'm really speechless. Those who want to unfollow, please do so quickly. Yi-chun doesn't need such fans. Wait for the official statement. We're all adults here. Learn to distinguish between true and false news. Supporters of Yi-chun and the detractors began a heated argument. In the midst of this fierce debate, more explosive news surfaced online. Yi-chun. I disdain to be associated with the Chinese Football Association. Yi-chun. I'll join the national team if the association reforms. Yi-chun's first comments on returning to the national team. If the association doesn't reform, I won't come back. These reports came from abroad, accompanied by videos of Yi-chun's interviews with translations. Fans were instantly thrilled. Don't join such a national team, please. Play in Germany for 4 years and get German citizenship. As long as you don't join the national team, I'll support you forever. Yi-chun, you're doing great. Support you always. Yi-chun, you're not fighting alone. However, as soon as the press conference video surfaced, the Football Association also took action. The Football Association FA issued a brief yet stern statement regarding the disciplinary action against player Yi-chun. During his stint abroad, Yi-chun not only failed to train and compete seriously but also engaged in a premature romantic relationship before turning 18, negatively influencing young fans. Moreover, he made false statements at a post-match press conference, severely damaging the FA's reputation. Consequently, the FA decided to impose a severe 3-year ban on Yi-chun, affecting his participation in all national team competitions. This brief announcement hit the football community like a bombshell, causing a massive uproar. Yi-chun promptly responded, harshly criticizing the FA's decision. The FA, in turn, retaliated with an equally strong stance. The relationship between the two parties instantly became tense and irreconcilable. However, the FA remained confident amid the turmoil. To them, Yi-chun was merely a minor player who couldn't stir up much trouble. They believed that a 17-year-old player focusing more on romance than improving his skills was indeed against the values held by most domestic fans. Despite this, There are undeniable differences between domestic and international environments. Abroad, it's not uncommon for athletes to become parents at 18. For example, Raheem Sterling became a father at 17, and Phil Foden had a 2-year-old daughter by the age of 20. In foreign countries, dating or early parenthood isn't criticized. The only taboo is not to follow the egregious behavior of someone like Mason Greenwood. When Yichun and Lena's relationship was revealed, foreign fans did not condemn them. Instead, they admired their childhood romance. Especially when Lena shared their love story on Instagram. It evoked a wave of envy and admiration. In contrast, this was seen as a negative example domestically, which is why the FA focused their criticism on it. Logically, Yichun's fans should have rallied in his defense after the FA statement. However, the backlash was surprisingly subdued, likely influenced by the Bundesliga committee's arrest incident. Many began to believe the rumors of Yichun using drugs. Some fans even decided that if these rumors were confirmed, they would immediately withdraw their support. However, the Bundesliga's official drug test results would take time, and Yichun remained unaware of this. At this point, having a strong support team became crucial. In this confrontation, the FA seemed to have the upper hand. In the FA U17 head coach's office, Liang Kailai was in high spirits, opening a bottle of 1982 Lafite gifted by a player's father, and shared it with Tan Bing. Liang Kailai smugly said, "Don't worry, as long as there's any news about Yichun, we'll be the first to know. With the advantage of being proactive, we'll remain invincible." Tan Bing, however, looked worried and had no interest in the wine. He said anxiously, "But this is ultimately false news. When the Bundesliga's results come out, won't the fans crash the FA's website?" Liang Kailai shook his head with a smile. "You're still too young. Remember, people only believe what they want to believe. Do you think it's reasonable for a 17-year-old Chinese player to score 12 goals in 4 Bundesliga matches? But what if the drug test comes back clean?" Tan Bing still had concerns. "No problem. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will inevitably grow unless..." Liang Kailai deliberately paused. "Unless what?" "Unless he can maintain his performance and dominate the Bundesliga." Liang Kailai laughed. "But do you think that's possible? Even Ronaldo and Messi have goal droughts. How could he do better? Once Bundesliga teams start studying him, he won't last long." Tan Bing suddenly understood. "Brother-in-law, this is brilliant." Liang Kailai leisurely swirled his wine glass and continued. "Haven't you noticed that fewer people are attacking the FA online now? I think many already believe that Yichun's performance is due to drug use. So, what should we do now? Get those sports newspapers that haven't published anything to run stories on this. Amplify the impact." Liang Kailai said seriously. "Let more people know about his drug use." Tan Bing nodded immediately. "Got it. I'll get on it right away." Liang Kailai took another sip of wine and muttered to himself. "Gifted Lafite always tastes better than what you buy yourself. If I can't win on the field, how could I not handle a snot-nosed kid?" Watching the confident and strategic Liang Kailai, Tan Bing couldn't help but marvel. This brother-in-law is truly deep and cunning. Sports Weekly's shocking revelation. Yichun suspected of using banned substances, Bundesliga committee launches investigation. This news exploded like a bomb, causing a massive uproar in the football world. Hot on its heels, European Football News reported that Yichun was taken away for questioning by Bundesliga officials in uniform at 6 p.m. local time in Germany, suspected of doping. This cast a shadow over Yichun's true capabilities. Daily Goal added fuel to the fire, providing a detailed account of how this 17-year-old Chinese prodigy dominated the Bundesliga, scoring 12 goals in 4 consecutive matches, tying with Huntelaar at the top of the scorers list. However, the investigation by the Bundesliga committee cast a pall over his impressive record. As more and more reputable sports media joined the coverage, many fans began to waver. Online comments were rife with skepticism. How can a Chinese player score so many goals in the Bundesliga? Yichun never had much talent. He couldn't even make it in Manchester United's U18 matches. Now he's suddenly amazing in the Bundesliga? His body is probably wrecked by drugs. Some even joke that he might be taking Viagra, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Amidst the swirling rumors, Yichun was leisurely watching a football match at home abroad. Schalke 04's game had just ended, with Huntelaar scoring twice to reclaim the top spot on the scorers list, tying with Yichun. Bayern Munich's match was underway, and the players were brimming with confidence before kickoff. However, by the 23rd minute, Hannover 96 had taken the lead. At the 28th minute, Bayern's main center-back, Boateng, was red-carded for a malicious foul, making the situation even more dire. Yichun and his girlfriend Lena were chatting and eating fruit, discussing whether Bayern would lose the match. Lena, showcasing her deep understanding of the Bundesliga, mentioned Hannover's previous 21 victory over Dortmund and the subsequent tactical criticisms aimed at Dortmund and Klopp. Just then, Yichun's phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID showed it was Li Xinran, which surprised him. Li Xinran informed him that photos of his urine test had been leaked online, with domestic media sensationalizing the story, claiming he was being investigated for doping. She also said she planned to resign and might not interview Yi Chen anymore. Faced with this sudden news, Yi Chen remained calm and thanked Li Shinran for the information. He thought to himself that this might be another one of the Football Association's underhanded tactics. Although he was somewhat surprised by Li Shinran's decision to resign, Yi Chen respected her choice and simply bid her farewell. In the midst of this complex situation, Yi Chen maintained his carefree attitude. He understood well that life is short, and there's no need to be overly troubled by external disturbances. Do what you think is right. Yi Chen took a deep breath and decided to face the impending storm head-on. He had already anticipated various scenarios when answering the Football Association's questions, so there was no need to be evasive now. Life would be too exhausting if one constantly worried about every little thing. After hanging up Li Shinran's call, Yi Chen opened WeChat. The screen was filled with dozens of screenshots sent by Li Shinran, all from well-known sports media outlets in China. The wording of these seasoned journalists was astonishingly precise. Phrases like suspected, seems, and no conclusive evidence were everywhere, cleverly linking the doping suspicions to Yi Chen. Even though Yi Chen was innocent, such media bombardment could inevitably make people doubt him. Yi Chen casually opened Weibo, and sure enough, his name was at the top of the trending list. What was even more laughable was that the next trending topic wasn't about his record-breaking 4 hat-tricks in the Bundesliga, but rather the doping speculations. This was undoubtedly a reputation crisis that, if not handled carefully, could have a significant impact on him. However, Yi Chen remained surprisingly calm in the face of this storm. He casually explained to the curious Lena beside him, "It's no big deal, just because I said in an interview that I wouldn't join the Football Association, and now they're trying to smear me back home." Having lived through so much, he knew the importance of staying composed in a crisis, especially since there was really nothing to panic about. Yi Chen opened his system interface and saw that the number of his diehard fans had indeed stopped rising. His stellar performance against Cologne had attracted many new fans, but now there was a sudden halt. Clearly, this incident had an impact. However, Yi Chen wasn't worried. He believed that true fans would stand the test. As for those who unfollowed him, losing them wasn't a big deal. Nonetheless, this matter still needed to be handled properly. Yi Chen logged into his long-unused Weibo account and posted an update. "Heard that I took banned substances and got detained by the Bundesliga committee? Looking for a way to clear my name. Online now, pretty urgent." As soon as this Weibo post went live, it exploded on the internet. The comments section was instantly flooded with replies. Excited. Yi Chen is back. You finally found your Weibo password. Yi Chen? Sounds pretty cool. What's going on? Explain it clearly. Those haters are disgusting. Bro Chun, come out and slap them in the face. Some keyboard warriors have been kneeling for so long they can't stand up anymore. Always support you. I believe you were framed. A user named Li Yin Loves Zajiamian commented, "If it's Yi Chen, being soft is acceptable too." Yi Chen curiously clicked on the profile picture of a user named Wu Yun from Wanri Square and found it was a photo of a sexy girl. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What a perv. Yi Chen glanced at the comments section, noticing a mix of support and criticism. He couldn't help but frown. It seemed this batch of netizens was too easily swayed. A few photos and some comments from influencers and sports media had stirred up such a storm. Despite not believing in the saying "rumors stop at the wise," Yi Chen decided to clarify things. He posted a statement on his social media. "In the Bundesliga, it's common to randomly select players for a urine test after each match. Due to my outstanding performance, I was chosen by Cologne's head coach, Stale Solbakken, for sampling. This was my first urine test in the Bundesliga, and it was indeed memorable. The results are out, and everything is normal, much to the disappointment of some who dislike me. Thanks to the fans who spoke up for me and supported me. Don't forget to tune in to my next match, the second round of the DFB Pokal on October 26th, where we'll face Dynamo Dresden at home." Yi Chen also attached 2 photos of himself watching the game with Lena. Sharpied fans noticed that Lena was wearing a Bayern Munich jersey. This little surprise made Yi Chen overjoyed, and the concert that night was particularly lively. This controversy undoubtedly boosted Yi Chen's popularity and conveniently overshadowed the news of his 3-year suspension by the Football Association. Yi Chen made no mention of this, focusing solely on his career. The next morning, despite some muscle soreness, Yi Chen got up early for his daily training. After a 10-kilometer run, he sat on a stone bench by the lake, claiming his reward for the previous day's match. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an 11 skill card. Robin's cut inside. Yi Chen was stunned and incredulously confirmed, "System, is Robin's cut inside really just an 11 skill?" The system explained, "The skill you obtained is a level, but it can be upgraded to S level or even SS level through training. If you acquire similar skill cards in the future, they can be merged and upgraded. The specific method is for the host to explore." Receiving this skill made Yi Chen tremble with excitement. Robin's cut inside is a legendary move in football. Everyone knows he's going to cut inside. yet they can't stop him. Once he enters the Robin corridor, it's like he's in invincible mode. Yichen recalled that classic Champions League final night. Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich battled until the 88th minute, with the score tied at 11. In the 89th minute, Ribery deftly controlled the ball at the edge of the penalty area and backheeled it, which then touched Piszczek's right foot, landing at Robin's feet. Robin's cut inside was like a sharp scalpel, precisely slicing through Dortmund's defense. Hummel's and Subotic's double team became the backdrop for his legendary moment. Finally, Robin pushed the ball with his left foot from 7 meters out, and it slowly rolled into the net. This decisive goal not only won Bayern the Champions League, but also made Robin's cut inside a football legend. Yichen took a deep breath and opened his personal panel. He was surprised to find that his dribbling attribute had increased by 5 points, while his speed and shooting remained unchanged. System, why are you so stingy? Yichen muttered in dissatisfaction. The system calmly responded, skill cards only automatically adapt to the minimum requirements. The limit for an A-level skill card's enhancement is 85. Yichen had yet to realize how precious this 5-point increase was. His football journey had just begun, and many more surprises awaited him in the future. To achieve these 5 improvements, it typically takes at least 6 months to a year. As the numbers go up, the training difficulty increases accordingly. Making a direct 5-point improvement is already an impressive feat. As Yichen was communicating with the system, his phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Boss. What's up? Where are you now? Klopp's voice came through the line. By the lake, just finished my morning run. Yichen quickly replied. Perfect timing, come back quickly. I'm waiting at your doorstep. Klopp's voice was urgent. Puzzled, Yichen hurried back to his villa. When he arrived at the gate, he saw Klopp pacing back and forth anxiously. Boss, what's so urgent? Yichen asked, still sweating from his run. Klopp grabbed Yichen's arm excitedly and said, You've made it big. Yichen responded with a hint of pride. I've been pretty popular lately, you know? I'm currently the top scorer in the Bundesliga. Klopp shook his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Not just the Bundesliga, but all of Europe. This morning, 6 major clubs, including Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, have officially made offers for you. They all want to sign you in the winter transfer window. That's sudden. Yichen was taken aback and then asked, Is Manchester United one of them? Yes. Klopp confirmed with a broad smile, and their offer is the highest. How much is the transfer fee? Yichen pressed. £30 million. Klopp announced excitedly. Yichen gasped in disbelief, repeating, Did you say £30 million? Are you sure? 30 million? Yes. Klopp nodded emphatically. Ferguson, that old fox, says he doesn't want you. But his actions speak otherwise. Yichen's mind raced as he calculated the significance of this transfer fee. Manuel Neuer's transfer from Schalke 04 to Bayern Munich was €18.5 million, roughly £15.7 million. This meant Yichen's value was equivalent to nearly 2 Neuers. Yichen couldn't help but imagine, if converted into in-game units of satisfaction, what an astonishing number that would be. The 2011 transfer market was buzzing with excitement. Yichen stood on the edge of this noisy stage, staring in disbelief as his market value skyrocketed. Names of football giants like Ibrahimovic, Aguero, Mata, Sanchez, Eto'o, and Fabregas shone on the transfer list. Yet here he was, a newcomer who had played only 4 professional matches, ranking 4th with a transfer fee of 30 million. Yichen rubbed his eyes and confirmed the astonishing figure once again. His transfer fee was just behind Aguero's 45 million, Pastor's 43 million, and Falcao's 40 million. What was even more surprising was that Aguero, the highest-priced player, cost only 5 million more than him. Manchester City had paid 35 million plus 3 million in add-ons for Aguero. Is this real? Yichen muttered to himself, recalling Aguero's impressive track record before joining Manchester City. In contrast, he was just a rookie who had barely stepped onto the professional field, yet Manchester United was willing to offer such a staggering amount for him. It felt like a dream, too unbelievable to be true. As Yichen was still lost in his shock, the manager's summons interrupted his thoughts. Filled with questions, he got into Klopp's car, constantly wondering, was the manager blinded by money and eager to push through the transfer, or was there something else behind it? The car smoothly headed towards Dortmund when Klopp suddenly spoke. I think you should get a professional agent. Those words struck Yichen like a bolt of lightning, jolting him awake. As someone with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he understood the importance of an agent. But he had always thought he wasn't strong enough yet to attract a top-tier agent. However, the current situation had completely changed his perspective. Yichen recalled his recent experiences. If he had a professional agent team, he wouldn't have had to wait for a call from Li Shinran to learn about the false news online. As his fame rose, various brand endorsements and business collaborations would follow, not to mention future contract negotiations. As a player who had just entered the professional arena, he indeed needed to focus his energy on matches and training. What are top agents like Raiola and Mendes doing? Yichen muttered to himself. After so many games, can't they see my potential? This is so unprofessional. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen turned to Klopp and said, "Okay, I'll take care of it as soon as possible." Then, Yichen's thoughts drifted to the complex process of player transfers in Europe. He knew that transfers mainly involved two stages. First, clubs making offers to each other, and only after agreement could they approach the player. Second, negotiating the player's contract. Of course, there were always unwritten rules, like clubs contacting agents first and negotiating secretly. Thinking about his apprentice contract with Manchester United, Yichen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Back then, he could be forced to terminate the contract for just 2,000, a trivial amount for Manchester United but a huge blow to him. However, Yichen was no longer the helpless boy he once was. He had fallen deeply in love with Dortmund, not just because of his unfinished tasks, but because it was the best place for him. Dortmund was not only last season's Bundesliga champion, but also the best team in Europe for young players to develop. Yichen looked around and thought of Dortmund's current main lineup: the 23-year-old Shinji Kagawa, Perisic, and Lewandowski, and the 19-year-old Götze. This young and vibrant team was the stage of his dreams. Moreover, the atmosphere within the Dortmund team is brimming with youthful energy. Both Ilkay Gundogan and Sven Bender are only 22 years old, and the entire team radiates vibrant vitality. Jurgen Klopp's trust in young players is evident in his decision to field 17-year-old Yichen without hesitation, even during challenging times for the team. This approach starkly contrasts with the conventional strategy of other coaches, who typically only give young players a hurried appearance in the last 15 minutes of a match, leaving little room for impact. However, Yichen's performance has far exceeded expectations. In just 4 matches, major clubs are willing to offer a staggering $30 million for him. This naturally leads to speculation. If he can play 10 or 20 matches, even if he can't maintain his current astonishing average of 3 goals per game, scoring just 1 goal every 2 games would still make him a standout in European football. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Hans-Joachim Watzke immediately called for a meeting with Klopp and Yichen. He is eager to sign Yichen to a new contract with a release clause of at least 100 million, as the current 50 million clause seems too vulnerable. A gentle knock on the office door was followed by Klopp and Yichen entering the room. Yichen was taken aback to find 2 additional, yet unsurprising, guests alongside Watzke. "Yichen, let me introduce you," Watzke said with a broad smile. "This is Mr. Raiola." Yichen extended his hand. "Hello, sir." Raiola beamed. "Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a player agent and am very excited about the possibility of working with you." Yichen nodded in response. "I'm looking forward to it as well." Watzke continued. "And this is Mr. Mendes." Mendes flashed his characteristic smile. "Mr. Yi, it's an honor. I've watched your match footage, including your training sessions. Your performance is truly remarkable. I believe you have the potential to become a world-class player." Yichen politely replied. "Thank you, Mr. Mendes." At this point, Raiola couldn't help but mutter, "Jorge, you said the same thing about Ronaldo last time." The competitive tension between the two agents was already apparent, making the atmosphere instantly more delicate. In the world of football, when mentioning agents, the first names that come to mind are Mendes and Raiola. They are undoubtedly the 2 most successful agents in the sport, each managing the careers of a host of top stars. Mendes' star client is Cristiano Ronaldo, whose influence is so significant that 80 of the Portuguese national team are Mendes clients. Additionally, the legendary manager Jose Mourinho is also under Mendes' wing. Recently, Mourinho experienced a dramatic career shift. He was sacked by Tottenham just 2 days before the League Cup final, only to take over as Roma's head coach 15 days later. At Roma, he led the team to win the inaugural Europa Conference League, becoming the first coach in history to win all 3 major European competitions. This series of rapid and successful transitions showcases Mendes' extensive network, influence, and adept maneuvering within the football world. Meanwhile, Raiola manages a roster of top-tier players, including Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Erling Haaland, Paul Pogba, and the highly valued goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma. Raiola's style is markedly different. He is seen as an angel by his players, but is often a thorn in the side of major clubs. To maximize his players' benefits, he does not hesitate to offend big-name managers like Ferguson, Guardiola, and Klopp. He once bluntly called Guardiola a dog, a harsh stance that drew criticism but earned the trust of his players. When Mario Balotelli's house caught fire, the first person he thought to call was Raiola, not the police, highlighting Raiola's significant role in his clients' lives. Raiola's success lies in his clear understanding of who his clients are and for whom he fights. He disregards external opinions, focusing solely on securing the best possible deals for his players. He often tells his players, "You just keep running, and I'll make you the best in the world." This philosophy was evident in Pogba's 2016 return to Manchester United. The 105 million transfer not only set a world record at the time, but also earned Raiola an astonishing 49 million in commissions, including 25 million from Juventus, 22 million from Manchester United, and 2 million from Pogba himself. This exemplifies how top agents can achieve win-win scenarios in complex negotiations. However, the contrasting styles of Mendes and Raiola lead to different outcomes. Mendes orchestrated Ronaldo's departure from Manchester United, leaving the club with a 96 million transfer fee, ensuring many fans still fondly remember Ronaldo. In contrast, Donnarumma, despite enjoying a high salary at PSG, left AC Milan in a manner that angered many Milan fans. Ibrahimovic also earned the label mercenary due to his frequent transfers. Against this backdrop, Yi Chun, a Chinese player, understands the importance of harmony brings wealth. He secretly decided that if he were ever to leave Borussia Dortmund, he would do so gracefully. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, knowing that his unique experiences taught him not to entrust his future to others lightly unless they truly earned his trust. After a brief introduction, Dortmund CEO Watzke proposed that Raiola and Mendes each have 10 minutes alone with Yi Chun, after which Yi Chun would make his choice. Taking advantage of this time, Watzke planned to discuss offers from several major clubs with Klopp. Raiola quickly volunteered to speak with Yi Chun first, believing in the importance of striking early. Mendes, showing his gentlemanly demeanor, agreed to let Raiola go first. However, this did not mean he was giving up. On the contrary, he was determined to secure this deal. Mendes was well aware of the vast potential of the Chinese market and believed that Yi Chun's influence in China could even surpass that of Ronaldo. This deep-rooted connection was irreplaceable. If Yi Chun continued to perform well, he would undoubtedly become a standout figure in Asian football. In the private meeting room, Raiola looked Yi Chun in the eye and got straight to the point. Before I introduce myself, I want to understand you first. Yi Chun smiled and nodded, signaling him to continue. Raiola put away his smile, took out a prepared notebook, and asked, "Do you have a specific plan for your career?" "Of course," Yi Chun replied, ready to share his thoughts. At this moment, not only was Yi Chun choosing an agent, but Raiola was also carefully selecting his potential client. Their conversation would determine an important partnership in the future of football. "This is inherently a process of mutual selection," Yi Chun said calmly. "Firstly, I hope to secure a stable position on the field and aim for a starting spot this season. Secondly, I want to help the team defend the Bundesliga title. Personally, my goal is to compete for the Bundesliga Golden Boot." Raiola's mouth twitched in disbelief as he asked, "Are you sure you want to go for the Bundesliga Golden Boot at just 17? I thought people from China were more modest." Yi Chun remained unfazed and replied, "Isn't my performance enough to aim for the Golden Boot?" His confidence stemmed from scoring 12 goals in 4 matches. Raiola, slightly annoyed but still pressing on, asked, "All right, if you win the Bundesliga title with the team, would you consider moving to another club within 3 years? Do you have any preferred leagues or teams?" He was calculating that the sooner a player prepares for the next transfer, the more commission he could earn. Yi Chun sensed Raiola's skepticism but didn't mind. After all, the agent didn't know he had the football god system. From this brief conversation, Yi Chun had already made his decision. "Sorry, I don't think we're a good fit." Yi Chun interrupted Raiola. "Thank you for coming all this way, but this conversation is over." Raiola frowned, his chubby face full of confusion. "Why? Yi, I think you need to stop bragging. Hard work is the key to success. Although you've had a good season, aiming for the Bundesliga Golden Boot is unrealistic. Other teams will figure out your playing style, and you'll struggle in the Bundesliga. Scoring even 20 goals would be a challenge." Listening to Raiola's long-winded speech, Yi Chun shook his head internally. He knew that adults need to learn how to say no. It's like when a woman lists a bunch of conditions during a blind date and says she might compromise should the man just accept it. "You might settle for me, but I can't settle for you." "Yeah, sure," Yi Chun responded dismissively, having already decided to end this meaningless conversation. These people always like to define Yi Chun with their preconceived notions. They believe that if others can't do something, then Yi Chun certainly can't either. But they forget one thing. You never know the true potential of a dark horse. Raiola's judgment wasn't entirely unfounded. After all, Yi Chun came from China, a football desert where it's hard to find 11 top players among a population of 1.4 billion. However, there was another big reason behind his pursuit of Yi Chun: the immense potential of the Chinese market. At this moment, the internet was abuzz with talk about Yi Chun being the Yao Ming of football, set to ignite a football craze in China. But Yi Chun wasn't getting carried away. Instead, he was just looking for a like-minded and genuinely supportive professional agent. When Mendes saw Yi Chun coming out of the room, he looked surprised. "Oh, done already?" But inside, he was secretly pleased. "Yes, Raiola is out." Jorge Mendes turned to Raiola and said, "I have to tell you, he's a delusional egomaniac. A player like that will never succeed." Raiola frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "Whatever, you guys talk." With that, he turned and left. Yi Chun remained calm about the situation. He understood why Raiola was upset. After all, the man had flown in from another country to Dortmund, waited in the office early in the morning without even sleeping, only to get this result. But Yi Chen thought to himself, how can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Mendez chuckled and said to Yi Chen, I think you should change your mindset. A player's ambition can be their driving force. Raiola looked at Mendez in shock. You have no shame. Is this how you used to flatter Ronaldo? No, no, no. I'm just stating a fact. Mendez smiled confidently. Trust my judgment. You will become an unbelievable star in the football world. Remember, the entire football world. You talk about Ronaldo, I might believe you, but him? Raiola raised an eyebrow. Mendez, don't lose your dignity as a top agent just for the Chinese market. Mendez remained silent, thinking, making money, no shame in that. When Mendez first heard about Yi Chen, he was only interested in the Chinese market behind him. But after watching Dortmund's match against Cologne yesterday afternoon, he saw a young man running wild on the pitch, giving his all for every goal. That image gradually overlapped with another young man in his memory, Cristiano Ronaldo. They both had an almost obsessive desire for goals. That final goal ignited a fire in Mendez's heart, making him feel a rush of excitement. With Ronaldo joining Real Madrid, Mendez needed a new star. Seeing Yi Chen sprinting on the field, he realized this wasn't just a new star, but a new golden star. Do you really think that highly of me? Yi Chen asked. Of course. I'll show you my sincerity. Mendez replied with a smile. Actually, I'm looking for an agent. Yi Chen shrugged and pushed open the meeting room door. Are you sure you want to talk? Of course. Since I'm here. Mendez smiled and followed him in. Inside the room, Mendez, like Raiola, opened his briefcase and took out a contract. This is the contract I signed with Cristiano. You can take a look, he said with a smile. Friends close to Ronaldo call him Cristiano. Yi Chen was taken aback. Isn't this supposed to be confidential? Don't worry, I won't infringe on Cristiano's rights. Mendez said calmly. I'm ready to offer you a contract identical to his. This first statement was full of sincerity. This time, it was Yi Chen who couldn't stay calm. An identical contract to Ronaldo's? It must be a joke, right? Ronaldo, one of the greatest players of all time. The most influential player in football right now. Mendez was showing such immense sincerity from the start. The agent fee percentage was 2.75, and the commercial part was 10. This commission was already very low, leaving no room for negotiation. Yi Chen looked at Mendez and saw determination, willing to take a huge gamble based on just one match. But then he thought, even if he didn't make it, Mendez wouldn't lose much. Did he really need an agent right now? You can tell me your real thoughts. Even if we can't work together, I can still give you some advice, Mendez said with a smile. I do need a professional agent, but I'm not sure if I can trust you, Yi Chen admitted. Mendez explained seriously, the contract serves to bind both parties. I'll indeed make money from you, but most of that money comes from the club and other cooperating companies. My role is to provide professional guidance and help, including maximizing your commercial value and managing your wealth wisely to avoid devaluation. I know that, and I don't doubt your professionalism. Yi Chen nodded, but he still had reservations. Mendez wore a confident smile as he began to speak slowly. In our industry, there's a saying, leave professional matters to the professionals. Beyond contract renewals and commercial endorsements, we also specialize in handling the tax issues involved in transfers. His tone exuded expertise and patience. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of the football stars who had been embroiled in tax issues, with names like Neymar, Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo flashing through his mind. This was indeed a matter of concern for him. Mendez's eloquence was impressive, and his examples were vivid. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen's attitude began to shift subtly, and he decided to give Mendez a chance. All right, Yi Chen said thoughtfully, to protect both parties' interests, we can start with a short-term employment contract. If your performance satisfies me, I'll consider a long-term partnership. To be honest, Yi Chen had been feeling a bit overwhelmed by recent affairs. He preferred to spend his time on training and matches. At this moment, he had only one thought, to score a hat-trick in the upcoming DFB Pokal and break the Guinness World Record set by a Japanese player. Of course, Yi Chen harbored an even bigger ambition, wanted to score 4 or even 5 goals in a single match. That Japanese player, Masashi Nakayama, had scored 16 goals in 4 games, while Yi Chen had only 12. In his bones, Yi Chen was a competitive person, especially against these well-off guys, and he wanted to prove himself. Mendez didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and extended his hand. Looking forward to our cooperation, they decided to sign a 1-year contract first, with the option to terminate if either party was dissatisfied. This period would be enough to test Mendez's capabilities. Mendez was confident in his charm and skills. The first step is always the hardest, he thought. As long as I serve Yi Chen well, the contract renewal will naturally follow. After ironing out a few minor details, Yi Chen signed the contract in the presence of Klopp and Watzke. Soon, a Chinese name appeared on the Gestifute website, announcing, congratulations to Chinese player Chen Yi for signing an employment contract with Mendez. This news hit the football world like a thunderbolt. The hottest young striker in football teaming up with the most successful football agent was a dream collaboration that sent shockwaves through the entire sport. Mendes operations officially kicked off the moment the contract was signed. The most popular football websites exploded with excitement, with posts about Yichin's transfer sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. Manchester United offers 30 million for Dortmund star. Countdown to Ye's return to the theater of dreams. Mourinho. Yi is the forward every coach needs. Real Madrid welcomes you. Barca president. Signing Yi is to support Messi, not just for the Chinese market. Wenger. Yi is an exciting talent. He will definitely succeed in England. Meanwhile, 6 top clubs made offers for Yichin. Manchester United showed the strongest sincerity, while Bayern's offer was relatively conservative. In addition, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Arsenal, and Chelsea all offered 30 million. Behind this battle among the giants was an influential report by the magazine Kicker. As one of the most authoritative media outlets in German and European football, Kicker conducted an in-depth analysis of Yichin from various angles including his skills, future potential, and commercial value. Their conclusion: Yichin will become Asia's top superstar. However, Borussia Dortmund was not willing to let him go easily. The club's top management began to reassess the young player who had only been with them for a month, and even the team owner came personally to meet with Yichin. This was Yichin's first face-to-face conversation with the club owner, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. Nevertheless, the specifics of the transfer were fully entrusted to Mendes. Mendes' instructions were clear. Yichin should focus solely on training and not respond to any transfer-related questions, just wait for the results. Yichin was more than happy with this arrangement and concentrated entirely on the upcoming matches. Looking back at Yichin's contract with Dortmund, he signed a future star deal worth €1 million per year, on par with Götze. The contract also included attractive bonuses, such as 5,000 for making the Bundesliga team of the month. The Dortmund management probably never imagined that Yichin would fulfill these clauses so quickly. From the match against Augsburg, to Bremen, and then the recent game against Cologne, Yichin was named MVP in 3 consecutive games, scoring 3 hat-tricks and providing 1 assist. The 5,000 bonus was already a certainty, and there could be more to come. The remaining 2 matches this month are the second round of the DFB Pokal against Dynamo Dresden and an away game against Stuttgart. Klopp's strategy is to use a semi-reserve lineup in the cup match and field the main squad against Stuttgart. After all, Stuttgart is currently 5th in the league and is not to be underestimated. On the current Bundesliga standings, Bayern Munich firmly holds the top spot, while Dortmund, thanks to Yichin's strong performances, has reclaimed 2nd place. 3rd place is occupied by Dortmund's archrival, Schalke 04, led by striker Huntelaar. 4th place is held by Hannover 96, the dark horse team that beat Dortmund 21 at the start of the season and recently defeated Bayern 21. The upcoming match against Stuttgart in the 11th round is undoubtedly the highlight of the round. Meanwhile, at Rudolf Harbig Stadion, Dynamo Dresden's head coach Ralf Loos was sternly showing his players a post-match interview clip of Yichin. When it reached the part where Yichin said, 5 consecutive games should be a bit better than 4, right? Ralf Loos paused the video. Did you all hear what he said? Ralf Loos asked through gritted teeth, then replayed the clip. Look closely and remember this guy. He is the hottest new talent in the Bundesliga right now, scoring hat-tricks in 4 consecutive games. But he wants to make history by stepping over us. Do you agree with that? Are you willing to be the stepping stone for his bragging rights? His voice grew louder, his eyes bulging as he stared at his players. Dynamo Dresden was newly promoted to the 2. Bundesliga last season. The team underwent significant changes and has been performing well in the league. Especially since October, their form has been consistently improving. On October 2nd, they won 42 away against 1860 Munich. In their last 2 Bundesliga match, they cleanly defeated Eintracht Braunschweig 20. The team is on the right track. Initially, Ralf Loos had planned to give up on the DFB Pokal match against Dortmund. But now, his attitude seemed to have subtly changed. Ralf Raus's interview infuriated the veteran coach. On the training ground, he shouted sternly, "We can lose, but we must never be the backdrop for someone else's record-breaking." His words were like sparks falling onto dry wood, instantly igniting the players' emotions. "Boss, let's take them down. Let's show them the strength of a Bundesliga team. This isn't China. It's not a place for him to show off." The players were fired up, their shouts echoing around. Ralf Raus nodded slightly, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "The coaching staff and I have analyzed Ye's last game. Beating Dortmund is tough, but containing Yichin is not impossible. I've named this strategy Chop Yi. Who cares about the strategy, just don't let him set any records. Yeah, we're not that easy to bully. Boss, we'll follow whatever plan you have." Seeing the players' high spirits, Ralf felt a surge of joy. He recalled Yichin's performance in the last match against Cologne, 3 goals and an assist, clearly becoming the core of Dortmund's attack. If they could contain Yichin, Dortmund's offense would surely struggle. Ralph's ambition burned within him. They say a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. What kind of coach doesn't want to win? Cup games are always full of surprises. Even European giants can stumble. He fantasized about the silent Westfalen Stadion, the most passionate stadium in Europe, and trembled with excitement. However, Ralph didn't share these grand ambitions with the players. He cleverly used their anger towards Yichun to fuel their fighting spirit while preparing to implement a strategy similar to Chelsea's against Barcelona in the Champions League. Meanwhile, at Dortmund's training ground, the players were also engrossed in their routine practice. Klopp called Yichun aside, his tone filled with anticipation. Yi, I plan to make you the tactical core for the next game. Yichun was taken aback. Huh? Klopp raised an eyebrow and asked, what's the matter? Is there a problem? No, boss. Yichun quickly shook his head, feeling the blood boil within him. Klopp explained, our opponent in the German Cup isn't strong, so it's a great chance to try new tactics. If it works well, we can unleash a yellow whirlwind in the Champions League for the rest of the season. Yichun was thrilled. Since joining Dortmund, he had made steady progress, from a substitute in his first match to a starter in his fourth, and now the tactical core. Every game was a step forward. He resolved to keep this momentum going, never stopping. Yichun threw himself into training, his jersey soaked with sweat. During a brief break, he finally claimed the golden starter chest. He had planned to open it during his morning training, but Klopp had interrupted him. The system did not grant any extra rewards for starting 2 games earlier than expected, which didn't surprise Yichun. Staring at the golden chest in his mind, his heart raced. Yichun knew his skills were crucial to his performance, but he still wasn't strong enough. There were many fast players in football, but few had become superstars solely based on speed. To become a football legend, improving his technical skills was essential. With a desire for technical skills, Yichun took a deep breath and mentally called the system to open the chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring this level skill. Penalty specialist. Yichun was stunned, questioning if the system was serious. The system coldly replied that all rewards were randomly drawn. Despite his disappointment, Yichun noticed a change on his attribute panel. His weaker foot's rating had increased from 3 to 4. This unexpected bonus made him accept the result with a smile, secretly hoping Klopp might let him take penalty kicks. Back on the training field, Yichun followed Klopp's instructions for positioning drills to prepare for the upcoming 433 formation. Little did Klopp know that their opponent, Ralph Russ, had already planned to assign 3 defensive midfielders to tightly mark Yichun, determined to stop him at any cost. On October 25th, the pre-match press conference for the second round of the German Cup took place as scheduled. The usually quiet venue was now crowded with reporters, all eager to catch wind of Yichun's transfer rumors. Klopp remained calm in front of the media, stating that he had discussed with the management and they would soon offer Yichun a contract extension. He firmly said, "You will start the match, and our entire team will do everything to help him make history." Meanwhile, Ralph Russ looked at the sea of reporters and felt a bit dazed. Was this the influence Yichun now wielded? A club from a small town of 50,000 people had drawn so much media attention for a second-round German Cup match. When asked if he planned to use foul tactics against Yichun, Ralph Russ sternly replied, "Of course not, he's just a 17-year-old kid. Besides, he's not Messi or Ronaldo. We have our ways to deal with him." Although Yichun's ability should not be underestimated, Ralph Russo still harbored some doubts, suspecting that Ye's reputation might be somewhat exaggerated. However, after several days of targeted training, Ralph felt more confident than ever. He secretly vowed to surprise everyone at the Westfalen Stadion. As the pre-match press conferences concluded, the internet buzzed with excitement. Opinions poured in from all sides. Klopp confidently declared, "He is happy at Dortmund and he's not leaving. His tactical importance will remain unchanged. He will be the future core player of Dortmund." Dynamo Dresden's head coach, on the other hand, issued a challenge. "We've found a way to deal with Yi." Ralph Russo was not to be outdone. "If you want to set a record, you'll have to get past US first. He's neither Messi nor Ronaldo." As the match approached, fans' emotions ran high, especially those from China. They took to the internet to discuss. "Sports Channel 5 isn't broadcasting tonight. Where can we watch? The match hasn't even started, and I'm already inexplicably nervous. I never used to watch the DFB Pokal, but now I can't wait. I haven't seen Yi for 3 days, and I'm already having withdrawals." Jean Jun will be live streaming on Penguin Live. He's Ye's #1 fan now. You have to do your best and slap that smug reporter in the face. My alarm is set. See you at 2 a.m. to witness history. Go Yichun. Meanwhile, at the Hilton Luxury Hotel in Dortmund, 2 elderly gentlemen were having a meaningful conversation. With a sly smile, Ferguson asked, "Old friend, are you sure you want to bring him back this way?" David Gill nodded firmly, his tone resolute. "I was the one who kicked him out, and now I want to personally bring him back." He paused and added, "I've been scolded by the boss more than once because of this." Ferguson sighed, somewhat wistfully. "But if we do this, I won't have the money to buy Van Persie. If only Glazer would give us more transfer funds. David Gill looked at his old partner in surprise. Didn't you say that with ye, we wouldn't need Van Persie? A crafty smile appeared on Ferguson's face. Well, adults sometimes want both, don't they? Reflecting on the past, Ferguson couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had once thought Yi Chun was just an average youth player and had casually criticized him. After all, Ferguson was famous for his hairdryer treatment in European football. But who could have predicted that Yi Chun would suddenly transform into one of Europe's hottest young strikers? What pained Ferguson even more was Manchester United's recent 16-home defeat to their city rivals, Manchester City. This loss made him wonder. If he had been in the starting lineup instead of Welbeck, would the outcome have been different? Every time he recalled Welbeck missing 2 clear chances, Ferguson's heart ached. If only I had chosen ye back then, Ferguson thought to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. On October 25th, at precisely 7 p.m. German time, the Dortmund team bus slowly entered the player tunnel of the Westfalenstadion. Outside the bus, throngs of fans had been waiting for a long time, their cheers rising and falling, creating a deafening roar. As the bus doors opened, the players filed out one by one. Kagawa. Over here. Captain. Look this way. Hey, Super Mario. Fans called out the names of their idols in waves. Suddenly, an even louder cheer erupted. Yi Chun appeared. Yi. Yi is here. Yi, don't leave us. Stay with the yellow and black. We love you, Yi. The fans' calls grew more fervent, their emotions running high. Facing the enthusiastic fans, Yi Chun simply gave a thumbs up before quickly following his teammates into the tunnel. His simple gesture sparked another round of cheers. Amidst this transfer saga, top clubs had sent evaluation teams to assess the feasibility and future benefits of the transfer from various professional angles. Manchester United was determined to acquire Yi Chun, with Ferguson personally bringing team manager David Gill to scout him. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain, which had just started splashing the cash, also showed a strong interest in Yi Chun. Head coach Antoine Kombouaré confidently stated in an interview that the club had prepared more funds than they did for signing Pastore, vowing to secure Yi Chun. For PSG, seeking to boost their global profile, Yi Chun was undoubtedly the best choice. They had no shortage of money but needed the world to see their spending power. Reports suggested that PSG was prepared to offer up to 50 million euros, which would directly trigger Yi Chun's release clause. If the deal went through, Yi Chun would break the record for the youngest player transfer fee. Besides Manchester United and PSG, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona were also eyeing Yi Chun. Barcelona, with its recent excellent performance and strong financial position, was a formidable competitor. Real Madrid's financial power was unquestionable. Bayern Munich, however, seemed to be struggling a bit after losing the Bundesliga title last season and performing poorly in the Champions League. However, these transfer rumors were still in the future. At this moment, a truly record-breaking event was about to unfold. Recently, there had been widespread online speculation about Japanese player Masashi Nakayama's Guinness World Record scoring 16 goals in 4 matches, completing 4 hat-tricks. This record had been officially recognized by Guinness. Today, fans were eagerly anticipating witnessing this historic moment being surpassed. The match had not yet begun, but the stadium was already packed. Players, having changed into their kits, came onto the field to warm up. Dortmund did not field their full-strength lineup today. The starting goalkeeper was Langerak, with a defense comprising Schmelzer, Hummels, Subotic, and Piszczek. The midfield trio consisted of Gundogan, Kell, and Sven Bender. Grosskreutz was positioned as the left winger, Götze as the right winger, and Yi Chun as the lone striker. Grosskreutz was assigned a free role, capable of playing any position except center-back. Initially, Klopp had intended for Shinji Kagawa to start, but due to some recent minor conflicts with Yi Chun, he ultimately decided against it. The conflict stemmed from the previous match against Cologne, where Yi Chun repeatedly humiliated opponent Tomoki Makino on the field and insulted him verbally afterward. This had sparked considerable discontent among Japanese fans towards Yi Chun. Of course, Yi Chun also had his supporters in Japan. Fans on both sides engaged in heated online debates, even touching on historical issues. To avoid potential negative impacts, Kagawa voluntarily asked Klopp not to participate in this match. After all, today Yi Chun was challenging a record held by a Japanese player, and Kagawa's presence might cause unnecessary controversy. Publicly, Klopp explained that Kagawa needed to prepare for the next league match, as their opponent Dresden was just a second-division team, and Dortmund did not need to exert full effort. When Yi Chun appeared on the sidelines, the fans erupted into screams. Scoring hat-tricks in 4 consecutive matches, Yi Chun had not only won over fans but also attracted the attention of top clubs. Yi Chun noticed many fans in the stands holding signs that read, "Chun-yi, don't leave Dortmund," their passion evident. Yi Chun simply clapped his hands and got into his warm-up routine. Götze, sitting next to him with an eager smile, said, "Yi, just focus on your positioning. I'll get the ball to you right away." Yi Chun gratefully replied, "Thanks." I'll make sure you get the assist. Götze's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's perfect, he added in a low voice. You know, an assist is worth 3,000 euros. As key players on the first team, they had bonuses for goals and assists written into their contracts. After warming up, the players returned to the locker room. Klopp gathered everyone together, his expression serious. We all know he has a world record to break in this match, but the team's victory comes first. If he is in a good position, pass him the ball. If not, look for your own opportunities. Understood? Understood. The players replied in unison. Klopp turned to Yi Chun, asking with concern, Yi, how are you feeling today? Feeling great. Yi Chun nodded confidently. He had just checked his condition and was at peak performance. He was eager to get on the field. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the stadium was heating up. The stands were nearly full, and the crowd interaction segment had begun. The big screen first showed Lena in the family section. She wore a Dortmund jersey with the number 16, tied at the waist to show off her stunning figure, drawing gasps from the crowd. The camera then panned to Mendez, who was seated next to three officials wearing uniforms and Guinness World Records badges. It then captured the faces of David Gill and Ferguson. But the notable attendees didn't stop there. PSG's head coach Kombouer and his assistant were also spotted in the stands. Surprisingly, Bayern Munich's head coach Hanks was present as well. Bayern had lost the league title last season, and new coach Andries Jonker was dismissed after just 2 months, prompting the return of the veteran Hanks, determined to bring Bayern back to the top. Faced with Dortmund's strong momentum, Bayern seemed to have devised a straightforward strategy. If you can't beat them, take their key players. In fact, in the following years, Bayern did poach Götze, Hummels, and Lewandowski from Dortmund. Since then, Dortmund hasn't been able to reclaim the league title. The fans in the stands are all set, and the atmosphere is electric. Among the visiting team supporters, the figures of Makino Tomoki, released by Cologne, and Taro Tano, journalist blacklisted by Dortmund, stand out. They are here today to witness whether Yi Chun can break the world record. The stage is set, and the venue is not only filled with numerous head coaches, but also some retired football stars and entertainment celebrities. If Yi Chun fails to score a hat-trick, his reaction will surely be memorable. The excitement surrounding this match has swept across Europe, as tonight involves a significant world record in football. The live director is in high spirits, constantly searching for celebrity faces among the over 80,000 spectators. The fans are very cooperative, shouting the names of stars as soon as they recognize them. Low, low, low. The appearance of the German national team coach has pushed the atmosphere to its peak. He is clearly here to scout Götze and Gundogan. As the match draws near, both coaches and substitute players are in position. At the players' tunnel, both teams are ready, waiting for the referee to lead them onto the field. Dortmund is wearing their yellow home jerseys, while Dresden is in their white away kits. The referee glances at the time and leads the teams out. The camera focuses on the tunnel as the commentator calls out the players' names one by one. Leading the way is our captain, Kell. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Penguin Sports. I'm your commentator for today's German Cup second-round match between Dortmund and Dresden, Jin Jun, and my co-commentator is Coach Zhang Lu. Jin Jun's voice spreads across every corner of China through the internet. Zhang Lu smiles and says, "Good early morning, everyone. I bet many fans are watching right now, right?" Jin Jun nods. There are currently 40 million viewers online, and I believe this number will rise once the match officially starts. Today is a crucial moment for Yi Chun. Zhang Lu sighs. I never thought I'd live to see a Chinese player soar in the Bundesliga. This is the happiest moment for me in years. Jin Jun adds, isn't it the happiest moment for all Chinese football fans? In the previous 4 matches, Yi Chun has had 3 substitute appearances and 1 start, scoring a hat-trick in each game, totaling 12 goals and 1 assist. This ties the record set by Japanese legend Masashi Nakayama, who also scored hat-tricks in 4 consecutive matches, but with 16 goals. However, if Yi Chun sets a new record today, Nakayama's Guinness World Record will be broken, and Yi Chun's name will enter the Guinness World Records database. Zhang Lu laughs. I hope he can perform well today and set a world record, but let's not put too much pressure on him. After all, the Bundesliga is not the J-League, and scoring 12 goals in 4 rounds is already unprecedented. Jin Jun agrees. Indeed. Let's hope Yi Chun stays healthy and continues to bring us more exciting matches. Zhang Lu suddenly asks, if the world record is broken, does he have to return the certificate to the committee? Jin Jun explains, no, the committee will present a new certificate to the record breaker. Mendez is sitting next to 3 Guinness committee staff members, and if Yi Chun breaks the record, he will receive the new certificate today. Zhang Lu's expression becomes serious. Although the opponent is a Bundesliga 2 team, they are not to be underestimated. Let's hope Yi Chun can shine. Jin Jun continues, Yi Chun has taken the field, and from the cheers of the crowd, we can tell he is warmly welcomed. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. On the pitch, Yi Chun steps onto the field with his team. As the match approaches, he feels a surprising sense of calm. He notices the Dresden players glancing at him, indicating that breaking the record tonight won't be easy. Yichun takes a deep breath as the system's prompt sounds in his mind. Ding! The main mission has been issued. Lead Dortmund to a victory over Dynamo Dresden by at least 3 goals. Successful completion of the mission will reward you with a silver chest. Upon hearing this, Yichun's expression became serious. This main mission was different from the usual. It wasn't just about winning, but winning by a margin of 3 goals or more. The silver chest reward hinted at the difficulty of the task. Initially confident, Yichun aimed to score 5 goals, but now it seemed even 3 would be a significant challenge. He took a deep breath and decided to focus on scoring goals step by step. As the music in the stadium began to play, players from both teams started to walk onto the pitch. Just then, the south stand lit up with dazzling fireworks, and a massive tifo slowly rose. In European football culture, a tifo is an important way for fans to show their support for the team, usually appearing during major matches and covering the entire stand. On this tifo, a handsome young Chinese boy was holding a Guinness World Record certificate. Chunyi, Chunyi, Chunyi. The fans chanted fervently, their voices growing louder and louder. Seeing such a grand tifo for the first time, Yichun was deeply moved. Seeing himself in the artwork, his eyes welled up, almost to the point of tears. Faced with such passionate support from the fans, he raised his hands high and looked around, acknowledging the crowd. For this match, I will give it my all. Yichun silently vowed to himself. The Dresden players were also affected by the scene. The atmosphere at Westfalen Stadion was like a nuclear bomb, and such a massive tifo always put immense psychological pressure on the visiting team. But they were not cowards. Instead, they were even more determined. So what if this is Westfalen Stadion? If you want to set a Guinness World Record, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. If you want to fight, then we will fight to the end. Both teams took their positions and set up their formations. Yichun stood behind the ball, facing Germany's talented player Mario Götze. The match was about to begin, and Yichun was determined to give it his all. The opportunity to set a world record was rare, especially breaking the record held by a player from Japan, which further fueled his fighting spirit. Although Yichun wasn't overly nationalistic, the mention of Japan always got him particularly fired up. It was a deep-seated resentment that made him grit his teeth involuntarily. Damn it! Beep. Yichun passed the ball to Götze and quickly sprinted forward. Götze received the ball and immediately passed it back to Gundogan. As Yichun sprinted, Dresden's defenders surged forward like a tide. Youth Academy midfielders Selejka and Arne Schultz closed in from the left and right, while Koch blocked Yichun's path, forming a wall. In the Penguin Sports live broadcast room, Jianjun smiled. The match has just started, and Yichun is already being marked by 2 midfielders. It looks like breaking the record today will be tough. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. If I were a Dresden player, I wouldn't let him break the Guinness record so easily either. Jianjun's smile faded. In the last match against Cologne, he was only marked by 1 player. Now they've put 2 on him. Isn't that a bit much? Zhang Lu hit the nail on the head. There's no choice. He scored 3 goals in the Bundesliga, and now he's playing in the 2nd division. If they don't mark him tightly, wouldn't he just score 5 or 6? Jianjun sighed. That does pose a problem. I've lived abroad, and they are very proud. They don't allow others to show off on their turf. Zhang Lu analyzed. Scoring hat-tricks in 4 consecutive games is already an achievement. The difficulty of the Bundesliga is way higher than the J-League. Scoring 16 goals in the J-League is much easier than Yichun's 12 in the Bundesliga. But the Guinness record only looks at the number of goals. This world record belongs solely to Masashi Nakayama. On the field, Yichun quickly realized something was wrong. The opposition wasn't using the usual unknown marking, but had assigned 2 players to tightly mark him. This meant that a teammate was definitely open. However, apart from forward Porter fighting alone, the other teammates had retreated to defend. Dresden set up an enhanced version of the super bus formation. Besides Selejka and Schultz shadowing Yichun, Koch was guarding the center, and wingers Fiel and Trojan had also retreated to the midfield to help defend. It was like parking a bus in front of the goal, with 2 ticket inspectors chasing Yichun. The fans in the stadium noticed this and began cheering for Yichun. However, 5 minutes passed, and Yichun hadn't created a single decent chance. At 2 minutes and 32 seconds, Yichun dropped back to receive the ball. Selejka and Schultz immediately followed, one sticking close to Yichun's back, the other ready to intercept any breakthrough. Yichun made a graceful turn to bypass Schultz, but Selejka quickly slid in for a tackle. Although he brought Yichun down, the referee deemed it normal contact. Lying on the ground, Yichun understood that the opponent's coordination was clearly well rehearsed. One player tackled, the other marked, completely limiting his space to operate. On the sidelines, Klopp calmly observed the situation, waiting for Yichun to find a way to break through. In the stands, Lowe watched with great interest. He thought to himself, every world-class star encounters this kind of tight defense. The key is how to break it. Messi usually opts for a quick pass, requiring precise passing and excellent vision, along with teammate support. Ronaldo, During his Manchester United days, preferred solo runs, only focusing on team play later in La Liga. Not far away, Ferguson also showed a keen interest. David Gill curiously asked, Alex, what do you think you should do? Ferguson pointed to Gundogan on the field. Get teammates to come up and support, or use himself as bait to let teammates score first and break the opponent's psychological defense. But then he can't complete his hat-trick. Gill exclaimed. Ferguson replied calmly, compared to collective honor, personal glory is actually not that important. Ferguson spoke in a serious tone, his eyes reflecting a stern light. If he squanders multiple chances when the team isn't leading, we might have to reconsider signing him. David Gill nodded slightly, understanding the sentiment. He knew well that football is a team sport, and overly glorifying an individual is unwise. Just like Barcelona's golden era, people don't just mention Messi, but also Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. During Real Madrid's most glorious period, besides Ronaldo, Benzema and the midfield trio were equally crucial. What if he can't complete a hat-trick? Should we still sign him? David Gill asked cautiously. Absolutely not. Ferguson shook his head decisively. If he can't handle this level of pressure, he'll struggle in the Premier League. The two shared a knowing glance. This match was a test for Yichon. David Gill looked a bit worried. But he's in a bit of trouble right now. Ferguson chuckled softly, his demeanor relaxed. It's fine, give him some time. With that, he continued watching the game, confident that a true talent would always find a way to overcome difficulties. On the pitch, Yichon, facing tight marking, chose a simple and direct approach, running the defenders ragged. As he passed by Ilkay Gundogan, he whispered, Ilkay, pass more to the wings. Their wingers' defense is weak. We can exploit the wingbacks. Gundogan nodded knowingly. Despite his youth, his football intelligence was already impressive. The game had been going for 21 minutes, and Dortmund's offense had yet to find a breakthrough. Commentators Jin Jun and Zhang Lu exchanged worried glances in the booth. They noticed Shinji Kagawa warming up on the sidelines, indicating that Klopp had also sensed the problem. Just then, Yichun received the ball on the right wing. Faced with Salaja's frontal defense and Schultz's side cover, he initially feigned a move to the byline. Götze and other teammates started making runs into the box. As Salaja pressed forward, Yichun suddenly stopped and cut inside towards the top of the penalty area. Salaja and Schultz's tackles missed, and Koch's sliding challenge was deftly avoided by Yichun. Bregerie abandoned marking Götze to charge at Yichun, but it was too late. Yichun had already created space for a shot and unleashed a powerful left-footed strike. Boom! The ball rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball. The entire stadium held its breath, and Ferguson's eyes widened. The power and precision of the left-footed shot were reminiscent of Robben's signature cut-ins. On the bench, Ralph Hasenhuttl clasped his hands together, silently praying, God, please, don't let it go in. Over 80,000 pairs of eyes were glued to the ball in midair, with everyone's hearts in their throats. 80,000 people in the stadium fell silent, all eyes fixed on the soaring football. In front of the goal, Hessel, standing 186 centimeters tall with a 2-meter wingspan, moved swiftly and stretched out to block the shot. His fingers almost grazed the ball, but in that critical moment, a faint, swish sound was heard. Yichun's shot had a distinct inward curve, the ball spinning noticeably. Despite Hessel's large coverage and advanced anticipation, this world-class shot was unstoppable. Yichun thought to himself, even if Neuer were guarding the goal, this shot would be a sure score. The moment the ball hit the net, the stadium erupted. The commentator screamed at the top of his lungs, Gualuol. An unbelievable world-class strike. Yi. It's Yi again. He scored in 5 consecutive matches. When the team needed it most, he stepped up. The entire crowd chanted in unison, Yi, Chun, Yi, Chun, Yi, Chun. Following the commentator's lead, the 80,000 spectators roared in perfect harmony, 3, 2, 1, Yi Chun, Yi Chun. It seemed as if the deafening cheers were about to lift the roof off the Westfalenstadion. In the stands, Lowe stood up and applauded Yichun, thinking to himself, if only he were a player for the German team, he'd be our little flying Dutchman. Ferguson, though outwardly calm, betrayed his excitement with a trembling left hand and quickened breath. He said to the person next to him, Alex, that was a beautiful goal. Then, gritting his teeth, he added, I need to apologize for my previous doubts. He truly is a lethal striker. Remember, we must bring him to Manchester United. On the sidelines, Yichun ran towards the south stand, passionately kissing the badge on his chest. The fans, with tears in their eyes, shouted, Yi, stay with us. Yi, we love you. Yi, don't leave us. Although Yichun hadn't been with Dortmund for long, his spectacular goals had won everyone's hearts. In the crowd, Lena was already in tears, murmuring, Chan, you are my superhero. Meanwhile, in the Penguin livestream, Janjun was commentating excitedly, Yichun has the ball again. He didn't stop it. He's charging straight at Solega. Is he going to dribble past him? No. He chooses to cut inside. Oh no. Schultz is coming in with a fierce slide tackle. Yichen dodges it. Such speed. Such reflexes. It's unbelievable. Koch is coming too, and so is Bregler. 4 defenders on Yichen? That's just excessive. Koch slides in. Wait. Yichen pulls the ball back just in time to avoid it. His reaction speed is incredible. With a thud, Janjun shouted, he shoots. The live stream fell silent for a moment. Then Janjun screamed at the top of his lungs, it's in, it's in, it's in. A world-class strike. Yichun has pierced Dresden's goal with a stunning shot. The score is 10. Yichun is like Li Xuanhuan, the legendary knife thrower. A sure hit every time. Next to him, Zhang Lu laughed excitedly. That was beautiful. From the dribble to the shot, it was seamless. He's the best striker in China. Bar none. Janjun concluded with enthusiasm. Every generation has its talent. Yichun is that talent. Watching Yichun play is worth staying up all night for. He then slipped in an advertisement. Of course, remember, international protection brand Jishabang reminds you to stay safe and shoot confidently. Jishabang, long-lasting and delay-enhancing. For extended fun. In the live stream chat, excited Chinese fans flooded the screen with messages, celebrating the spectacular goal. 66,666. The cheers from the stadium echoed like waves, and the fans' enthusiasm erupted like a volcano. However, amidst this fervor, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. When it comes to endurance, you have to give it to the Chinese national team. They can go 90 minutes without scoring. A sharp voice cut through the joyous atmosphere. Can we not talk about depressing stuff when we're so happy? Another voice immediately retorted. Apologize right now. The national team is a disgrace. The argument escalated instantly. No matter how good Mr. Janjun is, the commentators online are even better at dissing without using any foul language. Someone tried to lighten the tense mood. What are you talking about? Are you sure we're even criticizing people? The sarcasm was palpable. This argument swirled like a sudden whirlwind, disrupting the previously jubilant mood. Someone exaggeratedly exclaimed, I was so scared I pulled out a sea cucumber. On the field, the excitement from the goal continued to spread. The fans are over the moon after that goal, someone remarked. The best part is we scored within 20 minutes, which makes things easier for Dortmund from here on out. With the goal, the tense atmosphere did indeed ease a bit. However, Getching, who had just celebrated, was uncharacteristically serious. He thought to himself, I've already used my guaranteed goal card. How am I going to score the next two? Reflecting on the recent goal, Getching realized he had employed all his learned techniques in that moment. First, he executed a Robin-style cut inside, followed by a curling shot with his weaker foot. Initially, he just wanted to find his rhythm, but inspiration struck, and his first shot hit the target. Yet, the upcoming match filled him with pressure. As the game resumed, Getching pressed forward past the halfway line, actively participating in the pressing. Dortmund players were equally relentless, employing full-court pressure, and the pace of the game suddenly intensified. From the sidelines, Ralph Rose began shouting, What are you doing? Get closer to him. With this command, Salika and Schultz snapped out of their daze and immediately tightened their marking on Getching. The feeling of self-blame from conceding a goal quickly dissipated with the coach's instructions. Before the match, the coach had reminded them, conceding a goal is normal, especially given Getching's extraordinary skills. But under no circumstances should they let him score a second, because once he gets two, the third won't be far behind. Today's goal wasn't to win, but to prevent Getching from setting a new record. After all, becoming a backdrop for a world record isn't something to be proud of. Just like the Guinness World Record for consecutive hat-tricks set by Masashi Nakayama in 1998, which is still talked about today, with all the opponents and scores meticulously recorded. If Getching really broke the record, people would surely say, Getching scored a hat-trick in his 5th match against Dresden? Such a permanent disgrace, who could bear it? After all, not every team can ignore their pride and have the mental fortitude to such an extent. The early goal conceded shattered Ralph Russ' hopes. His brows furrowed as he recalled his pre-match instructions to the players. Just don't let Yichen score. Even if he scores, don't let him score 3. As for winning, he hadn't shared his true thoughts with the players because he was well aware of the gap in strength between the two teams. The situation on the field confirmed his concerns. Aside from Yichen's goal breaking the deadlock, the possession stats were a staggering 8,020 split. Dresden's players struggled even to get the ball past the halfway line, highlighting the vast difference between a Bundesliga champion and a second-tier team. Ralph Russ quickly adjusted his strategy, focusing on preventing Yichun from making football history. He muttered to himself, if we can't win the match, can't we at least stop you from making history? This is Germany, kid from Huaxia. He waved over Fair and issued new instructions. Have Koch mark you closely. Don't let him take any more long shots. Keep pressing him. His cut-ins are very dangerous. Stay vigilant until the end of the first half. Before the match, they had analyzed Yichun in detail, concluding that he favored his right foot and had never scored with his left. Yet today, Yichun stunned everyone with a left-footed curler. Koch, following the coach's advice, had focused on Yichun's right foot during a sliding tackle, underscoring the importance of their pre-match preparations. Ralph Russ immediately adjusted the tactics, canceling the directive to target Yichun's weaker foot, and instead instructing his players to increase the pressure and defensive intensity. Unaware that the defensive focus on him had intensified, Yichun continued to run across the pitch with two midfielders shadowing him, thinking that his relentless efforts would eventually tire out the opponents. Klopp had also analyzed before the game that Dresden's starting lineup and substitutes had a significant disparity, giving Dortmund a glimmer of hope. The match continued. Although Dortmund had scored, the players were still adjusting to the new tactics. Yichun's dynamic movement created several opportunities for the team. At 26:24, he received the ball on the left and sent a through ball to Grosskreutz, who attempted a shot that hit the side netting. At 27:12, Yichun got the ball again, and unable to turn, he passed it to Gundogan, who shot just over the crossbar. Klopp noticed that despite conceding, Dresden's defense remained organized. They even abandoned attacking, with forward Porter dropping back to help defend near the penalty area. Klopp wondered how long they could maintain such a defensive stance. The answer came soon. Dresden managed to hold out until halftime. Despite Dortmund's 9 shots, only 3 were on target. Yichun had only 2 shots in the first half, scoring 1, but the second goal attempt was much more challenging. Yichun then realized why the system's task of winning by 3 goals would reward him with a silver chested was indeed a tough challenge. Breaking down a compact defense is one of football's greatest difficulties. During halftime, Klopp adjusted the tactics. He moved Götze to the center to play as an attacking midfielder, enhancing central penetration, replaced Sven Bender with Chris Lowe, and shifted Grosskreutz to the right wing. The attempt at a 433 formation seemed to have failed, but Klopp didn't blame Yichun. Facing such a solid Dresden defense, even Messi would struggle. Yichun made up his mind during the break to temporarily set aside his hat-trick ambition and focus on completing the system's task of scoring 3 goals. He thought that if he couldn't set a record this time, he would try again next time. However, when he habitually opened the task panel, he was stunned the task had no penalty. As Yichun puzzled over this, the system explained. In this match, the host has a determined will to win, so there's no need for a mandatory task to stimulate competitive desire. Of course, failing to complete the task means no reward, which in itself is a form of punishment for the host. Yichun nodded in agreement after hearing this explanation. The rewards from the silver chest are indeed abundant, and missing out on it would be a significant loss. However, Yichun is currently focused on the task at hand, knowing that the chest he earns from completing the mission will be more beneficial to his progress. Yichun pondered silently. The system didn't set a hat-trick task for this match, perhaps doubting his abilities or simply not caring if he makes football history. But he quickly dismissed this thought. Tangible improvements are far more important than fleeting fame. He recalled players in the football world who became complacent due to their honors and eventually declined, like Adriano and Ronaldinho. This lesson strengthened his determination to focus on self-improvement. At that moment, Klopp approached Yichun with a serious expression and said, "Yi, the opponents are using a tactic similar to the Messi chopping strategy. I need you to adjust on the field. Remember to cleverly use the rules. If they frequently foul you, exaggerate your reactions a bit to catch the referee's attention." Hearing this, an amusing meme popped into Yichun's mind. Messi lying on the grass with the caption, "I'm Messi, and I'm freaking out right now." He couldn't help but chuckle but quickly regained his composure. Klopp continued to analyze. "You were fouled 5 times in the first half, 3 of which were called, but no yellow cards were issued. While the 2 Bundesliga players might be less skilled technically, their physicality is on par. They also know how to appear weak, especially when the referee is nearby." Yichun nodded seriously and replied, "Got it, boss." Just like the saying, "The crying baby gets the candy." Klopp smiled approvingly and added, "Exactly. Remember, we'll keep creating opportunities for you. But you need to run harder and create scoring chances." Yichun earnestly stated, "I will. But the team's victory is more important than personal records." Klopp, however, said casually, "You're overthinking it. They are just a 2 Bundesliga team." Then he added, "By the way, Yi, I don't think you've shown your best in this match yet." "What?" Yichun asked, puzzled. While taking a sip of water, Klopp replied sternly, "Speed. Remember, you're the fastest man in the Bundesliga." This caught Yichun off guard, causing him to spit out his water. He thought to himself, "You're the fastest man. The more you want to do something, the harder it becomes to do it well." In the first half, Borussia Dortmund players deliberately sought out Yichun, only to find him tightly marked by the opposition. The attacking rhythm on the pitch became awkward, and the once roaring Westfalenstadion gradually quieted down. Although the fans continued to sing team anthems to cheer for Yichun, the atmosphere was noticeably less fervent than before. In the Penguin livestream, commentator Zhang Jun couldn't help but sigh. Dortmund is trying a new tactic today, giving Yi Chen a lot of freedom, but it doesn't seem to be working out. Zhang Lu, an experienced former coach, bluntly pointed out, the problem lies with Yi Chen. He explained that Dortmund typically excels with a 4,231 formation that combines wing and central play. However, today they switched to a 433, making Yi Chen the focal point of the attack. Yet, with Yi Chen tightly marked by the opponent's double defensive midfielders, Dortmund's offense stalled. In the second half, Dortmund attempted to have Götze and Grosskreutz play as makeshift forwards, moving Yi Chen to the wing, but the results were not ideal. Zhang Lu noted that while Yi Chen's Q10 shots were impressive, the opposition would surely be prepared for it next time. Zhang Jun pondered, does Yi Chen still have a chance to set a world record? Zhang Lu shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. The Bundesliga, as one of the top 5 leagues, probably wouldn't want a Chinese player to set a world record. This conversation left fans in front of their TVs feeling anxious, and a heated discussion erupted on Dortmund's fan forum. Some questioned why there were so many big names present, while others worried that Yi Chen faced not just the opposition but resistance from the entire Bundesliga. Fans took to the internet to show their support for Yi Chen, promising to buy official jerseys with his number 16 if he could make history. Inside the Westfalenstadion, Lena's face was filled with concern as she silently cheered for Yi Chen. As the referee's whistle blew, the second half began. The spectators quickly noticed a significant change in Dortmund's tactics, reverting to their familiar 4,231 formation, making their attack much more fluid. At 48 minutes and 14 seconds, Schmelzer passed the ball to Yi Chen. Facing the watchful eyes of Salaja and Schultz, Yi Chen remained calm and quickly broke through the defense to the byline. The opponents blocked his Q10 and crossing routes, but Yi Chen was prepared. He made a beautiful backheel pass, sending the ball to the advancing Schmelzer. Schmelzer didn't hesitate and crossed the ball to Götze at the edge of the box. The opposition's midfield defenders were pulled out of position, and goalkeeper Koch moved slightly to the left. Götze seized the opportunity and made a direct pass to Grosskreutz in the open space inside the box. Grosskreutz made an easy shot to the near corner, and goalkeeper Hessel couldn't save it. Dortmund scored again, changing the score once more. As soon as the second half started, Dortmund took a 20 lead at home against Dresden. The goal scorer, Grosskreutz, excitedly embraced the assist provider, Götze. Götze, equally thrilled, twisted his body in celebration, already calculating the €3,000 bonus for the assist, enough for a night of revelry at the bar. However, standing on the sidelines, Yi Chen couldn't share the joy. Dresden's defensive strategy was clear. Let Dortmund score, but under no circumstances allow Yi Chen near the penalty area, let alone score a goal. That backheel pass was really creative. Schmelzer walked over to Yi Chen, smiling and complimenting him. Sigh, it's tough for me. Yi Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Growing increasingly frustrated, he suddenly threw a punch into the air, clearly struggling to stay calm. This scene was fully captured by Salaja and Schultz, who exchanged knowing smiles. Even Ralf Rouse on the bench revealed a meaningful grin. For them, this was good news. Yi Chen was losing his cool. If his mindset was off balance, how could he score? The on-site director keenly picked up on this detail. After replaying the goal, they inserted a clip of Yi Chen venting his frustration. The commentator quickly reacted. Although Dortmund scored, he doesn't look happy. But it's understandable. Under the tight marking of Dresden's double defensive midfielders, he's getting farther from the goal, making it harder to score. With 40 minutes left, he needs 2 more goals to set a historic record. So it's natural to feel anxious. Phew, it seems Dresden's tactics are working. They've successfully contained Yi, the commentator continued. Even though Yi has set a remarkable record of 4 consecutive hat-tricks, let's not forget he's just a 17-year-old. It looks like his record will stop here, as 5 consecutive hat-tricks is incredibly difficult. But that's life, always full of regrets. Seeing Yi Chen lose his composure, the commentator clearly doubted his performance. At this moment, Götze ran over to comfort him. Yi, don't worry, there's still plenty of time, he said, giving Yi Chen a reassuring pat on the back. But Yi Chen impatiently shook off his hand. I'm fine. Leave me alone. He muttered to himself. I was thinking about scoring 5 to set a world record before the game. But now? Klopp watched Yi Chen with keen interest from the sidelines. Given what he knew about Yi Chen, this sudden burst of anger was highly unusual. Klopp's brow furrowed as he pondered whether this was some kind of ruse. After all, a teammate scoring should be a cause for celebration. The match resumed, and Potter passed the ball to Fear. Yi Chen sprinted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Fear calmly passed the ball back to midfielder Solega. Solega deliberately hesitated, waiting for the irrational Yi Chen to charge at him. Sure enough, Yi Chen dashed straight toward him. This scene momentarily stunned Dortmund's teammates, but they quickly pressed on, continuing their full-field pressing. After a season of rigorous training, this had become second nature to them. As Yi Chen closed in, Solega nonchalantly passed the ball back to Brieger. Mimicking Solega's style, Brieger waited until Yichen was almost upon him before passing the ball back to goalkeeper Hessel. The fans in the stadium noticed that Dresden's players were toying with Yichen. However, Yichen seemed to have lost his composure, charging at the ball carrier like an enraged bull. Hessel passed the ball to Stoll on the left wing. As Stoll received the ball, Yichen lunged at him again. The spectators had lost count of how many times Yichen had sprinted back and forth, feeling a sense of pity for him. Everyone press up. Don't let Yichen press alone. Don't rush. We still have time. The crowd shouted, but Yichen appeared to be deaf to their calls. Stoll, feeling playful, performed a step-over move as Yichen approached. However, he got a bit too cocky, and combined with Yichen's incredible speed, the pass ended up being rushed. While the ball narrowly evaded Yichen's pressing, it went straight to Schultz in midfield. Schultz wore a grin, ready to mock Yichen further. Suddenly, Stoll shouted, "Arn, watch your back." Startled by the shout, Schultz glanced over his shoulder and saw a yellow blur. Instinctively, he tried to pass back to the goalkeeper, but in his haste, the ball became a low ground pass. Yichen pounced like a hungry wolf, intercepting the pass with precision. Before Brieger could react, Yichen had already turned and charged into the penalty area. The situation on the field changed in an instant. Dresden's players, who had been leisurely watching the spectacle, suddenly became alert. But it was too late. Yichen was already union with goalkeeper Hessel. Hessel hesitated, unsure whether to rush out or stay back. He recalled the coach's warning about Yichen's penchant for chip shots. In that moment of indecision, Yichen took his shot. Bang! A thunderous strike. Hessel felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and instinctively reached out to block the ball, but the shot was too fast and powerful. He stood frozen, his mind blank. The fans in the stadium were also stunned. They had witnessed Yichen's transformation from being mocked to breaking into the opponent's penalty area. Dresden had overplayed their hand. Hessel locked eyes with Yichen, and a chill ran down his spine. In those pitch-black eyes, there wasn't a trace of anger, calm and composed, like a cold-blooded assassin. Yichen's expression deceived his opponents into thinking he had lost his mind, but in reality, it was all a meticulously crafted trap. The situation on the field changed in an instant. Yichen intercepted the ball and bolted towards the penalty area like an arrow released from a bow. The goalkeeper, Hessel, hesitated, his balance slightly off. At that critical moment, Yichen unleashed a powerful shot without hesitation. Boom! The soccer ball rocketed towards the goal like a bullet. Hessel shuddered as if struck, collapsing heavily to the ground. The ball, landing beside him, bounced twice on the turf before coming to a stop. After scoring, Yichen flashed a victorious smile and sprinted to the corner flag, twirling two fingers in the air before executing a graceful spin and landing firmly. Shoob! The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting in unison. Teammates swarmed around Yichen, enclosing him in a jubilant huddle. Gotze grinned and asked, that anger earlier was just an act, wasn't it?" Yichen candidly admitted, "Of course it was an act." The team marveled at his performance, with someone joking, "The Oscars owe you a trophy." The commentator's voice boomed with enthusiasm. Yichen scores a brace. Dortmund leads Dresden 30 at home. In the Penguin livestream, Jianjun and Coach Zhang were equally astounded. Coach Zhang analyzed, "There's no issue with this goal because it was a back pass from the opponent, so no offside. Schultz made a colossal mistake." Jianjun added, "Yichen is just one goal away from setting a Guinness World Record in football." His performance was brilliant, pretending to be clueless to make the opponents think he had given up. It reminds me of a saying, "The best hunters often disguise themselves as prey." Yichen is that top-tier hunter. On the field, the Dresden players finally realized they had been duped. Yichen's anger was merely a ruse to lull them into a false sense of security, and they had indeed fallen for it. Dortmund defeated Dresden 30, and Yichen's initial goal at the start of the game was already achieved. However, he had a bigger ambition in his heart to complete a hat-trick in this match. In just 2 minutes, Dresden conceded 2 goals, dealing a massive psychological blow to their players. Their shoulders slumped, and their eyes were filled with confusion and frustration. However, their head coach, Ralf Raus, did not give up. Standing at the edge of the technical area, he shouted hoarsely at the field, "Keep your heads up. The game isn't over, and ye hasn't made history yet. Get your spirits up." Although Ralf Raus was outwardly trying to boost morale, inwardly he was cursing. He could accept the first goal. After all, Yichen's Kuten goal was reminiscent of Robben's signature move, almost as if he were cheating. The second goal was somewhat understandable, given that the entire team's attention was on Yichen, leaving other defensive gaps. But what about the third goal? The opponents were already taking it easy, and yet they were still toying with him at Signal Iduna Park? That's just asking for trouble. Nevertheless, the game continued, and Ralf Raus knew he couldn't show too much anger. Given the disparity in strength, if their mindset collapsed, they had no hope. Despite his shouting from the sidelines, the players' eyes remained dazed. With nearly 40 minutes left in the game, could they really prevent Yi Chen from scoring another goal? Yi Chen's agile movements, deft dribbling, and precise shots all highlighted his exceptional form today. In such a condition, the Dresden players' confidence in stopping Yi Chen from scoring a fourth goal began to waver. Meanwhile, on Japanese football forums, pessimistic posts were already flooding in. It's over. We're done for. Nakayama's Guinness record is going to be broken. This Chinese kid is too awful. Why is he so strong? Is Yi Chen really only 17? Is he really Chinese? When did China get such a terrifying player? If he joins the Chinese national team, won't they become our strongest rival? However, some voices stood out. Oh my, why do I find him so handsome? Although he's going to break Nakayama's record, he's really amazing. I really like him. This contradictory mindset might stem from excessive social pressure, leading some to have a masochistic tendency. The stronger the opponent, the more they are fascinated by them. In stark contrast, discussions on Korean football forums were different. Is Yi Chun Appa of Korean descent? I checked. His maternal grandmother's sister's grandfather had Korean blood. Yi Chun Appa, come recognize your roots. I have a plan to make Korea the top in Asian football. I heard Yi Chun Appa had a fallout with the Chinese Football Association. Why don't we recruit him? When Yi Chun Appa retires, he should debut here. I will be his biggest fan. Our son Hungmin is also in the Bundesliga, but he seems much weaker. Don't compare my Yi Chun Appa to just anyone. He is the strongest man in Asia, bar none. Yi Chen's 2 goals showcased his outstanding football IQ, speed, explosiveness, and shooting skills. Especially his ability to handle the ball calmly in the penalty area made Sir Alex Ferguson increasingly fond of him. This was precisely the replacement for Cristiano Ronaldo he had been searching for. Since Ronaldo left Manchester United for Real Madrid, the club hadn't faltered, reaching the Champions League final twice. However, both times they lost to the same opponent, Barcelona. One was a 0-2 loss, and the other a 13 defeat. Lionel Messi left a deep impression on Ferguson, but Ferguson was confident he could develop Yi Chen into a player on par with Messi. When that time came, he could lead the team back to the Champions League and avenge those 2 final defeats to Barcelona. The only question he hadn't considered: would Yi Chen go? In the stands, Ferguson leaned closer to David Gill and whispered, offer €50 million to trigger his release clause. I want to bring this Manchester United kid back to Old Trafford. David Gill hesitated. Are you sure? Do you really want to trigger the release clause? He's only 17. Ferguson replied firmly. If we don't act quickly and Dortmund renews his contract, it won't just be €50 million anymore. As he spoke, he took out his phone and messaged Mendes. Jorge, do you have time for a drink after the game? I want to discuss Yez's transfer to Manchester United, but Dortmund hasn't agreed to your £30 million offer yet, right? Mendes replied. No worries, we're prepared with €50 million. Ferguson said confidently. Seeing the message from afar, Mendes couldn't help but gasp. Ferguson's boldness was impressive. By triggering the release clause, Manchester United could negotiate directly with the player without Dortmund's consent. However, on the field, Yi Chen was unaware of all this as he continued to strive for his 3rd goal. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the game reached the 60-minute mark. The long periods of high-intensity running left Zalika and Schultz's stamina on the brink of exhaustion, forcing Ralf Raus to substitute them with Heller and Schuppen. Heller is an organized midfielder, while Schuppen plays both as a center-back and a defensive midfielder. The coach's strategy was simple: defend for the last 30 minutes. However, Heller's task wasn't to organize the attack, but to stick to Yi Chen like glue. At the 65:24 mark, Yi Chen received the ball on the left wing. Heller immediately pressed him, with Koch keeping his distance, ready to cover. As Yi Chen advanced with the ball, Heller backpedaled, eyes locked on the ball, giving no room for any feints. Suddenly, Yi Chen accelerated. He started with a step-over move, then feigned a cut inside, lightly pushing the ball towards the center with his right foot. This subtle move created a shooting space for him, but he opted for a more deceptive fake shot. Heller instinctively moved to block, but Yi Chen quickly shifted, using the inside of his foot to nudge the ball to the left. Yi Chen darted forward like an arrow, leaving Heller behind in an instant. In a panic, Heller grabbed Yi Chen's jersey, causing him to crash heavily onto the grass. The referee immediately blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. Heller clutched his head in frustration, while Koch came over, patting his shoulder and softly consoling. It's okay. That Chinese kid is just too fast. Yi Chen, overhearing, thought to himself, fast? You wish. Your whole family is fast. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu perked up, realizing they were about to witness a historic moment. Zhang Jun enthusiastically exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Chen has earned himself a precious penalty. Are we about to see a new Guinness World Record for a Chinese player? Yi Chen stood up from the grass, clutching the ball tightly. At this moment, even if the king himself showed up, this penalty was his to take. The entire stadium held its breath, all eyes fixed on Yichun. One question lingered in everyone's mind. Can Yichun make history with this penalty? In the stadium, over 80,000 spectators held their breath and stood up in unison. On the stands, Lena clasped her hands together at her chest, her beautiful face flushed with tension. Even the usually unflappable Ferguson stood up, eyes fixed on the field. Teru Tanino and Tomoki Makino felt as if a knife was twisting in their hearts. Makino was filled with regret, silently blaming himself for not being aggressive enough on the field, for failing to take out Yichun. If he had been more ruthless, he might have become a national hero. But it was too late for regrets now. Yichun, though he hadn't taken many penalty shots, had made both of them with precision. The Sakura Nation fans were ashen-faced. Though the penalty shootout had yet to begin, they sensed that Nakayama's record was about to be broken. At this very moment, in Tokyo's most renowned sports school, Masashi Nakayama sat alone in his living room, pouring himself a drink. His blurry eyes fell on the most prominent spot on the wall frame, holding a Guinness World Record certificate. Beside it was another frame, a photo of him receiving the award from Guinness officials. Nakayama sighed inwardly, wondering if it was all about to end. At Westfalen Stadion, Yichun walked towards the penalty spot, cradling the ball. The entire crowd sang the Yichun song in unison. Hala hala Yichun Yichun. From Huaxia, Yichun. Our beloved Huaxia boy. Yichun Yichun. Our unstoppable Yichun. Yichun meticulously inspected the grass around the penalty spot and, after confirming everything was in order, placed the ball down. Dresden's players were still arguing with the referee, but the offending player Heller approached Yichun and taunted, "Kid, you won't score. We've studied your penalties. You like to shoot to the bottom right, don't you?" Yichun ignored him, focusing solely on the referee. The referee sternly warned, "Everyone out of the penalty area, or I'll start handing out cards." Heller used the excuse of talking to the goalkeeper and quickly ran towards the goal. As he passed the penalty spot, he subtly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot, causing it to roll slightly. The move was so discreet that it was hard to notice without close observation. Reaching goalkeeper Hessler, Heller whispered, "I've nudged his ball to the left. You just dive to your right." Hessler nodded understandingly. "Got it?" The referee urged Heller to leave the penalty area. Heller quickly ran out, thinking he had done his part. The rest was up to fate. The entire audience held their breath, all eyes fixed on Yichun. Hessler lightly hopped in front of the goal, clapping his hands and loudly taunting, "Come on, kid." However, Yichun walked back to the penalty spot, readjusted the ball, and reconfirmed his aim. Heller's expression froze, realizing his trick had been spotted. Hessler was also taken aback. His plan to disrupt Yichun's focus had backfired, leaving him unsure of which way to dive. He hesitated but decided to follow the coaching staff's analysis and dive to the right. As the referee's whistle blew, Yichun took a deep breath and sprinted towards the ball. His left foot planted firmly, and his right foot swung like a whip. Just as Yichun was about to strike the ball, Hessler eagerly dove to his right. But to everyone's surprise, there wasn't a solid thud of the ball being struck. Instead, there was a light tap. Yichun had opted for an exquisite chip shot. Yichun stood at the penalty spot, his gaze unwavering. He recalled the tricky angle of his previous penalty and knew that goalkeeper Hessel would definitely make a decisive move. As Hessel dived, Yichun cleverly chipped the ball over him. "Gualuol!" The commentator shouted excitedly, "A Panenka penalty! Yichun has made football history. He becomes the first player to score hat-tricks in 5 consecutive matches." The Westfalen Stadium erupted. The die-hard fans in the South Stand chanted in unison, "Chunyi! Chenyi! Chunyi!" Yichun ran towards the stands, sharing this historic moment with the fans. His teammates swarmed around him, lifting Yichun high into the air. You've made history." They cheered. "You are our pride." Yichun roared, releasing his inner excitement. Just a minute earlier, in the Penguin Live broadcast room, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were intently watching this crucial penalty. "Hessel is great at saving penalties," Zhang Jun said. "I hope Yichun can stay calm." "Don't forget, Yichun's penalty conversion rate is 100, Zhang Lu added. As the referee's whistle blew, Yichun sprinted forward. Just before striking the ball, he paused and chipped it delicately, sending the ball in a beautiful arc straight into the net. "Such skill and courage!" Zhang Jun exclaimed. Zhang Lu burst into excited laughter. "History has been made. It's a milestone for us Chinese. 15 goals in 5 matches, surpassing the Guinness World Record." Zhang Jun's voice choked with emotion. "Chinese football fans, how can we not be moved to tears at this moment? We've waited so long for this day." In this exhilarating moment, Yichun not only made personal history but also wrote a new chapter for Chinese football. Fans in the stadium and viewers at home witnessed this unforgettable moment. Tears are the least valuable thing. yet indispensable for emotional release. When Yi Chen's goal lit up the scoreboard at Westfalen Stadion, countless Chinese fans could no longer contain their excitement, and tears streamed down their faces. Real men don't cry easily, only when deeply hurt. Over the years, Chinese fans have endured too much disappointment and frustration. Once upon a time, they said their hearts would never hurt again. However, when the Chinese team lost to Iraq at the Bird's Nest Stadium during the World Cup Asian qualifiers, everyone's hearts were once again pierced. The hope for the 2014 World Cup became bleak, and the shadow of 7 years without a victory against Iraq still loomed. But now, they have found solace. Yi Chen, shining in the Bundesliga, has become a beacon illuminating the darkness of Chinese football. With his stunning performances on the field, this light has grown ever brighter. When Yi Chen completed 5 consecutive hat-tricks, the entire football world was shaken. At that moment, the giant pre-match tifo was unfurled again, displaying a photo of Yi Chen holding a Guinness World Record certificate to fans worldwide. In that instant, Yi Chen's name was forever etched into the annals of football history. On a Japanese football forum, fans were disheartened. "It's over. We're done for this time," someone lamented. But soon, another voice prevailed. Although Yi is strong, he needed 5 matches to score 15 goals, while our Nakayama only needed 4. This viewpoint quickly gained traction, with numerous Japanese fans liking the post. Some even argued that it wasn't about being sore losers, but about facts, as numbers don't lie. However, such conditional records are meaningless. From the moment Yi Chen scored that penalty, Masashi Nakayama's record became history. The new Guinness World Record had a new holder. Back at Westfalen Stadion, Yi Chen took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. He pulled Mario Götze aside and earnestly said, "Mario, do me a favor. I want to score 2 more goals. Pass to me more." Götze gasped in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Of course, just 2 more." Yi Chen's eyes were resolute. "Because Nakayama scored 16 in 4 matches, I want to score 17 in 5. Götze looked at his younger, but more mature teammate in astonishment. Though he didn't call Yi Chen big brother, he always tried to fulfill Yi Chen's requests. The match resumed, with Dortmund leading Dresden 40, entering garbage time. Yet Yi Chen continued to run actively, pressing the opposition. The commentator remarked in puzzlement, "It seems he wants to recreate his second goal, but Dresden's players won't make the same mistake again." Indeed, the Dresden players didn't give Yi Chen another chance, swiftly clearing the ball. Possession returned to Dortmund, with Götze dropping back to control the tempo. He understood Yi Chen's intent, but with the opposition's heightened alertness after conceding, it would be challenging. For the next 10 minutes, Dortmund maintained possession. At 77:24, Yi Chen broke through on the left wing again. Facing Heller's defense, Yi Chen taunted, "Do you think you can stop me?" This time, Heller remained silent, fully focused on Yi Chen. The next second, Yi Chen began his move. All players have a preparatory phase before dribbling past opponents, like Messi's single-foot hop, and Yi Chen was about to showcase his unique skill. Yi Chen's explosive mode was on full display. He faced the defender with a slight forward lean, hips tensed, and toes lightly tapping the ground, ready to burst into action at any moment. Suddenly, with a flick of his outer foot, he nudged the ball to the right, spun around, and took off in an instant. In that moment, Yi Chen was like a supercar accelerating, lightning fast. Though Robin favored his left foot and was known for cutting in from the right, Yi Chen, a right-footed player, resembled Bayern's Ribery more. Despite their similar cutting techniques, Yi Chen's movements were even swifter. Heller, having learned from past mistakes, didn't shift his weight easily this time. He recalled how he was tricked during the 3rd penalty and hastily grabbed the jersey. Determined to wait for Yi Chen's first move, he soon realized he was already a step behind as Yi Chen launched forward, leaving him in the dust. Ko quickly moved to cover, but Yi Chen was prepared. He used the outside of his foot to nudge the ball across the penalty area line, a move that protected the ball and made it hard for the defenders to predict his next step. Yi Chen now had 3 options: attempt to dribble past, continue cutting inside, or shoot directly. Although Koch reacted swiftly, Yi Chen's speed had already created a gap. On the stands, Lo couldn't help but gasp. He recalled Robin's stunning goal at the Allianz Arena, and Yi Chen's current move was nearly identical, just from the opposite side. Unaware of Lo's thoughts, Yi Chen, after pulling away from Koch, made no further adjustments and struck the ball with his right foot. Despite lacking a guaranteed long-range goal card, he was confident in his form today and his shooting stats of 85. The ball skimmed the ground towards the goal. Center-back Brigitte stretched his foot to intercept but failed, inadvertently blocking goalkeeper Hessel's view. By the time Hessel saw the ball threading through the crowd, it was too late to react effectively. Goal. The ball hit the bottom of the net, causing a ripple. Overjoyed, Yi Chen sprinted to the corner flag and performed a classic knee slide celebration, perfectly mimicking Robin's iconic move. However, as Yi Chen celebrated, he caught a glimpse of Klopp on the sidelines talking to Kuba. This sight caused his smile to slowly fade. Dortmund triumphed at home with a stunning 50 victory over Dresden. No one could have predicted such a scoreline before the match. The stadium erupted with deafening cheers as fans waved their yellow and black flags, celebrating this spectacular German Cup performance with wild enthusiasm. Yichen became the center of attention, scoring 4 goals by himself and sending the atmosphere into a frenzy. Fans screamed his name until they were hoarse, some even shedding tears of joy. The euphoric atmosphere was intoxicating, as if the entire stadium was submerged in a sea of happiness. Totally worth it. An excited fan shouted to his friend, "German Cup tickets are cheaper than Bundesliga ones, and we got to see such an amazing performance." Indeed, the feast of 5 goals, coupled with Yichen's near-miraculous display, left every spectator thoroughly satisfied. However, just as Yichen was finishing a celebratory knee slide, his gaze shifted to the coaching area. Klopp's figure came into view, and Yichen's beaming smile froze. He scrambled towards the bench, shouting, "Coach, wait." At that moment, the fourth official was preparing the substitution board. Yichen took a closer look and was stunned. Number 19 off, number 26 on. He then realized he had seen it wrong. He was number 16. "Wait, it's not me?" he thought, puzzled. Klopp, noticing Yichen panting heavily, asked curiously, "What's up?" Yichen took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words, before giving Klopp a big hug. "Coach, I just wanted to hug you after scoring." He then shouted, "Coach, thank you." In that instant, a familiar melody played in Yichen's mind. "Thank you for your warmth through all seasons." Klopp's puzzled expression turned into a gratifying smile. He patted Yichen on the back and, raising his voice, said, "Looks like you still have energy. Keep it up and score another one." As soon as these words left his mouth, Dresden's coach Ralph Loose's face darkened. "Damn you, Klopp," he thought, gritting his teeth. "He's already scored 4, and you want him to get another? Fine. They'll show you why the flowers are so red." A glint of anger flashed in Ralph's eyes. Yichen didn't notice the undercurrents. He just nodded resolutely. "They'll score another one." Klopp, after a brief thought, said, "Don't push yourself. Heiress the plan. Play for 5 more minutes, then he'll sub you out so you can receive the fans' applause." Yichen nodded in agreement, his expression determined. 5 minutes should be enough, right? He mused. As someone with a stubborn personality, if he said he would score 5 goals before the match, he meant to achieve it. This unwavering determination and relentless drive are essential traits of successful individuals. Reflecting on the early game struggles where he was double-teamed, Yichen had doubted himself. But as the goals kept coming, his confidence soared. At this moment, his resolve to score that 5th goal was unshakable. "I got it." Yichen nodded firmly and ran back onto the field. The fourth official raised the substitution board. "Kuba on, Grosskreutz off." Re-entering the pitch, Yichen took a deep breath and mentally cheered himself on. He knew that on the field, scoring required not only skill but also a bit of luck. Meanwhile, Ralph Loose discreetly called Feel over and whispered instructions. This sudden turn of events left commentators worldwide baffled. They debated among themselves. He was celebrating just fine, then suddenly ran to the bench. What exactly happened? Only after reading carefully did I realize that Yichen intended to thank Klopp. This touching football story is truly moving. Once a cast-off by Manchester United, Yichen was recognized by Klopp's discerning eye, much like a talented horse meeting a wise trainer. In the Penguin live streaming room, Jean June had a knowing smile on his face. He vividly narrated the dramatic scene on the pitch. Yichen, who had just scored 4 goals, slid on his knees in celebration before suddenly getting up and sprinting towards the coach's bench to give Klopp a heartfelt hug. This moment perfectly showcased Yichen's genuine gratitude towards Klopp. Jean June continued his commentary. "Klopp has indeed shown great care for Yichen. Not only did he provide him with accommodation in Germany, but he also acted as his guardian." Zhang agreed. "Exactly. Klopp has truly been a great mentor to Yichen." Jean June's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Is Yichen planning to keep playing? He's already scored 4 goals today. Does he want to score 17 and completely surpass Masashi Nakayama's record for hat-tricks and goals? That would be utterly devastating." Zhang Lu chuckled and replied, "There's really no need for that. The Bundesliga is on a whole different level compared to the J-League. But I support him scoring 1 more, to make us Chinese players proud." Zhang Ju nodded in agreement but then showed concern. "No matter what, I support Yichen. But look at the opposing players. Something seems off with their emotions." Zhang Lu also agreed. "Indeed. It would be bad if he got injured." Zhang Jun sighed, revealing his conflicting thoughts. "As a commentator, I want him to keep playing because he's undoubtedly today's star. But as a fan, I hope he gets off the field to take care of himself and bring us more exciting games in the future." Just as Zhang Lu was about to agree, Zhang Jun added, "If Yichen scores 1 more goal, he will become the second Dortmund player to score 5 goals in a single match. The last one was Manfred Bergsmuller back in the 1985 Bundesliga." As the game resumed, Yichen returned to the field. Dortmund adjusted their formation to 424, with Götze moved to the right-wing position. Jean June briefly explained the intense competition among Dortmund's forwards and why Klopp was reluctant to let Kuba and Lewandowski go. In the 81st minute, Yichun was brutally tackled by Koch as soon as he got the ball. The referee immediately issued a yellow card warning. Just a minute later, Yichun was fiercely tackled again by Schuppen, causing his ankle to bleed slightly. Klopp was visibly anxious on the sidelines, signaling to substitute Yichun. But Yichun insisted on achieving his goal, giving the coach an okay gesture. In the final 2 minutes of the match, Yichun called for the ball again. He advanced steadily, facing tight defense from Dresden's players. Yichun thought to himself, instead of futile rage, it's better to train harder. That's the truly effective way. Why is Robin able to dominate with his signature move? His speed, dribbling, and shooting skills are world-class. Yichun's speed is also exceptional, and while his dribbling and shooting aren't quite on Robin's level, they're still top tier in the Bundesliga. Against second-division opponents, these skills shine even brighter. After a few successful breakthroughs, Yichun's confidence soared, and he decided to replicate Robin's famous cut-inside move. The difference was, he chose the left flank instead of Robin's usual right. At 84 minutes and 30 seconds, Yichun faced Heller again. Koch and Schuppen, the double defensive midfielders, were eyeing him intently. In the box, the center-back duo of Breger and Stoll was ready, having set up their formation, waiting for Yichun to walk into their trap. On the sidelines, Leitner was adjusting his jersey, ready to come on at any moment. The fourth official had the substitution board prepared, with the red number 16 clearly visible. As soon as the ball went out of play, the substitution would be made. Yichun knew this might be his last chance to attack. His eyes turned resolute, and his body posture shifted. He leaned slightly forward, tightened his gluteal muscles, and with his toes lightly touching the ground, he closed in on the wary Heller step by step. Suddenly, Yichun unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, instantly leaving Heller behind. Instead of charging directly into the box, he moved laterally along the edge, slightly tilting his body and accelerating once more. Heller was a split second too slow to react, and by the time he turned, he was already 2 paces behind. The crowd was stunned. Yichun's speed was unbelievable. While his advantage might not be as pronounced against top Bundesliga speedsters, against a playmaker like Heller, it was a game-changer. As Yichun moved quickly along the penalty area line, Koch pressed up inside the box but hesitated to tackle due to his yellow card. Schuppen decisively slid in, blocking Yichun's right-side path. Yichun adapted swiftly, using the outside of his foot to pull the ball back half a meter, then chased it down diagonally. He mimicked Robin's tactic, not forcing his way into the box, but looking for a shooting opportunity from outside. At that moment, center-back Stoll charged out. Yichun adjusted his shooting stance, and just before Koch and Stoll could block him, he wrapped his foot around the ball, using the area between his toes and instep, planted his supporting foot firmly, and struck decisively. The ball traced a beautiful arc, flying over the advancing Stoll. Koch could only watch helplessly. The speed difference was too great, and he had done his best. Goalkeeper Hessler, fully focused, leapt towards the right side of the goal like a cheetah as Yichun took the shot. However, as he realized the ball was slipping past his fingertips, his pupils contracted sharply. The ball curved around Hessler's outstretched fingers and nestled into the net. This perfect curling shot instantly ignited the passion of Dortmund fans, and Westfalenstadion erupted. Yichun stood with his arms raised, soaking in the fans' cheers. This time, he didn't slide on his knees to celebrate, as the rapid sprint had drained all his energy. Yichun achieved the incredible feat of scoring 5 goals in one game, sending Westfalenstadion into a frenzy. With a perfect curving shot, he not only matched the record set by Manfred Bergsmuller in 1985 for 5 goals in a single match, but also set a new Guinness World Record for 5 consecutive hat-tricks. All 82,000 spectators stood and applauded, paying tribute to the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy. Klopp substituted Yichun with Leitner. The applause was thunderous throughout the stadium. As Yichun walked to the sidelines and high-fived Leitner, Klopp greeted him with a beaming smile and a hearty pat on the back, saying, that was brilliant. You're the fastest man in Bundesliga." Yichun grinned wryly, thinking to himself, "Boss, I'm really not that fast." In the stands, Yichun's girlfriend, Lena, watched him with pride, as if declaring to the world, "Look, he's my man." The last few minutes of the game turned into garbage time, with both teams losing their fighting spirit. As the referee blew the final whistle 3 times, the German Cup match came to an official end. Klopp proactively shook hands with Ralph Hasenhüttl, but the latter left with a grim expression, saying nothing. Mendes and 3 Guinness World Records officials arrived at the players' tunnel, with the media ready to present Yichun with his world record certificate. Klopp gave Yichun a big hug and then dropped a bombshell. "Manchester United just activated your 50 million release clause. You're not leaving, are you?" Yichun was momentarily stunned. 50 million. equivalent to 450 million yuan in 2011. Am I really worth that much? He thought to himself. The announcer declared that the award ceremony was about to begin, celebrating Yi Chen's new record 5 consecutive hat-tricks, scoring 17 goals in total, surpassing Masashi Nakayama's record of 16 goals in 4 games. Dortmund fans were jubilant, while a few Dresden fans left dejected. To the home fans, Yi Chen was a beloved angel. To Dresden fans, he was a terrifying demon. Amid the applause from nearly 80,000 fans, Yi Chen held up his Guinness World Record certificate high. For the third time, a giant tifo was raised in the south stand, with countless Dortmund flags waving in the air, turning Westfalenstadion into a sea of joy. However, amidst the celebration, many fans raised homemade signs that read, "He, please don't go." Led by someone, the stadium echoed with a unified chant, pleading for Yi Chen to stay. The fans chanted, "Please," with a pleading tone. Yi Chen understood their sentiment, but he couldn't make any promises at that moment. Since he had left contract negotiations to Mendes, he had to stick to their agreement. Mendes had sternly warned him never to reveal his personal intentions to the media or the public. Because of this, Yi Chen had never promised to stay at Dortmund. According to Mendes' analysis, Dortmund was now financially strong. As last season's league champions, they had earned substantial prize money, and their TV broadcasting revenue alone was over 60 million euros. Coupled with numerous new endorsement deals, the club's economic power was formidable. This meant that the possibility of keeping Yi Chen was high, but the renewal contract had to be lucrative. After all, scoring 17 goals in 5 matches was enough to make any club swoon. Dortmund couldn't remain indifferent to such a talented player, especially with Manchester United already offering a €50 million transfer fee. As the match ended, fans gradually left the stadium. Yi Chen sent a text to Lena, asking her to leave on her own, while he got into Mendes' car. "Yi, are you sure you don't want to go to Manchester United?" Mendes asked curiously. "Of course, I've decided to stay at Dortmund. I love the football atmosphere here," Yi Chen replied earnestly. "But the Premier League has the most passionate and intense atmosphere. It's home to the best football in the world. I'll go to the Premier League, but not now," Yi Chen said calmly. Mendes observed Yi Chen, noting how this 17-year-old displayed a calmness and composure beyond his years. Perhaps it was due to his unique experiences. Mendes felt fortunate to have come to Dortmund. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a promising player. Yi Chen's prowess was astonishing, especially considering his young age. Mendes recalled his own struggles at 17, fighting for a spot on the reserve team before accepting his limited football talent and becoming an agent instead. The Maybach pulled up in front of the luxurious Hilton Hotel in Dortmund. Yi Chen looked at the opulent exterior, slightly surprised but not showing it. Such high-end hotels were not unfamiliar to him. He could afford them whenever he wished. Act natural when you meet Sir Alex Ferguson and David Gill. They're quite approachable in private, Mendes advised. Got it, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. In both his previous and current lives, Yi Chen held a fondness for Manchester United and Ferguson. The fast-paced, intense competition of the Premier League was captivating, and the media coverage was extensive. As the Premier League's dominant force, Manchester United naturally attracted attention. Yi Chen recalled watching the Manchester United-Liverpool derby in his previous life, with beer, crayfish, and the thrilling derby atmosphere creating unforgettable memories. Even in this life, Yi Chen had experienced the U18 Manchester United-Liverpool derby. Though on a smaller scale, the match's atmosphere and defensive intensity were characteristic of the rivalry. However, with Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United's glory faded. From Moyes to Van Gaal, to Mourinho and Solskjaer, and even Ralf Rangnick, who knew he would leave the next season, none could restore Manchester United's former glory. Apart from Mourinho's defensive counterattacking tactics, the team's strategies were often indiscernible, leading fans to mockingly call it XJBT. Adding to the frustration, as Manchester United hit a low point, Manchester City hired Guardiola. After winning multiple Bundesliga titles with Bayern Munich, Guardiola brought his tiki-taka philosophy to England. Despite doubts about its suitability for the Premier League, Guardiola proved the skeptics wrong. However, even he couldn't escape harsh media criticism, especially after a tactical failure in the Champions League final. The media's duality led Yi Chen to lose interest in newspapers. The extreme praise in victory and harsh criticism in defeat were tiresome. Besides Manchester City, Liverpool's matches were also thrilling, with Klopp's aggressive style often leading to high-scoring games. Although Yi Chen wasn't a die-hard fan of any specific team, he loved watching top-level football. During Ronaldo's years at Real Madrid, he rarely missed El Clasico or the Madrid Derby. The excitement of those matches left a lasting impression, and Yi Chen's wardrobe was filled with jerseys from top clubs, from Real Madrid and Barcelona to Manchester United, Manchester City, and even AC Milan. Guided by a waiter, they arrived at a spacious private room. David Gill and Sir Alex Ferguson were already there, waiting for their arrival. Yi Chen's brilliant hat-trick performance prompted Ferguson and Gill to leave early, knowing that time was of the essence. If Dortmund extends Yichen's contract, the transfer fee might well exceed €50 million. Ferguson's visit showcased his sincerity, even foregoing watching Manchester United's League Cup match against Crystal Palace. Dortmund's 60 victory over Dresden highlighted Yichen's exceptional play. Meanwhile, Manchester United suffered a 12 defeat to Crystal Palace at Old Trafford, with assistant coach Phelan unable to secure a win. The media widely covered the event, with Ferguson's appearance at the Westfalen Stadion making headlines. The connection between Yichen and Manchester United grew stronger. News of Manchester United's €50 million offer for Yichen quickly spread. Cristiano Ronaldo even released a video sharing his thoughts. "Mendes showed me yes video. He's an incredible player. If he returns to Old Trafford, he will undoubtedly become a key figure for Manchester United and bring great honor to the club." This was clearly a well-orchestrated move by Mendes, leveraging Ronaldo's immense influence in the football world. Both sides were actively building momentum. Mendes aimed to raise Yichen's profile, regardless of whether he ultimately joined Manchester United. As a commercial club, Manchester United needed to demonstrate to the world that spending €50 million on this 17-year-old former youth player was worthwhile. This grand publicity campaign's ultimate goal was to attract global fans, especially those from China. As the doors swung open, Ferguson entered with a broad smile, extending his hand. "Yi, it's great to see you again." Yichen quickly responded, "Sir Alex, hello?" David Gill also extended his hand, saying, "Yi, good to see you. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." Yichen smiled and shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Gill." Seeing the once high mighty Manchester United CEO being so enthusiastic, Yichen thought to himself, strength truly is the best passport. Otherwise, why would such an important figure be so courteous to a 17-year-old player? For people were seated on the sofa, and Ferguson's face was adorned with a kind smile. His gaze fell on Yichen, and the more he looked, the more he liked him. This young man seemed to be the perfect candidate for the iconic number 7 jersey of Manchester United. Ever since Ronaldo left, this symbolic number had been waiting for a worthy successor. Currently, the number 7 jersey was worn by the 30-year-old Owen, but he had lost his former brilliance and his position in the team was not as strong as before. The Manchester United management was considering transferring him. Meanwhile, Yichen, only 17 years old, with a face admired even by Westerners and outstanding football skills, seemed like the perfect fit for the number 7 jersey. "This should be our second meeting, right?" Ferguson asked kindly. Yichen responded with a polite smile. "Yes, the last time I saw you was at Carrington." He recalled signing with Manchester United, where Ferguson had personally attended and even taken a photo with him. But after that, the legendary coach hadn't paid much attention to the young player. Although Manchester United's first-team training base was also at Carrington, the youth team and the first team had strictly separated areas. Typically, Ferguson would only go to the reserve team to select players, and only the outstanding ones from the U18 team could make it there. As a newcomer to Manchester United's U18 team, Yichen had no chance to appear in front of Ferguson. However, fate had its own plans. The boy who had once been released was now rising to fame, and when Manchester United wanted him back, they had to pay a hefty transfer fee of €50 million. Ferguson sighed. "I only saw the video of your youth team match against Liverpool later. Honestly, if I had seen it earlier, I would never have let you go." He paused, then continued, "But no matter. We are willing to pay for our mistakes and sincerely welcome you back to Old Trafford." David Gill also nodded in agreement. Speaking earnestly, "Yi, I admit that was a major mistake on my part. At the time, the leader of your China U17 national team called our office, accusing you of various misconducts and claiming that your behavior severely damaged the image of Manchester United. I had our colleagues in China investigate, and that's how the decision was made. Here, I sincerely apologize to you." David Gill's honest attitude made Yichen feel much better. Before coming, he still held some resentment towards Manchester United, as he was the victim of that incident. But now, Yichen hadn't changed his mind. Joining Manchester United at this moment wasn't suitable, and more importantly, Dortmund wasn't eager to sell him despite the high offer of €50 million. Klopp had approached Yichen multiple times, hoping he would renew his contract quickly. Yichen was a crucial member for the Champions League matches in the second half of the season. Klopp had no intention of giving up on the Champions League this season and wanted to lead this young Dortmund team to make a mark on the European stage. Yichen displayed a forgiving smile. "I accept your apology," he said magnanimously. Since Manchester United CEO had sincerely apologized, it was only right to give him an out. This was his way of showing grace. Mendes then chimed in with a smile. "I think we can get straight to discussing the transfer." Yichen nodded, then turned to Ferguson. "Sir Alex, I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm not planning to transfer to Manchester United." "Why?" Ferguson looked surprised. "We can offer you a first-team rotation contract with a weekly salary of over 50,000, and we can promise you at least 15 starts and over 20 appearances in a season. Don't you want to consider such good conditions?" Yichen firmly shook his head. "Sorry, but I don't plan to return to Manchester United at the moment." I have clear career goals, and I don't intend to move to England in the next 3 years. He went on to explain that Europe's top 5 leagues each had their own characteristics. The Premier League was the most intense and commercially successful league, the undisputed top league in the world. However, the high level of physical confrontation, dense schedule, and intensity made it prone to injuries, which was not conducive to the development of young players. Premier League clubs often loaned young players to Serie A, the Bundesliga, or League One for development, just like De Bruyne, who developed in the Bundesliga. League One mainly focused on nurturing young talents, with players like Hazard, Kanté, Mbappe, Tchouaméni, and Bernardo Silva all emerging from League One, including Manchester United's Martial. When Manchester United had to choose between Martial and Mbappe, they chose the former. But Yichun didn't like League One, especially since Paris Saint-Germain's rise turned it into another Bundesliga. La Liga was also worth considering, but it had its own issues. The first thought that crossed Yichun's mind was that moving to Barca would leave him with no playing opportunities. At that time, Barca was in its dream team era, nearly invincible. The club's interest in Yichun seemed tentative, and the offered 20 million fee lacked sincerity. Yichun then turned his attention to another giant, Real Madrid. However, Real Madrid's current squad was already well-rounded, with top strikers like Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, and Higuain, along with players like Callahan and Kaká who could also play forward. There was simply no room for Yichun. Although Real Madrid had also made an offer, Yichun astutely sensed that it might be the handiwork of his agent, Mendes. Mendes's influence is beyond imagination, Yichun mused. After all, Real Madrid's head coach, Mourinho, was also one of Mendes's clients. For Mendes, arranging an offer was just a phone call away. After weighing his options, Yichun believed that the Bundesliga was the best fit for him at the moment. Unlike Serie A, which seemed outdated, the Bundesliga offered both competitiveness and a less intense environment compared to the Premier League. More importantly, last season, Borussia Dortmund had broken Bayern Munich's dominance with a youth-driven storm, proving the team's strength. Reflecting on his initial worries about choosing a team, Yichun's biggest fear was joining a weak squad where he would rarely get 5 shots on goal. Even with his long-shot accuracy card, it would be useless. Now, his goal was clear: to lead Dortmund to a Champions League title. Even if he left in the future, he would become a legendary figure in Dortmund's history, forever cherished by the fans. Tactical fit was another crucial consideration. Yichun discovered that Dortmund's playing style aligned perfectly with his football philosophy. In modern European football, the total football approach was best exemplified by Barca and Dortmund. Although Dortmund was a rising star, they were younger and more dynamic. Why leave my comfort zone? Yichun questioned himself. After being here for less than a month, he already felt very settled. With the most passionate fans and the most thrilling matches, what reason was there to leave? If he moved to the Premier League and struggled to adapt, he would face the risk of being released. Yichun understood that in the football world, one couldn't rely too much on sentiments. Just as David Gill had apologized to him, if he hadn't demonstrated exceptional skill, coupled with the professional report from Kicker, would the club have been so eager to bring him back? The intricacies of the football world are far more complex than they appear, Yichun concluded. Everything is driven by interests. What if we give you the number 7 jersey? As soon as Ferguson uttered these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. This wasn't just a simple proposal. It was a monumental decision that could change Yichun's career. The number 7 jersey at Manchester United carries the legacy of legends like George Best, Cantona, Beckham, Ronaldo, and Owen. Ferguson's offer was essentially promising Yichun a central role in the team's future. Mendes's eyes flashed with surprise. He turned to Yichun, barely able to contain his excitement. I think you should reconsider your decision. The number 7 at Manchester United signifies greatness, being the core and the main star, he explained quickly. Greatness comes from the history of the number, being the core is reflected in United's tactics, and being the main star means you'll be the face of Manchester United. Mendes's words revealed his eagerness for this opportunity. He continued, Manchester United is one of England's top clubs. Joining them would give you the chance to become a player with global influence. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. David Gill looked at Ferguson in surprise, while the old manager smiled kindly, his gaze fixed on Yichun. Yichun fell into deep thought. He recalled how he first became interested in football because of Beckham, who had a huge influence in China. Now, he had the chance to wear the same number 7 jersey that Beckham once wore. This was incredibly tempting. Taking a deep breath, Yichun slowly spoke. I'm sorry, but I've said I won't go to the Premier League within the next 3 years. He stood up slightly and bowed to Ferguson. Sir Alex, you should rest early. I won't bother you any longer. With that, he turned and left, not giving Ferguson a chance to speak again. Yichun knew in his heart that despite his temptation, going to Manchester United was not the best choice. Borussia Dortmund was the club where he could develop best. Though Dortmund might not be as strong as Manchester United, and was only considered a second-tier team in Europe, it was on the rise. Yichun believed he could grow with the team, and even if he made mistakes, they would be forgiven. In contrast, Joining Manchester United meant he had to succeed without fail. Any slip-up would result in harsh criticism. Yichen thought of Harry Maguire, who received bomb threats just for underperforming. The behavior of English football hooligans was terrifying. Yichen knew he wasn't yet ready to compete in the Premier League. He had always said he would go to the Premier League in the future, but not now. Feeling that he might be persuaded if he stayed any longer, he chose to leave decisively. Mendez quickly followed and caught up with Yichen. "Yi, do you realize you just turned down a dream opportunity for many?" he said, smiling. "But I think you're very wise. This only strengthens my belief that you will surpass Messi and Ronaldo to become the best player in the world." Yichen smiled slightly. "Do you really think that highly of me?" Mendez explained. "To be honest, I wasn't so sure at first. But now, I am." When a man can turn down an offer from Manchester United and stay clear-headed, sticking to his chosen path, I believe you won't lose yourself to various temptations, Yichen mentioned. "But many people mock me for having a relationship at 17. Saying I'm wasting my football talent on women." Mendez laughed heartily. "People aren't animals. Being together isn't just about that. Players aren't monks. We have emotional needs and need spiritual support. And your situation is unique. You need someone to care for you, accompany you, and encourage you so that you can fully commit to football." Yichen was surprised by Mendez's insight, beginning to understand why he was a giant in the industry. He thought back to why he liked Lena. Initially, he was attracted by her fairy-like appearance, her delicate features, and cheerful personality. More importantly, it was her character. When Yichen went abroad to pursue his career, Lena chose to accompany him without hesitation. She even moved to a foreign city alone, which took great courage. Their love was mutual, not one-sided. Yichen didn't have grand ambitions in relationships. He didn't want to give every girl a home or numb himself with alcohol and find excuses to mess around. Scientifically, alcohol doesn't cause people to lose control. Those who get into trouble often want to let loose. But he was willing to be devoted to one person. Mendez nodded in agreement. "Well said. Let's pick this up next time." Yichen smiled and said, "But I need to head home now. Lena's waiting for me." Mendez, upon hearing this, also smiled with relief. He felt optimistic because in Yichen, he saw a brilliant future. Despite the immense pressure in today's competitive world, even top agents like Mendez weren't spared. However, Yichen's emergence was undoubtedly a game-changer. Especially after Cristiano Ronaldo left Real Madrid, Mendez was in dire need of a new marquee player. Yichen was that golden ticket. Mendez immediately made up his mind to provide Yichen with the best team possible, even considering setting up a dedicated office in China to fully support this rising star's development. On his way home, Yichen took out his phone and checked several major sports pages. As expected, his name was all over the headlines. 5 consecutive hat-tricks, with the last match featuring 5 goals. Yichen had instantly become the hottest new star in the Bundesliga. Borussia Dortmund was heavily promoting the 17-year-old prodigy, as his incredible records brought great honor to the club. Major media outlets were all reporting this sensational event with eye-catching headlines. BBC, 5 consecutive hat-tricks, Dortmund sensation Yichen sets Guinness World Record. France Football, in-depth analysis of Yi's rise, from Manchester United reject to Dortmund's new star. L'Equipe, the next Ronaldo? Chinese prodigy Yi scores 17 goals in 5 matches, setting a Guinness World Record. Kicker, Bundesliga star shocks the world. A detailed review of Yi's Guinness World Record. Even The Sun in the UK, known for its sensationalism, reported, "Shocking. 17-year-old Chinese teen sets world record amidst wild nights. And his girlfriend is." Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the Hilton Hotel, David Gill looked gravely at Sir Alex Ferguson and asked, "Old friend, what do we do now?" Ferguson calmly replied, "We'll head back to Manchester tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile. David Gill, puzzled, asked, "How can you still smile at a time like this? This kid is unbelievably foolish, missing such a golden opportunity." However, Ferguson shook his head and explained, "He's not foolish. In fact, he's genuinely smart. Compared to Manchester United, Dortmund is indeed a better fit for him right now." Seeing David Gill's surprised expression, Ferguson continued, "Inform our chief scout to keep a close eye on Yi. The moment he considers leaving Dortmund, let me know immediately. Such a talent can only belong to Manchester United. Otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" David Gill pressed. Ferguson took a deep breath, his eyes growing serious. "Otherwise, Yi will become Manchester United's greatest rival. With such maturity at a young age, his future potential is limitless." Little did Ferguson know that in the coming years, Manchester United's situation would become so challenging that they might not even qualify to be Yichen's rival. When Yichen returned home, the clock hands were nearing midnight. He gently pushed open the door to find the TV replaying highlights of Dortmund's match against Dresden, featuring his impressive goals on loop. In the living room, Lena was asleep on the couch. On the coffee table were carefully prepared red wine glasses, and covered plates, with a white candle glowing warmly in the center. Yichun felt a wave of warmth, realizing Lena had planned a surprise for him. He tiptoed and carefully closed the door, but even the slight click woke Lena. She slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Yichun, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. "You're back." Lena's voice carried a mix of sleepiness and joy. Yichun, feeling a bit guilty, said, "Did I wake you up with the door? You must be exhausted today." Lena pouted, pretending to be upset. "It's all your fault. If you didn't score so many goals, I wouldn't have had to scream so much." Yichun laughed. "Blame me, huh? Next time, I'll score less." "No way." Lena quickly said, "The more you score, the happier I am." Her face turned red as soon as she realized what she had said. To cover her embarrassment, she swiftly changed the subject. "Go wash your hands. I made steak for you. You said you could have a little steak tonight." Yichun nodded. "All right, I'll go wash my hands. Let's have a simple celebration tonight." "Yay." Lena cheered happily. As Yichun walked to the bathroom, images of his conversation with the nutritionist earlier that day flashed through his mind. During the competition season, he strictly adhered to his dietary plan, making tonight's steak a rare indulgence. However, he knew he couldn't touch the wine, as he had training the next day. In 3 days, Dortmund would travel to Stuttgart for their 11th away match. Stuttgart, currently 5th in the league, was in great form. Last season, the two teams had 1 win and 1 draw against each other, making Stuttgart a tough opponent. More importantly, it would be an Asian derby. Stuttgart's star striker was Japan's Shinji Okazaki. Yichun had just broken a record set by Masashi Nakayama, causing dissatisfaction among Japanese fans. Now, they pinned their hopes on Okazaki, cheering him on via social media. Although Yichun was unaware of these details, he still felt a bit bitter. Having played in the Bundesliga for many years, he was acutely aware of the large number of Japanese and Korean players. Dortmund's core player was Shinji Kagawa, Hamburg had Son Heung-min, and there was Okazaki at Stuttgart. In contrast, Chinese players in the Bundesliga were few and far between. The last Chinese player in the Bundesliga, Hao Junmin, was merely a substitute, almost a fringe player. This stark difference highlighted the gap in football standards between the countries. After washing his hands, Yichun returned to the living room to find Lena had lit the candle and poured the wine. She lifted the cover off the steak, only to find it had gone cold. Quickly, she said, "Wait a moment. I'll heat up the steak." "No need. Let's just eat it like this." Yichun took a bite of the steak. "I have training tomorrow morning." Lena looked at him expectantly. "How is it? Did I do well?" It was her first time cooking, and she was understandably nervous. She had even woken her mother for advice, showing her dedication. Yichun blinked and teased. "Not as good as you." Lena's face turned even redder, and she stuck out her tongue. "Humph, if you keep teasing me, I'll ignore you." Yichun laughed heartily and took another bite of the steak. All right, I was joking. It's a bit bland. It would be perfect with some black pepper sauce, but I love it. Thank you for everything." "Really? Then I'll make it for you again next time." Lena said excitedly. "Sure, but no wine tonight." Yichun reminded, "We have a match against Stuttgart in 3 days. I need to recover and prepare." Lena nodded immediately. "I understand. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight." Yichun smiled. "No need. I want to try holding you while we sleep." Lena raised an eyebrow. "Really? Can you control yourself?" "Let's see." Yichun smiled. If it weren't for the important match in 3 days, tonight's celebration would have lasted much longer. Meanwhile, back in China, it was already past 5 a.m. However, fans were wide awake, buzzing with excitement. The Dortmund forum was ablaze with discussions, the hottest topic being a commemorative post celebrating Yichun's historic achievement. In just half an hour, the post had garnered over 10,000 comments. Additionally, fans who had promised to buy jerseys were now sharing photos online, showing their support for their idol. In just a short time, all the Yichun jerseys on Borussia Dortmund's official website were sold out. The fans' enthusiasm was overwhelming, while the jerseys of other players were barely touched. This newly printed batch of jerseys became a stage for Chinese fans to showcase their purchasing power. After Yichun officially joined, Dortmund truly felt the immense potential of the Chinese market. The initial batch of 3,000 jerseys sold out within a day, and even the 10,000 jerseys prepared this time were not enough to meet the demand. This alone brought in over 6 million yuan in revenue for the club. Puma's official website quickly responded by starting pre-sales of the jerseys. However, 20,000 Yichun jerseys sold out again in just 10 minutes. Left with no other choice, Puma issued a statement, saying that the next batch would be available for pre-order in half a month. Fans, however, expressed their willingness to wait. Puma then stepped up its game, putting 100,000 of Yichun's number 16 jerseys up for pre-sale. Within an hour, another 20,000 jerseys were sold. Over the entire night, more than 53,000 of Yichun's number 16 jerseys were sold. Considering the high price of the printed jerseys at least 500 yuan for the regular version and starting at 600 yuan for the Champions League version, this wave of revenge spending generated approximately 30 million yuan in sales for Puma. Even if some people chose to return their purchases after cooling down, a conservative estimate still puts the actual sales at over 25 million yuan. Puma earned a substantial profit. The explosive sales in the Chinese market immediately caught the attention of Puma's headquarters, prompting them to hold an emergency meeting at midnight to discuss the business opportunities brought by Yi Chun. Meanwhile, discussions about Yi Chen on Weibo were heating up. His previous posts had gone viral. Fans began to call him God Yi, praising him as the eternal deity. Some even listed his achievements in detail. Born on September 16, 1994, he set a Guinness World Record at the age of 17 years and 71 days by scoring 17 goals with 5 hat-tricks in 5 matches, breaking the previous record held by former Japanese international Masashi Nakayama, who scored 16 goals with 4 hat-tricks in 1998. Countless fans left comments on Yi Chen's Weibo, celebrating his 5 crowns achievement of scoring hat-tricks in 5 consecutive matches. One passionate fan declared, "From today, I'll follow God Yi in the Bundesliga. Wherever his sword points, my heart will follow." However, amidst the praise, there were inevitably doubts and criticisms. Some pointed out that the opponent in the last match was just a second-tier team, Dresden, and argued that such a record was not worth boasting about. Others compared Yi Chen to domestic player Gao Lin, claiming that Gao could have scored 5 goals under the same circumstances. Some even brought up the feud between Yi Chen and the Chinese Football Association, labeling him a negative energy player and questioning his status as the future hope of Chinese football. These comments immediately sparked strong rebuttals from supporters, leading to heated debates online. As the discussions escalated, the conflict between Yi Chen and the Football Association became the focal point again. The situation developed to the point where even the National Sports Administration intervened, summoning Football Association President Liang Jijun for a meeting. At this time, some observant netizens noticed that the Football Association president was named Liang Jijun, while the U17 national team coach was named Liang Kailai, sparking speculations about nepotism. Some even pointed out the word again, implying that this was not the first time such an issue had occurred within the Football Association. Some celebrate with joy, while others are left in tears. Chinese football fans are overjoyed, celebrating as if it's the new year, while Japanese fans are collectively devastated. When Yi Chen scored his hat-trick, they tried to console themselves with a minor detail. Even though Yi Chen has scored hat-tricks in 5 consecutive games, his total is only 15 goals, whereas their legend Masashi Nakayama scored 16. This somewhat proud and boastful comment quickly gained traction on forums, but lasted only 20 minutes. Yi Chen scored again, reaching his 16th goal. The Japanese fans quickly shifted their narrative. Yi Chen took 5 games to score 16 goals, but Nakayama did it in just 4. However, Yi Chen seemed determined to shatter all their illusions. With a resolute approach, even though his opponents anticipated his inside cut, they still couldn't stop him from scoring his 5th goal of the match. 5 goals. The fans were left speechless, and a major football forum fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, a new post appeared. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? The post included 5 gifs of Yi Chen's goals, a powerful inside cut and shot, aggressive pressing causing an opponent's mistake, a brilliant Panenka penalty, and 2 simple yet explosive inside cuts from the left. This post was like a wake-up call, silencing countless Japanese fans. They began to reflect. Yi Chen is indeed incredible. Why should we disparage him? Shouldn't we be proud that an Asian can achieve such remarkable prowess? This shows that Asians can reach great heights too. With persistent effort, Japan could also produce such talents. However, some still held different opinions. They believed it was too early to praise Yi Chen, reminding everyone that their own Shinji Okazaki would soon face him. Some questioned how Yi Chen, who wasn't even a regular starter at his club, could be so quickly praised. Others pointed out that Yi Chen was only tied for the top scorer, with Klaus-Jan Huntelaar also being significant. The debate continued into the dawn. The next morning, Yi Chen looked at the gentle Lena in his arms and sighed softly. He thought to himself that if he had held back last night, he wouldn't be a man. But Lena was also very considerate, barely making Yi Chen expend any effort. After a quick wash, Yi Chen grabbed his training bag and headed to Dortmund's training base. As he opened the door, he was surprised to see a sleek white Volvo SUV parked outside. Before he could react, his agent Mendez stepped out of the car with a bright smile. "Good morning, Yi." Mendez greeted warmly. Yi Chen smiled back. "Morning. What brings you here?" "Watska contacted me last night. They want us to finalize the renewal contract this morning," Mendez explained. He had been waiting for Dortmund to reach out to him. In negotiations, whoever contacts the other first is at a disadvantage. But Mendez wasn't in a hurry because Manchester United had already sent an official offer to Dortmund, and the newly wealthy Paris Saint-Germain had matched it. Both clubs offered a staggering 50 million release clause. Mendez knew well that in today's football world, there's a method of buying players called follow the leader. Manchester United had often targeted players, only to be outbid by Chelsea. Examples include Mikel, Ballack, Benzema, David Silva, Robin, Duff, and Joe Cole. The list goes on. It's no secret in the football world that whenever Manchester United targets a player, other clubs rush to compete for him. However, United has wised up. They snatched Alexis Sanchez and Fred from under Manchester City's nose. But when it came to choosing between Victor Lindelof and Virgil van Dijk, United opted for Lindelof, who was playing for Benfica at the time, instead of Van Dijk, who had already proven his worth in the Premier League. This decision puzzled many fans. Yichin smoothly parked his brand new Volvo at the entrance of the stadium. Eager sports journalists, who had been waiting, swarmed towards him. "Yi, can we have a quick interview?" one reporter asked urgently. Yichin rolled down the window and nodded. "Sure, but I'll only answer 3 questions. Are you going to renew your contract with Dortmund?" "I can't tell you that right now," Yichin replied mysteriously. "Will you consider transferring to Manchester United or PSG?" "I'm still thinking about it," he answered ambiguously. "After setting a Guinness World Record, do you consider yourself a world-class player?" Yichin shook his head and said honestly, "Of course not. I'm still fighting for a starting spot." After answering the 3 questions, Yichin rolled up the window. Despite the brevity of his responses, it was enough for the reporters to craft sensational headlines. Yichin and agent Mendes spotted at Dortmund training ground, renewal talks imminent, loyalty on display. Yichin appears with agent. Yichin considering transfer to Manchester United or PSG, details unclear. Is Yichin angry? Relationship with Dortmund in jeopardy? Am not a world-class player, not even a starter. Yichin's rift with Dortmund? Exclusive interview. Yichin rarely loses temper. The car drove into Dortmund's training facility and parked in the designated spot. As Mendes got out, he asked, "Are you happy with this car?" "Absolutely. I love the Volvo." Yichin praised sincerely. Mendes smiled approvingly. "Looks like Lena knows you well. This car is a welcome gift from me. By the way, make sure you drive to the club from home from now on. No more running." "Got it." Yichin nodded, then added awkwardly, "But I don't have a driver's license yet." Mendes explained, "You can get a license at 17 in both the UK and Germany. You just haven't taken the test yet. Fortunately, the process is similar to back home. I'll arrange for you to take the test. In the meantime, we'll have a driver for you." "Isn't a driver expensive?" Yichin asked cautiously. Mendes instantly understood Yichin's concern and clarified, "The company will cover the cost. Is that okay?" "Thanks, boss," Yichin said gratefully. No, you're the boss," Mendes quickly corrected. "By the way, unlike last night, try to speak as little as possible this time." "Okay." Yichin mimed zipping his lips and resolved to observe Mendes' negotiation skills closely. In fact, the main reason Yichin was willing to stay at Dortmund was because of the first contract offered by Klopp. It was filled with sincerity, though the 50 million release clause felt insecurely low. Otherwise, this renewal negotiation wouldn't even be necessary. However, with top clubs increasingly competitive, they are buying younger players at skyrocketing prices. Yichin's recent performances showcased football talent far exceeding his 50 million valuation, coupled with the vast Chinese market behind him, making him an irresistible target for major clubs, akin to a prized treasure. The moment Ferguson and David Gill stepped out of the airport, the waiting journalists swarmed around them. Flashbulbs went off continuously, and questions were fired rapidly. "Sir Alex, are you here specifically to sign Yichin?" one eager journalist asked. Ferguson smiled and replied succinctly, "I can't disclose anything at the moment." Another journalist pressed on. "You once said that the doors of Manchester United would always be closed to ye. Why are you flying to Germany now?" David Gill frowned at this and snapped, "Which newspaper are you from?" The journalist shrank back into the crowd, intimidated. However, Ferguson maintained his amiable smile and calmly said, "I did say that. But I must admit, missing out on a talent like you would be an unforgivable mistake." He paused, scanned the room, and solemnly announced, "From today, the doors of Manchester United are always open to Yichin." The statement hit like a bombshell, leaving the journalist gasping. Many wondered privately, is he really that good? After all, his rise to fame had been meteoric, and many British journalists were unfamiliar with him, knowing only that he had created a new football legend in the Bundesliga. Yet, driven by their inherent pride, they paid little attention to the Bundesliga, always believing that English football was the world's focal point. Ferguson, pleased with the reaction, continued, "He has promised to seriously consider our offer. We will announce any updates on our official website. We've made a very generous offer, which includes giving him the number 7 shirt in the future." This statement caused another wave of shock among the journalists. Without saying more, Ferguson left the scene with David Gill, leaving the stunned reporters behind. Despite Manchester United's sincere efforts, Yichin ultimately declined their offer. At that moment, Yichin was in Dortmund, discussing contract renewal terms with Watzke and Klopp. As Mendes began negotiations with the club, Yichin realized how little he knew about contracts. Firstly, There was the issue of team status. Ye's previous contract was as a breakthrough star, with a weekly salary cap of €25,000. This time, Mendes demanded a first-team regular contract. At Dortmund, only star players and key players had higher contract levels. Although he was only 17, his skills were enough to secure a starting position. The new contract not only increased his weekly salary but also included loyalty bonuses, agent fees, and various additional clauses. He was about to receive his first Bundesliga Player of the Month and Young Player of the Month bonuses, which had become a certainty due to his consecutive hat tricks. Mendes focused more on future demands during negotiations, proposing a 10 annual increase. However, he had different ideas. "Boss, why don't we aim higher?" "Go on," Mendes said, intrigued. He excitedly suggested, "If we win the DFB Pokal, increase by 15. Bundesliga title, 20. And if we win the Champions League, 25. What if the team wins nothing?" Klopp interjected. He replied without hesitation, "Then no increase. If we don't win any titles, we don't deserve a raise." Klopp laughed. "All right, you said it. What if we win both the DFB Pokal and the Bundesliga?" Ye's eyes lit up. "Then start with 10 and add 5 for each title." "Deal." Klopp agreed happily, finding the demands trivial. Mendes, covering his head, thought, "Didn't I tell this kid to keep quiet? What if Dortmund doesn't win anything? We'll lose big." The negotiations lasted all morning. In the end, Mendes secured a €1 million commission. Ye's weekly salary doubled from €20,000 to €40,000, and his annual salary increased from €1 million to €2 million. Most importantly, his release clause rose from €50 million to €88.88 million. It's worth noting that the highest paid player at Dortmund was the 32-year-old captain Kell, earning €50,000 per week. Besides playing, he also helped Klopp manage the locker room, making him a core figure. Ye's new weekly salary matched that of players like Shinji Kagawa, Mats Hummels, and Robert Lewandowski, reflecting Dortmund's genuine commitment to him. He did not disappoint, and the negotiations proceeded smoothly. After the morning discussions, at 2 p.m. local time in Germany, Dortmund held a press conference to announce Yichen's contract renewal. The much talked about transfer saga of Yichen has finally come to an end. Borussia Dortmund has announced that the young player, hailed as a prodigy, has successfully renewed his contract, with a release clause set at a staggering €88.88 million. This news has sent shockwaves through the football world. Yichen, who recently joined the team, has already secured a contract renewal, setting a new record in Bundesliga history. At the press conference, Yichen emotionally declared, "I love everything about Dortmund, and I want to write my own story here." His words quickly spread worldwide, bringing joy to countless Dortmund fans. On social media, fans' enthusiasm surged like a tidal wave. One excitedly exclaimed, "I love you even more now. What should I do?" Some fervent fans even joked, "Why don't you break up with Lena? I want to have your kids." Others quipped, "Even if you don't break up, I don't mind. I just want him to score on me." However, Manchester United fans were left feeling devastated. Some angrily complained, "You've got to be kidding. Sir Alex himself came to negotiate, offered you the number 7 shirt, and you still didn't come." Others declared, "No more words. Yichen is dead to me. Traitor to United." The disappointment of Manchester United fans is understandable. After Sir Alex Ferguson personally visited Dortmund, they had already considered Yichen one of their own. Videos of Yichen playing in the Manchester United U18 team against Liverpool resurfaced, with many fans calling him the second coming of Beckham. Even David Beckham, now playing in the US, publicly stated, "He is an incredible player, and I truly hope he can return to Manchester United." But in the end, Dortmund had the last laugh in this transfer drama. After the renewal ceremony, Yichen didn't leave with his agent but immediately returned to training. As night fell, a large group of die-hard fans still waited outside the Dortmund training base. Yichen stepped out of his car, patiently signing autographs and taking photos with fans. The fans, understanding his long day of training, made way for him to go home. Back home, Yichen collapsed onto the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. He finally understood why the club was willing to negotiate with his agent, knowing they would take a cut because it made the whole process more efficient. Suddenly, Yichen remembered something. "Oh right, I still haven't claimed my reward for the match against Dresden." Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding task expectations, leading the team to 5 consecutive victories, and achieving your first career 5-star performance, with an additional reward of a diamond treasure chest. Yichen took a sharp breath. The diamond treasure chest he had longed for had finally appeared again. Seeing the glittering diamond chest in his mind, Yichen didn't rush. He suppressed his excitement, first running to the bathroom to take a shower to calm himself down. After drying off, he sat on the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, and said to the system, "System, open the diamond chest for me." With a crisp ding sound, the system's voice echoed in Yichen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-level skill, Beckham's Bend It Like Beckham. Yi Chen's pupils contracted suddenly, and he murmured in disbelief, is this real? The Bend It Like Beckham? Instantly, the techniques and methods of using the Bend It Like Beckham flooded into Yi Chen's mind. The scenes of Beckham's stunning free-kick goals flashed before his eyes. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel, thinking that Beckham might be one of the most underrated players in football history. He mused that sometimes being handsome could be a burden, as people often assumed Beckham's achievements were solely due to his looks. This reminded Yi Chen of his own experiences when he joined Manchester United. Back then, fans mocked him, saying he was just a pretty face with no skills. However, as he started to perform exceptionally on the field, those voices gradually faded. Now, Yi Chen was not only still handsome but had also proven his skills with a variety of goal-scoring methods: volleys, curved shots from the edge of the box, and long-range lobs, to name a few. And now, besides the occasional knuckleball, Yi Chen had finally acquired a genuine free-kick skill: Beckham's Bend It Like Beckham. He recalled that he had once scored a similar goal from a corner kick, but that was more due to luck and the exceptional performance of a long-range shooting card. Similar to that 35-meter knuckleball, Yi Chen knew he couldn't replicate such shots under normal circumstances. However, things were completely different now. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Chen trembled as he opened his attribute panel. As expected, the S-level skill brought significant attribute changes. The Bend It Like Beckham enhanced 3 key attributes. First was curve, which shot up from 70 to 85, marked in a prominent orange color. Next was free-kick accuracy, which increased from 75 to 85 with boosts in shot power and precision. Lastly, crossing or long passing improved from 69 to 80. In just an instant, the S-level skill had added 36 points to Yi Chen's personal attributes. Yi Chen couldn't help but tease the system. System, aren't you afraid I'll become invincible? The system responded calmly. The rewards the host receives are earned through effort. P.S. The system is only afraid the host won't be invincible enough. Yi Chen's mouth twitched, finding the system's reply both amusing and exasperating. He quickly regained his composure and asked, if you're afraid I won't be invincible enough, why not give me more attribute points? Beckham's Bend It Like Beckham only has 85 curve? It wouldn't be too much to give it 99. The system provided a gentle reminder. S-level skills adjust attributes to meet the minimum requirements for the skill, not to present it perfectly. For the host to perfectly present Beckham's Bend It Like Beckham, or to surpass Beckham, further effort is required. Yi Chen questioned, surpass Beckham? Are you kidding? He is the king of free kicks. He then thought of some statistics. The player with the most free kick goals in football is Juninho, who scored 77 goals through free kicks, while Pelé has 7 fewer. So, does that mean Juninho is the true king of free kicks? The system didn't respond directly but suggested Yi Chen look up Beckham's stats. Yi Chen immediately took out his phone to search, and the results shocked him. Beckham ranked 5th on the list of free kick goals, with Juninho, Pelé, Ronaldinho, and Liverpool ahead of him. Ronaldinho and Liverpool were tied for 3rd with 66 free kick goals each, while Beckham had 65. What surprised Yi Chen even more was that following Beckham were Maradona and Zico tied for 6th, Coleman with 60 goals in 8th, and Carioca and goalkeeper Rogerio Ceni tied for 9th with 59 goals. Yi Chen was astonished to find that neither Messi nor Ronaldo made the list. He recalled Ronaldo's knuckleballs and Messi's dipping free kicks, which had left a deep impression on him. Even players like Del Piero and Pirlo, whom Yi Chen considered masterful, had not made the list. Yi Chen took a deep breath and thought to himself, if I start working hard now, could I surpass Juninho? He couldn't resist asking the system, how many free kick goals have I scored so far? The system replied, 2. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, only 2? So, I need to score 75 more to catch up? Forget it, I shouldn't even have such thoughts. Just then, the system suddenly announced, ding, a long-term task has been issued. Score 78 free kick goals within 10 years. Successful completion will randomly reward 3 attributes with maximum values. Yi Chen gasped, system, you're ruthless. But he quickly calmed down. At least there's no penalty. It's just a bonus task. Lying on the bed, Yi Chen gently swung his feet in the air, already planning how to showcase his newly acquired free kick skills to Klopp. He made up his mind to let everyone witness his true capabilities. Only then could he seize the opportunity to take the free kick. Yi Chen took a deep breath and decided to get some sleep first. Tomorrow, he would find a chance to showcase his skills. Early the next morning, sunlight had just begun to touch the grass at the training base as Yi Chen arrived in his Volvo sedan. As he got out of the car, he spotted Miguelak. The goalkeeper, who had gained some fame in the last German Cup match, was standing on the edge of the training field. Yi Chen recalled a photo circulating online. Miguelak squatting at the center circle arc, casually watching his teammates attack. Below the photo, a caption read, Dortmund goalkeeper squats at the center circle watching his teammates attack. You're here early. Yi Chen greeted Miguelak as he approached. Miguelak nodded and explained, I wanted to get some training in. improve my diving speed? Yi Chen's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. Perfect timing. I wanted to practice my free kicks. How about we train together? Free kicks won't help with diving speed, though, Migalac replied, puzzled. Yi Chen quickly thought on his feet. How about we start with penalty kicks instead? Sure. Migalac smiled. Thanks for staying back to train with me. No problem, Yi Chen replied with a grin. I wanted to practice my penalty kicks too. Helping others is a traditional virtue of us Chinese. After a brief warm-up, Yi Chen suggested, how about 10 shots? Migalac, full of confidence, agreed. All right, Yi, I won't hold back. Bet you I can save 5 out of 10. Let's see, Yi Chen challenged with a raised eyebrow. For the next 10 minutes, the field echoed with the sound of the ball hitting the net. As the final ball went in, Migalac collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. No more, no more. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Giving up so soon? Weren't you going to save 5? Migalac explained with a sigh. Your feints are too realistic. I couldn't save any. Even the vice-captain wouldn't be able to. At that moment, Weidenfeller's voice came from behind them. Who says? Yi Chen turned around, a smile of anticipation spreading across his face. It seemed the next victim had just walked in on his own. A penalty kick is a silent duel between the striker and the goalkeeper. From the exchange of glances to the interpretation of body language, from the rhythm of the rune-up to the final shot, every detail holds the key to victory. Roman Weidenfeller, the goalkeeper for Borussia Dortmund, may not be the most outstanding among German goalkeepers, often criticized for his aerial ability, but he is quite adept at saving penalties. At this moment, he is unaware that after his departure from Dortmund, the team will endure an 8-year stretch without a single penalty save. On the field, Weidenfeller is ready, standing firmly in front of the goal. Players gradually gather, with Klopp and assistant coach Buvac arriving, along with a few other coaches. The showdown between Yi Chen and Weidenfeller captures everyone's attention. Go, vice-captain. Roman, teach ye a lesson. Place your bets, place your bets. The teammates' shouts echo, and the atmosphere heats up instantly. From a distance, Klopp asks Buvac with interest, how many do you think you will miss? Buvac calmly responds, at least 5 out of 10. Remember, Roman is a penalty-saving expert, even better than Bayern's Neuer. Goalkeeping coach Matthias adds, this season, Roman has kept a clean sheet in 5 matches, with an 80-save success rate, ranking among the top in the Bundesliga. And in penalty saves, he's ahead of Neuer. Klopp smiles, we'll see. At that moment, Yi Chen makes a powerful rune-up and unleashes a fierce shot. Although Weidenfeller guesses correctly, the ball is too fast to reach. Again, Weidenfeller remains confident, believing he has figured out Yi Chen's pattern. Yi Chen nods and places the ball again. Go, shouts Gotze from the side. Yi Chen takes a deep breath and fakes a powerful shot. Just as Weidenfeller dives, Yi Chen gently pushes the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it into the goal through the center. Damn! Weidenfeller pounds the ground in frustration. Nice one, kid. You've got some skills. Not too bad, Yi Chen replies with a smile. For the 3rd, 4th, and 5th shots, Weidenfeller grows increasingly agitated. On the sidelines, Matthias is stunned, and Buvac's face turns red, as if each goal is a slap to his pride. However, Klopp is inwardly excited. This young man is a natural penalty taker. He begins to consider rearranging the team's penalty takers, but worries that a sudden change might cause dissatisfaction. He needs the right moment, like when Lewandowski misses a penalty. Unaware of the coach's thoughts, Yi Chen initially plans to showcase his banana kick, but the opportunity doesn't seem right. Yi, can't you intentionally miss one to save me some face? Weidenfeller half-jokingly complains. Next time, for sure. Yi Chen quickly apologizes. Next time? I won't give you the chance to humiliate me again. Weidenfeller mutters. How about we try free kicks? You don't think you can score those on me, do you? Let's try. Yi Chen agrees. However, as Yi Chen stands at the free kick spot, he hesitates. Would it be inappropriate to show too much at once? In the end, he decides not to use the banana kick for now. Yi Chen takes a deep breath, recalling the feeling of striking a knuckleball. He strikes the ball with the inside of his foot, using his lower leg to generate power, hitting the lower part of the ball. The ball flies just above the dummy wall, initially rising before suddenly dipping sharply. Weidenfeller initially thinks the ball is going out, but seeing it dip suddenly, he scrambles to block it. The ball shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the goal. Yi Chen, standing at the penalty spot, was stunned, feeling utterly embarrassed. I really didn't mean to score, he instinctively defended himself. His teammates erupted in excitement, teasing him. Yi, you're unbelievable. Yeah, if it weren't for the vice-captain, that shot wouldn't have gone in. Roman must have gone easy on you, otherwise, it would have been a tough save. Yi Chen quickly nodded in thanks, vice-captain. However, Weidenfeller secretly marveled. He hadn't gone easy at all. This kid's free kick was simply uncanny. Just then, Klopp's sharp whistle cut through the air. "All right, everyone, focus," he shouted. "We're starting with a tactical lesson today. Analyzing Stuttgart. In 2 days, they would face Stuttgart, and today the team would announce the starting lineup and substitutes, followed by tactical drills." Meanwhile, Stuttgart was also holding an intense tactical meeting. Head coach Bruno Labbadia was predicting Dortmund's starting lineup, confidently including Lewandowski. Dortmund's lineup was quite stable, with the only variable being Yi Chun. Considering Yi had just played in the DFB Pokal, he was unlikely to start. To counter Dortmund's style, Stuttgart set up a 433 formation, aiming to solidify central defense while using speed to attack the flanks. Their three forwards were Kakao, Shinji Okazaki, and Harnik. However, offense wasn't the main concern. The real challenge was defense. Yi Chun had earned a new nickname in the Bundesliga, €50 million kid, thanks to the hefty offers from Manchester United and PSG. Labbadia pondered deeply, while the defensive coach, Thomas, suggested, "Yi is very fast. If we let him run, it will be dangerous. I recommend assigning a player to mark him." Labbadia nodded in agreement and asked, "Who would be best to mark him?" "Kuzmanovic won't do. He needs to contain Kagawa," analyzed Cesar, frowning. "We'll have to use Tasai to track him. Is there a way to use zonal marking?" Labbadia asked further. "Or should we have the fullbacks cover him? In that case, we can't use Boca. We'll need the more defensive Molinaro." Thomas couldn't help but grumble. This Yi kid is really a handful. Yi Chen's outstanding performance in the Bundesliga quickly made him the focus of many coaches. In the first 5 matches, opponents underestimated him or lacked sufficient information, allowing Yi Chen to shine brightly. But now, everything was about to change. Having set a Guinness World Record, Yi Chen's fame grew, and coaches began to seriously analyze his characteristics. They all knew Yi Chen was fast and had precise shooting. The most effective way to deal with such a player was simple commit a foul early, preventing him from entering dangerous areas. This was the same strategy other teams used against Neymar. The 11th round of the Bundesliga is about to kick off, and all the teams are actively preparing, including Borussia Dortmund. However, Dortmund has a unique problem near their training ground, a 7-meter-high mound that offers a perfect view of their training sessions. Fans love it, but opponents won't miss this perk either. To protect tactical secrets, Klopp once planted 9 poplar trees on the mound to block prying eyes. Although the results weren't perfect, Dortmund currently sits second in the league, just 3 points behind leaders Bayern Munich. The upcoming match between Dortmund and Stuttgart has become the focus of attention. Stuttgart is currently 5th, just 2 points behind Dortmund. If Stuttgart wins, they will move into the top 4. Before the match, journalists eagerly interviewed Stuttgart players. The 19-year-old Rudiger was no exception. When asked how he would deal with Yi, the young defender smiled confidently. "Others may fear Yi, but I don't. If the coach puts me on the field, I can definitely shut him down." When pressed further, "Who gives you such confidence?" Rudiger raised an eyebrow and replied, "Just wait and see." This confident youngster would later become a top center-back who joined Real Madrid on a free transfer. Although he had just been promoted to the first team and had not yet secured a starting spot, his bold words did not stir much reaction. In contrast, Shinji Okazaki's comments caused quite a stir online. He coldly remarked, "No matter how many goals he scores, it doesn't change the fact that he's a substitute, while I'm Stuttgart's main striker. Goal count isn't the only measure of a forward. Please don't compare me to a substitute. Just like Benzema, he doesn't score many goals but is still a world-class striker." Okazaki's anger stemmed from the termination of his teammate Tomoki Makino's contract. The Japanese players in the Bundesliga often dined together, and with Makino about to return home, they held a farewell dinner. Okazaki, close friends with Makino, vowed to avenge him against Yi Chun. This led to a dispute with Shinji Kagawa. Kagawa believed that Makino also bore some responsibility and that Yi was merely defending himself, which infuriated Okazaki, who even accused Kagawa of being Yi Chun's bootlicker. The dinner ended on a sour note. When asked by a reporter, "Who do you think will win this Asian derby?" Okazaki replied without hesitation, "Dortmund can't win at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. We are not weaker than them." "Do you have anything to say to Yi before the match?" Okazaki stared coldly into the camera. "Yi, listen up. No matter how many goals you've scored before, that's all in the past. In this head-to-head clash, I'll score more goals than you. I'll prove with my skills who the top Asian striker in the Bundesliga is." Makino lost his job because of Yi Chun. Will you avenge your national team teammate? Okazaki clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Of course. Makino is my friend, and I will make Yi taste defeat." Finally, the reporter asked, "What do you think about the Chinese national team, a frequent opponent?" Okazaki scoffed. "Chinese football? Not a single decent player." The German sports journalist questions were sharp and provocative, covering personal grudges, friendships, and national rivalries. They succeeded in getting explosive responses, enough to write a compelling report. As a result, The hype for this match reached a new peak. Yichen's participation significantly boosted Bundesliga viewership in China, prompting the Bundesliga officials to take this massive market seriously. Especially after Yichen's jersey sold over 50,000 units overnight, the officials were thrilled. Sensing a business opportunity, the Bundesliga began devising a series of marketing strategies, starting with adjusting the match schedules. Regarding this match where Dortmund visits Stuttgart, it was initially scheduled to take place at 2 a.m. in China. However, it has now been moved to 9:45 p.m. local time in China. At 3:45 p.m. local time in Germany, under the blazing sun, the players have to squint to adapt to the intense sunlight. This is especially challenging for the goalkeepers, as the direct sunlight makes it difficult for them to accurately judge the ball's trajectory. The ambitions of the Bundesliga are not limited to this. They have already started preparations to establish a dedicated promotional department in China. Additionally, they have instructed the media to dig up more news about Yichen. After all, in China, news about Yichen generates far more traffic than any other football-related topic. At this sensitive moment, an interview with Shinji Okazaki has caused quite a stir domestically. Netizens are questioning, who is this Okazaki? How dare he be so arrogant? Someone quickly explained, he is the main striker for the Cherry Blossom Nation and scored a hat-trick when they won the Asian Cup. However, this explanation did not quell the controversy but rather fueled it. Someone angrily pointed out, a player who has only scored 3 goals in the league dares to compare himself to Yichen, who has scored 12. Is he out of his mind? Fans have been vocal in their support for Yichen, saying, can't wait for Yichen to show him up. Does he really think he can challenge Yichen? He's not even worthy of tying Yichen's shoelaces. However, a more rational voice followed, calm down. Whether Yichen can play in this match is still uncertain. Let's wait for Yichen to speak for himself. Meanwhile, at Dortmund's training base, Yichen had just finished training and was sitting on the grass resting. Shinji Kagawa walked over, handed him a bottle of water, and said with a smile, your fitness is looking good. Seems like there won't be any problem for you to play tomorrow. Yichen took the water and replied with a wry smile, my fitness is fine to play the whole match. It's just that the coach won't give me the chance. Kagawa reassured him, that's normal. When I first came to Dortmund, I sat on the bench for half a season. But don't worry, Lewandowski definitely won't be able to play the full match. Yichen felt slightly comforted but couldn't help but ask, why? Kagawa explained, after we play Stuttgart, we have a home game against Olympiacos, and we must win that Champions League match. Seeing Yichen's puzzled look, he added, don't you look at the schedule and the Champions League standings? Yichen honestly replied, I can't play in the Champions League, so why bother looking at it? Kagawa's eyes lit up, you can't play in the first half of the season, but if we advance to the knockout stage, you'll be able to play. He then detailed the team's current situation in the Champions League group stage and emphasized the importance of the upcoming match against Olympiacos. Yichen nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding the coach's considerations. At that moment, Kagawa suddenly changed the subject. By the way, have you been following the sports news lately? Yichen shook his head. I rarely pay attention to that stuff. Kagawa smiled. Well, one of my national team teammates, Okazaki, said he wants to compete with you to see who scores more goals. Yichen's face showed disdain. He really wants to compete with me? Kagawa tentatively asked. So, do you have confidence? Yichen responded without hesitation. It's not about confidence. He sneered, tell him this. Who does he think he is? Does he have the right to compete with me? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge me. Yichen's tone was full of confidence and contempt. He continued, my rivals are players like Huntelaar, Gomez, and Podolski. What does Okazaki count for? As an avid Premier League fan, Yichen naturally recognized Shinji Okazaki. The Japanese forward played a pivotal role in helping Leicester City secure the Premier League title, with contributions on par with Jamie Vardy. Okazaki is a classic utility forward. His playing style is straightforward. He boasts a strong sense of teamwork, abundant stamina, excellent defensive skills, and a knack for scoring from deep runs. In many ways, he resembles Yichen. Leicester City's manager Claudio Ranieri held Okazaki in high regard. Okazaki became the third Asian player to win the Premier League title, following in the footsteps of Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa, cementing his significant status in Japanese football history. However, Okazaki is perhaps more famously known for a humorous incident. During a meal at teammate Takashi Inui's house, he bluntly commented on Inui's wife's physique, saying, your chest has gotten bigger. This remark, revealed by Inui himself, earned Okazaki the title of the most lecherous national team teammate. Although Okazaki later set the record for most goals scored by a Japanese player in the Premier League, Yichen didn't see this as a point of comparison. Forwards come in many types, Yichen thought. All-rounders, poachers, technical players, speedsters, target men, deep-lying forwards, and even false nines in Guardiola's system. Okazaki is a deep-lying forward. Even if I played with one leg, he wouldn't measure up to me. Especially now, what does he have to compare with me? Just because he's a Japanese international? or because he scored 3 goals this season? Hearing Yichin's words, Shinji Kagawa was momentarily stunned, then laughed. No wonder you're considered the most talented player in Asia. Okazaki indeed can't compare to you. Yichin was a bit taken aback. Aren't you mad that I'm talking about your national team teammate like this? Kagawa replied sincerely, why would I be mad? Okazaki's skills are decent within Asia, but Yekuen has the talent to rival world-class players. It's not even on the same level. Instead of wasting time being angry, it's better to learn from Yekuen and work hard to close the gap. However, I do hope Yekuen can teach him a lesson and show him the vast difference between you two. Yichin chuckled inwardly, surprised that Kagawa had become his fan, constantly calling him Yekuen, as if he were his elder. He couldn't help but wonder if this was an intrinsic Japanese respect for the strong. Did Okazaki offend you? Yichin asked curiously. Kagawa explained, just last week at Tomoki Makino's farewell party, I made a few honest remarks, and Okazaki called me your lapdog. I simply pointed out that Makino's release by the club was mainly due to his lack of skills, and that the conflict between you two had mutual responsibility. Because of this, Okazaki humiliated me harshly. Yichin's lips twitched slightly, thinking how straightforward Kagawa was. Wasn't it said that well-off people were cunning? If he were at such a gathering, he'd probably say things like, Kagawa isn't as good as Hao Junmin to keep the peace. Just like Xiao Jai once said in an interview, Zhang Shiji's physical condition isn't as good as Kevin De Bruyne's, but he's fast. In my opinion, his technique is better. Despite this, Kagawa speaking up for him moved Yichin. He also wanted to give Okazaki a small lesson, but could only sigh, I have the will to fight, but not the opportunity. The coach won't let me play. How am I supposed to score? Kagawa scoffed. I think Okazaki is only this arrogant because he knows you might not play. If you were starting, he wouldn't dare say a word. Yichin nodded in agreement. You're right. Don't worry, even if we don't meet this time, there will be another chance. We'll cross paths eventually. Yichin knew well that coaches had an overall plan for player appearances, considering schedules a month or even 2 in advance. When Klopp had him start in the German Cup, he knew he wouldn't be starting in the league, and might not even get a substitute appearance. The matches were too close together. Moreover, it seemed Klopp still trusted Robert Lewandowski more. Lewandowski could act as a pivot as a forward, while Yichin relied more on speed and skill to defeat opponents. As for physical issues, Yichin was at a loss. It seemed the system didn't include a strength attribute, whether by oversight or some other reason. Patience is key. Yichin knew well that personal growth, much like the growth of trees, requires time and effort. He had recently dedicated a lot of energy to strength training, aiming to become stronger as quickly as possible. Yichin took out his phone and quickly skimmed through Shinji Okazaki's interview. Aside from his slightly arrogant tone, the rest of his views were fairly reasonable. Especially his comments on the national football team, though harsh, they weren't entirely wrong. Yichin thought to himself, this guy does speak some truth. Our team indeed lacks standout players, but that doesn't mean Chinese people are incapable. Kid, you better hope we don't cross paths, or I'll make you more obedient than Kagawa. Yichin turned off his phone screen, feeling a surge of determination. Although a player of Shinji Okazaki's caliber didn't interest him much, if the guy became as annoying as a fly, he wouldn't hesitate to swat him. At 2:30 p.m. on October 29th, Dortmund's bus came to a steady stop outside the Mercedes-Benz Arena. The players disembarked one by one, greeted by enthusiastic cheers from the waiting fans. The players warmly signed autographs and took photos with their supporters, creating a friendly atmosphere that Yichin found comforting. He noticed that his female fan base seemed to be growing and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Damn charm. But then again, being good-looking and a skilled player, it's only natural to attract more female fans, right? Upon arrival, all the players took to the field for warm-ups. The starting players went through a comprehensive warm-up routine, while the substitutes engaged in light exercises. Stuttgart's players were also on the field, with each team occupying half of the pitch. As Yichin was jogging with the ball, a soccer ball suddenly flew over from the opposite half. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged it just in time. Turning to look, he saw a man with a sleazy grin muttering to himself. Missed him. What a pity. It was none other than Shinji Okazaki. Yichin's eyes narrowed, thinking, all right, kid, if you want a lesson, I'll give you one. He planted his foot and unleashed a powerful shot, the ball rocketing towards Shinji Okazaki's abdomen with lightning speed. This kick demonstrated Yichin's impressive 90-foot strength, the speed of the ball leaving everyone in awe. Okazaki's shot was swiftly dodged by Yichin, but Ye's counterattack was fast and fierce. Close distance, great power, incredible speed. What Okazaki never expected was that this seemingly gentle Chinese boy would strike back on the spot, showing no signs of backing down. Bang! The soccer ball, like a bullet from a gun, hit Okazaki squarely in the stomach. The intense pain caused his legs to buckle, and he collapsed to his knees. The surrounding fans witnessed the entire scene, with some even capturing the shocking moment on their phones. The stands erupted with gasps and pointing fingers directed at the two players on the field. Stuttgart's players rushed in like a tide, surrounding Okazaki. They glared at Yi-chun, shouting angrily, "What are you trying to do? Chinese boy, want to fight? This is our turf." Leading the charge was Serbian international Kuzmanovic, wearing the number 8 jersey. As Okazaki's closest teammate, he had witnessed the provocation but still stood firmly by the Japanese forward side. Dortmund's response was equally swift. Captain Kell was the first to reach Yi-chun, positioning himself between him and the Stuttgart players. "What do you think you're doing? You'll have to get through me first if you want to mess with Yi." Gotza, Gundogan, and Perisic quickly followed, forming a protective barrier around Yi-chun. The players from both teams were on edge, shoving each other but restraining themselves from throwing punches. As professional athletes, they were well aware of the severe consequences of fighting. Their primary goal was to separate Okazaki and Yi-chun. Just as the situation was about to explode, Stuttgart's coach Labadia stormed to the sideline, shouting, "Everyone, stop right now." His commanding voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the tension. Labadia stepped forward and demanded, "What the hell happened here?" Striker Kakao immediately pointed fingers. "Coach, I saw Yi kick the ball into Okazaki's stomach." Kuzmanovic chimed in, "That's right, Yi started it. I saw it with my own eyes." Kel frowned and turned to Yi-chun. "Yi, what really happened?" He clearly didn't believe the accusations, knowing Yi-chun was fiery on the field, but generally a calm and respectful person off it. Yi-chun calmly pointed to the nearby soccer ball and explained, "I was just warming up when Okazaki kicked the ball at me first. I dodged it and simply retaliated." Kel's eyes sharpened as he turned to Okazaki, who was shielded by his teammates, and demanded, "Okazaki, did you provoke him first?" Okazaki, still with a smug look on his face, thought to himself that this was Mercedes-Benz Arena, not Westfalenstadion. No matter how tough Yi-chun was, he had to play by their rules here. But Kel's questioning drew everyone's attention to Okazaki. He had no choice but to defend himself. It was an accident. The ball just happened to fly towards Yi. If I really wanted to hit him, do you think I would miss? His explanation did have some logic. As professional players, hitting a target unnoticed isn't that hard, especially for a forward like Okazaki, known for his precision. Yi-chun scoffed and retorted, "What a despicable liar." Kel's expression turned icy. He stared directly at Okazaki and said, "Do you really think anyone will believe you? I saw your pre-match interview. I know you're not friendly towards Yi. But remember, if you're a man, settle it on the field. Stop whining like a coward." Okazaki's face darkened. He pondered his next move, knowing Kel was respected and well paid for his leadership. Even in front of the opposing coach, Kel stood his ground. Stuttgart's coach Labadia finally grasped the situation. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, disperse. There are too many fans watching. Don't embarrass yourselves." However, Kuzmanovic wasn't ready to let it go. "Boss, you really did kick Okazaki. He needs to apologize." Kakao also angrily added, "Exactly. Okazaki was knocked to his knees." As soon as Kakao finished speaking, Shinji Okazaki's face turned pale. The air was thick with awkwardness, and Yi-chun couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter a curse under his breath in Chinese. This kind of despicable behavior, twisting the truth, was truly contemptible. Labadia tried to calm things down, shouting, "Enough! Everyone, disperse." But just then, Klopp strode over, his face full of fury. "I heard someone was bullying our Yi on the field." "Who is Yi?" Klopp asked through gritted teeth. "Klopp's precious gem. A dragon's reverse scale. Touch it and you die." Seeing this, Labadia quickly put on a placating smile. "Jurgen, it's just a minor misunderstanding. I've already dealt with it." But Klopp was unmoved, his expression dark as he questioned, "Bruno, is this how you treat your guests? We're just warming up, and your players are already picking fights?" It turned out that Shinji Kagawa had called Klopp over. As a national teammate of Okazaki and a good friend of Yi-chun, he had witnessed the whole incident but found it hard to take sides. Seeing the opposing coach on the sidelines, he immediately ran to the locker room to fetch Klopp. Yi-chun then noticed Kagawa's presence and thought to himself that this guy, who seemed to be living quite well, had gone to get reinforcements. Labadia tried to mediate, "Jurgen, I've asked around. Okazaki accidentally kicked the ball at Yi, and Yi retaliated. Let's just call it even." "Call it even?" Klopp fumed. "Okazaki must apologize to Yi, or this won't end." Okazaki, startled by Klopp's intensity, still gritted his teeth and said, "We Sakura people will never apologize to someone from Huaxia. Never." Hearing this, Klopp became even more enraged. "Fine, Bruno. You see this? He's being unreasonable and ungrateful. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Labadia, though visibly troubled, couldn't show weakness in front of so many players. He snorted coldly, "If that's the case, we'll settle it on the field." With that, he led the Stuttgart players away. The match hadn't even begun, and the tension was already palpable. Klopp walked over to Yi Chun and asked with concern, Yi, are you alright? Boss, I'm fine. Yi Chun replied. Klopp patted his shoulder and led the team back to the locker room. Initially, as the visiting team with a Champions League match in 2 days, avoiding injuries was the top priority. But now, things were different. In the locker room, Klopp fumed, kicked them to the ground, let them know the consequences of bullying Yi, especially that Okazaki guy. Tackle him. Take him out. Then he remembered Kagawa was also in the team and quickly added, Kagawa, you can take it easy. You'll see him in the national team later. Go easy on him. Kagawa's mouth twitched, and he nodded repeatedly without saying a word. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Wang Bo was trembling with excitement. He was glad he had recorded the scene of Yi Chun kicking the ball at someone. He quickly edited the video and sent it out, thinking the rest would be up to his cousin. At the same time, in a spacious office in Huaxia, Liang Kailai was leisurely sipping some premium Prerain Longjing tea. His phone suddenly vibrated, and he saw a video sent by his cousin, who was on a business trip in Germany. After watching it, Liang Kailai was thrilled, thinking this brainless guy had caused trouble again, blatantly embarrassing Huaxia people abroad. Embarrassment taken to a global level. Player Yi Chun attacks Shinji Okazaki with a soccer ball. This explosive headline hit the internet like a bomb, instantly igniting a wildfire of discussions online. In the video, the pre-match warm-up between Stuttgart and Dortmund is clearly visible. The clash between Yi Chun and Shinji Okazaki is unmistakable, sparking intense debates among netizens. Speculations and accusations surged like a tidal wave. Chinese player Yi Chun shows poor sportsmanship. Is this the quality of Chinese people? Yi Chun caught on video attacking before the match. These sensational headlines flooded the online space. Some speculated Yi Chun might have been frustrated about not starting and took it out on Okazaki. Others directly called out, please come back to China and stop embarrassing us abroad. Initially, many thought it was just clickbait. However, as the real video spread, public opinion exploded. Netizens unfamiliar with Yi Chun were incited to comment, can't play soccer well, but sure can kick people accurately. Come back. Stop embarrassing us abroad. Truly tarnishing our country's image. Some questioned the Football Association's management. Is the association just going to let such players ruin Chinese football? Chinese football is declining because we have too many players like this, who fight instead of playing well. Some even called for drastic actions. The association should ban him. Of course, there were voices of reason. The Football Association can't ban him. They can only suspend him. Yi Chun isn't afraid of the association. He's already been suspended for 3 years. Supporters of Yi Chun tried to fight back, but they were overwhelmed by the flood of criticism and trolls. The controversy quickly trended, even surpassing a celebrity's late-night hair salon scandal. Meanwhile, in Germany, the match had officially begun. Yi Chun sat on the bench, unaware of the storm brewing back home. On the field, tensions were high. Within the first 10 minutes, both teams had received 3 yellow cards each. 20 minutes in, 10 yellow cards had been handed out, with 10 players under warning. Strangely, neither coach seemed interested in calming things down. Yi Chun watched from the bench, fists clenching unconsciously. He silently vowed, don't let me get on the field, or I'll show you the power of China. As the match heated up, the online battle raged even more fiercely. Football Association Chairman Liang Jijun quickly responded with a statement regarding the punishment for Yi Chun's misconduct abroad. Player Yi Chun assaulted Japanese player Shinji Okazaki during the pre-match warm-up between Stuttgart and Dortmund, causing a severe negative impact on Chinese football. The punishment is as follows. 1. A fine of 100,000 euros. 2. A mandatory public apology. 3. A 10-year suspension from all national team levels. This notice serves as a warning to others. This decision reignited the online frenzy. Soon after, an interview with Liang Jijun appeared online, titled, Chairman Liang Jijun on Yi Chun. Yi Chun is not yet a world-class player, and his violent incident confirms my concerns. In the interview with Sports Weekly, Liang Jijun expressed that he had been closely monitoring Yi Chun's performance. He acknowledged that Yi Chun's talent was evident, with 5 hat-tricks being an impressive feat, but his main concern was Yi Chun's potential arrogance. The violent incident confirmed his fears. Liang Jijun emphasized, Yi Chun has lost his way. This incident not only negatively impacts Chinese football, but also affects Japan. Our severe punishment is meant to make Yi Chun realize his mistake. Liang Jijun's comments only fueled the fire, intensifying the online debate. Although some criticized the Football Association, more people believe that players tarnishing China's image abroad deserve condemnation. The association's actions didn't stop there. They began contacting Weibo to request the banning of Yi Chun's account. Under pressure, Weibo took a middle ground, disabling comments and likes on Yi Chun's account but allowing him to post, with content subject to strict review. Thus, the association seemed to have won this public opinion battle overwhelmingly. However, the storm was far from over, and Yi Chun's fate, along with the truth of the incident, remained uncertain. By the time the fans realized what was happening, it seemed there was no turning back. However, Yichen's team didn't just sit idly by. Although Mendez had left Germany, he had already set up a studio in China specifically to handle emergencies for Yichen. While vacationing in Spain, Mendez received an important message. The sender was none other than Li Xinran, the sports journalist who had previously interviewed Yichen. After leaving the newspaper, Li Xinran started her own media venture, sharing her interviews with Yichen on Instagram and Weibo. Yichen skimmed through her posts and found them full of praise. Remembering how Li Xinran had once tipped him off, Yichen returned the favor by offering her a job to help manage his affairs in China, including handling his Weibo account. Li Xinran was ready to take immediate action, but the experienced Mendez replied with just 3 words: "Don't rush." He understood the principle of, give them enough rope to hang themselves. Meanwhile, at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, the match had reached the 21-12 mark. Stuttgart had won a free kick in the attacking half. Harnik quickly took the kick, precisely finding Kvist in midfield. Kvist made a clever through pass to forward Kakao. Upon receiving the ball, Kakao noticed Hummels was a bit far off and decisively took a shot. However, Hummels managed to get back in time and blocked the shot with his body. The ball wasn't cleared, but instead bounced to Shinji Okazaki. Seeing the ball coming his way, Okazaki didn't hesitate and took a powerful shot. Boom! The ball rocketed towards the goal. In the 22nd minute, Shinji Okazaki, playing at home, opened the scoring for Stuttgart. The goal instantly ignited the passion of the Stuttgart fans in the stadium. However, a controversial celebration followed. Instead of running to the corner flag, Okazaki sprinted towards the bench and made a throat-slitting gesture. This scene infuriated the players on Dortmund's bench, who stood up in protest. But head coach Klopp calmly signaled for everyone to sit down. He thought to himself, "Go ahead, be arrogant. If you want to destroy someone, first let them go mad." Yichen sat on the bench, his expression as calm as still water, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner excitement. The match resumed, and Dortmund showcased impressive strength on the away field, not falling behind in the stats. However, despite Lewandowski's relentless sprints, he repeatedly came close but failed to score. At 10:24, Lewandowski's shot from outside the box skimmed past the post. At 15:12, his header was brilliantly saved by the goalkeeper. At the 19-minute mark, a curling shot seemed destined for the net, but was cleared off the line. 3 golden opportunities missed, hinting at impending misfortune. Sure enough, Dortmund soon faced a backlash. Hummels made a desperate interception, but inadvertently deflected the ball to Shinji Okazaki's feet. Lady Luck favored the Japanese forward, and he seized the chance to score. This goal ignited the passion of Japanese fans. Online forums buzzed with discussions about Okazaki and Yichen. Some praised Okazaki as Asia's top forward, others questioned Yichen's status as just a substitute, and some even debated their looks. Meanwhile, Dortmund fans were anxiously waiting for Yichen to take the field. The forums were filled with speculations and calls for his appearance, with some worried he might only come on in the dying moments of the game. On the pitch, the trailing Dortmund gradually took control of the game's tempo. However, Stuttgart's youth academy goalkeeper, Ulrich, performed heroically, repeatedly defusing threats. At 31:24, Hummels' header struck the post, and players on the bench held their breath, but the ball bounced out of play. At 45:21, just when everyone thought the first half would end that way, Dortmund launched one final attack. Piszczek, Bender, Kell, and Kagawa combined brilliantly, and Götze received the ball and broke into the box. Facing Ulrich, Götze made a deft body feint and curled the ball into the net. "Goal!" The commentator shouted passionately, "The goal from Mario Götze." The bench erupted in celebration, with players rushing out to join in. Klopp clenched his fist, unable to hide his excitement. Götze ran to the corner flag, leaped high, and performed his signature spinning celebration. Schub, the Dortmund fans in the stands roared in unison, cheering wildly for this crucial equalizing goal. The moment Götze scored, he immediately pointed to the sidelines at Yichen, his eyes filled with brotherly affection. The message was clear: this goal was dedicated to his good friend Yi. In the live broadcast, Huang Jianxiang's face lit up with a smile, clearly noticing this heartwarming detail. It seems Götze and Yichen have a great relationship. This goal is a special gift from Götze to Yi. Huang remarked, adding, "A good locker room atmosphere is indeed crucial for achieving great results." Next to him, Zhang Ju nodded in agreement, adding, "With the addition of young Yichen to the original lineup, Dortmund's overall strength remains highly competitive." Following the goal, the home team's coach, Labadia, was furious, slamming his water bottle to the ground. He yelled at his players on the field, "What are you all doing? Where's the defense? Are you all pigs? How many times have I taught you this?" As the referee blew the whistle for halftime, both teams headed back to their locker rooms. The mid-game goal allowed Klopp to breathe a little easier, but he was far from satisfied. In the locker room, Klopp adjusted the offensive strategy, shifting the focus from central penetration to attacking down the flanks. He emphasized the importance of exploiting the space behind the opposition's defense. Given that Molinaro was more of a defensive fullback, Klopp decided to focus the second-half attack on Götze's side. During the halftime break, Yichun checked his phone and saw a message from his agent, Mendes. After a quick read, he made a decision. As both a player and an owner, the final call had to come from Yichun himself. This explained why Mendes wasn't in a hurry to act. He was letting the situation develop while waiting for the boss's decision. Seeing the latest fine from the Football Association, Yichun felt baffled. Do they really think I'm a pushover? He thought. Although the new contract made him financially secure, it didn't mean he would accept unjust treatment. Moreover, the matter hadn't even been thoroughly investigated before a conclusion was hastily reached, clearly aiming to make him take the blame quietly. But Yichun wasn't a rookie in the domestic league. Yichun immediately responded by announcing his permanent withdrawal from the Chinese Football Association and canceling his FA membership. His team quickly sprang into action. They released a clarification video showing the full footage of the pre-match conflict, allowing the public to judge for themselves. They exposed the real reason behind Yichun's hefty fine, and they sent legal warnings to 20 new media companies. Yichun's actions sent a clear message. If you are bullied, you must fight back. This time, unlike before, Yichun's team took full control, handling all related matters. Suddenly, Yichun recalled a saying. If you can't lead a team, you'll end up working yourself to death. He couldn't help but nod in agreement, fully understanding its truth. Back when Yichun decided to join the national U17 team, he filled out the necessary forms and officially became a part of the Football Association. This meant that if he continued to develop domestically, the association even had the power to prevent him from playing. However, Yichun wasn't under their control, which made things difficult for the association. Although joining the association was voluntary, there was a crucial point to note. Once a player's registration was cancelled, they couldn't re-register unless the association compromised. But the likelihood of the association compromising was extremely slim. The reason Yichun had his agent Mendes make this decision was simple. He wanted to focus all his energy on club matches. So what if he didn't play for the national team? He still had the Champions League. The strength of the teams in the Champions League was beyond words. Take Barcelona, for example. Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets formed Spain's top-tier midfield trio. Messi was Argentina's superstar, and Sanchez was also a core player for his national team. Even the players on the bench could hold their own in their national teams. These teams weren't weaklings ranked 70 or 80 in the world. They were top-tier teams like Spain, France, and England, all consistent World Cup contenders. Yichun made a silent vow. From today onwards, he would treat the Champions League as his World Cup. Despite this, Yichun couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness when he announced his departure from the China Football Association. He recalled the Dongquidi app he used to frequent, which always showed a picture of a child sitting on a field with the words, "Do you remember your childhood dream?" He once dreamed of wearing the red jersey, sweating on the field, fighting for Chinese fans, fighting for his country. But the gap between reality and dreams was so vast. Yichun knew his decision would inevitably draw criticism from some. But he understood that he wasn't a $100 bill. He couldn't please everyone. Living in this world wasn't about pleasing everyone but finding like-minded people. He just hoped Chinese fans could understand his choice. At the end of the day, Yichun just wanted to play football well. But there were always people trying to trip him up. Take this incident, for example. He was bullied. He fought back. Was that wrong? Should he thank someone for hitting him? The person who twisted the facts was despicable, but what really hurt was the association's attitude. They convicted him based on a video with no context and issued a sky-high fine. This was the first time in the association's history that a player was fined 900,000 yuan. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. The second half of the match resumed. Regardless of the storm brewing online in China, Yichun decided to ignore it. Training, matches, and self-improvement were what he needed to focus on now. As for everything else, let it go with the wind. The match resumed, and the tension was even higher than in the first half. Clearly, Stuttgart's players had been harshly scolded by their coach during halftime, and their actions became more aggressive. Just 1 minute into the second half, Sven Bender was tackled to the ground by an opposing player. After the team doctor checked him, it was determined he couldn't continue, forcing Dortmund to make a substitution with Leitner replacing him. Sitting on the bench, Yichun felt restless and eager to get on the field. But Klopp didn't seem to have any intention of letting him play. As a professional player, he could only patiently wait for his chance. At 55 minutes and 24 seconds, the downside of Sven Bender's substitution started to show. Although Captain Kell could play as a defensive midfielder, at 32, his speed and explosiveness were no longer what they used to be. Midfielder Hagenel took the ball and made a long pass to Kvist. Kvist's through ball found Kakao, who entered the penalty area. Facing Hummels, Kakao chose not to shoot directly but passed the ball back to the oncoming Shinji Okazaki. Shinji Okazaki's positioning was textbook. Unmarked, he easily slotted the ball into the net. Although goalkeeper Weidenfeller made a valiant effort, getting his fingertips on the ball, he couldn't prevent the goal. After scoring, Shinji Okazaki didn't run to the bench as before but headed straight for the Dortmund away fans section, making a throat-slitting gesture. His message was clear. I've killed the yellow wall. The fans glared at him, cursing, and some even started throwing things onto the field. But Okazaki only smiled more smugly. The angrier the fans were, the more excited he became. At that moment, Klopp suddenly turned and shouted to Yi-chun, go warm up. Yi-chun was momentarily stunned, but quickly got up to start warming up. Klopp then called out to another player, you two, Grosskreutz, go warm up. Yes, boss. Grosskreutz responded. While warming up, Grosskreutz said to Yi-chun, with only a little over 30 minutes left in the game, your hat-trick record might not hold this time. At a time like this, you're still thinking about records. Yi-chun stared at Grosskreutz in disbelief, a hint of shock in his eyes. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his voice was low and filled with fury. My thoughts are much simpler. Screw it all. Just fight. At this moment, Yi-chun felt a raging fire burning inside him. Through gritted teeth, he said, provoking me, I just want to fight back. But you never, ever should have provoked the fans of the black and yellows. That makes me want to kill you. He quickly added, of course, killing is illegal, and I wouldn't do something that stupid. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. But I'll make sure Shinji Okazaki wishes he were dead with my own 2 feet. Meanwhile, on the TV broadcast, Huang Jianxiang's voice was filled with anticipation. Dear viewers, this is Sports Channel 5. We see Yi-chun warming up on the sidelines, and it seems Klopp has realized that Lewandowski isn't having the best day. We just don't know when Yi-chun will be subbed in. It's really exciting. However, just then, Jianjun spoke up, his tone serious. Just 10 minutes ago, Yi-chun announced on his personal Weibo account that he will permanently leave the Chinese Football Association. This means we won't see him donning the national team jersey on the field anymore. Jianjun continued. The catalyst for this decision was a conflict during the pre-match warm-up between Stuttgart and Dortmund. The association made an unreasonable judgment without thoroughly investigating the truth and issued an exorbitant fine, which is truly disheartening. Jianjun was about to elaborate further when his microphone suddenly went silent. The director quickly explained, Mr. Jian, if you keep talking like this, how are we going to broadcast the Bundesliga in the future? Simultaneously, this news spread like wildfire online. Some were furious, some were supportive, and Yi-chun's die-hard fans voiced their opinions. Support Yi-chun in leaving the association. This national team has long been hopeless. It's rotten to the core, slandering people without knowing the facts. If I were Yi-chun, I'd leave too. I've seen shamelessness, but this is a new low. It's like a general fighting on the front lines while traitors stab him in the back in the court. Join Germany. Klopp already said it before, Low definitely wants Yi-chun too. Support Yi-chun in joining the German team for the World Cup. I don't care which national team Yi-chun joins. I'll support whichever team he plays for. Even if he doesn't join a national team, I'll still support him. I didn't come to admire him at his peak, and I won't abandon him at his low. However, there were also different voices. Seriously? People are unfollowing Yi-chun because he left the association? This should be a cause for celebration. Agreed with the above. I was just a bystander, but seeing Yi-chun stand up to the association made me a fan instantly. In the midst of the discussion, someone suddenly changed the topic. Enough talk. I'm going to eat a sea cucumber to calm down. Someone immediately responded, don't eat it. The sea cucumber doesn't deserve the blame. The women's team loves noodles because they know they have to fight for honor. The men's team loves sea cucumbers. They may look prickly, but they're actually pretty soft. The Mercedes-Benz Arena was electrifying. Stuttgart fans were in high spirits, their team anthem resonating through the stadium. Who would have thought their team would be leading Bundesliga giants Borussia Dortmund at home? Especially after Dortmund had just broken Bayern Munich's dominance, this lead felt particularly valuable. On the sidelines, Yi-chun began his warm-up. The sight of him drew a chorus of boos from the crowd. The reason? He had accidentally kicked Shinji Okazaki during pre-match warm-ups. But Yi-chun remained expressionless, focused solely on his preparation. He harbored an unwavering determination to win this match. At 65 minutes and 12 seconds, a whistle sounded from the front. Robert Lewandowski was fouled by Kuzmanovic, and the referee promptly pulled out a yellow card. The medical team rushed onto the field, revealing a clear footprint on Lewandowski's ankle. Jurgen Klopp made a quick decision, signaling for Yi-chun to get ready. As they exchanged places, Klopp hugged Yi-chun tightly and whispered in his ear, I plan to give you some rest, but we need your speed. I know this might affect your hat-trick streak, but the team needs you. Yi-chun nodded silently. The issues with the national team couldn't make him smile, but right now, victory was the only goal. Coach, trust me, Yi-chun said firmly. As Lewandowski was helped off the field, he warned Yi-chun, watch out for their tackles, don't get injured. Yi-chun nodded gratefully and sprinted onto the pitch. In the TV broadcast booth, commentator Huang Jinxiang exclaimed excitedly, the moment everyone has been waiting for is here. Yi Chen is replacing Lewandowski. Wait, is he planning to take this free kick? Zhang Jun, though slightly displeased by the restriction on discussing the Football Association, quickly immersed himself in the match commentary due to his professionalism. On the field, Yi Chen walked over to Shinji Kagawa and whispered, Kagawa, let me take this one, okay? Kagawa nodded in agreement, as the distance was not within his optimal shooting range. As Yi Chen prepared to place the ball, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, as the host's free kick skill exceeds 85. From now on, free kicks will not be considered long shots and will not activate the long shot guaranteed goal card. Ding, main mission issued. Lead the trailing Dortmund to victory in this match. Success will be rewarded with a golden chest. Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. The system's update was just what he needed. The clear distinction between long shots and free kicks, along with the golden chest reward, was enticing. He stood about 27 meters from the goal, facing the well-arranged wall, his expression serious. A knuckleball would be the best choice, but Yi Chen had other plans. As the referee's whistle blew, Yi Chen took a deep breath, his muscles tensing up. After a short rune-up, he concentrated all his power in his instep and unleashed a powerful shot. Boom! The ball shot out like a bullet, a white flash heading straight for the wall. Bang! The ball struck Kuzmanovic squarely in the chest. This was the same player who had earlier caused injuries to Sven Binder and Lewandowski. His tackle on Binder, though it touched the ball, was dangerously aggressive, forcing Binder out of the game. Without Binder's defensive prowess, Dortmund's situation became precarious. The most infuriating part was the referee's leniency, only issuing yellow cards despite consecutive fouls. This blatant home field bias ignited a fury in Yi Chen. He decided to stop holding back and teach his opponent a lesson. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen delivered a powerful kick that sent Kuzmanovic crashing to the ground, coughing violently. Yi Chen, however, feigned concern, holding his head in his hands. Everyone knew Yi Chen excelled at long-distance free kicks, so no one suspected it was intentional. Soon, the medical team arrived. The culprit responsible for injuring Sven Binder and Lewandowski was carried off the field. Stuttgart was forced to adjust their lineup, substituting Gentner for Kuzmanovic, who was immediately taken to the hospital for further examination. The impact of Yi Chen's kick was undeniably astonishing. As the game resumed, Yi Chen's presence on the field brought immediate changes to the team's dynamics. In defense, his energy was palpable. He would pressure the midfield the moment he saw the ball. His goal in the previous DFB Pokal match made their opponents wary, prompting quick passes. However, Dortmund's aggressive pressing soon regained possession. Yet, Götze seemed off his game today. At the 72-minute mark, Klopp substituted him with Grosskreutz. The formation remained a 42-31, but Dortmund had exhausted their substitutions. From now on, any further injuries would mean playing shorthanded. At 71 minutes and 24 seconds, Shinji Kagawa passed the ball to Yi Chen. With his back to the goal, Yi Chen shielded the ball from Tasai, who pushed Yi Chen's waist and attempted a tackle. Yi Chen skillfully protected the ball, causing Tasai to miss and instead knock Yi Chen to the ground. The referee immediately awarded a free kick in an excellent position, about 23 meters from the goal, slightly to the left. This spot seemed tailor-made for a curling shot. Kagawa approached, wanting to take the kick, but Yi Chen clutched the ball, pleading, Kagawa, let me take this one. I have a good feeling about it. Kagawa refused. This spot is perfect for me. I want to take it myself. Yi Chen conceded. All right, but let me take this one. You can have all the free kicks after this. Kagawa looked at Yi Chen thoughtfully and reluctantly agreed. Fine, but remember, this distance isn't suitable for a powerful shot. That would just waste the opportunity. I know, don't worry, Yi Chen nodded, his expression serious. At that moment, images of Beckham's free kicks flashed through Yi Chen's mind, each detail vividly clear. He carefully placed the ball on the spot, meticulously measuring his stance and angle. Soon, he straightened up, waiting for the opponent to set up the wall. The wall players seemed nervous, shielding their chests and vital areas with their hands. Yi Chen, however, stood there calmly, his eyes locked on Stuttgart's goal. In the commentary box, Huang Jinxiang suddenly asked, Jean, does Yi Chen's stance remind you of anyone? It looks a bit like Beckham. Zhang Jun replied. But Yi Chen hasn't really scored knuckleballs, has he? Huang Jinxiang nodded in agreement. This spot is definitely within Kagawa's range. But since Yi Chen earned the free kick, it's understandable he wants to take it. Let's see what Yi Chen can do. Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Jun both turned their gaze to the screen, holding their breath as they awaited Yi Chen's crucial free kick. Boos swept through Stuttgart's home stadium like a tidal wave. The fans roared their anger at Yi Chen, unable to forget the image of this young Chinese player kicking their star midfielder off the field. Yet, they conveniently ignored the fact that their own players had previously taken down two of Dortmund's starters. Such double standards are all too common in football. Yi Chen stood at the free kick spot, a slight smile playing on his lips as his eyes scanned the faces of the players in the wall. His gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly intent on piercing through their defense. The players in the wall shivered involuntarily, suddenly aware that there was something unsettling about this young Chinese player's eyes. "Don't be afraid, everyone," Shinji Okazaki suddenly shouted. "I've been kicked by him before, and it didn't hurt at all." His voice carried a hint of forced calmness. However, his teammates weren't convinced. Kuzmanovic had already been sent to the hospital for examination. How could it not hurt? Moreover, the power of a standing kick and a running kick are worlds apart. Despite this, no one contradicted Shinji Okazaki. They instinctively covered their chests and vital areas with their hands, only to realize their heads were exposed. "If only I had 3 hands," someone silently prayed. The whistle blew, and Yi Chun took a deep breath. The players in the wall stood like prisoners awaiting execution, some even slightly turning their bodies to avoid a blow to the chest. Bang! Yi Chun sprinted and unleashed a powerful shot. No fancy tricks, just a surprising low drive. The ball zipped along the grass like a white lightning bolt. The wall jumped high as Yi Chun kicked, and goalkeeper Ulrich was ready to leap, his eyes fixed above the wall. Suddenly, Ulrich froze. Where was the ball? In that split second of confusion, a white blur zipped past Shinji Okazaki's feet. Ulrich dove desperately, but it was too late. Swish! The ball found the back of the net. Yi Chun showed no emotion after scoring. He simply turned and walked towards the center circle. However, his teammates surrounded him excitedly, showering him with praise for the brilliant free kick. Yi Chun couldn't bring himself to smile. The 17-year-old had a lot on his mind. Just 2 seconds before the kick, Yi Chun had considered showing off a curved shot. But Shinji Okazaki's terrified shout changed his mind. Yi Chun realized that only someone truly scared would use a shout to hide their fear. Sure enough, Shinji Okazaki had jumped the highest and was the only one to turn his body. Shinji Okazaki, just a clown, Yi Chun thought. Didn't Kagawa say not to use a powerful shot? I'll do it anyway. Yi Chun's calm demeanor only angered the fans further. Not far away, Shinji Okazaki glared at him with resentment, silently vowing to score a hat-trick to humiliate him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was heavy at the Sakura Nation Sports TV station. Commentators worriedly discussed Yi Chun's incredible streak of scoring in 6 consecutive matches and his seemingly limitless skills. However, in China, the situation was entirely different. Fans cheered wildly for Yi Chun's outstanding performance, paying no attention to the other players in what was dubbed the Asian Derby. The moment Yi Chun's goal hit the back of the net, the commentators couldn't hold back their praise. Words of admiration flowed like a tidal wave as they celebrated Yi Chun's remarkable streak of scoring in 6 consecutive games, especially this crucial equalizer. With Lewandowski injured, it was Yi Chun who stepped up to shoulder the team's burden. However, when the camera focused on Yi Chun, there was no sign of joy or celebration. The commentators' voices grew somber, turning into a deep sigh. Huang Jianxiang expressed his deep understanding of Yi Chun's feelings at that moment, noting that any player would find it hard to be jubilant under such circumstances. Zhang Jun remained silent, but his eyes conveyed deep sympathy as he looked at Yi Chun. After all, for a 17-year-old chasing his dreams, the weight of responsibility was immense. As the match resumed, entering the last 15 minutes with the score tied at 22, both teams were eager to secure a last-minute victory. Stuttgart abandoned their conservative strategy and began to attack boldly. At 75 minutes and 24 seconds, Stuttgart midfielder Kvist carried the ball past the halfway line, calmly looking for a teammate. Shinji Okazaki quickly moved back to receive the ball, with Shinji Kagawa close behind. Yi Chun charged towards Kvist, attempting to disrupt his passing rhythm. On the sidelines, Coach Labadia was shouting tactical instructions, urging his players to move actively and create openings. Kvist passed the ball to Okazaki, who then sent it to Harnik on the right wing. Kakao was also constantly moving in the middle, making the Stuttgart team operate like a well-oiled machine. Despite the game reaching the 75-minute mark, the players' stamina was beginning to wane. However, the Bundesliga players' excellent stamina management allowed them to maintain high-intensity sprints. Harnik sent a high cross into the box, with Kakao leaping to head it, but Hummels got there first to clear the ball, giving Stuttgart a corner kick opportunity. On the sidelines, assistant coach Cesar approached Labadia, suggesting they bring on Gebhardt to specifically mark Yi Chun. However, Labadia waved off the suggestion, remaining focused on directing his players for the corner kick. This time, Yi Chun didn't drop back to defend. As the fittest and fastest player on the pitch, he was waiting for the perfect counterattack opportunity. Kvist launched the corner kick, but Hummels headed it clear once again. Kagawa didn't wait for the ball to touch the ground, striking it forward immediately. At this moment, Yi Chun and 2 Stuttgart fullbacks were the only players in the front half. Left-back Molinaro kept a close eye on Yi Chun, ready to stop him at any moment, while Khalid Bularaus, nicknamed the Cannibal, was tasked with intercepting the ball. Their coordination was seamless. The ball flew into the open space on Stuttgart's left side. The moment Kagawa made contact with the ball, Yichun had already started his sprint. Positioned in his own half, he was not offside. A yellow flash darted across the green field. It was Yichun in his yellow jersey, resembling a high-powered yellow supercar, his breathtaking speed enough to get anyone's adrenaline pumping. This was the most formidable display of Chinese speed on the Bundesliga stage. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. All eyes were on Yichun. His speed was astonishing. Despite being the farthest from the ball, he closed the distance at a visible pace. Molinaro and Bulleraus had a plan, one to intercept, the other to take the ball, but execution went awry. Molinaro reached out to grab him, but Yichun, like a race car drifting, made an outside move and nimbly dodged him at high speed. By the time he got past, Molinaro was 2 paces behind and could only desperately give chase. Bulleraus sensed trouble and quickened his steps, leaping high to clear the ball. Unfortunately, age had caught up with him. He didn't jump as high as he used to, and his anticipation was slightly off. His head barely grazed the ball, failing to clear it and instead taking some power off it, making it land more softly. The once invincible defender at Chelsea, who used to make Cristiano Ronaldo cry, elbow Figo, and freeze Ronaldinho, was no longer as formidable. Facing Yichun's powerful drive and pressure, such a mistake was understandable. Molinaro, at 28, wasn't slow, just overly confident. He thought committing a foul would stop Yichun, not realizing he wouldn't even have the chance to foul. These two veterans seemed powerless against the explosive and youthful Yichun. Yichun poked the ball with his toe and continued his high-speed run. His advantage as a substitute was evident. Even after sprinting over 20 meters, he was still full of energy as he charged into the penalty area. Goalkeeper Ulrich was ready, determined to avenge the earlier free-kick goal. He hadn't rushed out before, trusting his teammates to stop Yichun. But seeing him getting closer, Ulrich had no choice but to abandon his goal. With arms wide open, he tried to make himself bigger. Yichun remained exceptionally calm, faking a shot. Ulrich, like a startled bird, instinctively made a save attempt. Seizing the moment, Yichun pushed the ball sideways, easily bypassing the goalkeeper and slotting it into the net. After scoring, Yichun exhaled deeply. This attack had drained a lot of his energy. The sprint from his own half was a display of lightning speed. Ulrich could only lie on the ground, staring at the sky in helpless fury. Bulleraus, hands on his knees, looked at the calm-faced Yichun with mixed emotions. This goal reminded him of Arjen Robben of the Dutch national team, always receiving passes from Sneijder and dribbling past goalkeepers to score. As a Dutch international, he had seen it many times, but being defeated like this still left him feeling helpless. Molinaro sat on the ground, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He couldn't help but lament, are all young players this monstrous nowadays? On the sidelines, Labadia was livid, smashing a water bottle on the ground. Stuttgart made a substitution, bringing on young Rudiger for Bulleraus. The substituted Bulleraus was visibly upset, angrily throwing down the towel handed by the assistant coach. He sat on the bench, eager to see how Rudiger would defend against Yichun. On the field, Yichun didn't celebrate, calmly running back to the center circle. His Dortmund teammates came up to high-five him, but noticed something unusual about him today. Leitner asked Perisic, "Do you know what's up with ye?" Perisic shook his head. Something's off. He usually celebrates with passion, and Okazaki Shinji has been taunting him all game. No one knew the answer. At this very moment on the Sports Channel 5, Huang Jinxiang was going wild. His voice, filled with excitement, seemed ready to burst through the screen. Overtaking on the curve, Yichun does it again. Huang Jinxiang shouted with fervor. He doesn't even give Molinaro a chance to commit a foul. Indeed, Yichun finds the shortest distance between 2 points. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded on the screen. A blunder. At this critical moment, Bulleraus makes a mistake. Huang Jinxiang's voice was filled with disbelief. Seizing this golden opportunity, Yichun darted towards the goal like an arrow. Yichun is picking up speed. What incredible speed! Facing goalkeeper Ulrich, the commentator's words sped up. He dodges the goalkeeper, pushes the ball into the empty net. Goal! 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 Huang Jinxiang's voice was now completely hoarse. Yichun, who just came on, scores twice in 3 minutes. Is this the true strength of Yichun? However, the camera then shifted to a quieter scene. The once passionate Zhang Jun was now silent. He didn't cheer. Instead, a complex expression appeared on his face, as if he sensed an indescribable sadness. Perhaps only Yichun knew his true feelings at that moment. Just then, the camera caught a detail. Rudiger, who had just come on, approached Yichun with a provocative look in his eyes. "Yi, from now on, you won't score again." Yichun responded expressionlessly. "Oh, really?" Despite scoring 2 goals, his face showed little emotion. At that moment, he seemed like a goal-scoring machine devoid of feelings, as if he wanted to vent his negative emotions through goals. But what exactly those emotions were, even he couldn't say. He just felt a deep inner pain, as if he had snuffed out his own dreams. As the game resumed, Rudiger stuck to Yi-chun like glue. Surprisingly, he began chatting incessantly. Yi, did you know I said in an interview that I would kick your balls? It was a joke, really? I won't kick your balls, don't worry. Rudiger said with a strange smile. Hey, talk to me. It's really boring talking to myself. Seeing that Yi-chun still ignored him, Rudiger kept talking. Are all Chinese people this aloof? I even looked it up online, and it says Chinese people are very talkative. By the way, do all Chinese people know Kung Fu? Just say something, please. It's really boring talking to myself. Rudiger's topic suddenly turned personal. How did you and Lena get together? I've seen her photos. She's beautiful. Can you give me her contact info? Don't worry, I'm not trying to ruin your relationship, just want to know if Lena has a sister or something. I could be your brother-in-law. Yi-chun's brow furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, why does Rudiger talk so much? And, Karna is only 8 years old, what kind of person is this guy? Could those rumors about bad habits be true? Rudiger doesn't seem quite normal. Yi-chun's growth has been nothing short of astonishing. The once talkative, exuberant youngster has transformed into a calm and composed lethal striker. After scoring yet another goal, he chose not to celebrate, a move that infuriated the home fans of Stuttgart. Amidst a sea of boos, Yi-chun undoubtedly became their most unwelcome figure. In stark contrast, the visiting Dortmund fans erupted into chants of the Yi-chun song. When the team was in trouble, Yi-chun stepped up once again. German media had previously questioned whether he only padded his stats against weaker teams, but Yi-chun's actions provided a powerful rebuttal. First against Bremen, and now with a comeback win at Stuttgart, he has proven his worth twice over. However, Yi-chun pays no attention to media hype. He knows that continuous improvement is the true path to success. The commentator could hardly contain his excitement, as Yi-chun's visually stunning goal left him thrilled. Every time Yi-chun touched the ball, the commentator's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. At 76 minutes and 12 seconds, Stuttgart launched a fierce attack. Rudiger was closely shadowing Yi-chun, chattering incessantly. Yi-chun coldly uttered 3 words. You talk too much? Unfazed, Rudiger excitedly expressed his admiration for Yi-chun, admitting that aside from fouling, he could hardly keep up with Yi-chun's incredible speed. Yi-chun ignored Rudiger's long-winded praise and focused his attention on Dortmund's defense. Stuttgart had pushed up 7 players for the attack, leaving only the 2 center-backs and Rudiger to defend. Yi-chun realized that this kind of tight marking would be a challenge he would often face in the future. Stuttgart patiently circulated the ball in Dortmund's half. Shinji Okazaki linked up, and Kakao received the ball, turned, and shot. But the effort lacked power and was easily collected by Weidenfeller. The goalkeeper wasted no time and quickly threw the ball to initiate a counterattack. Grosskreutz received the ball and surged forward, but Yi-chun was tightly marked by Rudiger, who even grabbed his arm. This off-the-ball tussle prevented Yi-chun from accelerating, depriving Dortmund's counterattack of a crucial outlet. Shinji Kagawa and Perisic looked for opportunities, creating a 4-3 advantage in the front. Grosskreutz passed the ball horizontally to Shinji Kagawa and then made a decisive forward run. Seeing that Yi-chun couldn't pick up speed, Rudiger discreetly released his grip, aware that the referee's eyes were on them. Further entanglement could result in a foul. Regaining his freedom, Yi-chun attempted to turn, but Rudiger had already positioned himself strategically. Realizing the sprinting opportunity was lost, Yi-chun decisively chose to drop back and provide support. Shinji Kagawa skillfully passed the ball to Yi-chun. At that moment, Yi-chun had his back to the Stuttgart goal, with Perisic speeding up on his left and Grosskreutz on his right. However, instead of making a wide transfer, Yi-chun chose to pass the ball back to Kagawa and quickly turned around. Rudiger instinctively wanted to intercept Kagawa, but from the sidelines, Labadia shouted loudly, Antonio, stick to Yi-chun. Don't worry about anyone else. This loud command made Rudiger immediately stop in his tracks and return to Yi-chun's side. In that split second, Yi-chun seized the opportunity to find a slight opening, and Kagawa's pass precisely found his feet. The two's seamless coordination was evident. Having completed his turn, Yi-chun didn't accelerate. He keenly observed that Tassai and Rodriguez were still defending ahead, making a direct charge unfeasible. He noticed that goalkeeper Ulrich was positioned slightly forward, and a thought flashed through his mind. Why not try a long shot and perhaps increase his long shot goal count? Yi-chun nudged the ball forward with a light touch, using his left foot as a pivot, and his body spun sharply. At the moment he was almost parallel to the ball. He struck it with the inside of his foot. Bang! The ball rocketed into the sky, tracing a beautiful arc. The crowd held their breath, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't this the legendary banana shot? Yi-chun's shot was indeed a banana shot, maximizing the ball's inner spin with his body's rotation, creating an astonishing curve. In that moment, he displayed the essence of a top striker. Given the smallest opening, he could create a scoring chance. The ball soared through the air, heading towards the penalty area. Yi-chun's eyes followed its trajectory. A classic scene of Beckham's flashed in his mind. It was that very image that made him fall in love with football and forged an unbreakable bond with the sport. Ulrich, in front of the goal, desperately backpedaled, leaping with an outstretched hand to tip the ball away. However, with a thud, the ball slipped past his fingertips and nestled into the net. Before the cheers could erupt, a piercing scream suddenly echoed across the field. Everyone turned to see Yi-chun clutching his ankle, writhing on the ground, with a bewildered Rudiger standing nearby. "I didn't mean to, really, I swear. It wasn't intentional," Rudiger protested, clutching his head in frustration. The referee quickly ran over, brandished a red card, and signaled for the medical team to come on. Blood was already seeping from Yi-chun's ankle, his forehead veins bulging, and large beads of sweat trickling down his face. An enraged Shinji Kagawa rushed forward and shoved Rudiger to the ground, roaring, "You bastard, that's murder. Do you understand? Murder." Rudiger fell heavily, and other players quickly converged. The already tense atmosphere instantly escalated to a boiling point. Both teams' players were enraged. Kyle quickly shielded Yi-chun, while other players began shoving each other. Rudiger was pushed to the ground by Shinji Kagawa, who was also pushed down in the chaos. The referee stood in the middle, attempting to separate the players. The stadium erupted in deafening boos as fans from the visiting team, Borussia Dortmund, clashed with the home team, Stuttgart supporters. Security personnel swiftly intervened, separating the fighting fans and escorting several injured ones for medical treatment. The big screen replayed the foul. Yi-chun planted his left foot and shot with his right. Just after his shot, Rudiger stomped on Yi-chun's ankle and foot. Given that professional football boots have metal studs, the consequences were severe. Worse still, Rudiger knew he couldn't block the shot and deliberately made the malicious move, clearly an act of foul play. Despite Rudiger's head and hands plea of innocence, the referee was not deceived. The Stuttgart fans, who had been loudly booing, fell silent. They might enjoy fierce competition, but they would not tolerate violence on the pitch. On the sidelines, Klopp was furious, shouting at the fourth official, "Is this football or attempted murder? This player should be banned for life." Indeed, Rudiger had a notorious reputation for dirty play, having injured players like De Bruyne and Son Heung-min in the past. The referee ultimately decided to issue yellow cards to both sides. Yi-chun's goal stood, changing the score to Stuttgart 2, Borussia Dortmund 4. As Rudiger left the field, Götze couldn't resist a parting shot. "You are a disgrace to our Dortmund academy. You're destroying our future with your violence. Do you know that?" Rudiger, originally trained at Dortmund as a winger before being converted to a center-back, had eventually joined Stuttgart on a free transfer. Dortmund's medical team came onto the field, as Yi-chun couldn't continue and needed further examination at the hospital. After being sprayed with pain relief, Yi-chun lay on the stretcher, staring blankly at the sky, never shedding a tear. The physical pain he could endure, but the emotional wound was harder to heal. With both teams reduced to 10 players, the match atmosphere became even more intense. Soon, Yi-chun's injury report came out, an ankle injury requiring 2 weeks of rest. This news, posted on the official website, slightly eased the worried fans. When people recovered from their shock, they realized an astonishing fact. Yi-chun had broken his own Guinness World Record, extending his streak of consecutive hat-tricks to 6 matches. Previously, some fans had questioned the validity of his 5 consecutive hat-tricks, noting that one was in a DFB Pokal match and not the Bundesliga, thus diminishing its value. But now, all doubts were dispelled. Yi-chun had come on as a substitute in the 66th minute and was injured by the 76th minute, scoring 3 goals in just 10 minutes. His first goal saw him burst past defenders and slot the ball into an empty net after rounding the goalkeeper. The second was a stunning free kick, and the third was a perfect curling shot. Each goal electrified the crowd, yet Yi-chun refrained from celebrating. Fans were puzzled as to why the usually exuberant Yi-chun had suddenly become so subdued after scoring. Soon, news of the Chinese Football Association's punishment of Yi-chun reached international media. Fans then understood that Yi-chun, feeling unfairly treated by his national team, had chosen to distance himself from the association. This revelation sparked a media frenzy in Germany. An overwhelming number of Dortmund fans flooded the German national team's official website, leaving numerous messages urging the naturalization of Yi-chun. These fans firmly believed that with a forward like Yi-chun, the German team would be unstoppable in the upcoming 2012 UEFA European Championship and the 2014 World Cup. They argued that naturalizing Yi-chun alone would secure Germany's attacking line for the next decade. Yi-chun's performance in the Bundesliga has indeed been astounding. Not only is he a phenomenal striker averaging over 3 goals per game, but he has also set incredible records, including a hat-trick within 10 minutes and consecutive hat-tricks in 6 matches. Even Manchester United's legendary manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, once lamented that missing out on a talent like Yi-chun was unforgivable. However, such an outstanding player has faced cold treatment from the Huaxia Football Association. Particularly in a recent pre-match warm-up conflict, the association punished Yi-chun without a thorough investigation, sparking worldwide criticism of the Huaxia Football Association. News of Yi Chen's unjust treatment spread quickly, and angry fans once again flooded the association's official website to express their dissatisfaction. Under pressure from higher authorities, the association's director, Liang Jijun, was forced to release a new statement on the website. The statement read, "After investigation, the conflict during the warm-up match was initiated by Shinji Okazaki's provocation, and Yi Chen was not the main offender. Therefore, the association has decided to revoke the punishment against Yi Chen." Additionally, Chen Zema, the association official responsible for the oversight, has been suspended. The statement emphasized that although Yi Chen is not being held accountable this time, as a Huaxia player, he should set an example and promote positive energy in the future. The statement immediately sparked even greater controversy online. Many netizens felt it implied that Yi Chen was expected to turn the other cheek even when attacked, and must always promote positive energy. Some sarcastically remarked, "Unbelievable. Why not just get Benzema to take the blame instead of Chen Zema? Passing the buck like this is shameless." Furious diehard fans of Yi Chen began calling for justice for their idol, even threatening to surround the association's office to confront Liang Jijun. At this moment, Yi Chen posted a brief message on social media. "Let it go. I'm tired." He then disabled the comment section. Far away in Germany, Yi Chen stared at his phone screen, lost in thought. Memories of his childhood surfaced. June 4, 2002, Huaxia's first World Cup match against Costa Rica. June 8, their crushing defeat to Brazil. And finally, June 13, their encounter with Turkey. 3 matches, 0 goals scored, 9 conceded, with no achievements. Despite this, fans remained hopeful, looking forward to the next breakthrough. Little did anyone know that would become an insurmountable peak for Huaxia football. Yi Chen recalled his childhood when asked why he wanted to become a football player. He innocently replied, because I want to represent Huaxia in the World Cup." His father had proudly affirmed, "Yes, Chunchen is right." These childhood memories flashed through Yi Chen's mind, and tears unknowingly streamed down his face. A deep sadness engulfed him. He didn't cry out loud but buried his head in the pillow, sobbing silently. Perhaps this is the price of growing up. Even crying has to be done with caution. Knock, knock, knock. "Chun, can I come in?" Lena's voice sounded from outside the door, tinged with urgency and concern. Yet, there was no response from inside where Yi Chen was. Lena murmured softly, "Could he have fallen asleep?" She cautiously pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of Yi Chen sleeping soundly. Even in his dreams, his brows were furrowed. This scene pierced Lena's heart once again. That damn Rudiger. Lena thought through gritted teeth. Such a foul move should get him banned for life. She tiptoed to the bedside, her fingertips gently brushing across Yi Chen's cheek as she whispered in his ear, "Sleep well. Everything will be better tomorrow." But when she noticed the dried tear stains on his face, Lena couldn't help but burst into tears herself. Lena's thoughts wandered. He's all alone in a foreign country, without family or relatives. He must feel so lonely. Some emotions she simply couldn't provide for him. Although she was his girlfriend, he always kept his troubles to himself, never wanting to burden her with his worries. As the image of Yi Chen's perpetually smiling face flashed in her mind, Lena's heart ached even more. She realized that the more considerate a person is, the more they suffer inside. He didn't even want to show his vulnerable side in front of her. Lena gently held Yi Chen's hand, her vision blurred by tears, but her heart filled with boundless tenderness. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep sitting by the bed. When the morning light filtered through the window, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Memories of yesterday flooded back. Being taken to the hospital by ambulance, getting his ankle bandaged after confirming there were no major issues, and finally returning home. The doctor diagnosed it as an ankle sprain and advised a week of rest before a follow-up. This meant he would miss the next 2 matches. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the sleeping Lena, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, she was always the first to be there when he needed someone the most. Quietly, he got out of bed and fetched a blanket to drape over her. December in Germany was already quite chilly, and he didn't want her to get sick from sleeping like this. While Lena was still asleep, Yi Chen started communicating with the system. "System, did I complete yesterday's task?" The system immediately responded, "Congratulations, host, for leading Dortmund to a comeback victory. This match has been rated SS, and the rewards are doubled. Congratulations on receiving a diamond chest." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Another diamond chest? They seem to be coming quite frequently lately." The system replied coldly, "If the host doesn't like it, you don't have to use it." "Of course, I'll use it," Yi Chen quickly said. Although his abilities had already surpassed 80, he still felt he wasn't strong enough. The last match against Stuttgart was a case in point. While Stuttgart was currently ranked high, they might not even make it to the Champions League spots by the end of the season. Moreover, they were fighting relegation last season. Yi Chen recalled that final goal. It was at the moment he kicked the ball with a perfect curve that the long-range shot card was triggered. Otherwise, after being kicked by Rudiger, he might not have been able to score that goal. nor would he have extended his Guinness World Record of 6 consecutive hat-tricks. The system continued. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the S-level attribute, Iron Body. Yichen's lips twitched. Why didn't this skill come sooner? The system explained. Reminder, all skills are randomly drawn and not under the system's control. Yichen asked, by the way, don't I have the Iron Man skill? How did I still get injured? The system patiently answered, host, please note that Iron Man does not provide complete immunity to injuries, just as Iron Body does not. They only reduce the likelihood and severity of injuries. Yichen suddenly understood that even with the S-level Iron Body, he wasn't entirely immune to injuries. Why don't Iron Body and Iron Man merge? Yichen continued to probe. The system didn't answer directly. Yichen considered buying a potion to shorten his recovery time, but the recovery potion cost 100 points. He carefully reviewed the upcoming schedule and realized it might not be necessary. Dortmund would host Olympiacos on November 2nd and face Wolfsburg on November 5th. After that, there would be an international break, perfect for recuperation. He couldn't participate in the Champions League match, and the team could likely win against Wolfsburg without him. Most importantly, the team doctor had already announced he needed 2 weeks of rest and had conducted a thorough examination. If he suddenly recovered, it might raise suspicions. Weighing the pros and cons, Yichen decided to follow the prescribed recovery plan. Next time, either use it directly when you're injured or during a prolonged injury, at which point you can attribute the quick recovery to a different constitution. Yichen made a mental note of this strategy. As the 11th round of matches concluded, the Bundesliga standings became clearer. Wolfsburg is in 12th place, just 4 points above the relegation zone. Yichen knew that such an opponent wouldn't pose much of a threat to Dortmund at the Westfalenstadion. His focus had already shifted to a more formidable adversary, Bayern Munich. The away match in the 13th round would undoubtedly be one of Dortmund's toughest tests this season. Reflecting on the recently concluded 11th round, Dortmund, thanks to Yichen's brilliant hat-trick, came from behind to defeat Stuttgart, raising their points total to 22, still 3 points behind the league leaders, Bayern. Meanwhile, Schalke 04 also secured a 31 victory over Hoffenheim, solidifying their third-place position. Raul scored the opening goal, and Huntelaar netted twice, his stellar performance moving him to second place on the top scorers list. However, the top scorer's throne undoubtedly belongs to Yichen. His hat-trick not only secured the win for his team, but also brought his impressive tally to 15 goals, making him the Bundesliga's leading scorer, 1 goal ahead of Huntelaar. The upcoming fixtures are even more thrilling. Dortmund will face Bayern Munich and Schalke 04, featuring both the Der Klassiker and the Revierderby. These 2 crucial matches will be key moments to test the team's strength. Yichen reviewed his points tally. The hat-trick in the last match earned him 40 points, bringing his total to 365. He calculated that with a bit more accumulation, he could finally buy the Falcon boots he had been eyeing. Just as he was pondering how to utilize his points more effectively, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Would you like to spend 50 points to purchase a customized training course? Yichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This system was a real trickster. It knew how much he valued his points yet continued to find ways to drain them. He cursed inwardly. This is too much. The world only saw Yichen's incredible goal-scoring feats on the field, but they were oblivious to his inner struggles. As the matches progressed, scoring became increasingly difficult for him. In the match against Dresden, Yichen was tightly marked by 2 defenders, leaving him with almost no good opportunities. Fortunately, he activated his long-range shot card, barely breaking the deadlock. The opponent's defensive intensity subsequently decreased, allowing him to achieve the remarkable feat of scoring 5 goals. In the game against Stuttgart, the real turning point came when Yichen knocked down their defensive core, Kuzmanovic, with a powerful hit. Dortmund had Sven Bender anchoring the midfield, while Stuttgart relied heavily on Kuzmanovic. With Gentner coming off the bench to mainly mark Kagawa, Yichen found some breathing room. However, when the 19-year-old Rudiger came onto the field, the situation changed once again. Rudiger's defense left Yichen almost immobile, especially during a counterattack where he couldn't shake off Rudiger's persistent marking. Yichen realized that facing opponents with even higher defensive skills would make his situation more challenging. Although Yichen eventually scored again, it was thanks to the effect of his long-range shot card. Rudiger's fouls on Yichen became a textbook example of effective defense, producing immediate results. Once Yichen was substituted, Dortmund's offense came to a standstill. Yichen was acutely aware that many talented players had their careers derailed by injuries. Frequent fouls often resulted in minor injuries every 3 days and major ones every 5, severely affecting their performance. To reduce injuries, enhancing his physical resilience became a top priority. Yichen thought of Sun Heung-min, a fellow Asian player who succeeded in the high-intensity Premier League. Sun not only possessed great speed but also a strong physique and excellent physical resilience. In contrast, Wu Lei lagged in this aspect, although he had improved after 2 years in La Liga. Yichen realized that to gain an edge in the Bundesliga, he needed to focus on physical conditioning. More importantly, with the Champions League knockout stage approaching, he had to get into top form to shine on Europe's most prestigious stage. The Champions League was not only a symbol of honor, but also brought significant financial rewards. According to his contract with the team, Yichen earned 6,000 for each goal in the Bundesliga and 10,000 in the Champions League. Combined with bonuses for assists, appearances, and team victories, his earnings skyrocketed. In just a few matches, Yichen's goal bonuses alone amounted to 93,000, roughly over 800,000 renminbi. Additionally, there were awards for Player of the Month, Young Player of the Month, and inclusion in the Bundesliga Team of the Month. This explained why players worldwide aspired to play in Europe. To retain Yichen, Dortmund offered him numerous additional clauses without breaking their salary cap. After all, PSG had once offered him a weekly salary of 100,000. But for Dortmund, this investment was worthwhile. As Yichen's fame grew, the club's commercial value also steadily increased. Because the jersey sponsorship with Puma is recent, Borussia Dortmund is currently unable to switch to another brand. However, there is still room for sponsorship on the training kits, and opportunities for front-off shirt and stadium advertising remain available. In terms of revenue generation, Watzke has demonstrated exceptional business acumen. He sold the naming rights of the Westfalenstadion for €5 million, officially renaming it Signal Iduna Park, even though most fans still find it hard to get used to the new name. Yichen decided to use the next few days to start systematic training. He opened his phone, browsing various training equipment, grateful that the online shopping system abroad is quite advanced. Otherwise, his limited mobility would have put him in a difficult situation. Although there are many training plans available on the market, the system's provided plan is undoubtedly the most suitable for Yichen. Even top personal trainers cannot match the system's scientific approach and specificity. The last intense training session, although extremely demanding, did not lead to excessive fatigue or leave any lasting issues. Many athletes struggle to find the critical point in their training, often leading to injuries. Considering these factors, Yichen did not hesitate to invest 50 points. Yichen secretly hoped to draw a hell training card next time. Perhaps he had a bit of a masochistic tendency. The high-intensity training last time not only didn't scare him but actually excited him. The sense of fulfillment from collapsing into bed after each session, along with the visible improvement in his stats, made him eager to experience that extreme challenge again. Just as Yichen was immersed in online shopping, Lena slowly opened her sleepy eyes, looking at Yichen with a hint of confusion. A gentle smile appeared on Yichen's face, and he planted a soft kiss on her lips before she was fully awake. "Don't. I haven't brushed my teeth yet," Lena mumbled. "It's okay. I haven't either," Yichen replied, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Intensive training starts with morning exercises, as the morning sets the tone for the day. Yichen made up his mind, ready to embrace the new challenges ahead. Phenomenal performance. Yichen scores 15 goals in 5 league matches, topping the Bundesliga scorers chart. This news exploded like a bomb, causing a massive stir in German football. What can you do in 10 minutes? This question has been widely circulated among fans. Borussia Dortmund's star striker Yichen has provided a stunning answer with his incredible goal-scoring efficiency. However, this success was followed by rough tackles targeting Yichen. In the match against Stuttgart, Rudiger's brutal foul caused a huge uproar. At the post-match press conference, Dortmund's head coach Jurgen Klopp was furious and announced that they would file a complaint with the Bundesliga. German football legend Franz Beckenbauer also spoke out, which is rare for him. Football should be free from violence. Such attacks on you could drive other talents away from the Bundesliga. His comments quickly resonated throughout the football community. Although Dortmund managed to secure 3 points at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, the post-match controversy was far from over. The Bundesliga Association quickly convened an emergency meeting to address the issue. Soon, the penalties for Stuttgart and Rudiger were announced. Rudiger was handed a 7-week suspension, and the club was fined 50,000. Additionally, due to multiple incidents caused by fans, Stuttgart faced another 28,000 fine, with 9,000 allocated for safety improvements. These severe penalties shocked the entire European football scene, highlighting the German Football Association's zero-tolerance policy towards violence and its commitment to protecting talented players. As the hottest new star in the Bundesliga, Yichen's exceptional skills and Chinese heritage have garnered the attention of millions of fans. The Yichen effect has led to a geometric increase in viewership for every Dortmund match. The swift response from the German Football Association not only conveyed the Bundesliga's firm stance against violence to global fans, but also sent a warning to all clubs. The Bundesliga is a fair and just playing field that will not tolerate any form of violence. The next morning, Klopp visited Yichen at his home to check on him. Seeing the close bond between Yichen and Lena, the experienced coach understood the situation, gently reminding Yichen to take care of his body and stay composed before leaving discreetly. While the players enjoyed a brief rest, the coaching staff immediately began preparing tactics for the upcoming Champions League home match against Olympiacos. With Yichen's addition, Klopp was optimistic about their Champions League campaign, with the primary goal of advancing to the round of 16. Currently, Dortmund sits third in their group with 4 points from 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Winning against Olympiacos and then defeating Marseille at home would give them a strong chance of advancing as group runners-up. As the team prepared intensively, Yichin also started his recovery training, focusing mainly on upper body strength. The scientifically designed training plan kept him occupied throughout the day. Lena, besides attending her classes, spent most of her time by Yichin's side, often just playing on her tablet. On November 2nd, Yichin and Lena were spotted in the stands at Signal Iduna Park, witnessing the home Champions League match against Olympiacos. The unique atmosphere of the Champions League left a deep impression on Yichin, especially when the theme song played, making him eager to rush onto the pitch. Since standing tickets are not allowed in Champions League matches, temporary seats were installed in the south stand, but fans accustomed to standing still chose to watch the game on their feet, creating a unique scene at Signal Iduna Park. The match ended with Dortmund narrowly defeating Olympiacos 10. The Greek team displayed a resilient fighting spirit, especially in the last 20 minutes, launching a fierce offensive against Dortmund but lacking a bit of luck. Lewandowski, affected by an injury, was substituted by Kuba in the 75th minute. Despite this, the 3 points were invaluable for Dortmund. Meanwhile, Arsenal and Marseille played to a 0-0 draw at the Emirates, further complicating the qualification scenario in Group F. Arsenal sits comfortably at the top of the group with 8 points, while Marseille and Borussia Dortmund both have 7 points, placing them second and third respectively. The outcome of the next 2 matches will determine which teams advance from the group. Dortmund is set to face a formidable Arsenal team away, under the management of Arsene Wenger, making an away victory almost an impossible task. Dortmund's hopes rest on their final home game against Marseille, but the shadow of their recent crushing away defeat still lingers. Yichin and Lena were discussing the team's prospects, sighing repeatedly. "I should have joined Dortmund earlier and registered for the Champions League," Yichin said regretfully. "I really want to teach Marseille a lesson." Lena rolled her eyes and half-jokingly replied, "You can only teach me." They both burst into laughter, which soon turned into a passionate concert. These days, Yichin had been focusing on upper body strength training, somewhat neglecting his lower body exercises. While Yichin was fully immersed in his training, several international brands contacted Mendes, expressing interest in endorsement deals with Yichin. Yichin agreed to initial talks, but preferred to postpone any concrete agreements until the winter break. He had 2 reasons. First, he wanted to boost his influence through the upcoming matches against Bayern Munich and Schalke 04. Second, he didn't want to be distracted by commercial activities during the season. Yichin was well aware that many talented players are gradually dragged down by various temptations. He firmly rejected all commercial invitations during the season to focus entirely on football. Mendes fully supported Yichin's decision, believing that such focus and self-discipline are crucial qualities in the early stages of a professional career. Mendes even mentioned Yichin several times in conversations with Cristiano Ronaldo, sparking Ronaldo's interest in the young player. Mendes was confident that Yichin would become the next big star following Ronaldo, and he invested considerable effort to quickly turn Yichin's temporary contract into a long-term one. During his injury recovery period, Yichin, with Mendes' arrangement, easily obtained a driver's license. The instructor gave a brief explanation of traffic rules before letting Yichin take the test directly. This experience reminded Yichin of the power of money, realizing that wealth can simplify many things, whether in China or Germany. For football to thrive, it must be closely linked with the economy. For many people, football is not just a dream but a job. Only when this job brings substantial rewards will they give it their all. During Yichin's recovery period, his agent Mendes kept him busy by arranging for him to participate in a highly anticipated interview on World Football, a program on China Sports Channel 5. In fact, when Yichin first signed with Borussia Dortmund, World Football wanted to make a special feature on him. However, due to conflicts between Yichin and the Football Association, the plan was halted by higher authorities. As the rift between Yichin and the Football Association deepened, the interview plan was temporarily shelved. Now, they had no choice but to restart the plan. Countless fans flooded the World Football production team with messages reminding them of the show's motto, "The purest football, the highest enjoyment." With Yichin's dazzling performance in the Bundesliga, featuring brilliant moments in every match, wasn't he worthy of a special episode? So, the charming host Ma Fanshu flew overnight to Germany to meet with her local colleagues and track down Yichin. Seeing the host he had only seen on TV before, Yichin smiled and politely said, "Hello, Miss Ma, nice to meet you." Even though Yichin was used to seeing beautiful blondes abroad, Ma Fanshu still caught his eye. At only 18 years old, Ma Fanshu had recently won a major host selection competition hosted by Channel 5. With her excellent eloquence, sweet appearance, and solid sports knowledge, she had attracted the attention of Channel 5 and joined the show as a student from Communication University. This interview was a perfect opportunity for her to gain experience. In the interview room prepared by Borussia Dortmund, Yichin, wearing his jersey, met the young host for the first time. Ma Fanshu's sweet smile, with her adorable dimples, indeed warmed people's hearts. However, Yichen remained calm and directly asked, "When shall we start the interview?" Ma Fanchu replied, "Let's let the team set up first and go over the questions." "All right," Yichen nodded. "Is there anything off limits?" Yichen shook his head. "No. Ask whatever you want. Then take a look at these questions. If any are inappropriate, let me know." Ma Fanchu handed over a list of questions. Yichen waved it off. "No need to look. Authenticity is key." He flashed a confident smile. Indeed, Ma Fanchu was quite attractive, especially in her professional outfit paired with her delicate and cute face, resembling a character from a second-dimension world, both contradictory and alluring. But Yi Chun remained composed, outwardly calm. Ma Fanchu asked with concern, "How's your foot injury? I watched that match live. Rudiger's foul was really brutal." Thankfully, the Bundesliga took strict action. Yi Chun responded lightly, "It's fine now. I can start training with the team in a couple of days." The Channel 5 crew worked efficiently, and after a brief chat, the equipment was all set up. "If there's nothing else to prepare, shall we begin?" Yichen suggested proactively. "Please." Ma Fanchu gestured politely, and the interview officially began. Yichen sat in front of the camera, with Ma Fanchu opposite him. "First, say hello to the viewers of World Football," Ma Fanchu prompted. Yichen nodded and, with a playful tone, said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yichen, the player who got kicked out of the U17 team and now plays for Dortmund." This humorous opening was well received, and Ma Fanchu couldn't help but laugh. She then asked, "Can you give a self-assessment of your performance at Dortmund?" Yichen answered seriously, "Honestly, I'm not one to dwell on the past. The previous matches are over. I scored quite a few goals, earned many points for Dortmund, and even accidentally set a Guinness World Record. But that's all in the past. I prefer to look ahead, forget the previous goals, and create more. As for my performance, I think it meets my expectations, nothing particularly worth boasting about." Ma Fanchu thought to herself, "So modest. What does he mean by accidentally set a Guinness World Record? That record caused a frenzy back home, and playing this well is just meeting expectations?" She suppressed her laughter and continued with the interview. Little did she know, this moment would later become a popular meme. "What are your personal goals for this season? Is it the Bundesliga Golden Boot?" Ma Fanchu asked. Yichen answered without hesitation, "This is an honor that no Asian has ever claimed. Since I'm here, I must show the world that we Asians can win the Golden Boot too. Your fiercest competitor right now is Klaas-Jan Huntelaar from Schalke 04. Do you have anything to say to him?" Ma Fanchu inquired. Yichen shook his head and calmly said, "Nothing in particular. My competition has never been with anyone else but myself. As long as I perform exceptionally, no other competitor can match up to me. Young people, don't be timid or hesitant. You need to have a commanding presence, as if you're the one to lead." Yichun sat in the brightly lit studio, facing the enthusiastic host, Ma Fanchu. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and a slight smile on his lips revealed his assured demeanor. Ma Fanchu smiled and said, "If Yichen had said this when he first came to the Bundesliga, people would have questioned him instantly. But now, things are different." She quickly flipped through her notes. "You've scored an average of 3 goals per game in 5 matches, totaling 15 goals, ranking you first on the scorers list. With stats like these, a bit of arrogance is justified, isn't it?" Yichen nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Ma Fanchu continued, "It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself. What are your expectations for Dortmund this season?" Without hesitation, Yichen replied, "To defend the league title. After all, Dortmund was already the Bundesliga champion before I came. If they don't win the title after I join, wouldn't that mean I haven't helped the team's performance, but rather hindered it?" He smiled confidently. "Of course, besides that, I also hope Dortmund can make it to the knockout stages of the Champions League. It's not that we're aiming for the Champions League title, but after watching Dortmund's last home game in the Champions League, I really want to play in a few of those matches." Listening to Yi Chen's candid response, Ma Fanchu finally understood what it meant to be authentic. Her smile grew even brighter as she continued, "This time, Rudiger's malicious foul against you. Does it make you afraid of physical confrontations? Will you change your playing style after recovering from your injury?" Yichen shook his head firmly. "Of course not. I'm very satisfied with my playing style, and the results prove that my way of playing scores goals." He paused and added, "Also, the Bundesliga's fines show that they encourage competition but do not promote violence." Ma Fanchu glanced at her notes and asked, "We checked your records and found that your performance was quite average before you turned 17. What caused your sudden breakthrough? Is there a secret to it?" Yichen answered earnestly, "It's about turning shame into motivation. Thanks to the Football Association for expelling me from the team. Without that push, I wouldn't be where I am today." Hearing this, Ma Fanchu's mouth slightly opened in surprise, clearly not expecting such a straightforward answer from Yichen. She thought to herself, "Luckily this is a recorded interview. Otherwise, even Sports Channel 5 couldn't handle such a response." She continued, "Before we came, You announced your withdrawal from the Football Association, which means you can't represent China in matches. Do you feel any regret about that? Yichen shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of maturity. Of course, it's a regret, but some things are beyond your control. I hope we can all move forward peacefully. People grow up. I used to be very emotional, even hiding away to cry alone. But the tears were not out of regret, just a farewell to a dream. Human effort has its limits. Not everything can be achieved through sheer determination. Moved by Yichen's response, Ma Fanshu asked her final question. Is there anything you want to say to your Chinese fans? Yichen sat up straight, his gaze firm as he looked into the camera. Thank you for liking me. Even if I can't represent the country in matches, I will still be your pride. I will stand at the pinnacle of Europe and show the world that what they can achieve, so can the Chinese. The interview lasted for a full 40 minutes, with the conversation between Yichen and Ma Fanshu flowing like a torrent. They talked passionately about the excitement on the football field, the trivialities of everyday life, and their mutual love for soccer. The discussion spanned the past, present, and future, resembling a journey through time. Despite being only 18 years old, Ma Fanshu demonstrated remarkable maturity. His words were clear and articulate, and he was always attentive to Yichen's emotions. Whenever they touched on a topic Yichen was reluctant to discuss, Ma skillfully steered the conversation away. Regarding the sensitive issue of the Football Association, Yichen described their relationship as each minding their own business, a phrase tinged with a hint of resignation. Yichen candidly admitted that, faced with an unchangeable reality, he chose to step back. This might be the best outcome for now. Currently, he is fully focused on club affairs, dedicated to helping Borussia Dortmund achieve more and better results. As for other matters, he has put them aside for the time being. After the interview, Yichen transformed into an enthusiastic guide. Despite just recovering from a foot injury, he led the staff on a tour of the Westfalenstadion, although he did not showcase his football skills. He then invited everyone to his home. Coincidentally, Lena was at home and had prepared some delicious food for Yichen. She made a brief appearance on camera. Under the gaze of the cameras, Yichen also did an upper body workout, which left Ma Fanshu astonished despite his foot injury. Yichen continued to train diligently, no wonder he has achieved such success. After the filming, the staff from Channel 5 Sports left satisfied. On November 5th, Dortmund hosted Wolfsburg at home. In that match, Dortmund triumphed with a 51 victory. Lewandowski contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, earning a post-match rating of 8.6. Götze scored twice, while Shinji Kagawa was named MVP with 1 goal and 3 assists. For Dortmund fans, it was an exhilarating victory. After the match, players with national team duties began to leave. On November 11th, Singles Day, the Chinese national team lost 10 to Iraq away. After the match, angry fans hurled insults at the players and even called for the downfall of the Football Association in interviews. Many fans thought of Yichen at this moment, but he remained silent. On the 12th, Yichen returned to Dortmund for training. His ankle injury had fully healed, much to Klopp's amazement. Additionally, Yichen seemed even more muscular than before. Of course, building such a physique requires long-term, consistent training. Significant results cannot be achieved in a short time. On the 14th, the team from World Soccer arrived in Dortmund for filming. Klopp invited them to attend a friendly match on the 16th, where Yichen would make his starting debut. As the match against Bayern Munich approached, the topic of the national derby became increasingly heated. Yichen's return added extra anticipation, as this would be his first national derby. Previously, some had questioned whether Yichen's 6 consecutive hat-tricks were due to weaker opponents. Now, Bayern, undoubtedly a top European team, would be the ultimate test. If Yichen could score a hat-trick in this match, it would silence all doubts. But is it possible? After all, Bayern remains one of Europe's elite teams. Both teams have been in great form recently, adding more suspense to this impending clash. Dortmund had won their last 6 matches, amassing 18 points, even outpacing Bayern. This would undoubtedly be a true clash of titans. In the lead-up to the match, news about both teams was rampant. However, both Hanks and Klopp issued orders prohibiting interviews to avoid any war of words. Fans were looking forward to a real battle on the field. On Bayern's side, Robben and Boateng had returned. For Dortmund, Yichen had also resumed training. Previously, some had compared Yichen's cut-and-gin style to Robben's, dubbing him Little Robben. Yichen simply smiled at this comparison. He is not a replica of anyone. He is the unique Yichen. On the eve of the match, a rumor was spreading. Bayern was interested in signing Dortmund's golden boy Götze, and they were also interested in Yichen. However, with Yichen's release clause set at 88.88 million, Bayern was more inclined to secure the 2011 Golden Boy Award winner Götze this year. The authenticity of this rumor was uncertain, but it had already sparked a media frenzy. Götze himself remained composed, dismissing it as a smokescreen from Bayern and advising everyone not to believe it. But Yichen knew that Bayern's interest in Götze was genuine. In fact, in 2013, Bayern did successfully bring Götze to the Allianz Arena. In Yichen's eyes, Götze is an outstanding player. It was his decisive goal in the World Cup that prevented Messi from becoming the king of football. Some say he used up all his luck with that goal, but that's far from the truth. Götze's downfall was largely due to injuries, a harsh reality that kept Yichen on high alert. Despite his iron-like physique and steel-like attributes, he knew he couldn't push his limits recklessly. The tension at Allianz Arena was palpable as a battle for revenge was about to unfold. Last season, Borussia Dortmund defeated Bayern Munich twice and ultimately took home the trophy, leaving Bayern humiliated. This year, a revitalized Bayern was determined to reclaim their honor. Before the match, both teams' coaches showcased their strategies. The experienced Hanks and Klopp banned player interviews, taking the verbal sparring upon themselves. At the press conference, Klopp confidently declared that his team could beat Bayern, while Hanks emphasized Bayern's advantage. Bayern had reasons to be confident, having lost to Dortmund at home only once in the past 20 years. Klopp found himself in a dilemma over the past few days. In the last league match, Lewandowski scored a goal and made an assist, earning an impressive 8.6 rating. Meanwhile, Yichen, fresh from injury, delivered a stunning performance in a friendly, scoring 5 goals, a long shot, a free kick, a cutin, a dribble, and even a spectacular backheel goal. It was as if he was shouting to the coach, "Boss, I want to start." Previously, with Barrios injured, the team's forward position had been a struggle. Now, they faced the happy headache of having too many talented players. However, the unluckiest of all was Barrios. Once seen as a key player upon his return from injury, he now struggled to even secure a spot on the bench. He vividly remembered Klopp's promise, "Lucas, take your time to recover. When you come back, you'll still be our starting striker." Recalling those words, Barrios couldn't help but think to himself, "I don't believe a word you say, you crafty old man." Yichen delivered an eye-catching performance, 20 goals in 6 matches, averaging 3.33 goals per game. What's even more astonishing is that he came off the bench in 4 of those games, with his latest hat-trick completed in just 10 minutes. This level of efficiency is unmatched in Europe. However, Klopp remains indecisive between Lewandowski and Yichen. Yichen's stellar performance has once again attracted the attention of top clubs. Although Borussia Dortmund has risen to fame in recent years, it still lacks the prestige and strength of some other clubs. Many believe they have a chance to lure this rising star away from Signal Iduna Park. Manchester United scouts are closely monitoring Yichen in the Bundesliga, eager to make a move. Real Madrid's Mourinho has even traveled to Germany to watch the game at Allianz Arena. Additionally, managers or scouts from AC Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City, and Chelsea are also in the stands, although their targets may not necessarily be Yichen. Germany's national team coach Loh is also present. This national derby features nearly half of Germany's national team starters. Bayern Munich forms the backbone of the national team. Gomez, Thomas Müller, Toni Kroos, Lahm, Boateng, Badstuber, and Neuer. On Dortmund's side, Götze, Gundogan, Hummels, Schmelzer, and Weidenfeller are also key players for the national team. This is undoubtedly a clash of titans. Bayern's influence on the German national team is immense. When Guardiola later took over at Bayern and introduced possession-based football, it directly led to a tactical shift for the national team, causing it to lose the driving force of the German Panzer and resulting in a decline in performance. There's even a saying in the Bundesliga, the entire league is Bayern's youth academy, and any player showing enough talent will eventually end up at Bayern. Götze and Hummels are examples of future transfers to Bayern. In a friendly match a week ago, Yichen dazzled in the left-wing position, excelling in long shots, cut-ins, and set pieces, leading his team to an 80 victory. However, when Klopp announced the starting lineup during training, Yichen was not included, leaving him somewhat disappointed. As the match day approaches, the excitement of the national derby has swept across Germany. Over 3,000 Dortmund fans have already secured tickets for Allianz Arena, ready for the showdown. The match is scheduled to kick off at 7:30 p.m. local time on Saturday, a time that considers Asian fans but primarily caters to the domestic audience. The team buses arrived at the venue one after another, with fans' cheers echoing through the air. The pre-match tension is palpable. Klopp confidently stated in the press conference that although Bayern is strong and Allianz Arena is a formidable home ground, Dortmund has won here before, so why not a second time? When asked if Yichen would start, Klopp explained that considering Yichen had just recovered from an injury, starting him might not be the best option. However, when a reporter mentioned Yichen's 5-goal performance in the friendly, Klopp frowned and responded, "Wasn't it agreed not to disclose the friendly match results?" He emphasized that Yichen is still young but promised to give him a chance at the right moment. On Bayern's side, veteran coach Hanks attended the pre-match conference with new captain Lahm. Lahm, who replaced Van Bommel after his 2011 move to AC Milan, has become a legendary captain for both Bayern and the German national team. During Lahm's peak, there was a saying in football, "To determine the best fullback in the world, first see which position Lahm is playing." This speaks volumes about Lahm's prowess. Hanks confidently remarked in the press conference that although Dortmund has beaten Bayern twice, it did not happen under his tenure. He believes his Bayern team will secure their first victory in this national derby. When asked about his prediction for this season's league title, Hanks Hecking wore a confident smile on his face. Is that even a question? He responded nonchalantly. Last season was just a giant taking a nap. This season, we will reclaim our glory. There was a hint of disdain in his voice. Does Klopp think he can stage a comeback with a 17-year-old kid? He'll have to get past me first. Everyone present knew exactly who that 17-year-old kid was. Recently, Yichen's name had taken the German football scene by storm. He had scored a last-minute winner against Werder Bremen and led a comeback against Stuttgart. Just from these two matches, he had secured 6 crucial points for Borussia Dortmund. Sensing a story, the journalist immediately pressed on. Has Bayern found a way to deal with Yichen? Hecking remained silent, smiling. After a brief pause, he leisurely replied, "We do have a plan for ye, but the question is, will Klopp start a 17-year-old in the national derby? Let's talk about our plan after ye is on the field." However, to everyone's surprise, Yichen did indeed start. By 6:30 p.m., the Allianz Arena was already buzzing with excitement. Players from both teams were warming up on the pitch, while fans in the stands could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Suddenly, a wave of screams erupted. "Yi, it's Yi. Aw, he's so handsome in person. Yichen, I love you." Yichen waved to the stands with a friendly smile. To his surprise, that "I love you" was shouted in Chinese, and it came from a female fan wearing a Bayern jersey. Yichen could sense that today's match had a different atmosphere from any he had experienced before. In fact, the build-up to this national derby had started a week earlier. Not only were German fans eagerly anticipating the match, but football enthusiasts worldwide had their eyes on it. This Bundesliga national derby held a status comparable to a Manchester United versus Liverpool match in the Premier League, a Barcelona versus Real Madrid clash in La Liga, or an Inter Milan versus Juventus showdown in Serie A. Yichen reminisced about the past when he was just an ordinary fan watching games on TV. Today, he was one of the participants in this high-profile match. This realization made him both excited and a bit nervous. Just then, Gotze sidled up to Yichen with a mischievous grin. "Yi, how are you feeling? Are you scared by this atmosphere?" Yichen took a deep breath, his face lighting up with excitement. "It's awesome. I can't wait for the match to start." Gotze chuckled. "Ha ha ha, just don't wet your pants during the kickoff." With that, he dashed off. Yes, Yichen would be starting. Even more noteworthy, at 17 years and 66 days old, he would become the youngest starting player in the history of the German national derby. This record-setting moment undoubtedly added even more intrigue to an already highly anticipated match. When the starting lineup was announced, Yichen felt a bit disheartened. His eyes fell on his position, not the coveted forward spot, but left winger. Klopp had chosen Lewandowski to lead the attack, which left a bitter taste in Yichen's mouth. Sensing Yichen's mood, Klopp walked over and softly explained, "Yi, your skills are outstanding, but you're still too slight. Our overall strength isn't on par with Bayern. We need Lewandowski as our focal point. Do you understand?" Yichen nodded silently, but he sighed inwardly. At 17, he was like a young Ronaldo or Messi, his physical development still incomplete. He recalled Ronaldo's transformation from scrawny to muscular and Messi's evolution from frequently foul to unstoppable. Unfortunately, such changes take time and can't be rushed. After warming up, the players returned to the locker room. Klopp drew today's tactical plan on the board. Yichen noticed that he not only had to attack, but also defend against Germany's legendary captain, Lahm. Klopp scanned the room and raised his voice. "We've practiced this strategy for over 10 days. Do you have confidence to beat them?" "Yes." The Dortmund players responded in unison. Klopp nodded in satisfaction and continued to encourage them. "Forget the pre-match chatter and focus 100 on the game. Remember, we represent the yellow wall. Bayern is strong, but we were last year's champions. We've beaten Bayern twice already. Today will be the third time." "Yes," the players replied, their fighting spirit ignited. Klopp called everyone into a circle, and they chanted together, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Meanwhile, in Bayern's locker room, Hanks was giving his final pep talk. Pointing to Dortmund's starting lineup, he spoke with disdain. "Klopp actually put a 17-year-old kid in. What does he think this derby is?" Turning to Lahm, he asked seriously, "Lahm, with Lewandowski and Götze on the field, that kid will be on the left wing. Can you handle him?" Lahm confidently replied, "Boss, don't worry, you know my capabilities." Hanks nodded in approval and continued to motivate the team. "Remember, we are Bayern, the Bundesliga giants. This team stole our title last season. This year, we're taking it back ourselves." "Take back the title," Gomez shouted, clenching his fist. As the youngest German footballer of the year in the Bundesliga, he felt uneasy about Yichen's rise. Yichen's performance against Stuttgart had been troubling, and now Gomez finally had the chance to prove himself as the league's top forward. Klopp had once said that if Lowe had Yichun, he wouldn't have to choose between Podolski and Gomez. This remark had deeply wounded Gomez's pride. He resolved to show Klopp today that neither Lewandowski nor Yichun could match him. At this moment, Yichun led the scoring chart with 15 goals, followed closely by Huntelaar with 14, and Gomez in third with 12. Gomez felt a flicker of hope. If he could score a hat-trick in this match, he would tie Yichun for the top scorer. But he quickly calmed down, knowing that achieving a hat-trick against a team like Dortmund was nearly impossible. Just as no one expected Yichun to pull off a hat-trick in this game. At 7:20, both teams' players appeared in the tunnel. The familiar rivals greeted each other, many of them national teammates. As a newcomer, Yichun stood silently at the back of the line. The referee glanced at his watch and led the two teams out of the tunnel, ready for the fierce battle ahead. The DJ at the Allianz Arena immediately began calling out the names of the players, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Leading the pack was Bayern's captain, Philipp Lahm. The DJ elongated his name, shouting, Philipp Lahm, and the crowd responded in unison, Lahm, Lahm, Lahm. Next was the goalkeeper, Manuel Neuer. The DJ once again stretched out his name, New, and the fans echoed, Neuer, Neuer, Neuer. Each player's entrance was met with deafening cheers from the stands, waves of sound crashing one after another. For the visiting team, the atmosphere was undoubtedly a significant psychological pressure. Götze glanced at Yichun beside him and was surprised to see the newcomer's face completely calm. He suddenly remembered what Yichun had said during his first appearance and thought to himself, this guy was practically born for the big stage. Götze couldn't help but say, Yi, aren't you even a bit nervous? You're making me look bad with how calm you are. Yichun looked at him puzzled. What's wrong with you? Götze opened his mouth, then waved it off, never mind. It's nothing. At that moment, Kagawa, standing in front, turned around and chimed in with a smile. I was so nervous during my first match that my legs almost gave out. If it hadn't been for Götze holding me up, I would have fallen right to the ground. Götze blushed immediately and hurriedly stopped him. Kagawa, you can't keep bringing up my embarrassing moments. Yichun couldn't help but laugh. He looked around and exclaimed, but seriously, Bayern's lineup is incredibly strong. He began to comment on each Bayern player. Neuer, the world's best goalkeeper. His defensive range isn't just the goal but the entire half of the field. Lahm, a world-class fullback who can also play as a defensive midfielder. He's simply versatile. Boateng, a World Cup-winning center-back for Germany. Though Messi once dribbled past him, his talent is undeniably world-class. Gomez, Germany's youngest footballer of the year. Unfortunately, he missed the 2014 World Cup due to injury. Ribéry, the French Scarface, who once won UEFA's Best Player in Europe. Robben, the Flying Dutchman. Once he enters his Robben zone, no one can stop him. And Thomas Müller, possibly the most underrated player in Bayern's squad. He's one of only 3 players to score at least 5 goals in 2 consecutive World Cups. Lastly, there's Kroos, known as the Broad. He's one of Real Madrid's legendary midfield trio, a 5-time Champions League winner. Whether it's ball control, passing, long shots, organizing, or positioning, Kroos excels in every aspect, making him a football blind filter in midfield. As Yichun's gaze swept over this group of football stars, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. He thought to himself, if we can beat these football giants today, it would be worth the journey through time. That feeling would be absolutely exhilarating. Welcome, everyone, to Gugu Sports. Today, we bring you the 13th round of the Bundesliga featuring the national derby between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. In the commentary booth, Jianjun's voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every corner of the stadium. Hello, dear viewers. I am today's commentator, Jianjun, and beside me is my partner, Coach Zhang Lu. With a playful smile, Zhang Lu waved at the camera and said, Good early morning, everyone. Those of you watching at this hour are true football fans. Of course, there might be a few who... He winked knowingly, leaving the rest unsaid. But the audience understood the implication. Jianjun continued. An hour before the match, we received the starting lineups for both teams. Notably, our young Chinese talent, Yichun, is making his debut in the national derby. He added excitedly, Yichun is just 17 years and 66 days old, making him the youngest starting player in the history of the national derby. Let's wait and see if he can break more records tonight. Jianjun then detailed the starting lineups. Bayern Munich is set up in a 433 formation with Neuer guarding the goal. The defense consists of Lahm, Badstuber, Boateng, and Rafinha. The midfield trio includes Toni Kroos, Gustavo, and Thomas Müller. The attack features Ribéry and Robben on the wings, with Gomez as the central striker. Borussia Dortmund, on the other hand, is lined up in a 4,231 formation. Weidenfeller is in goal, with Schmelzer, Santana, Hummels, and Piszczek forming the backline. The double pivot in midfield is Sven Bender and Kell, with Shinji Kagawa as the attacking midfielder. Yi Chen is on the left wing, Götze on the right, and Lewandowski leading the attack. As the players took their positions, the Allianz Arena erupted with the cheers of 70,021 fans. Bayern supporters sang their team anthem, elevating the home atmosphere to a fever pitch. Yi Chen stood at the center circle, his eyes meeting Robin's across the pitch. The young player greeted him, "Hey Arjen, I'm your idol." Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. "I mean, you're my idol." Robin chuckled and asked, "Did you learn your cut-ins from watching my videos?" Yi Chen shook his head and half-jokingly replied, "Nope. It's a gift from the system. No need to learn." Robin raised an eyebrow and warned, "Watch out today. Philip won't be easy to get past." Yi Chen confidently responded, "Neither am I." At that moment, the referee's whistle blew, and Lewandowski passed the ball to Sven Binder, officially starting the match. Binder quickly passed to Schmelzer, who then played a horizontal pass to Yi Chen. As soon as Yi Chen touched the ball, Robin charged towards him. The young player calmly passed the ball to the advancing Schmelzer, completing his first touch in the national derby. Schmelzer attempted to break through but was pressured by Kroos and had to pass back to Hummels. Hummels then launched a long ball towards Lewandowski, but Boateng leapt high to clear it, out-muscling Lewandowski. Dortmund's attack was thwarted, and possession was turned over. Bayern, playing at home, adopted an aggressive approach from the start. Coach Hanks was on his feet from the first minute, continuously directing his players to press forward. His strategy was clear to overwhelm the opponent with relentless attacks. Klopp's tactical setup was nothing short of brilliant. Kell and Sven Binder took on the role of double defensive midfielders, creating a solid defensive line for the team. Lewandowski served as the target man, with Yi Chen and Götze responsible for breakthroughs. This was a classic counterattacking strategy. Although Yi Chen is an attacking player, Klopp fully utilized his height advantage, instructing him to fall back and assist in defense when needed. At the 4:05 mark of the game, Bayern was awarded a set piece on the right side. Ribery took the free kick, delivering the ball precisely into the penalty area. Though Hummels marked Gomez tightly, the latter used his physical strength to win the header, directing the ball to Thomas Müller in the middle. Müller shot immediately, but the ball was blocked and went out for a throw-in due to the dense crowd in the box. Bayern earned their first corner of the match, but it was of low quality and easily cleared by Santana. Götze picked up the ball outside the box, with both Lewandowski and Yi Chen signaling for it. Götze made a wide pass, landing the ball accurately at Yi Chen's feet. The young Chinese forward showcased his solid fundamentals, trapping the ball effortlessly with his instep. "What a solid technique," commentator Jian Jun couldn't help but praise. However, Lahm was already in front of Yi Chen. The world-class defender, calm and slightly bent over, was ready to intercept at any moment. Meanwhile, Boateng was marking Lewandowski, and Rafinha was on Götze, effectively stifling Dortmund's attack. Yi Chen dribbled towards Lahm and, just as they were about to make contact, he nudged the ball past Lahm and accelerated. This was an attempt to break through using sheer speed. Yet, the experienced Lahm was prepared, positioning himself perfectly and using his back to shield Yi Chen, while also extending his arm to block his path. Yi Chen, just about to speed up, was completely neutralized by Lahm's series of actions, losing his balance and falling to the ground. In that brief moment, Badstuber had already stepped in to control the ball. Bayern's defensive coordination was flawless. Although Yi Chen raised his hand in frustration, signaling for a foul, the referee ignored him. After all, Yi Chen had already lost control of the ball the moment Lahm positioned himself. The first encounter between Yi Chen and Lahm ended in a decisive defeat for the young forward. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen looked up at Lahm, internally marveling at the defender's prowess. Is this the strength of a world-class fullback? Lahm turned and looked down at Yi Chen, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Despite his modest height of 170 centimeters, he exuded an intimidating presence, akin to an invincible boss, making one shiver with unease. "What are you waiting for? Get up now." Klopp's roar echoed across the pitch. Yi Chen had just lost possession of the ball, and Klopp, who had been sitting on the bench, immediately rushed to the sidelines. Starting the 17-year-old Yi Chen in such a crucial match was already a gamble, especially since he wasn't a natural winger. However, to execute their counterattacking strategy, Dortmund needed to rely on Lewandowski's hold-up play. Considering Yi Chen's recent impressive performances, leaving him on the bench didn't seem fair. So, upon Yi Chen's return to the team, Klopp positioned him as the left winger. This decision left Perisic feeling quite helpless. Having voluntarily admitted his poor form, he now found himself losing his starting spot. In football, being overly generous can often lead to unforeseen consequences. However, the most frustrated player was Barrios. Last year, he started in both matches against Bayern and scored in each game. Within a short period, the situation had drastically changed. Barrios even considered transferring during the winter break, having heard that Chinese football was heavily recruiting foreign players. Maybe he could make a good living there. After all, at 29, he didn't have much time left in his prime. On the field, the match continued. Bayern regained possession and launched another attack, prompting Dortmund to quickly fall back. Ribery, seeing no good passing options, took a long shot from outside the box, resulting in a goal kick for Dortmund. At the 6:24 mark, Schmelzer threw the ball to Yichun from the sideline. Instead of making a risky breakthrough, Yichun passed the ball to Kagawa nearby. Kagawa immediately found Götze sprinting down the right wing. Despite being tightly marked by Rafinha, the European golden boy Götze used his speed and skill to hold off the defender and flicked the ball to the overlapping Piszczek. Piszczek, without hesitation, delivered a 45-degree cross, and Lewandowski met it with a header. Unfortunately, it lacked power and was easily caught by Neuer. This was Dortmund's first shot on goal nearly 7 minutes into the game. Bayern, playing at home, dominated possession, while Yichun, playing on the left, had been intercepted twice by Lahm. Despite the limited opportunities, in a match where Bayern held the initiative, these counterattacking chances were precious. Consequently, Kagawa's first choice when in possession was now Götze on the right, rather than Yichun. Yichun's mind raced as he tried to find a way to break through. He wanted to activate his long shot ability, but he couldn't even get close to the penalty area. Lahm's pressure was suffocating, and in unknown situations, Yichun found it nearly impossible to get past him. Lahm's small stature, low center of gravity, quick footwork, and extensive experience allowed him to always position himself perfectly. The fans in the stands were thrilled because Bayern seemed to be pressing Dortmund hard. However, while the casual observer enjoyed the spectacle, the experts saw the nuances. Although Bayern had the upper hand, Dortmund's defensive positioning was very clever, and in the first 10 minutes, Bayern hadn't created any clear-cut chances. Especially notable was Mourinho, who kept a close eye on Yichun. Mendes had frequently recommended Yichun to Mourinho, praising his unparalleled offensive talent and calling him a genius striker. However, based on the first 10 minutes, Mourinho hadn't seen any signs of talent in Yichun. Instead, he seemed like a headless chicken, looking lost on the field. Facing Lahm's defense, he appeared to have no answers. At this moment, Gogo Sports commentator Jian Jun also frowned. Yichun, playing as a left winger, seemed uncomfortable and had lost confidence after being dispossessed twice by Lahm. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement, pointing out that it was indeed difficult for Yichun, a forward, to suddenly adapt to playing as a left winger. More importantly, his current style of play was entirely different from before, making him hesitant and causing him to play worse. Zhang Lu worried that if this continued, Klopp might substitute him early. Jian Jun agreed, noting that everyone had expected Yichun to be Dortmund's surprise weapon, but today he seemed unable to showcase his abilities. Of course, Yichun's defensive efforts were commendable, had just made a sliding tackle to clear Lahm's cross. But Klopp's intention in placing him in this position was clearly not just for defense. He wanted to utilize Yichun's speed and skill for counterattacks. Initially, Kagawa had passed to his side, but now, in the last two attacks, he chose other directions. Zhang Lu sighed, clearly disappointed with Yichun's performance. I hope Yichun can find his form soon. If this continues, he might get substituted. Jian Jun sighed, frowning. He added, but it's okay. It's his first national derby after all. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement, his tone carrying a hint of concern. I hope he can bounce back from this setback quickly. The expressions and tones of these two professionals revealed their lack of confidence in Yichun. As experienced commentators and coaches, they believed that the root of the problem didn't lie with Yichun but with Klopp's tactical arrangements. However, since the head coach made this decision, it meant he believed Yichun had the ability to play as a winger. Yet, Yichun's current performance was disappointing, which inevitably pointed back to him. 25 minutes into the first half, the online criticism of Yichun was growing louder. Sharp comments kept pouring in. What is Yichun even doing out there? And he's supposed to be Dortmund's star striker. Is he even capable? Dortmund with this level dares to challenge Bayern? Enough said. I'm betting everything on Bayern. There's no need to talk. Bayern will win by at least 5 goals today. Just waiting for Dortmund to concede a goal. What is Klopp waiting for? Get Yichun off the field. He's a total liability. After a few easy games, he thinks he's somebody. Bayern is the real test, and Yichun is failing miserably. With this level of play, he should just quit the national team. Kneel down and beg the FA. Go back and play in the Chinese Super League. By 25:55 in the first half, Yichun's stats were dismal. 3 lost possessions and 0 successful dribbles. Someone sarcastically remarked, truly living up to the hype as Dortmund's wonder kid. The Bayern fans were ecstatic, starting to cheer. We've always said, little Dortmund will be crushed, big Bayern will triumph. In a clash of the titans, there's no doubt. As Dortmund fans feared, the situation of conceding after prolonged defense finally happened. At 27:20, Bayern launched a fierce attack. Lahm on the left intended to pass to Gustavo, but Sven Bender's close marking made him change his mind. Thomas Müller stepped up to receive the ball, and Lahm sent it flying over. Mahler took the ball and crossed it without hesitation. Bam! Gomez seized the moment, sprinting into position, and volleyed before the ball hit the ground. The ball shot like lightning towards the top left corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller dived desperately, but the ball still found the net. Gomez, elated, sprinted to the corner flag, performing his signature machine gun celebration. The Bayern fans in the stands were overjoyed, waving their arms in excitement. After dominating for over 20 minutes, finally scoring a goal felt exhilarating. As Dortmund conceded a goal, a wave of criticism surged towards Klopp. Fans took to the internet to lambaste his tactical decisions, especially his choice to deploy a naturally gifted striker on the left wing. Questions like, has Klopp lost his mind? And why take such a risk in a national derby? Echoed across social media. Unaware of the uproar, Klopp remained focused on the pitch. Gomez was celebrating his goal with fervor, while Yichun stood in the distance, his clenched fists revealing his frustration. Yichun was indeed struggling. His effortless performance on the left wing during training starkly contrasted with his current difficulties. Facing a top-tier opponent like Bayern, he needed time to adapt to the pace and defensive intensity of the match. It was like jumping from battling minor foes to facing a major boss without any transition, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Klopp quickly picked up on this. He called out loudly, "Yi, come here." Taking advantage of the celebration break, Yichun sprinted to the sidelines. Klopp handed him a bottle of water and asked bluntly, "Having a tough time out there?" Yichun replied honestly, "A bit. This position feels unfamiliar." Klopp nodded and made an unexpected decision. "I'm changing your position now." Yichun, in the middle of drinking, was taken aback. Pointing to the forward area, Klopp said confidently, "Don't stick to the left wing anymore. See the front line? That's your entire running area now." Yichun frowned, voicing his concerns. "But won't that leave the left side without support? And what about the defense on that side?" Klopp didn't delve into details. Instead, he laid out the tactics board and quickly explained the new strategy. Yichun nodded continuously, trying to absorb the sudden changes. "Got it?" Klopp asked. "Got it." Yichun replied firmly. "Go fetch Kagawa," Klopp instructed. Yichun hurried back to the field and called Kagawa over to the sidelines. Klopp grabbed Kagawa's shoulder and detailed the tactical adjustments. This gamble by Klopp was not baseless. He knew that if Yichun could adapt to the left winger role, Dortmund's front trio could rival Europe's top clubs. The combination of Yichun, Lewandowski, and Götze had the potential to dominate the Bundesliga and make a mark in European football. Before the match, Klopp had prepared himself mentally, giving Yichun half a game to adapt to his new position. Since the left winger role wasn't working, he decided to try Yichun as a second striker. Dortmund's formation shifted from 42-31 to 424, with Yichun tasked with more linking play, akin to Ronaldo's role at Real Madrid. Klopp explained the second striker duties to Kagawa. Connect the forward line with the midfield, drop back to receive the ball, support teammates, pass back or switch sides, and create opportunities for the forwards when possible. Kagawa listened attentively and responded resolutely. "Got it, boss." This mid-game tactical shift was undoubtedly a gamble. If it succeeded, Klopp would be hailed as a tactical genius. If it failed, he would face harsh criticism, much like Guardiola's formation change in the Champions League final with Manchester City. But Klopp wasn't afraid of these risks. At his core, he was a coach who dared to take risks. Klopp could have played it safe by substituting in Perisic or Grosskreutz, but he chose to defy the odds and start the 17-year-old Yichun in such a crucial match. This was reminiscent of last year when he faced similar pressure by starting the then 18-year-old Götze in the second national derby. Today, Götze is an indispensable part of Dortmund's right flank. As a top-tier coach, Klopp could foresee various possible scenarios, but he was confident in his ability to handle them. More importantly, he genuinely trusted Yichun, just as he had trusted Götze before. He believed that some players are born for the big stage. Back on the pitch, Yichun appeared noticeably more confident. Reflecting on his awkward performance in the first 20 minutes, he resolved to prove himself in his new role. He had previously been trained as a forward, including his SS skill poacher, which was all about prowling the front line. Suffice it to say, he wasn't a winger. But after Klopp's adjustments, Yichun seemed reborn. The shackles were off, and the star striker was back. On the field, Lewandowski passed the ball to Yichun, who quickly returned it to Kimmich. The match continued, with Bayern tightening their defense while Dortmund ramped up their offensive pressure. Kagawa provided on-the-spot guidance to Yichun on the left wing. When facing Lahm, just pass the ball. No need for a hard fight. Bayern adopted a zonal defense strategy, with anyone entering their defensive zone facing immediate pressure. However, this also gave Yichun an opportunity. At 37 minutes and 24 seconds, Dortmund launched an attack. Kagawa received the ball on the left wing, and Yichun moved to support him. Without hesitation, Yichun executed a long-range pass, the ball tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing precisely at Götze's feet. The commentators were in awe of this brilliant play. "My goodness, That's the best long pass we've seen today. Yichun has been a revelation since moving to the center. His anticipation of his teammates' movements is impeccable. Gotza received the ball and immediately surged forward, easily outmaneuvering Rafinha, who was out of position on the right. He quickly reached the byline and delivered a lightning-fast cross. Lewandowski, already sprinting, dove forward and headed the ball, altering its trajectory. Neuer, demonstrating his world-class goalkeeping skills, extended his hand at lightning speed to deflect the ball that was headed for the net. However, the ball didn't go out of play. Instead, it fell near the penalty spot. Badstuber rushed to clear it, but a flash of yellow beat him to it. Yichun appeared out of nowhere, like a phantom, and without hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. The ball, carrying all his fury, rocketed towards the goal, leaving the fallen Neuer helpless. Goal. Yichun sprinted towards the section of Dortmund fans, lifting his head to the sky and shouting, "Believe in me, I can do this." For the first 37 minutes of the first half, the commentators from Sakura Nation were beaming with pride. They were secretly delighted because, in this match, Yichun's performance was far from the spectacular display he had shown against Stuttgart in the previous game. Reflecting on the last match, Yichun had single-handedly stolen the show, turning what was supposed to be an Asian derby into his personal showcase. Although Shinji Kagawa and Shinji Okazaki also performed well, all the headlines were dominated by Yichun. A Chinese player scoring a hat-trick in 10 minutes in the Bundesliga was a terrifying feat that left the Sakura Nation commentators feeling bitter. They couldn't accept that a player from a so-called football desert had suddenly risen to prominence. Some even tried to dig into Yichun's background to prove he didn't grow up in China. However, the truth was that Yichun hadn't even left his province before the age of 15. He was just an ordinary boy from Guangdong. When Yichun and Kagawa both appeared in the starting lineup for the national derby, the commentators were even more unsettled. Kagawa had worked hard for his starting position, while Yichun had earned this honor in just his first season with Dortmund. Fortunately for them, Yichun's performance today was abysmal. Although Kagawa also played for Dortmund, seeing Bayern dominate Dortmund, especially with Yichun's frequent mistakes, brought a hint of satisfaction to the commentators. However, in the 37th minute, Dortmund's offense suddenly came alive. Yichun delivered a precise 30-meter-long pass to Gotza. Gotza easily bypassed Rafinha and sent a beautiful cross, which Lewandowski headed towards the goal. Although Neuer made a heroic save, Yichun netted the rebound. The commentators' cheers abruptly stopped. They couldn't accept that the scorer was Yichun. They felt it should have been Kagawa's goal, as if Yichun had stolen what rightfully belonged to Kagawa. They blamed Badstuber for not marking properly and complained about Kroos's lack of speed. Meanwhile, Yichun was roaring with excitement on the sidelines. The frustration of the first half was swept away as he finally found his footing. Jean Jun from Gugu Sports also erupted in passionate praise, lauding Yichun's playmaking and follow-up shot, urging fans not to doubt his ability so easily. Jean Jun's enthusiastic commentary sparked controversy. Some Bayern fans questioned his impartiality, feeling that his reaction to Yichun's goal was overly exuberant. Later, Jean Jun admitted his bias towards Yichun, but he believed it was natural, given that Yichun, as the only Chinese player in the top 5 European leagues, carried the hopes of many fans. When asked if he would still support Yichun if he transferred to Manchester United, the Liverpool fan Jean Jun gave a vague response, saying that people should cherish the present. The Allianz Arena fell silent, with only the cheers of over 3,000 Dortmund fans breaking the stillness. The timing of the goal was perfect, so much so that even Lewandowski, who usually didn't get along with Yichun, gave him a hug, underscoring the importance of the goal. However, just 4 minutes after Dortmund equalized, another unexpected turn of events occurred. At 42 minutes and 25 seconds, Hummels, controlling the ball in the backfield, attempted to pass to Sven Bender in the center. But before the ball could reach Sven Bender, Thomas Müller appeared out of nowhere, ghost-like, intercepting its path. Müller took possession and without hesitation, sent a piercing through ball to Mario Gomez, who quickly surged forward. Gomez adjusted his stride and unleashed a powerful shot. Despite Roman Weidenfeller's attempt to save, the close-range strike left him with little chance. As a top striker, Gomez wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. The ball hit the back of the net, and Gomez celebrated by raising 2 fingers. This marked Gomez's 14th goal, tying him with Huntelaar for second place on the scoring chart, just 2 goals behind the leader, Yichun, who has netted 16. Weidenfeller got up from the ground, glaring at Hummels. "Mats, what on earth are you doing? Are you planning to join Bayern too?" Hummels, knowing he was at fault, stammered, I didn't expect Thomas to be that quick." Suppressing his anger, Weidenfeller sighed. "We'll just have to rely on the guys up front." Hummels squinted, looking at the somewhat slender figure upfield. "Don't worry, that kid's long shots haven't started yet." "You mean Yi?" Weidenfeller responded. "He hasn't taken a single long shot today, has he? He spent the first half dueling with Lahm. Youngsters tend to get tunnel vision." Hummels nodded. "Kagawa handles that better. but I think you will outdo Kagawa by the time he's 23. Absolutely. The two exchanged a knowing smile. This understanding stemmed from their trust in Yi-chan. Even while trailing, they firmly believed the team could catch up. Gradually, Yi-chan had earned his teammates' trust. This also explained why Gatsa would cross half the field to find Yi-chan. Yes, Yi-chan did lose possession, but as an attacker, he could fail countless times. All it took was one success to be lethal. On the other hand, a single mistake from the defense would draw severe criticism. Captain Kyle clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Keep your spirits up. Let's equalize before half-time." His words were like a shot of adrenaline, igniting the fighting spirit of his teammates. Kagawa clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. However, this motivational approach didn't work for everyone. Gatsa couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "We fight tooth and nail to score one, and you just gift them a goal. Who can handle this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the online fans exploded. Many Bayern supporters seized the opportunity to mock Hummels mercilessly. Commentator Jian Jun shook his head, his tone filled with regret. Hummels is supposed to be the backbone of Dortmund's defense. How can he make such a mistake in such an important match? Zhang Lu chimed in, "It really shouldn't happen. But that's the charm of football. You never know what will happen next." Hopefully, this conceded goal won't affect Dortmund's morale. After all, Yi-chen's goal had lifted the team's spirits and improved the situation. But now it's looking grim for Dortmund again. Klopp was the most furious. He shouted at Hummels from the sideline, "What are you doing? Get your head in the game. If you don't want to play, get off the field." Although it was just an angry outburst, Klopp knew deep down that there were no viable replacements on the bench, especially for a center-back. Reluctantly, he considered having Kyle fill in that position temporarily. In reality, anyone who has played football knows that the closer it gets to halftime, the easier it is for players to lose focus. On one hand, they've been playing for over 40 minutes and their stamina starts to wane. On the other hand, mental fatigue sets in. The higher the intensity of the match, the greater the mental toll. It's similar to playing a video game. At the start, you're full of energy and your actions are sharp, but after several hours, your brain's reactions slow down. Despite Hummel's mistake having its reasons, it didn't mean it could be forgiven, especially when it directly led to the team's conceding a goal. One can imagine that once the halftime whistle blew and they returned to the locker room, Hummels would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand from Klopp. The Bayern fans erupted in instant excitement, their cheers deafening. Gomez, the goal scorer, had a smug smile on his face. As he passed by Yi-chan, he couldn't resist taunting, "Hey, Chinese kid. We're only 2 goals away." Yi-chan glanced at Gomez calmly and replied, "It'll be 3 soon. Your goal was just luck. You won't score again." Gomez, full of confidence, retorted, "Is that so?" The match continued. Dortmund launched another fierce attack, but in the final moments of the first half, Bayern retreated entirely, giving their opponents no opportunities. Yi-chan kept searching for a breakthrough at the edge of the box. At 44 minutes and 24 seconds, Yi-chan deftly sidestepped Kroos' challenge with a quick lateral move. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful strike. The ball flew towards the goal like lightning, but Bayern's goalkeeper, in top form, displayed incredible reflexes, leaping to punch the ball away. Bayern's reputation as a strong team was well-earned, especially for their lightning-fast transition from defense to attack. Midfielder Gustavo seized the position first, gaining the upper hand in his tussle with Kyle. The ball was headed to Thomas Müller's feet in the center. Müller, without hesitation, passed it to Ribery on the left. In terms of pace, Ribery was unmatched. Dortmund's players quickly retreated, but Ribery's rapid dribbling forced Piszczek to hesitate, retreating while waiting for his teammates to catch up. Ribery spotted Gomez's run in the middle and promptly delivered a diagonal pass. This time, Hummels made a desperate sliding tackle, clearing the ball out of bounds. Dortmund fans erupted in applause, cheering for his timely interception. However, Ribery rushed to the sideline, urging the ball boy to quickly hand him the ball. He swiftly took the throw-in, passing to the oncoming Rafinha. Rafinha immediately returned the ball to Ribery. Ribery sped down the wing, with Piszczek realizing an imminent cross and rushing to intercept. But Ribery was a step ahead, lofting the ball high into the box. It was almost a replay of Dortmund's earlier attack. In the middle, Gomez soared for a header. Boom! The dull thud echoed through the stadium. Gomez, diving like a bomber, headed the ball into the net. Bayern's star striker Gomez completed a hat-trick in the first half. After scoring, Gomez sprinted towards the corner flag like an arrow, tearing off his jersey and tossing it high into the air in excitement. Raising his index finger, he proclaimed his victory. "One more to go," he seemed to announce to the entire stadium. The Bayern fans erupted in deafening cheers, chanting "Gomez the goal king" over and over. Yetching, who had sprinted back to his own penalty arc, was gasping for breath and filled with frustration. Bayern's attack was too fast, especially that quick throw-in, catching everyone off guard. Who would have thought that Dortmund, who had been unstoppable in their previous matches, would be trailing 13 at Bayern's home ground. But on second thought, it seemed reasonable. This was Bayern, the Bundesliga champions, and it was their home turf. Scoring 3 goals seemed almost normal. In the Gugu livestream, Jianjun's voice was still full of passion. Ribery's speed is incredible, but his cross was intercepted by Hummels. Bayern quickly takes the throw-in. Ribery and Rafinha combine. Beautiful cross. This is it. Star striker Gomez with a golden bomber header extends the lead to 31. Gomez completes his hat-trick and surpasses Huntelaar on the scoring chart, now second only to Yeching with 16 goals. However, when fans realized Jianjun's bias, his commentary sparked controversy. The internet exploded. Ha ha ha, love seeing Jianjun eat his words. Come on, Jianjun, keep talking. People still think Yeching is great? His shot was saved by Neuer, leading to the counterattack, and this is with Schweinsteiger injured. If he were playing, it would have been a massacre in the first half. What did Klopp say before the match? I'm dying of laughter. A thief is a thief. Now his true colors are showing. Bayern's counterattacks are unbeatable. That French Scarface is unstoppable. Some fans still cheered for Yeching. Go Dortmund, go Yeching. Charge ahead and win the championship. Let the Southern star shine. But these voices were quickly drowned out by the excited Bayern supporters. Within 3 minutes, Bayern scored 2 goals, pushing Dortmund to the edge of the cliff. Klopp was silent on the sidelines. The Dortmund players on the pitch were silent, and the traveling Dortmund fans were silent too. The youngest fans in the front row even started to cry. This goal was a huge blow to Dortmund. Yeching, who had chased back for most of the pitch, was bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His cold gaze swept over Gomez and the cheering fans at the corner flag. Gomez's performance was indeed outstanding, completing a hat-trick in the first half. But Yeching reminded himself, don't forget, I am the top scorer. Yeching's eyes gradually became resolute. He strode towards the goal, picked up the ball, and ran back to the center circle. The first half wasn't over yet. They still had time. A fierce determination ignited within Yeching, ready to launch a counterattack in the second half. At the 45-minute mark, the fourth official on the sideline held up the board, indicating 3 minutes of added time. The first half of the National Derby had gone relatively smoothly, though the number of goals had caused some delays. Bayern fans were beaming with smiles, and head coach Hanks was visibly pleased. In contrast, Dortmund supporters had serious expressions on their faces. In the stands, Yichen's girlfriend, Lena, nervously twisted the hem of her shirt, her eyes glued to the field. Next to her, Ma Fanshu, although hoping for an exciting match, couldn't help but worry about Dortmund's situation. Being 2 goals down was even more challenging than Liverpool's first half against AC Milan in the Champions League final, especially since this was Bayern's home ground, the Allianz Arena. Mourinho watched the game with a slight frown. However, he noticed Kroos's excellent performance today, particularly in ball handling and interceptions. This made him consider bringing Kroos to Real Madrid as a successor to the 30-year-old Alonso. The players returned to midfield. Commentators Jianjun and Zhang Lu were discussing the recent goal. Zhang Lu analyzed, Dortmund's current 442 formation doesn't seem suitable. There's a clear lack of midfield protection. A 42-31 might be more fitting for them. Jianjun agreed and reminded the audience to pay attention to the next 3 minutes of added time. On the field, Lewandowski passed the ball to Yichun. Before Yichun could react, Bayern forward Gomez charged at him. Yichun quickly passed back to Sven Bender, evading Gomez's challenge. Gomez taunted, weren't you supposed to be 3 goals ahead? Now you're just 1. Yichun ignored him, staying focused on the game. Bayern did not retreat despite their lead. Instead, they pressed forward. Dortmund defender Hummels cautiously passed the ball back to goalkeeper Weidenfeller. Weidenfeller wasted no time and sent a long ball to Götze in the front field. Despite being only 176 centimeters tall, Götze held his ground like a tank against the 172 centimeters Rafinha, successfully heading the ball to Piszczek. Piszczek made an outside foot pass, accurately finding Yichun near the center circle. Yichun took a step sideways after receiving the ball, avoiding Gustavo behind him. At this moment, Lewandowski began to make a forward run, drawing Boateng's attention. Yichun was left with only Kroos in front of him. Just as Kroos stretched his leg to intercept, Yichun suddenly accelerated, knocking the ball 3 or 4 meters ahead. His body moved like a whirlwind past Kroos. Boateng immediately started to defend, but Yichun's speed was superior, and he overtook him in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, goalkeeper Neuer rushed out of the goal without hesitation. He spread his arms wide, charging towards Yichun like a shark scenting its prey. However, Yichun got to the ball first, fearlessly poking it with his toe. The ball flew like a lightning bolt towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Although Neuer reacted quickly, he was ultimately a step too slow. His toe barely grazed the ball, unable to alter its trajectory. Under everyone's gaze, the ball firmly nestled into the back of the net. After scoring, Yichun darted towards the section of Bayern Munich fans behind the goal like an arrow. Facing the roaring stands, he slowly raised his index finger to his lips, his eyes filled with provocation. The gesture silently declared, "Bayern fans, shut up. The top scorer isn't Gomez, it's me." Instantly, Dortmund fans erupted in deafening cheers, in stark contrast to the Bayern supporters who clutched their heads in agony. However, Yichun's gesture of silence infuriated the Bayern stands. Jeers and middle fingers flew his way. In response, Yichun simply smiled and turned back to the field. Lewandowski, Shinji Kagawa, and other teammates rushed over to celebrate, exchanging high fives and excitement. This equalizing goal came at the perfect moment, almost like a lightning bolt. Post-game analysis revealed that from Yichun's kickoff to the goal, the entire sequence took just 18 seconds. If someone were to ask Yichun, "What can you do in 18 seconds?" his answer would undoubtedly be, "I can break through Bayern's defense." This goal was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the previously quiet Dortmund fans. From the commentary box, Jinxiang Huang could no longer contain himself, shouting at the top of his lungs, "It's in! It's in! It's in!" Yichun strikes against Bayern. This is definitely a strong contender for the best goal of this Bundesliga round. Absolutely breathtaking. The entire attack was seamless, with not a single wasted move. The key was that final shot: simple, calm, and decisive. Remember, he was up against Germany's new star goalkeeper, Neuer. Many forwards with weaker nerves wouldn't even dare to take a shot in front of Neuer. Next to him, Yangsu nodded in agreement, explaining, "Yichun's gesture to silence Bayern fans might seem excessive, but don't forget, the entire stadium was chanting Gomez, the top scorer, just moments ago. Isn't that a provocation to Yichun?" So, Yichun wasn't being arrogant. He was responding with action, proving to Bayern fans with his own feet that he is the top scorer in the Bundesliga. Countless Dortmund fans were completely fired up by this goal. Just moments ago, they were in despair as Bayern scored 2 goals in 3 minutes, but Yichun's stylish equalizer turned the tide. In the stands, a fan even shouted excitedly, "Yi, I want to have your baby." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Lena in the front row turned around with a murderous look. No one expected the match to reach its climax in the last 5 minutes. Bayern scored 2 lightning-fast goals, and then Yichun's brilliant counterattack pulled one back for Dortmund. Mourinho, in the stands, was left dumbfounded. He had just been praising Kroos's positioning when, in a flash, Yichun swept past Kroos like a whirlwind. Even more surprising was Boateng, who appeared so clumsy in front of Yichun, like an old car being overtaken by a supercar. As the game restarted, the Bayern players, furious after conceding, relentlessly bombarded Dortmund's penalty area. However, their only shot flew into the stands due to excessive force, and the first half ended without Weidenfeller needing to make a single save. The moment the players stepped into the locker room, they were met with Klopp's intense aura. As the last player entered, Klopp slammed the door shut and barked, "What on earth was that out there?" The locker room fell silent. Even Yichun, who had scored twice, didn't dare make a sound and sat quietly in his spot. Yichun knew that despite scoring 2 goals, his performance was far from satisfactory. With his long shot accuracy, he had failed to capitalize on 3 opportunities in the first half, highlighting the severity of the situation. He was well aware that Bayern's defense wasn't among the best in Europe, their reputation primarily stemming from their formidable attack. Today, an off-form Boateng was paired with the 22-year-old Badstuber, who, despite being hailed as a twin star with Müller, lacked experience. It was Badstuber's mispositioning that made Yichun's follow-up shots so effortless. Klopp's fury lasted a full 5 minutes, berating everyone from the forwards to the defenders. Hummels and Santana were the main targets of his criticism. Once Klopp had vented, the players cautiously replenished their energy with bananas and chocolate, trying to relax their muscles and recover their stamina. Klopp announced a change in formation for the second half. Shinji Kagawa would return to the attacking midfielder role, and Yichun would play as a free attacker, able to choose his position on the left, center, or right, with his side becoming the focal point of the attack. This undoubtedly placed a heavy burden on Yichun's shoulders. If he underperformed in the second half, Dortmund's offense could stall. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Bayern's locker room was equally tense. The last-minute goal had left coach Hanks extremely displeased, particularly with Kroos. Hanks believed that even if it meant committing a foul, Kroos should have stopped Yichun instead of giving up after a failed tackle. The 15-minute halftime break flew by. When both teams returned to the field, the atmosphere was noticeably different. The Bayern players looked fierce, as if they were the ones trailing. Hanks's halftime talk had clearly worked, not only boosting their morale but also making them temporarily forget their 32 lead. The second half started like a clash of titans. The only yellow card in the first half was for Gomez's shirtless celebration, but within the first 5 minutes of the second half, 3 yellow cards had already been shown. In the 48th minute, Gustavo was booked for a foul on Kagawa with additional aggressive actions. 2 minutes later, Kagawa retaliated with a back tackle and received a yellow card. In the 53rd minute, Badstuber was booked for pulling down Lewandowski to prevent a through ball from Kagawa. While the match remained intense, it lacked the brilliance of the first half. Despite leading, Bayern's players seemed to have forgotten about the score, focusing solely on achieving a decisive victory over Dortmund. This was precisely what Hanks had emphasized during halftime. Not just to win, but to win big, to prove who the true dominator of the Bundesliga was. Last season, under Van Gaal, Bayern had lost twice to Dortmund, leading to his dismissal. Now, Bayern was eager to avenge those defeats, and today was the perfect opportunity. Despite their one-goal lead at halftime, Hanks knew all too well that a one-goal lead is often the most precarious. Bayern's players showed a more aggressive stance in the second half, determined to control the game. At 56:24, Gomez dribbled into the penalty area but was firmly blocked by Hummels. With no other options, he carried the ball to the byline and lofted it towards the far post. Robben managed a header, but it was clearly not his strong suit. Weidenfeller stood his ground on the goal line and easily caught the ball. At 61:24, Bayern launched another attack. Robben cut in quickly from the right, causing momentary chaos in Dortmund's defense. However, his shot barely grazed the post and went out of bounds. Hanks, realizing Robben was not in top form, made a double substitution at the 62-minute mark. Aulich replaced Robben, and Alaba came on for Thomas Müller. Bayern adjusted their tactics, moving Lahm to a defensive midfield position, with a midfield trio leaning more towards defense. Despite verbally emphasizing offense, the team had practically begun setting up a defensive strategy. The score remained deadlocked. At 72:41, Götze sent a cross from Dortmund's right side, but it was too powerful and the ball landed directly at Yichen's feet on the left. Yichen took possession while Rafinha hurried back to defend Bayern's right side. However, today seemed destined for Rafinha to be a mere background player as Yichen effortlessly cut inside to dodge him. Just as Yichen was about to shoot, Lahm stepped in and cleared the ball out of bounds. Nonetheless, Yichen's progress towards his long shot goal card was now two-thirds complete. A well-placed shot next time could seal the deal. For Yichen, this match was exceptionally tough. Bayern's defense was like an impenetrable fortress, giving him hardly any opportunities to shoot, let alone score from a distance. Seizing the moment, Dortmund also made substitutions. Klopp replaced the yellow card Kell with Leitner and brought on the energetic Perisic for the exhausted Shinji Kagawa. Perisic finally got his chance to play at the 73-minute mark, almost moved to tears with excitement. At that moment, Yichen approached him and gave him a hug. "Hey Perry, want an assist?" Yichen asked with a smile. The freshly subbed Perisic was momentarily confused. "What do you mean?" A sly grin spread across Yichen's face. "Pass me the ball, and I'll get you an assist." Since set pieces couldn't activate his long shot goal card, Yichen planned to create an opportunity through tactical cooperation. Today, Yichen was constantly looking for opportunities to take long shots, but he only managed 2 attempts. Despite scoring twice, he couldn't activate his long shot guaranteed goal card. His first goal was a rebound shot inside the penalty area, and his second was a quick poke after breaking into the box. As the match wore on, Yichen grew increasingly anxious, desperate to activate his special card. Klopp had already made 2 substitutions, and Yichen feared he might be taken off if he didn't use his long shot card soon. Just then, Dortmund won a corner kick. Perisic stood at the corner flag, while tall players like Hummels, Santana, Lewandowski, and Kell had already moved into the opponent's box. Yichen, being slender, never participated in aerial duels. Initially, someone would mark him, but after a few corners where he just hovered around the edge of the box, defenders started to ignore him. This time, Yichen positioned himself near Schmelzer and Piszczek, with the 2 fullbacks ready to counter any breakaway. As the whistle blew, Hummels and the others began their runs, and Lewandowski darted to the near post. Meanwhile, Yichen quietly jogged to the top of the penalty arc. Perisic hesitated for a moment, but took a deep breath and struck the ball. Boom! The ball soared into the air. In the Gugu Sports live stream, commentator Jean June sounded tense. Time is running out, and Dortmund must capitalize on every opportunity, especially set pieces. With tall players like Hummels, Lewandowski, and Santana, corners are a real chance. Perisic, who just came on, will take this left-sided corner. Perisic ran up and hit the ball, but instead of sending it into the box, he aimed it towards the top of the penalty arc with the instep of his foot. Yichen, who had been near the center circle, was already at the drop point. To be honest, Perisic's pass wasn't perfect, slightly off to the right. Jean June continued. But Yichen anticipated it. As the ball dropped, he planted his left foot firmly and swung his right leg, unleashing a powerful volley with the instep. Boom! The ball streaked through the air like a meteor, almost without spin, heading straight for the far post. Amidst the chaos in the box, the ball found its path to goal. Neuer, focused on the ball, had his view partially obscured by the players. By the time he saw the ball's trajectory, it was too late. Even a world-class goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the net rippled. A wonder goal. It's a wonder goal. Jean Jun exclaimed excitedly. Perisic didn't send the ball into the box but found Yi Chun at the top of the arc. It's a first-time volley. Yi Chun's volley from outside the box has breached Neuer's defenses, completing his hat-trick and leveling the score for Dortmund. Jean Jun suddenly realized something, adding in disbelief, this is also Yi Chun's 7th consecutive hat-trick, breaking his own Guinness World Record. He's born to score hat-tricks. Next to him, Zhang Lu shook his head in astonishment, eventually letting out a sigh. Coach Zhang, why the sigh? Jean Jun asked. Zhang Lu chuckled. It's just so amazing, like a once-in-a-lifetime event. If we could see a Chinese player score like this in the World Cup, I could die happy. Jean Jun nodded in agreement, but knew in his heart it was unlikely. After all, Yi Chun had already left the Chinese Football Association. Meanwhile, the Japanese commentators were at a loss for words. They exchanged glances but couldn't let the broadcast fall silent. Kawaguchi Takuji stammered. We have to admit, that was a beautiful wonder goal. Yes, absolutely. Yoshikawa Haruyo quickly agreed. So, what exactly was beautiful about it? Kawaguchi Takuji winked at Yoshikawa Haruyo, signaling him to provide analysis. Yoshikawa Haruyo decisively said, it was a beautiful corner kick routine. Perisic's pass was just perfect. Without such a great pass, there wouldn't have been such a beautiful goal. As for the shot, it was just a routine execution. In their effort to downplay Yi Chun's impact, they had certainly taken a unique approach. Of course, they had no idea that at this very moment, the Sakura Nation Forum was absolutely tearing them apart. The fierce competition on the field had sparked a storm of public opinion online. Angry Sakura Nation fans were lambasting the two commentators for their ignorance and bias. These two commentators are complete idiots. If you don't understand football, you shouldn't be commentating. You're insulting the sport, read one popular comment. The comment section was filled with dissatisfaction over the commentators' bias towards Bayern. I don't get why they're so partial to Bayern. Don't they know that Dortmund has Kagawa and Yi? The discussion soon shifted to Yi Chun. Even though Yi is from China, he's still Asian, and we should be proud of that. This sense of Asian solidarity quickly spread through the comments. Some even made bold suggestions. I strongly recommend that the government send beautiful Sakura Nation women to seduce Yi and keep his offspring here. This proposal was immediately seconded. I agree. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was completely oblivious to the online storm as he reveled in the joy of scoring. He sprinted towards the corner flag, leaped into the air, and landed on Perisic's back. The entire stadium echoed with fans chanting, Yi, Yi, Yi. In the stands, Lena stood up, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, while Ma Fanshu was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. She hadn't expected Yi Chun to pull off a hat trick like a protagonist in this crucial match, repeatedly saving the team from the brink. Perisic hugged Yi Chun tightly, a big smile on his face. Yi, that shot was incredible. See, I told you I'd set you up for an assist. Other teammates gathered around, celebrating the equalizing goal. However, on the sidelines, Hanks was furious, stomping and raging. At that moment, Klopp made another substitution. Barrios was already standing by the sidelines, ready to come on. Yi Chun, still caught up in the celebration, noticed this and his expression changed. Am I going to be subbed out again? Even after a hat trick, I can't escape being substituted, he thought to himself. As Yi Chun nervously glanced towards the sidelines, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Number 9 off, number 18 on. Isn't number 9 Lewandowski? Yi Chun realized with surprise. Lewandowski also paused for a moment when he saw the board, but then slowly clapped his hands as he walked off the field, trying to waste as much time as possible. After all, coming back from a 13 deficit to tie 33 was already satisfying for him. Still, Lewandowski had his doubts. Why not sub in a defensive player? Shouldn't they be strengthening their defense for the last 15 minutes? But how could Lewandowski understand the mind of the madman Klopp? Before the game, Klopp had boldly declared, "We've won here once before. Why can't we win a second time?" This thought resonated with Yi Chun. Defeat the giant Bayern? The mere thought made Yi Chun's body tremble with excitement and anticipation. Klopp's substitution decision stunned the crowd. When he replaced Lewandowski with Barrios, everyone realized it wasn't just a positional swap. It was a declaration that Dortmund wouldn't settle for a draw and was determined to fight until the end. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained on the field, silently conveying his significance in Klopp's plans. His astonishing record of 23 goals in 7 matches had elevated his tactical importance above even Lewandowski. Bayern quickly responded. Hank substituted the underperforming Rafinha with the 1.88-meter-tall striker Nils Peterson. Wearing the number 9 jersey, Peterson was known for his exceptional heading ability and agile movement. Bayern's tactics shifted instantly, with frequent high balls into the box, turning the match into an aerial battle. The game reached a fever pitch as both sides exchanged attacks. At 76 minutes and 23 seconds, Bayern's offense was thwarted by Santana. Just a minute later, Ribery's cross found Gomez, but the goal was disallowed due to a foul. By the 78th minute, Piszczek's errant pass on the right wing sparked a controversial moment. Lahm intercepted the ball but was brought down by Piszczek's sliding tackle, writhing in pain. The referee immediately issued a second yellow card, sending Piszczek off with a red card. This decision provoked a vehement protest from Klopp, but the fourth official sternly demanded he control his emotions. The big screen replay suggested it might have been a mistaken call. Nevertheless, Bayern fans directed their fury at Piszczek. Klopp was forced to adjust the formation, moving Götze to cover the right-back position. At 81 minutes and 12 seconds, Bayern capitalized on Dortmund's numerical disadvantage, launching frequent attacks down the right flank. Götze immediately felt the defensive pressure. Lahm, dribbling towards Götze, executed a feint and broke through along the baseline. Götze followed closely but hesitated to tackle recklessly. The situation on the field was changing rapidly, presenting a severe test for Dortmund. At this moment, the centre-back had no choice but to cover. Lahm saw Hummels charging forward and decisively opted for a cross. However, the ball didn't reach the center of the penalty area. Instead, it was intercepted by Hummels. Just then, the referee's whistle blew again, and he pointed to the penalty spot. It turned out that Hummels had committed a handball inside the box. There was no disputing this decision. Hummels' arm didn't retract in time, clearly enlarging the defensive area. According to the rules at the time, as long as the arm wasn't close to the body, enlarging the defensive area resulted in a penalty, regardless of whether the ball hit the hand. Allianz Arena erupted instantly, with Bayern fans chanting wildly, "Gomez! Gomez! Gomez!" The entire stadium echoed with his name. Yichun walked over to the remorseful Götze and comforted him. "Mario, it's not your fault." Götze clenched his teeth and said firmly, I don't want to lose." "You won't. Trust the vice-captain." Yichun responded earnestly. As the hat-trick hero of the day, Gomez naturally stood at the penalty spot. Weidenfeller bent down, slapping the ground to psych himself up. The massive stadium fell silent, with both sets of fans holding their breath. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start. Gomez took a short run-up and struck the ball powerfully towards the bottom right corner. However, Weidenfeller seemed to have predicted the direction and managed to block the shot. Gomez clutched his head in frustration, but Weidenfeller quickly got up, grabbed the ball, and threw it with force. "Go, ye!" he shouted. The ball arced through the sky. At this moment, still in his own half, Yichun immediately turned and sprinted like an arrow. The Bayern players were still mired in disappointment over the missed penalty, especially Ribery, who regretted not taking the shot himself. However, the veteran coach Hanks on the sidelines sensed the danger and shouted loudly, "Get back! Get back!" Then he yelled in frustration, it's that pesky Chinese kid again." Huffing and puffing, Yichun watched the soccer ball soar overhead. The physical toll of this match was far greater than he had anticipated. From the wing to the deep-leaning forward position, and even filling in for Götze, Yichun had covered nearly every inch of the field. But what truly stood out was the intensity of the game. Facing the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, every attack demanded an extraordinary effort. Weidenfeller launched a powerful throw, sending the ball near the center circle. Ahead of Yichun stood Boateng and Badstuber, while Bayern's players were hot on his heels. A roar from Hanks galvanized the entire team. In the stands, Bayern fans chanted "defense" in unison, effectively becoming the team's 12th man. Yichun quickly assessed the ball's trajectory, scanning the field. To score, there was only one way: he had to dribble past 3 defenders. Despite the gaps between them, could he break through? Clenching his teeth, Yichun made a decisive choice: charge. As the ball descended, Yichun's eyes were resolute. With a swift, clean touch, he nudged the ball to the right. In the next instant, he rocketed towards the open space on the right flank, like a Ferrari F1 on the racetrack, igniting and speeding away in a flash. Badstuber was guarding the right side. At that moment, Aulich waited outside the penalty area for a rebound, and although Lahm was tracking back, his speed had diminished. Yichun chose the right flank, targeting Badstuber's slower pace. The ball bounced off the grass, and Yichun, like a yellow lightning bolt, dashed forward. Unwilling to be outdone, Badstuber slid in with a fierce tackle, his cleats aimed at Yichun. However, Yichun, sprinting at high speed, anticipated the move. In a split second, he deftly leaped, narrowly avoiding the dangerous challenge. On the sidelines, Klopp was livid, shouting at the fourth official for a red card. But at that moment, all eyes were glued to the action on the field. Yichun dribbled to the edge of the penalty area, facing the towering Boateng. His expression was calm, his eyes flicking to Neuer, who was crouched and ready to pounce. Knowing time was of the essence, Yichun pushed the ball to the left, feinting an inside shot. Boateng immediately shifted to the right, attempting to block Yichun's path. At that instant, Yichun cut the ball to the right, executing the iconic La Pulga move made famous by Messi. Yichun swiftly broke towards the right baseline, catching Boateng off guard and sending him tumbling to the ground. Bayern fans were stunned, watching in disbelief. Charging into the penalty area, Yichun had no time to think as Neuer lunged towards him like a hungry tiger. Facing the imposing goalkeeper, Yichun used the outside of his left foot to push the ball sideways. Neuer hastily dived towards the left side, aiming for the ball. But the attacking side is the one in control. Chunyi quickly picked up on Neuer's reaction and adjusted his steps. With a precise strike from the inside of his left foot, he sent the ball curling into the far corner. Neuer dived swiftly, but it was too late. Ooh! The commentator's voice surged with excitement. The scorer is Chunyi. What an unbelievable goal! The commentator vividly described the astonishing scene. Chunyi, in the final moments, dribbled past 3 defenders and blasted the ball into Bayern's net. He didn't forget to mention, of course, half the credit goes to Dortmund's keeper Weidenfeller. Not only did he save Gomez's penalty, but he also initiated this lethal counterattack. Chunyi's brilliant solo effort sealed the match. It was his 4th goal of the game, a jaw-dropping quadruple. The commentator exclaimed, "My goodness, he scored 4 goals in the Der Klassiker. The last player to do that. Sorry, I need to check my records." The atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch. Dortmund fans were ecstatic, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After scoring, Chunyi sprinted towards the hardcore Dortmund supporters stand, executing a stylish spin jump and landing firmly. "Shoo!" the fans chanted in unison, celebrating this historic moment with him. Götze, Perisic, and Sven Bender, along with other teammates, raced across the field to embrace Chunyi. On the sidelines, Coach Klopp raised his arms in triumph, as if declaring, "I came, I saw, I conquered." This marked his 2nd victory at the Allianz Arena with Dortmund. "What did I just see? What did I just see?" Huang Jinxiang, the commentator on the sports channel, shouted excitedly into the microphone, his voice echoing through countless homes via television. Yichun dribbled past 3 defenders in the final moments, single-handedly taking on Bayern's entire defense. He's made a miracle happen. On the screen, Yichun moved like lightning, skillfully weaving through Bayern's defenders. Every move he made was fluid and graceful, especially when he faced Boateng. A simple feint left the world-class defender sprawling on the ground. Yichun is truly the 9th wonder of China. Huang Jinxiang continued passionately. With his feet, he's shown the world that Chinese players can excel in football too. Yichun, the king of Chinese football without a doubt. This goal ignited a wave of enthusiasm among fans across the nation. The title king of Chinese football spread like wildfire on social media. However, there were voices of dissent as well. He's only played 7 games in the Bundesliga. Isn't it too hasty to call him the king of Chinese football? Some questioned. If Yichun isn't the king of Chinese football, then who is? Supporters quickly retorted. In the midst of the debate, someone mentioned the legendary Li Huitang, a historic figure in Chinese football. Named the king of Asian football by the Asian Football Confederation in 1928, Li scored a total of 1,860 goals in his career and was ranked among the world's top 5 football kings alongside Pelé, Matthews, Di Stefano, and Puskas. In a villa in Barcelona, Rakuzo was engrossed in watching a replay of the match. "Leo, come look at this. This goal is amazing," she called out to Messi, who was on the treadmill. Messi approached the screen, and after watching Yichun's brilliant performance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, who is this guy? That goal was incredible." "I told you the German Klassiker is exciting," Rakuzo explained with a smile. "This kid named he has already scored 4 goals." Messi looked surprised. Scoring 4 against Bayern? That's quite an achievement. He carefully analyzed Yichun's goal. That final shot could have been a chip, but his speed allowed him to go past Neuer. Otherwise, it would have been risky. His preferred foot is actually his right, Rakuzo added. "Really? His left foot seems pretty good too," Messi said, astonished. "That's why I said he's a genius," Rakuzo praised. "I've only watched him play 1 match, but I'm already a fan. He's just fantastic." "Which country is he from? Japan? South Korea?" Messi asked curiously. "Neither. He's from China." "China?" Messi paused. "I remember China has some of the most passionate fans in the world, but their football." Before finishing his sentence, Messi suddenly realized, "Wait, did you just say you're his fan?" "Yeah. He's a great player and so handsome. He's really something," Rakuzo said excitedly. "What about me?" Messi asked, feigning jealousy. And so, the villa in Barcelona echoed with laughter. Meanwhile, in Clairefontaine, France, a middle-aged woman called out to her son in front of the TV, "Hey, Kylian, it's getting late. You should go to bed." "Mom, I'll sleep after the match," young Kylian replied, his eyes glued to the screen. "Is this the German Klassiker? Don't you prefer the Spanish El Clasico?" his mother asked, puzzled. "That was before. From now on, I'm a Dortmund fan," Kylian said excitedly. "What? Ronaldo will be disappointed." Kylian shook his head. I have a new idol now. He's unbelievable, with amazing speed and shooting skills. He's like a superhero on the field, doing the impossible. He suddenly thought of something. Hey, Mom, do all Chinese people know Kung Fu? He must look super cool doing Kung Fu. The middle-aged woman shook her head, smiling at her excited son. Chinese Kung Fu is indeed impressive, but their football, I think liking Ronaldo makes more sense. After all, China has never even made it to the World Cup. No, I like ye, Killian insisted. Mom, can you give me some money? I want to buy a poster of ye and cover my room with it. If you score as many goals as ye in tomorrow's training match at Clairefontaine, I'll give you the money. Otherwise, I can't afford it. You said it. Killian grinned, determined to score like his new idol. Back on the pitch, after the passionate celebration, Yi Chun returned to the game. At that moment, the referee handed Badstuber a yellow card. Having already received a yellow card in the 53rd minute for a tackle on Lewandowski, this second yellow meant a red card, and he was sent off. Lam immediately approached the referee to argue, but the referee stood firm, maintaining his decision. Of course, the referee's decisions can be influenced by the home crowd, but it's not intentional favoritism. Take the yellow card just now, for example. He could have ignored it. However, Badstuber's tackle was extremely dangerous, and if Yi Chun hadn't dodged in time, the consequences would have been dire. The Bundesliga committee had an emergency meeting last week emphasizing the elimination of such foul play, yet Badstuber knowingly repeated the offense. Escaping with just a yellow card was already fortunate. The match entered the last 5 minutes, with both Dortmund and Bayern down to 10 men. The clock showed 87 minutes and 24 seconds when Hanks, on the sideline, waved his arms furiously, shouting, "Push up! Don't let them breathe." Gustavo, panting heavily nearby, thought, "Boss, this isn't about not letting the opponents breathe. It feels like you're pushing us to the brink." Despite his thoughts, Gustavo gritted his teeth and moved forward, sending a cross into the box. Gomez and Peterson both leaped for the header, but the ball sailed over them and out of play. A collective sigh came from the Bayern fans. At the same time, Götze was down in the penalty area, clutching his thigh in pain. Yi Chun jogged over, helping to massage his leg while asking, "Cramping?" Götze nodded painfully. "I can't hold on. I'm too tired." Yi Chun, gasping for breath, said, "You go up front. I'll play fullback." Götze, worried, asked, "Can you keep up?" Yi Chun bit his lip and replied, "I can manage a few more minutes." At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to give it his all until he couldn't anymore. It wasn't just Götze. Every Dortmund player was struggling to their limits. The last few minutes were entirely driven by sheer willpower. After switching positions with Götze, Yi Chun actively called for the ball. He controlled it, waiting for Lahm to approach, then passed it to Götze. Götze could barely move, but Yi Chun created space to receive the ball again. The two executed a quick 1-2, forcing Lahm to challenge once more. Although Yi Chun wasn't very strong, his height gave him an advantage, using his back to shield the ball and making it difficult for Lahm to intervene. Alex saw this and rushed to help, but he was too hasty. In his haste, he ended up kicking Yi Chun's foot. Yi Chun and the ball tumbled out of bounds, and the match was once again at a standstill. Origi's actions mirrored the emotions of Bayern's players. Yi Chun was knocked to the ground, predictably delaying the game a bit. The fourth official on the sideline quickly raised the board, announcing 5 minutes of stoppage time for the second half. While this duration seemed reasonable, Dortmund had already prepared for it. They put in every effort to push the ball into Bayern's half as the seconds ticked away. Dortmund fans sang their team anthem loudly, while Bayern fans responded with, "Forever number one." Even in the final moments, the enthusiasm of both sets of supporters didn't wane. On the sidelines, Klopp continuously cheered on his players. At 94:53, Alaba dribbled forward, choosing to make a 45-degree cross instead of entering the penalty area. Inside the box, Gomez once again showcased his incredible core strength. Having already scored a hat-trick today but missing a penalty, he now had another chance to be the hero. Gomez outjumped Hummels and headed the ball towards the goal. However, another Dortmund hero, Weidenfeller, stepped up again. Moving swiftly, he managed to tip the ball over the crossbar with one hand, just as it was about to go in. This unbelievable save saved the team once more. If Yi Chun was Dortmund's spearhead in attack, Weidenfeller was the fortress in defense. Bayern's loss seemed more like a defeat to the perfect combination of Yi Chun and Weidenfeller. Bayern earned a corner kick, likely their final attacking opportunity. Suddenly, Neuer was seen sprinting from the back, deciding to join in this last attempt. At 25, Neuer was in his prime, and conceding 4 goals today left him feeling despondent. Now, he was going all in. Seeing Neuer join the attack, Yi Chun's expression became complex, with classic moments flashing in his mind. He instinctively took 2 steps towards Bayern's direction, as if sensing something. The referee's whistle blew, and Ribery took the corner. The ball was of high quality, fast and sharp. Gomez, Boateng, Peterson, Neuer, and Toni Kroos all rushed towards the goal. However, Weidenfeller stood tall once more. After a short rune-up, he punched the ball out of the penalty area. Gotza was the first to reach the ball, and without hesitation, he kicked it forward. Mario! Came a shout from the front, and Gotza, without even looking up, sent the ball flying ahead. The football described a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for Bayern's backfield. By this time, Alaba was the only defender left for Bayern. As soon as the ball was kicked, both Yichun and Alaba started running. Despite Alaba's excellent physical attributes, Yichun's explosiveness was equally impressive. The two ran neck and neck, but Yichun gradually pulled ahead. Everyone in the stands stood up, holding their breath as they watched this duel. Mourinho's eyes gleamed, his body trembling slightly. Lowe felt his heart pounding, and Ma Fanshu was completely captivated by Yichun's prowess. With a sudden roar, Yichun accelerated even more. Seeing he couldn't catch up, Alaba decisively abandoned chasing the ball and ran towards the goal instead. Yichun reached the ball in the penalty area and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. The football flew like an arrow towards the goal. All the Bayern fans held their breath in an instant. Everyone's eyes were on Alaba. This time, I must stop it. Alaba's eyes were determined as he threw himself into the path of the shot at the moment Yichun struck. Swish! The football crashed heavily into the net, spinning for 2 seconds before falling to the ground. Alaba lay on the ground, staring blankly at the net above him, realizing he still couldn't prevent the goal. He still lost. After scoring the goal, Yichun could no longer contain his excitement. He sprinted towards the die-hard Dortmund fan section, leaped onto the advertising board, spread his arms wide, and roared towards the sky. 5 goals in 1 match. Who would have thought that a 17-year-old, in his debut appearance in the National Derby, would score 5 goals? Ghoul! The commentator's voice echoed through the stadium. Yi. Again it's Yi. He has scored all 5 goals. He has set the record for the youngest scorer in the German National Derby. He is the first player in the Derby to score 5 goals in 1 match. He has created his own legend. The fans in the stands chanted in unison, Chunya. Yichun's exuberant celebration electrified the entire stadium. A Bayern fan started clapping first, and the applause spread like ripples, growing louder and louder. The entire Bayern stand gave a heartfelt ovation to the 17-year-old, acknowledging his astonishing performance. The referee didn't add any extra time and decisively blew the final whistle. The fans in the stadium chanted in unison, sign him, sign him, sign him. They were all enamored with the talented youngster, hoping Bayern would buy him from Dortmund. In the stands, Rummenigge had a complex expression on his face. He recalled his earlier tentative offer, but now Yichun's release clause had soared to 88.88 million euros, a number beloved by the Chinese. Would Bayern really spend such a fortune on a 17-year-old? They were not Real Madrid. But when he glanced at Mourinho, who was clapping enthusiastically as if to say, come to us, Rummenigge began to ponder. If Real Madrid had Kaká, Ronaldo, and Yichun, even Barcelona would be in trouble. On the field, Yichun jumped down from the advertising board, with Dortmund fans still singing their team song behind him. Gotza and Perisic rushed over to hug and celebrate with him. Klopp led the substitutes and coaching staff towards the corner flag, unable to contain their excitement, cheering wildly for this hard-fought and exhilarating victory. Only Barrios, who had just been substituted in, looked at Yichun with a complicated expression. A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe it's time to consider a move to Guangzhou Evergrande. At least there, he wouldn't have to compete with a monster like Yichun for a starting spot. The Dortmund players marched in unison towards the away fan section to thank their supporters. Yichun took the initiative to approach and hug Weidenfeller. That penalty save was incredible, Yichun sincerely praised. Weidenfeller, however, had a dismissive expression on his face. It's bad enough to get schooled by you in training. Did he really think he could score with that kind of penalty? Yichun's mouth twitched, suddenly realizing he had inadvertently helped a lot. He flashed a bright smile. How about we practice some more penalties tomorrow? Weidenfeller quickly shook his head, looking panicked. You should ask Mitchell instead. Langerak, who had overheard the conversation, had his smile freeze instantly. Stammering, he said, I mean, Yi, can you go easy on me tomorrow? I will. Yichun promised with a smile. As the Dortmund players continued chatting and laughing, Lahm approached. He had already taken off his jersey and politely asked, Yi, can we swap jerseys? Yichun was momentarily stunned, but then agreed readily. Lahm leaned in closer and whispered, interested in playing for Bayern? Yichun shook his head and politely declined. Sorry, I'm very happy at Dortmund. Thanks. Lahm, undeterred, asked again, what about the German national team? Any interest? Yichun was momentarily speechless. He hadn't considered that possibility, but he still shook his head. Sorry, I'm not German. Who says you have to be German to play for Germany? Lahm asked with a smile. At that moment, Dortmund's Captain Kell rushed over and interjected, Philip, are you trying to poach Yi? He won't go to Bayern. No, I was asking about something else. Lam explained. Kel persisted. It doesn't matter. Yi has nothing to discuss with you. With that, he pushed Lam aside. Although Lam was the future captain of the national team, Kel was also a seasoned veteran, having played in the 2004 and 2006 World Cups. Lam turned to Yi Chun and said meaningfully, the coach asked me to ask you. Yi, think about it. Yi Chun knew that the coach referred to Joachim Low, the head coach of the German national team. If he agreed, Low could handle the rest. But Yi Chun wasn't tempted. Although Germany was strong and poised to win the World Cup, it didn't mean much to him. He didn't feel a sense of belonging to Germany, and playing for them would feel like being a mercenary. More importantly, he wasn't in a rush. There were still 3 years until the next World Cup, and many things could change. Even if he missed this one, there were still the 2018 and 2022 World Cups. After all, he was only 17. And based on Cristiano Ronaldo's career, he could play for another 20 years. At this point, the referee came over and handed the match ball to Yi Chun. Congratulations on your 5 goals. This ball is for you. Thank you. Yi Chun thanked him politely. This was the 7th ball he had collected. He thought to himself, I've already gathered 7 Dragon Balls. When can I summon Shenron? Yi, over here. On the sidelines, Ma Fanshu waved at Yi Chun. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She had clearly become a big fan of his. As a representative of the Bundesliga's partner, CCTV Sports Channel 5, Ma Fanshu had already arranged for a post-match interview. Congratulations to Dortmund on the win, and congratulations to you for being named MVP. How does it feel to score 5 goals at Allianz Arena? Ma Fanshu asked. Yi Chun candidly replied, it feels great. Bayern is the strongest team we've faced in the league so far, and scoring 5 goals at Allianz is something I didn't even dare to dream of before the match. You're now 5 goals ahead of second-place Gomez. Is winning the Bundesliga Golden Boot your goal this season? Yi Chun nodded. Of course, I aim to win the Golden Boot. If I'm not mistaken, if I win it, I'll be the first Asian player to win the Golden Boot in one of the top 5 European leagues, right? Yes, that's correct. After you scored, Bayern fans were chanting for the club to buy you. Are you considering a transfer to Bayern? Not at the moment, Yi Chun replied. I really enjoy the atmosphere at Dortmund and hope to bring more goals and honors to the team. Ma Fanshu continued. What are your expectations for Dortmund this season? Yi Chun's face lit up with a brilliant smile, his eyes gleaming with ambition. First, let's win the Bundesliga. The German Cup is also on my list, but of course, my ultimate goal is for Dortmund to go further in the Champions League. His tone was filled with confidence and anticipation. Ma Fanshu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of teasing in her voice. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, well, men do tend to be a bit greedy. This remark seemed to touch a nerve in Ma Fanshu. Her smile remained captivating, but a fleeting look of contemplation crossed her eyes. Could he be a womanizer? The thought flashed through her mind briefly. However, Ma Fanshu quickly dismissed the idea and continued with the interview. All right, last question, she said in a light-hearted tone. If you could make a phone call to anyone, who would it be? Yi Chun paused for a moment, aware that this was the emotional segment of the show. But soon, his smile returned. I'd call myself 20 years from now. What would you say? Ma Fanshu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yi Chun's smile grew even brighter. Has China made it to the World Cup? He said half-jokingly. Although it was a casual remark, he genuinely wanted to know. Despite having distanced himself from the Football Association, his identity as a Chinese would never change. No matter where he was, the blood of China always flowed through his veins. Of course, if such a call were possible, Yi Chun had another, more personal question in mind. In 20 years, would he have become a football legend? With 2 decades of hard work and the system's support, he figured he had a good shot. After the interview concluded, Yi Chun was about to leave when Ma Fanshu suddenly called out to him. Could you sign an autograph for me? She asked, a slight blush coloring her fair cheeks, adding even more charm to her already captivating face. Ma Fanshu took a jersey with the number 16 on it from a colleague and handed it to Yi Chun. Thank you. I'm a fan of yours now, and I'll be cheering for you in every game. Thank you. Yi Chun gladly agreed, signing his name on the jersey. Then he took photos with all the staff before wrapping up the recording of the show. As he walked out of the studio, Yi Chun couldn't help but look forward to seeing the final cut. Back in his university days, he had been a loyal viewer of this show, never missing an episode. Now, being the star of the program himself, the feeling was both novel and exhilarating. As the best player in the national derby, Yi Chun had just finished an interview with World Football when he was immediately approached by the official media of the Bundesliga. The reporter interviewing him was a Western woman. Despite her average looks, she had certain attributes that were hard to ignore. Yi Chun couldn't help but imagine a scene where burying his head into those attributes might suffocate him. He quickly shook off the thought, reminding himself to stay professional. Congratulations on being named MVP of today's match, the reporter said with a smile. You've also broken 3 records: youngest starting player in a national derby, youngest goal scorer, and the first player to score 5 goals in their derby debut. Congratulations! Yichen responded with a smile, feeling a surge of joy inside. The brief 3-minute interview concluded, and he hurried back to the locker room. His teammates were busy sharing today's victory on social media. Yichen pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lena. "Wait for me in the car. I'll be there soon." "Okay. You're my superhero." Lena replied instantly, clearly thrilled by Yichen's performance today. Yichen quickly showered and changed clothes, only to be stopped by Buvak as he stepped out. "Hurry, come with me, everyone is waiting for you." "Waiting for what?" Yichen asked, puzzled. "The post-match press conference, of course. Jurgen is already there. We're just waiting for you to start." Yichen's mouth twitched, thinking that a mature head coach should handle the press conference himself. He was eager to see Lena, having not had much time with her due to the match preparations. When Yichen arrived at the venue, the large press conference hall was already packed with reporters. Klopp's face lit up with a bright smile as soon as he saw him, though to Yichen, the smile seemed a bit eerie. "Finally, our star of the match." Klopp gave Yichen a warm hug, and the cameras clicked furiously to capture the moment. "Hello everyone." Yichen waved to the crowd and took his seat. Noticing a bottle of Coca-Cola in front of him, he swapped it for a bottle of water from the corner. "Stay hydrated, everyone." This small gesture immediately caught the reporters' attention, and they snapped away. The press officer began with an opening statement, followed by the QA session. "Borussia Dortmund has reached the top of the Bundesliga for the first time. Coach Klopp, how do you feel?" "Fantastic." Klopp beamed. "Since he joined our team, we haven't lost a match in the league. It's an amazing feeling, especially since he has saved us in several matches. He's truly our lucky charm." How do you feel about Coach Klopp's praise?" "Thank you for the kind words, boss," Yichen replied humbly. "But football is a team sport, and every victory is the result of everyone's hard work." This earned him a round of applause. "Today, you scored 5 goals, earning applause from Bayern Munich fans who even chanted for you to come to Allianz Arena. Would you consider transferring to Bayern?" "I'll say it one last time. I'm not leaving Dortmund," Yichen said firmly. "We noticed Real Madrid's coach, Mourinho, was in the stands today. Our reporter interviewed him briefly, and he praised your performance, publicly inviting you to join Real Madrid. He said to become the best in the world, you need to play for him. Will you follow Mourinho to Real Madrid?" Yichen frowned. "Did he really say that?" "Yes, our reporter interviewed him on site. I will become a world-class player, but I don't necessarily have to play for him to achieve that," Yichen responded. Yichen actually admired Mourinho. He reminded Yichen of the early days of Nicolas Tse, particularly rebellious. Mourinho's achievements were indeed impressive, including breaking Barcelona's dominance in La Liga with Real Madrid recently. His journey from an unknown translator to a world-class coach was truly inspiring. Yichen kept coming across videos of Mourinho on short video platforms, and each time he watched them, his blood boiled with excitement. Unlike Klopp's bold tactics, Mourinho's arrogance seemed to encompass every aspect of football. Despite this, Yichen remained steadfast in his own pride. He firmly believed that with the system's assistance, he would eventually become a world-class star. While a coach's guidance was crucial, Yichen put more faith in 2 words: hard work. The system had enhanced his talent, but it was his diligence that gave wings to his dreams. Perhaps influenced by his 9 years of compulsory education, he strongly believed in the saying, "No pain, no gain." Yichen's response left everyone present in shock. Standing nearby, Klopp smiled and said, "He is the hardest-working and most talented player I've ever seen. His future is definitely world-class, and of course, my coaching skills aren't too shabby either." His words drew laughter from the reporters, although Yichen didn't quite understand what was so funny. The interview lasted for half an hour, with Klopp and Yichen answering numerous questions. When it was about time, the two left together. Walking through the corridor, Yichen hesitantly asked, "Boss, Lena is waiting for me in the parking lot. Can I?" "Of course you can," Klopp replied cheerfully. "But remember, be back for training the day after tomorrow." "Thank you, boss," Yichen said gratefully. After saying goodbye to his teammates in the locker room, Yichen put on his hat and mask and went to the agreed-upon spot to meet Lena. The two of them then drove off. "Chin, you were amazing today. I'm so proud of you," Lena said sincerely as she started the car. With a mischievous grin, Yichen replied, "Hey, I'll be even better tonight. Do you still have energy after playing 90 minutes? Lena asked, half jokingly. "You'll find out soon enough," Yichen answered confidently. Lena's cheeks flushed and she softly said, "Well, then take a look in my bag." Yichen turned his head and saw a Bayern Munich jersey lying there quietly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.